What's the mood of the prisoner? Is there a possibility he might act impulsively? Don't worry, Captain Yang. The prisoner's emotions are quite stable. It is now 11:45 in the morning, with the sun blazing overhead. This should be the lunch break for elementary school students. Yet at this moment, over 100 police officers have fully surrounded the entrance of Kaimen Primary School. The two individuals speaking are Su Wei, a criminal police officer from the Kaimen Public Security Bureau, and Yang Jinghe, the captain of the criminal investigation team. Earlier that morning at 10 o'clock, an assailant invaded the school through the main entrance, injuring 4 security guards in succession before planting several bombs throughout the premises, effectively turning the hundreds of teachers and students present into hostages. The police received the alarm and swiftly surrounded the area, dispatching negotiation experts in record time. This assailant was not motivated by financial gain or societal grievances. Rather, he demanded to see a specific person by name. While the two were conversing, a sudden explosion erupted within the campus, flames shooting skyward, debris scattering in all directions. The heat was stifling, overwhelming those nearby, as police car sirens blared and officers hit the ground, horrified by the chaos unfolding before them. After a tense 15 seconds, they finally shook off the shock of the explosion. Is this what you call emotional stability? Yang Zheng's face twisted in anguish. If the hundreds of teachers and students inside Kaimen Primary School truly perished in that blast, even he, a mere criminal investigation captain, would face accountability, not to mention the mayor. Furthermore, orders have been given from higher up to spare no expense in ensuring the safety of the hostages. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yang Zheng's phone rang with an unknown caller. Hesitating briefly, he hit the answer button to hear a man's weary voice. Do not be concerned, I merely detonated the warehouse. I will give you 5 more minutes. If I do not meet the person I demand by 11:50, I will detonate all the bombs here. Calm down, calm down. The person is already on the way. I assure you, you will see him within 5 minutes. Please remain calm. Yang Jinghe desperately attempted to reassure the assailant. However, the caller wasted no time, abruptly hanging up. Where is he? Where is the person he wants to see? Yang Jinghe erupted in furious frustration after ending the call. He's on his way, just wait here. Su Wei pointed towards a prison, then rapidly approaching in the distance. It was Chen Ge, a 30-year-old man who had been arrested for murder 2 months prior. Following a verdict in his first trial, Chen Ge was sentenced to death for his crime. Had this incident not occurred, his execution would have taken place the following day. As the van's door swung open, Yang Jinghe rushed forward, grasping Chen Ge's collar and dragging him out of the vehicle. Did you orchestrate this? Do you even understand? What the hell? Yang Jinghe was at a loss for words. Do you have a cigarette, Captain Yang? Chen Ge calmly extended his hands, requesting a cigarette. Being a convicted felon meant his hands and feet were shackled together, rendering him unable to even stand upright to speak. Su Wei observed Chen Ge closely. This man, around 30, was of an exceptionally sturdy build. Though hunched, he still towered over most, potentially reaching over 6 feet 3 inches when fully upright, with muscles in his arms likely thicker than the thighs of an average girl. Speak to me honestly. Was this your accomplice? Are you planning an escape? Let me make this clear, there's no chance. We're surrounded by snipers, and if you make even the slightest move, I will shoot you, Yang Jinghe warned, his eyes blazing with intensity. Chen Ge scoffed dismissively. Captain Yang, I'm all alone, I have no accomplices. I've heard you ran with a few tough guys back in the day. Yang Zhenghe sought back. Nowadays, brotherhood is worth less than cabbage, Chen Ge replied. I'm going up, by the way, could you not keep me shackled? He shook his wrist to signal the handcuffs. I walk slowly. And what if I can't make it in 5 minutes? Fine, unshackle his feet. But I warn you, don't pull any tricks. Yang Jinghe barked. Given the gravity of the situation and the potential ramifications of any mistake, he knew their next steps were critical. Once the shackles were removed, Chen Ge finally could stand upright, towering over those present. In handcuffs, he walked towards the interior of Kaimen Primary School. After just a few steps, he suddenly halted and turned to face Captain Yang. What now? Yang Jinghe demanded. Yang Captain, I need a cigarette. Chen Ge raised 2 fingers in a gesture. Yang Jinghe felt his anger rising, but he restrained himself, shaking with frustration before producing a box of cigarettes, only to find it empty. Su, give him a cigarette. Light it for him. Time is running out. Yang Zheng's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Su Wei quickly retrieved a cheap cigarette, lighting it and handing it to Chen Ge. With the cigarette between his lips, Chen Ge proceeded deeper into the school. Kaimen Primary School was 6 stories tall, and Chen Ge took the elevator straight to the rooftop. To clarify, he was not involved in this incident. Chen Ge was alone, without family or close friends. Though he did have a few acquaintances from his younger days, they certainly did not possess the nerve to orchestrate a stunt like this to rescue him. As he approached the rooftop and saw the assailant for the first time, Chen Ge was certain he had never encountered this individual before. The assailant, a man in his 30s, was slim and about 6 feet tall, sitting upright on the rooftop with an air of calm intensity. Chen Ge, no stranger to turbulent situations, sensed an aura about this man. He could be a member of the armed police or a soldier. It was difficult to fathom why this person would resort to such drastic measures. However, Chen Ge soon noticed that the assailant was clad in a psychiatric patient's uniform. A mentally unstable individual? "I've finally met you," the assailant said, taking a deep breath, visibly excited. "We shouldn't know each other, right? That's irrelevant. Time is short. You must remember everything I say from now on." The assailant's face displayed urgency. "I am from the future. There are less than 10 minutes left until the apocalypse. You must prepare now." "Your words are as bizarre as your attire," Chen Ge retorted sharply, taking a deep drag from his cigarette before tossing the butt aside on the rooftop. "That won't matter. You will soon believe me," the assailant replied. "Then why don't you just contact the police? Or any scientists?" The assailant scoffed. "You think I haven't tried? Otherwise, why would I be wearing this outfit? I'm from the end of the world where there is no hope, no shining protagonist, and no revival of vitality. Every path leads ultimately to despair. I refuse to witness such a world again. I can't bear to see it." With those words, the assailant walked to the edge of the roof. "By the way, my name is Lu Jun. We will meet again in the future." With that, Lu Jun leapt from the 6th floor. Chapter 2, Apocalypse. Chen Ge watched in shock as the man jumped from the 6th floor, his hands still shackled, rendering him powerless to intervene. "What the hell? Is this person completely deranged?" Chen Ge muttered to himself. To hold hundreds of children hostage, only to warn him of an impending apocalypse? Then to commit suicide? Who was this lunatic? He was about to lose his life. The apocalypse meant nothing to him. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted behind Chen Ge. As the armed police learned of Lu Jun's suicide and forcefully breached the premises, leading the charge was Yang Jinghe. "Did you push him? How did he die?" Yang Jinghe demanded sternly. "Captain Yang, look at me." Chen Ge raised his hands, still restrained by the handcuffs. "How could I have pushed him?" He jumped, claiming his name is Lu Jun and that he's a time traveler, also mentioning that the apocalypse is in 10 minutes and we should prepare. "Stop with the nonsense. What exactly did you both say?" Yang Jinghe interrogated. "He's a lunatic. I'm about to die. Why would I waste time debating with you?" Before he could finish, 2 fully armed officers rushed in, pinning him to the floor and reapplying his shackles. Yang Zheng's expression turned grave soon. The explosives team called him to confirm that all bombs placed around the school were genuine and expertly crafted, indicating extensive professional training. But they had been successfully disarmed. Relieved, Yang Jinghe quietly thanked his lucky stars that a catastrophe had been averted. Yet he couldn't fathom the assailant's motives to jump to his death after merely wanting to meet Chen Ge. Talking about time travel and an impending apocalypse? Had he watched too many novels? "Leave some personnel to rescue the hostages and calm the students. Su, we'll take him back," Yang Jinghe commanded, his face still grim. Thus, Chen Ge was escorted back to the prison van. According to protocol, at least 2 officers were required to escort a prisoner. Yang Jinghe and Su Wei climbed into the van, preparing to return to the prison. Su Wei seemed particularly intrigued by Chen Ge. "So, how did you end up here?" Chen Ge leaned back in his seat, responding flatly, "Murder." Su Wei continued, "You know, the current laws are much more lenient than before. If you demonstrate a good attitude and plead guilty, you might receive a commuted sentence. Work hard, build connections, and you could be out in 20 years, which would make you just over 50. Chen Ge turned his head slightly to regard Su Wei and replied slowly, "But I killed 8 people." At that moment, the atmosphere inside the police van froze. Su Wei shivered, sensing a cold chill run down his spine. "Su, quit talking," Yang Jinghe snapped. "Chen Ge, think careful. Do you not recognize this assailant? Why did he wish to meet you? How did he know about you? Even remembering your ID number?" "Captain Yang, we're in the information age. With smartphones, information can leak easily. If security were truly that tight, how do swindlers manage to obtain people's phone numbers?" Chen Ge countered, leaving Yang Jinghe speechless. Indeed, in today's digital age, there are countless ways to harvest an individual's personal data. He recalled a case previously handled, where a criminal group sold citizens' personal information for merely 40 cents each, impacting hundreds of thousands of victims. "Yang, what time is it?" Chen Ge suddenly asked, an unexplainable premonition surfacing. "It's almost noon." "Why? Be precise." "That madman told me the apocalypse would come in 10 minutes. I went up at 11:50. So that means Chen Ge reflected. It's 11:59 and 48 seconds. Are you believing the ramblings of a madman? Su Wei questioned. Chen Ge remained silent, staring out the window. Tomorrow, he would face execution the apocalypse? Utter nonsense. Time moved slowly. The van fell into a heavy silence. Each person fixated on their screens as they watched the clock strike 12. As the clock chimed 12, I told you he's insane. Look, it's 12, and where's the apocalypse? Yang, should we go grab a drink after our shift? Su Wei grinned. Before Yang Jinghe could respond, a thunderous explosion resonated. It was neither an explosion nor gunfire, impossible to discern its origin. The deafening sound seemed to emanate from every direction, simultaneously. Faces twisted in agony as everyone felt an unbearable pressure. Chen Ge, convinced his body had endured much, felt his heart nearly shatter at the sound, his vision fading to black for a solid 5 or 6 seconds before he could barely recover. At the same moment, the driver of the prison van collapsed unconscious, causing it to crash against the roadside barrier. With several unbuckled passengers, Chen Ge's head collided violently with the metal bars inside the van, delivering a jarring blow. Yang Jinghe was thrown forward into the front seat, dazed and confused. Su Wei was comparatively luckier, hitting his head against the front seat. What the hell? What just happened? Yang Jinghe cursed angrily. As he sat up and looked around, the sight that greeted him left him utterly astonished. In the instant of the sound's eruption, everyone had lost their senses for 5 or 6 seconds. If they were regular civilians, it would be one thing, but the driver had suffered immensely. Dozens of vehicles behind them had collided in a chain reaction, the driver still not regaining awareness, just as a massive truck barreled toward them, crushing everything in its path. On the sidewalk, students were crossing the street in groups when a bus sped through, scattering flesh and blood, ultimately crashing into the bank. The once bustling street transformed in an instant into a scene resembling hell on earth. What the hell? Yang Jinghe, with 20 years of experience as a criminal investigator, found himself trembling at the sight before him. His first thought flashed through his mind, a nuclear attack. Yet no flashes of explosions or mushroom clouds had appeared. Yang Jinghe scrambled to find his fallen phone, desperate to contact the police station for urgent assistance. However, upon retrieving his phone, he discovered there was no signal. Su, hurry and call headquarters, he shouted. Yang, the phones, they have no signal. Su Wei's face turned pale. Then use the walkie-talkie, Yang Jinghe urged. Panicking, Su Wei scrambled to pull out the walkie-talkie, only to find it lacked signal too. Just as Yang Jinghe stepped away from the van, he felt a sudden chill. Rain? He reached out and touched his arm to discover the droplets were blue. Chapter 3. Blue rain. Raindrops fell from the sky in a rhythmic patter, causing Chen Ge, Yang Jinghe, and Su Wei to instinctively gaze upwards. The entire city was enveloped in a profound silence, abruptly severing them from the hellish scene unfolding before their eyes. Every remaining soul lifted their gaze towards the heavens. A chill washed over Yang Jinghe's face as a droplet of rain landed upon him. Upon reaching out to touch it, he discovered to his astonishment that the rain was blue. This rain was remarkably clear and transparent, devoid of any impurities. It poured down heavily, shrouding the city in an azure curtain. A sight that, while undeniably beautiful, felt profoundly unsettling to all who beheld it in his several decades of existence. Yang Jinghe had never witnessed blue rain before. Captain Yang, this rain, could it be toxic? Su Wei asked, his voice trembling. Yet Chen Ge observed the scene with an eerie calm. For one on the brink of death, nothing seemed to matter. Let us check on old Lu, Yang Jinghe replied, referring to the prison transport driver who, due to not wearing a seatbelt, had been ejected from the vehicle during the accident, his head striking the concrete, blood pooling around him. Despite his decades of service as a police officer, Yang Jinghe had never encountered such bizarre circumstances. The blue rain, the inexplicable thunderous sounds, and the complete failure of all communication devices left him perplexed. The foremost priority was to get old Lu to the hospital for urgent medical attention. Disregarding the potential toxicity of the peculiar blue rain, Yang Jinghe leapt from the vehicle, preparing to lift the driver into the car. Suddenly, Su Wei's terrified gaze fixed upon the sky. What the hell? What is that thing? What kind of monstrosity is that, Captain Yang? Come back! Hurry! Hearing Su Wei's anguished cries, Yang Jinghe was initially unaware of the cause for alarm, but he soon noticed Su Wei had drawn his sidearm, his face a mask of terror as he pointed skyward. Years of experience as a seasoned detective allowed Yang Jinghe to react swiftly. He instantly turned and drew his weapon. Although he had mentally braced himself, the sight of the creature soaring above still struck him with dread. What in the world was that? Yang Zhenghe stared blankly at the sky, momentarily forgetting to fire his weapon. Chen Ge followed the gaze of his two colleagues, his own eyes widening in horror. In a way, could that madman have been telling the truth? Is the apocalypse truly upon us? He gaped at the entity flying overhead. It appeared to be a creature of humanoid form, entirely black, with bat-like wings. Its lower half seemed to have been bitten off, grotesquely severed and oozing a viscous black liquid. Its skin and face were riddled with pus-filled sores the size of fists, faint outlines of facial features discernible within. Most alarmingly, its mouth was lined with layers of sharp, jagged teeth. Furthermore, this creature flew with astonishing speed, descending from several meters high to pounce directly before Yang Zhenghe in an instant. In his 40-plus years of life, he had never encountered such a being. Even with his unshakable composure, he was rendered utterly paralyzed by fear. "Captain!" Su Wei shouted loudly, and suddenly, the gun in his hand misfired. A bullet discharged from the chamber. The bullet did not strike Yang Zhenghe, nor did it hit the monstrous creature. However, the gunshot startled Yang Zhenghe awake in an instant, prompting him to crouch down and narrowly evade the creature's attack. Despite his exceptional skill and courage, he was momentarily paralyzed by fear, as the beast swooped over his head and landed with a thud, its gaping maw opening wide to sink its teeth into the neck of the driver. Old Lu. The creature's rows of teeth resembled serrated steel blades, effortlessly tearing through human flesh. Old Lu convulsed twice before falling lifeless. Although Yang Zhenghe had only a casual acquaintance with Old Lu, sharing the same workplace meant they were, in a sense, friends. Witnessing his colleague being slaughtered by this unknown monstrosity ignited a fierce rage within Yang Zhenghe, and he raised his weapon to fire. Bang, 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 bang. He discharged 4 rounds in quick succession, but the limited power of the police firearm, compounded by the torrential downpour, rendered all shots ineffective. The creature seized Old Lu's lifeless body and took flight. Yang Zhenghe found himself drenched in the blue rainwater, trembling uncontrollably. After years of service as a police officer, he never imagined that his life would be threatened by such a creature. Just as he began to regain his composure, an unearthly shriek erupted from behind him. Yang Zhenghe swiftly turned, only to find the very creature that had just flown away returning at an alarming speed, charging directly at him. As he prepared to raise his gun, the beast was already upon him, pinning him to the ground, its gaping jaws poised to bite into his neck. It was over. Yang Zhenghe realized his demise was inevitable, and a fleeting montage of memories flashed before his eyes. My son has just entered high school. What will happen to him if I die? Who will support my father? My mother will surely weep, but how are they faring now? Just as Yang Zhenghe resigned himself to his fate, an exceptionally robust figure crashed into the scene, sending the creature flying off him. Yang Zhenghe, barely escaping death, felt his body weaken as the figure pulled him up from the mire. You? Chen Ge? How did you escape? Instinctively, Yang Zhenghe raised his firearm at Chen Ge, only to discover that not only had Chen Ge emerged from the cage, but his shackles had also been removed. Chen Ge pointed to Su Wei in the vehicle, who appeared utterly dazed, trembling uncontrollably, oblivious to the gun in his hand, his eyes vacant. The keys are on him. I managed to swipe them, Chen Ge declared. Watch out! Yang Zhenghe suddenly shouted, as the creature lunged at Chen Ge from behind. The beast was cunning, consistently attacking from behind. Chen Ge quickly turned, coiling his arm in preparation. The creature opened its massive jaws, aiming for Chen Ge's neck. Suddenly, a colossal fist struck the creature squarely in the face, the impact resonating with a dull thud that drowned out the sound of the rain. In the next moment, a horrific wail erupted from the creature's mouth, its entire visage caving in from the blow. Several teeth shattered, and pus-filled blisters on its face bursting forth, revealing writhing maggots within. Chen Ge assumed a boxing stance, retreating slightly before delivering a swift kick to the creature's previously wounded area. The monster emitted a piercing, shrill cry once more, its wings flapping vigorously as it hastily ascended into the sky. It was evident that this creature was in considerable pain, as it flew unsteadily. Yang Zhenghe cast a look of incredulity at Chen Ge, asking, Are you even human? Chapter 4. Escape. The very monster that one could hardly subdue with a firearm had been repelled by Chen Ge's bare hands. How utterly absurd. Hey, hey, hey! Don't point that gun at me. Aim it at that creature in the sky, Chen Ge exclaimed, extending a finger to nudge Yang Zhenghe's weapon aside. Upon recalling that it was Chen Ge who had just saved his life, Yang Zhenghe reluctantly lowered the gun. Yet, the thought that Chen Ge was a murderer who had taken 8 lives gnawed at his conscience, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. Enough with the conflict. Look up. That bat-like monster hasn't he left yet? Chen Ge pointed skyward. To their astonishment, the creature had not departed but was instead circling above, searching for an opportune moment. The bat monster? Do you recognize it? Yang Zhenghe inquired. Astonished, I do not. Just a name I conjured up, Chen Ge replied, though his gaze remained fixated on the creature above. Suddenly, the monster dove down once more, but this time its target was neither Yang Zhenghe nor Chen Ge. Given that Yang Zhenghe wielded a firearm and Chen Ge was an exceptional fighter, dispatching them would be no easy feat. Thus, the creature's focus shifted to Su Wei, who was trapped in the prisoner transport. Xiao Su, run! Yang Zhenghe bellowed, but Su Wei was paralyzed with fear, gripping his gun tightly, on the verge of misfiring at any moment. Yang Zhenghe raised his weapon and fired 2 shots at the descending monster. But the police firearm had a maximum range of only 150 meters, with an effective range of about 50 meters, rendering it incapable of hitting the rapidly descending beast. Before either Yang or Chen could react, the creature crashed heavily into the transport, overturning it completely, the doors now parallel to the ground. Su Wei, in a state of utter despair, screamed and frantically pulled the trigger of his handgun, expelling all ammunition and continuing to squeeze the trigger in panic. As the monster prepared to indulge in its macabre feast, Yang Zhenghe fired his last bullet, striking the creature's wing. The monster's wings trembled violently, and only then did they realize that this creature possessed 2 pairs of wings. The first pair was for flight, while beneath the larger wings lay a smaller pair, diminutive and thin, seemingly a vestige of evolution. Suddenly, the monster began to vibrate its smaller wings rapidly, producing an array of sounds. The screams of people in a car accident, the crash of colliding vehicles, the patter of raindrops, and, astonishingly, the indistinct murmur of human voices. Unbelievable! This monster can speak. Yang Zhenghe was utterly taken aback. How are you even a police officer? This is clearly akin to a parrot mimicking speech. The creature likely does not comprehend the significance of these sounds, Chen Ge remarked as he removed his jacket and wrapped it around his hand. The monster's teeth were exceedingly sharp. Who knew if it carried any pathogens? A cut to his arm would be disastrous. Su Wei, trapped in the transport, was in a state of complete breakdown, and it was fortunate that Yang Zhenghe's shot had drawn the monster's attention away. Chen Ge scanned the vicinity and pointed towards a nearby hair salon. I will go rescue the people inside. You head over there first. Dio, you see the roll-up door at the entrance? As soon as we both arrived, you immediately pulled down the rolling shutter. With that, Chen Ge strode purposefully towards the creature, which incessantly vibrated its small wings, emitting a cacophony of sounds in an attempt to intimidate him. Damn it! Chen Ge exclaimed, accelerating with the ferocity of a fierce tiger, delivering a powerful punch to the monster's face. The creature let out a blood-curdling scream and was sent flying 2 or 3 meters away. Peering into the car, Chen Ge noticed Su Wei, paralyzed by sheer terror, trembling uncontrollably. Chen Ge swung his palm in a wide arc and landed a resounding slap to Su Wei's face. Su Wei felt as though he had been struck by a bear. The pain nearly knocked him out, but it was precisely this excruciating sensation that jolted him back to consciousness. Stop staring foolishly. Hurry up and get out. Chen Ge offered Su Wei no opportunity to react, yanking him from the car as one would a chick dot a tea that moment. Not far off, Yang Zheng was shouting, Run! Run! He gestured frantically towards the sky. Chen Ge turned to look and was taken aback. What a hornet's nest he had stirred. Above them swarmed countless creatures of the same kind as the bat monster, but these were fully intact, their lower halves adorned with long, slender legs covered in black fur, each ending in razor-sharp claws. A glance revealed at least 1,000 of them. In a wonder they spoke of the apocalypse. Where on earth did these monsters come from? Without a second thought, Chen Ge bolted away. Su Wei, lacking Chen Ge's stamina and speed, quickly fell behind. Don't leave me behind. Please, don't leave me. Su Wei wept as he ran. The prison van was approximately 20 meters from the barbershop. An adult could reach it in mere seconds with a full sprint. However, at that moment, the bat monsters had already detected their presence and were diving down towards them. Chen Ge was the first to reach the barber shop, yanking the rolling shutter down with determination. "Don't close the door," Su Wei cried out in despair. Yet, Chen Ge halted the shutter a foot above the ground, fully aware that if Su Wei did not make it in time and was caught by the monsters, he would unhesitatingly lower it. He had done everything within his power. He had been as benevolent as one could be. Just 3 meters away from the shutter, a bat monster had already approached Su Wei from behind, its claws poised to seize him. No, it wasn't just one monster. 3 or 4 more were hot on its heels. Su Wei's mind was consumed solely by the instinct to flee. With one great leap forward, the shutter loomed before him. Chen Ge reached out, grasping Su Wei's foot and yanking him inside with all his strength. In an instant, Yang Zheng and the others pulled the shutter down and secured it. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of several monstrous impacts reverberated as creatures slammed against the shutter. Fortunately, it was made of iron. Although the monsters possessed great strength, they could not breach it immediately. However, those few strikes had already warped the metal shutter. If all these thousands of monsters charged at once, the iron shutter would inevitably give way, and at that point, they could only await their doom. All in the room were drenched in cold sweat, relieved that, after the initial onslaught, the outside had grown eerily quiet. The 3 of them were utterly exhausted, with Su Wei emitting a sound that was neither a cry nor a laugh, a testament to his narrow escape from death. Chen Ge swiftly covered his mouth. "Be quiet. Do you want to attract all the monsters over here?" The hair salon was devoid of windows. Once the rolling shutter was pulled down, the room was engulfed in darkness. Yang Zhenghe retrieved his mobile phone, illuminating the space with its screen. Suddenly, Su Wei pointed towards a corner of the salon and shouted, "A monster! There's a monster!" Yang Zhenghe hastily raised the gun in his hand. Despite it being out of ammunition, "Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Officer, we are human!" In the deepest recesses of the salon, 2 individuals raised their hands, staring in terror at Yang Zhenghe. Chapter 5. Knocking on the door, the 2 individuals in the depths of the salon were both with their hands raised. Chen Ge cast a glance at them. Both were males. The man on the left appeared to be around 40, despite his age. He sported ear studs and dyed yellow hair, resembling a street thug, clutching a barber's electric clipper. The man on the right was considerably younger, around 25, not particularly tall, approximately 1.7 meters, with a slightly plump build, clearly a customer who had come for a haircut, evident from the fact that half of his hair remained uncut, rendering him somewhat comical. Seeing that these 2 were indeed human, the 3 men finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Do not be afraid. We've come to take shelter. My apologies." Yang Zhenghe wearily sat down on the floor. This salon had been converted from a garage, surrounded by walls on 3 sides, lacking windows. Its usual light came from the glass door, and now with the rolling shutter down, it was shrouded in darkness. "Devoid of any light, is there no light here?" Yang Zhenghe inquired. The barber cautiously replied, "There is, but for some reason, the power has suddenly gone out." Yang Zhenghe rubbed his face with force, noticing that Su Wei had yet to shake off his fear, and approached to offer comfort. People's courage varies. Although Su Wei was a police officer, he was still human and would naturally feel fear when confronted with such bizarre occurrences. To be honest, Yang Zhenghe felt fear himself, but he could not afford to show it. "Xiao Su, nothing will happen. Those monsters may seem formidable, but let us not forget that we are not defenseless either. The military will surely arrive soon. Against firearms, those creatures are no match." Yang Zhenghe's words were not solely directed at Su Wei, but also meant to reassure Chen Ge. Now that his gun was devoid of bullets, he was left unarmed. In his youth, Yang Zhenghe had been quite adept at combat, capable of fending off 3 to 5 assailants, but as he aged, his physical prowess had diminished. If Chen Ge were to resist, not only would he and Su Wei struggle, but even with the 2 individuals in the salon, they would be outmatched. Chen Ge pressed his ear against the rolling shutter, and outside there was an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. The soundproofing here was quite impressive. "By the way, do you have any cigarettes?" Chen Ge approached the chubby young man, whose hair had been partially cut. "I don't smoke." The young man shrugged. Chen Ge then turned to the barber, who, upon noticing Chen Ge's prison attire, felt an overwhelming fear and hurriedly fished a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He pulled out one, just as he was about to hand it over. Chen Ge snatched the pack from him. Noticing there were still half a pack left, he chuckled. "Oh, how generous, and a lighter too." As he spoke, he extracted a cigarette from the pack, lighting it before offering the flame to the barber's cigarette as well. Regrettably, the prisoner's attire bore no pockets for stashing items, prompting Chen Ge to casually slide half a pack of cigarettes into his sleeve. The barber, hesitant to request a return of the favor, shifted closer to Yang Zhenghe. Regardless of the circumstances, the police always exuded a greater sense of security than the prisoners. "Comrade police, what on earth is happening outside?" the barber inquired softly. Tio maintained composure. Yang Zhenghe replied with a reassuring smile, "Fear not, it is nothing serious. Trust in the people as police and our valiant soldiers." He himself was oblivious to the unfolding events. Su Wei finally regained his composure and suddenly turned to Chen Ge. "By the way, what did that bomb thrower say to you?" Yang Zhenghe recalled that Chen Ge had previously mentioned topics concerning the apocalypse and wondered if he could glean any clues from him. "Don't look at me," Chen Ge exclaimed. That lunatic claimed to have traversed back in time, asserting that the future is one of despair. As for everything else, I am entirely in the dark. He shrugged. Su Wei, with a woeful expression, lamented, "I just passed the civil service exam. How can it be that the end is upon us?" Do not heed his nonsense. Those monsters may appear fierce, yet modern military forces are not easily vanquished by mere flesh and blood. The movies are all fabrications. If zombies were to truly descend, a single battalion could handle it with ease. Yang Zhenghe endeavored to stabilize the group's emotions. "Comrade police, what shall we do next?" the barber quietly asked. All eyes turned toward Yang Zhenghe, who was deep in contemplation regarding their next steps. "We stand at a crossroads," he articulated. "First, we could return to the police station, where a significant number of officers and weaponry await, capable of withstanding any monstrous encounter. Alternatively, we could head to Kaimin Primary School, where the SWAT team has likely not yet departed. 100 fully armed special forces would be sufficient to tackle any adversity." Yang Zhenghe laid out the two options before them. Logically, returning to the police station seemed more prudent, yet it was farther away and on foot. It would take at least 40 minutes. Kaimin Primary School was closer. Factoring in traffic, it was merely a 5 to 6 minute drive, and on foot, a maximum of 20 minutes. "Propose we head to Kaimin Primary School," Yang Zhenghe stated. Upon hearing of a potential escape, the glimmer of survival ignited in everyone's eyes. "When shall we set forth?" the barber inquired. "Certainly not now." Su Wei doused their hopes with a splash of cold reality. "The outside is teeming with monsters. I refuse to go out." "Indeed, the outside is fraught with peril," Yang Zhenghe concurred. "We shall rest for the night. If the monsters disperse by morning, I will lead you out as long as there remained a glimmer of hope for survival." Human potential knows no bounds. At that moment, Yang Zhenghe approached Chen Ge. "Chen Ge, would you like to seek a reduction in your sentence? Your case did not pass through my hands, and I am unaware of your reasons for murder. However, in this dire moment, you saved both me and Su Wei, proving you are not a heartless fiend. If we manage to escape alive, I shall gladly testify on your behalf for a possible reduction in your sentence." Yang Zhenghe was acutely aware that Chen Ge had taken the lives of 8 individuals, and there was no conceivable way for him to receive a reduced sentence. His sole intention was to placate Chen Ge, hoping to prevent any further upheaval at such a critical juncture. As long as a glimmer of hope remained, one would refrain from reckless actions. However, Chen Ge's response was utterly unexpected. "In this world, once someone is dead, it's all over. I have no regrets about my actions." Yang Zhenghe found himself momentarily speechless, taken aback by the audacity of Chen Ge's words. Thus, the barber, the portly young man, Yang Zhenghe, Su Wei, and Chen Ge were engulfed in a profound silence, sitting quietly within the confines of the barbershop. Only Yang Zhenghe occasionally glanced at the time. Hours slipped away swiftly, and before long, it was already past 7 in the evening. Each person felt drowsy, both famished and fatigued, yet no one voiced a complaint. "Captain Yang, do you have anything to eat? I'm feeling a bit hypoglycemic," Su Wei whispered softly. Yang Zhenghe patted his pockets and ultimately produced a piece of gum, which he handed over. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly despondent, a sudden, insistent knocking echoed against the roll-up door from outside. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 6. The argument. In an instant, every individual in the barbershop held their breath. Even the faintest whisper of a hair falling to the ground could be distinctly heard. Under such circumstances, how could it be possible for someone to be knocking at the door? Although the sound of the knocking was relatively subdued, the surrounding stillness rendered every minor noise excruciatingly amplified, jangling their already frayed nerves. Su Wei, using the faint glow of his phone screen, silently mouthed to Yang Zhenghe, "Did I mishear?" Yang Zhenghe raised a finger to his lips, stealthily making his way to the roll-up door, pressing his ear against it to discern any commotion outside. Just as he did so, the gentle knocking resumed, this time accompanied by a woman's desperate cries for help. Help! Help! It seemed like a person. Sweat beaded on Yang Zhenghe's forehead. Under such circumstances, he could not ascertain what, or who, stood on the other side of the door. The 5 individuals exchanged glances, each uncertain of what to do. Particularly for Yang Zhenghe, burdened with a weightier psychological load than the others, the thought of a person outside in need while he, as a police officer, stood idly by was indefensible, both morally and personally. Yet, what if that figure outside was not human? In that case, none of them in the garage would likely survive. His inner turmoil was palpable. What to do? Yang Zhenghe's gaze wandered to the other fort. Chen Ge pressed his ear against the roll-up door as well. Apart from the profound silence, the faint sound of a woman's weeping could be discerned. "Captain Yang, remember, the creature that attacked us today can mimic various sounds through the vibrations of its wings. Perhaps the cries for help and the woman sobbing are merely traps set by the monster to lure us in. I have no concern for my own life, but what about them?" Chen Ge gestured toward the barber and the portly young man. Yang Zhenghe, already indecisive, felt his resolve further waver at Chen Ge's words. In utter despair, he turned his gaze to Su Wei. "Captain Yang, don't look at me. I have no idea what to do." Su Wei replied at that moment. The knocking grew increasingly frantic. Yang Zhenghe ultimately opted for a compromise. "I will open a narrow gap in the roller shutter to observe the situation outside. If it is a person, we shall allow her to enter. If it is a monster, together we should be able to prevent its entry." Su Wei, lacking initiative, acquiesced to the leader's decisions. Chen Ge also found himself without a voice. He was so indifferent to his own fate that he could do nothing but resign himself to the circumstances. Just as Yang Zhenghe prepared to lift the roller shutter, a hand unexpectedly reached out to press it down. To his astonishment, it was the pudgy boy. "What do you intend to do? Are you seeking death without offering assistance?" Yang Zhenghe inquired sharply. "Allow me to speak," the pudgy boy replied with remarkable composure. "You mentioned that the monster can mimic human voices. Can it merely imitate sounds without understanding their meanings, or does it grasp the essence of our words? Is this point truly significant?" Yang Zhenghe retorted. "Absolutely crucial. Answer me," the pudgy boy asserted, facing the police captain without a hint of trepidation. Yang Zhenghe was uncertain whether the monster could comprehend human language, leaving him momentarily at a loss for an answer. "It should not be able to," Chen Ge interjected. "When that creature attacked me, it produced a cacophony of sounds, interspersed with human voices." The pudgy boy nodded. "Then what are you arguing about? We can simply test it." He stepped forward. "Everyone, move aside." Yang Zhenghe was almost tempted to slap himself in frustration. He had been so flustered that he had overlooked this straightforward solution. If the entity outside was indeed a monster incapable of understanding human language, posing simple questions would suffice to discern whether it was human or beast. After 2 decades as a police officer, it was disconcerting that none of the young men remained calm in a critical moment. The pudgy boy approached the roller shutter, cleared his throat, and suddenly asked, "The vast expanse of the horizon is my love. What comes next?" Despite the tense atmosphere, the few people in the salon nearly burst into laughter. This was a national-level song, one that anyone who was not deaf or mute would surely have heard. "Under the gentle green mountains, flowers are in bloom," a girl's voice called from outside. Everyone exhaled in relief, nearly certain that the being outside was human, as that half-lyric was sung with melody, and no matter how formidable those monsters were, it was improbable they could grasp human culture in such a brief span of time. Just as Yang Zhenghe prepared to open the roller shutter, the barber suddenly stepped in front of the group. "What are you all thinking? Wouldn't it be better to stay put and behave? Why must you meddle in others' affairs? Whether that woman outside is alive or dead has nothing to do with us. What if a monster rushes in when we open the door? What if this woman herself is a monster? How can you be so certain that the monster cannot listen to songs? Why not endure until dawn and then head to the police station or school?" The barber's face twisted with agitation. Yang Zhenghe's expression darkened. In times of danger, it was only natural for individuals to first consider their own safety. "I am a police officer. I cannot stand idly by while someone is in peril," he declared. But you must also take responsibility for our lives, the barber retorted. Enough of this bickering. With so few of us, we cannot afford to turn against one another. The portly fellow suddenly exclaimed, Since we cannot reach a consensus, let us resort to a vote. The minority shall defer to the majority. Excellent suggestion, Yang Zhenghe replied, clapping his hands. I have decided to save the person. What about you? Xiao Su? I will follow your lead, Captain Yang. Su Wei hastily responded. Very well, that makes 2 votes. Yang Zhenghe then turned to the other 3. I oppose this. We absolutely cannot open the door, the barber exclaimed urgently. Moreover, this is my domain. You ought to heed my counsel. Now the count stands at 2-1, Yang Zhenghe declared. Chen Ge, what say you? Yang Zhenghe fixed his gaze on Chen Ge. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ge positioned himself behind the barber. This time, I side with the barber. It is wiser for us to remain here until dawn, Chen Ge stated. You, Captain Yang, you are a good person, and we understand your eagerness to save. However, gambling the lives of 5 for 1 seems an unworthy wager. Chen Ge chuckled. Human life is not a commodity. One must be saved, as must 5. Yang Zhenghe asserted vehemently. Hold on, we still have 1 final vote. We agreed that the minority would defer to the majority. No backing out now, Chen Ge cautioned. Instantly, all eyes were upon the portly fellow. He had not anticipated that the final decision would rest with him. After much deliberation, he raised his hand and, with a resigned smile, declared, I abstain. Chapter 7. The pregnant woman I abstain. The portly fellow announced, raising his hand. At this proclamation, all eyes turned to him. Please do not look at me like that. I genuinely do not know what to do. Hence, I shall leave the decision to you, he concluded, withdrawing from the discussion, adopting an attitude of acceptance. Yang Zhenghe was taken aback as matters reverted to their original impasse. It stands at 2-2. You cannot open the door, the barber insisted frantically. Yang Zhenghe closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, and suddenly drew a pistol from his clothing. Upon seeing the weapon, the barber gasped in terror. Comrade, officer, we can discuss this. Please, do not point the gun at us. Yang Zhenghe did not aim the firearm at the others. Instead, he directed it toward his own temple. Captain, what are you implying? Su Wei questioned in alarm, bewildered by Yang Zhenghe's actions. Ladies and gentlemen, under these circumstances, I can understand your desire for self-preservation. It is a natural instinct, and I do not hold it against you. I propose the following. Shortly, you shall open the rolling shutter door by a foot, and I will investigate what exactly is knocking outside. If it is a person, I will bring them in. If it is not, you may push me out and then close the shutter. Though I may not be of much use, I weigh over 100 pounds. Even if I cannot defeat the monster, I can at least satiate its hunger, thus sparing you from my burden. Each word Yang Zhenghe spoke resonated with conviction, leaving no room for doubt. Chen Ge sighed, Captain Yang, it cannot have been easy for you to ascend to the position of detective captain. Is it truly worth risking your life for others? Chen Ge, may I inquire why you took the lives of 8 individuals? I do not believe there was no reason behind such an act. Do you consider what you have done to be justified? Yang Zhenghe scrutinized Chen Ge intently. Chen Ge was momentarily taken aback, a helpless yet bittersweet smile gracing his face. It's worth it. Even if given another chance, I would make the same choice. Therefore, I believe what I am doing now is also worthwhile. Open the door, Xiao Su, come here. Yang Zhenghe's gaze was resolute to Su Wei, left with no choice, prepared to slightly raise the rolling door. Just as Yang Zhenghe intended to peek outside, he was suddenly yanked back by Chen Ge. Chen Ge, what are you doing? Yang Zhenghe inquired. You should keep your life to lead everyone out. You are a good person and I, Chen Ge, admire you. I am different from you. My life is worthless if it weren't for this matter. I would be on the execution ground by 8 tomorrow morning, facing a bullet. I don't mind this half a day. With that, Chen Ge strode purposefully towards the door. Yang Zhenghe stood dumbfounded, watching Chen Ge's retreating figure, unable to fathom that a murderer would act in such a manner. The chubby boy and Su Wei joined forces to pull the rolling door up by a foot, barely allowing one person to pass through. Chen Ge crouched down to peer outside. He had always enjoyed watching horror films, which often featured terrifying scenes. He was mentally prepared. Perhaps he would see a bloody, severed head upon peeking out. However, what met his eyes was not a severed head, but a pair of feet clad in sneakers. Slowly following the legs upward, illuminated by the faint starlight, Chen Ge discerned that it was a woman in her 20s, and notably, She was heavily pregnant. Upon seeing the rolling door ajar, the pregnant woman struggled to lower herself, inching her way inside. The few individuals in the hair salon also noticed her. Yang Zhenghe and Su Wei worked together to pull her inside. While Chen Ge scanned the area, discreetly assessing the situation outside, it was eerily quiet. Not a sound to be heard, sending shivers down one's spine. Chen Ge dared not linger, quickly retracting. Yang Zhenghe immediately pulled the rolling door shut. They had escaped danger, but what is the situation outside? Yang Zhenghe asked. I don't know. It's too dark, Chen Ge replied, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Suddenly, the barber suggested, shouldn't we take advantage of the darkness to leave? Look, even a pregnant woman made it safely here. No. Both Yang Zhenghe and Chen Ge replied in unison. Humans are not nocturnal creatures. Without infrared devices, should we encounter a beast, we might not even realize how we perished. Moreover, most predators possess superior night vision compared to humans, Yang Zhenghe explained. Subsequently, everyone turned their attention to the pregnant woman. Yang Zhenghe reassured her, don't be afraid, I am a police officer. Could you tell me what the situation is outside? The pregnant woman, sobbing softly, began to recount the circumstances beyond. Her name was Yang Tingting, a cashier at a supermarket. When the loud explosion occurred, she fainted, and upon regaining consciousness, it was already dark. The streets were desolate, and the usually bustling snack street was shrouded in darkness. She had no idea what had happened. All she knew was that she was terrified, knocking on doors for help, only to have Yang Zhenghe and his companions respond. It's all right, don't be afraid. Everything will be better tomorrow, Yang Zhenghe consoled. Everyone must be exhausted, right? After a brief slumber, I shall lead you all to reunite with the main forces tomorrow. With Yang Zhenghe's words, a sense of reassurance enveloped everyone. At that moment, Chen Ge noticed the little chubby boy surreptitiously stashing a pair of hairdressing scissors into his trousers. Yang Zhenghe gently assisted Yang Tingting to lie down. The phone's battery was dwindling, with only 15% remaining, uncertain if it would last until dawn. Time ticked away, and the night deepened. Though everyone had their eyes shut, it was unclear whether they were truly asleep. Suddenly, a sharp, brief scream escaped from Yang Tingting. Yang Zhenghe was instantly jolted awake, turning to sit upright. What happened? What is going on? Chen Ge also opened his eyes at once. He had not slept at all. The little chubby boy was snoring soundly. Yang Tingting clutched her chest with one hand, warily observing the three men beside her. Su Wei, the barber, and the little chubby boy. I feel like someone just touched my chest, Yang Tingting whispered. Yang Zhenghe raised an eyebrow, yet the atmosphere was too fragile to express anger. It's nothing. Perhaps it was just a misunderstanding, Yang Tingting murmured, lowering her head. Despite her prominent belly, she was quite attractive, and her figure was commendable, inevitably stirring inappropriate thoughts in some. Yang Zhenghe inhaled deeply and could only offer words of comfort. It's all right, they wouldn't dare overstep their bounds. Yang Tingting nodded. Reluctantly lying back down to it had been an exhausting day for Yang Zhenghe. After closing his eyes, he soon drifted off again. Meanwhile, Chen Ge, illuminated by the faint glow of his phone, witnessed the barber extending a hand towards Yang Tingting. In the dim light, Yang Tingting shivered slightly, yet this time she remained silent, bearing the discomfort in silence. Chapter 8. Anxious this day felt like a dream. Bombers, apocalyptic scenarios, and monstrous beings one could only witness in films, all etched in memory. Chen Ge sat in the barber's chair. He managed to stay somewhat alert for the first half of the night, but at 1 o'clock, Yang Zhenghe's phone finally succumbed to its low battery. The salon was once again engulfed in darkness. At that moment, everyone had slipped into a deep slumber, and Chen Ge, feeling utterly fatigued, leaned back in the chair, his eyelids beginning to flutter. He was unaware of when he had fallen asleep. But upon awakening, a dim light filtered through the gap in the roller shutter. Yang Zhenghe had risen early, realizing his phone was dead. He checked the time on Su Wei's phone. It was 5:15 in the morning. Everyone, rise and shine. Yang Zhenghe roused each person, determined to lead them to a safer location today. After all, they could not remain in the salon indefinitely. It lacked food and water, and being trapped here would only lead to a dead end. The little chubby boy rubbed his eyes, which were bloodshot. Everyone's spirits and resolve were nearing their limits. In this confined, dark space, they had been together for over 17 hours. Prolonged confinement might even jeopardize their mental state. Everyone, let us regain our composure. Today, I will take you all to the school, where there are hundreds of armed police officers, and the school cafeteria is stocked with ample food supplies. We shall undoubtedly escape this predicament. Moreover, it's possible that the military has already mobilized and cleared out those monsters yesterday. Yang Zhenghe continuously encouraged everyone, hoping to uplift their spirits. Yang Tingting kept clutching her abdomen, uncertain if she was feeling unwell. Yang Zhenghe quietly inquired a few times, but Yang Tingting merely shook her head repeatedly. The chubby boy glanced around and suddenly raised his hand, asking, "Don't you find this rather strange?" Yang Zhenghe paused for a moment. "What seems strange?" The chubby boy pointed at Yang Zhenghe and then said, "You are the first." He then gestured towards Su Wei, Chen Ge, and Yang Tingting 2, 3, 4, and with me, 5, if my memory serves me right. There should be 6 of us. Where has the barber gone? The dim lighting in the room, combined with everyone just waking up, left their minds in a haze. It was only after the chubby boy's prompt that Yang Zhenghe realized they were indeed missing someone. In an instant, a cold sweat broke out on everyone's backs. What on earth is happening? Su Wei's face contorted with fear. How could one person suddenly be missing? Did that fellow sneak away while we were asleep? Su Wei asked. Impossible. Dio, you remember his reaction when we opened the door to save someone last night? He was terrified of opening it. A person so timid could never leave on their own in the dark. The chubby boy replied. He then took out his phone, switched on the flashlight, hoping to find the barber hiding in a corner. However, the salon was small, and it was evident that a living person had vanished. A chill ran down everyone's spines. Could a person truly evaporate like water? Or perhaps that a monster stealthily entered last night and abducted the barber? Who will check the restroom? We haven't searched there yet, the chubby boy suggested. Yang Zhenghe took a deep breath, cautiously making his way over. The restroom was less than 1 square meter, separated by a wooden door, containing only a toilet. Nervously, Yang Zhenghe opened the door, desperately wishing that the timid barber was merely using the facilities. Creak. The wooden door swung open, revealing nothing inside the restroom. What on earth? Su Wei's face turned ashen. Chen Ge carefully scanned the surroundings for any hidden compartments or secret passages, but found nothing after a thorough search. That left only 2 possibilities. First, the barber sneaked away while everyone was asleep. This was highly improbable. To leave the garage, one would have to open the roll-up door, which made a loud noise that would certainly wake everyone. Moreover, the barber had no reason to depart alone. Thus, only the second possibility remained, one that everyone was reluctant to acknowledge. That is, after everyone fell asleep last night, a monster entered the salon and took the barber away. The mere thought of an unknown creature sneaking in while they slept sent shivers down the spine of each person present. Wait, what is this? Chen Ge suddenly stepped into the restroom, pulling out a large clump of black material from the wastebasket. The already dim light in the room, coupled with the uncertainty in everyone's hearts, meant they had failed to notice anything else in the trash. Upon unfolding the mystery, it revealed itself as a set of garments, a pair of jeans enveloping a half-sleeve top. This style appeared strikingly familiar. Is this not the attire of a barber? The stout fellow remarked. I distinctly remember that when I visited him for a haircut yesterday, he was clad in this very outfit. Do you truly believe a monster would allow him to disrobe before devouring him? Furthermore, if he had indeed been consumed by a beast, why was there not even a single scream of despair? Yang Zhenghe found his mind in utter disarray. Despite having served as a detective for 2 decades, the current predicament had transcended the realm of criminal investigation. 6 individuals had slumbered within a confined space. Yet upon awakening, only 5 remained, the missing person's clothing discovered in the bathroom. Have you considered another possibility? Chen Ge suddenly interjected. The barber may never have left this room. Yang Zhenghe struggled to comprehend his words. The stout fellow quickly grasped Chen Ge's implication. Are you suggesting that among the remaining 5, there could be an unknown monster? Upon uttering these words, a chilling fear took root in the hearts of all present. The 5 individuals stood at each corner, anxiously scrutinizing one another. For a moment, silence enveloped the room as no one dared to speak. All right, everyone, let us first prove our humanity, the stout fellow proposed. How do we accomplish that? Su Wei inquired at Su Wei. Let me ask you something. What were the names of the 2 prisoners we transported yesterday? Yang Zhenghe queried. Su Wei paused, momentarily baffled, but soon recollected. We didn't transport any prisoners yesterday. I can attest to his authenticity, Yang Zhenghe asserted. Captain Yang, what is your daughter's name? Su Wei asked. I have but one son. No daughter, Yang Zhenghe replied. I can also verify his truthfulness. The duo of police officers stood united once more. Chen Ge, what was the name of the bomb suspect who drowned yesterday? Yang Zhenghe inquired. Lu Jun, to clarify, he committed suicide by jumping off a building, not by drowning, Chen Ge responded. The three simultaneously eliminated any suspicion, their gazes resting upon the stout fellow and Yang Tingting. Chapter 9. The faceless tumor. The stout fellow, in a state of panic, waved his hands. Please, do not look at me like that. It's quite terrifying. If we are to discuss who among us bears the greatest suspicion, I recall that someone arrived here quite late last night. Are you not curious? She is a woman and pregnant at that. How could she arrive here unscathed? Yang Zhenghe had harbored doubts for some time. However, the fact that Yang Tingting was a girl and pregnant, appearing so pitiful, naturally drew attention away from her. I have another question for you, gentlemen. Have any of you ever encountered a pregnant woman? The stout fellow inquired. Chen Ge and Su Wei, both single and without girlfriends, had never seen a pregnant woman. Yet, Yang Zhenghe's brow furrowed deeply as he fixated on Yang Tingting, taking a step back. Observing her abdomen, it appeared she was at least 6 or 7 months along. Typically, during this stage, pregnancy symptoms can be quite severe. Dizziness and nausea are commonplace. Yet, did she vomit even once throughout the night? The stout fellow stepped back as well. I too find this rather peculiar. Chen Ge remarked, last night, the barber reached out and inappropriately touched her, yet she remained silent. Enduring the ordeal, I initially presumed she, as a woman, was too frightened to speak in such an environment. However, upon waking this morning, the barber had vanished. We had all slept soundly in the latter half of the night. Who could fathom what transpired? The gazes of the four individuals converged upon Yang Tingting, whose presence was already shrouded in mystery. What is the situation outside? It feels as if the world is on the brink of apocalypse, and yet a pregnant woman with a prominent belly is knocking at the door. Logically speaking, in the face of danger, the first instinct should be to return home. Yesterday, everyone was rendered speechless with fear, compounded by Yang Zhenghe's insistence, leading to a disregard for these details. Sister, we do not wish to impose upon you. The current circumstances are unclear. Please lift your shirt slightly. The chubby boy ventured closer. Yang Tingting suddenly became agitated, seizing a bottle of shampoo and hurling it at the chubby boy, striking him squarely on the head. What are you all doing? Don't come near me. Why are you bullying a girl? Tears streamed down Yang Tingting's face as her emotions surged. Yang Zhenghe hastily reassured her. Do not be afraid. We mean you no harm. It is merely the situation. In any case, I assure you, in the name of the law, you will not come to any harm. Yang Tingting appeared exceedingly agitated, her body trembling uncontrollably as the pent-up fear erupted. You were the last person to interact with the barber last night. Do you know where he went? Yang Zhenghe inquired, in stark contrast to the timid girl from yesterday. Yang Tingting now appeared utterly neurotic. Fine, come closer, but I will only tell you one person. Yang Tingting clasped her arms protectively across her chest, warily eyeing the others. Just as Yang Zhenghe prepared to approach, Chen Ge seized his arm. I have a feeling. Something feels amiss, Chen Ge whispered cautiously. It is fine. What can a woman do to me? Yang Zhenghe continued to exert himself to calm the group's emotions. He then addressed Yang Tingting. Trust me, I will not harm you. As he spoke, he inched closer to her. The chubby boy tucked his hands into his pockets, concealing a pair of scissors within. Chen Ge retreated to the side of the barber chair, ready to hurl it should any misfortune occur. Yang Zhenghe cautiously approached, grasping the hem of Yang Tingting's garment, slowly, gradually lifting it. However, the moment the fabric around her abdomen was raised, Yang Zhenghe's pupils dilated, his expression transforming into one of sheer terror. Su Wei, at the back, could not discern the situation, yet the chubby boy and Chen Ge bore witness to the horrific scene before them. The bulging belly of Yang Tingting was not that of a fetus. It was, in fact, a grotesque tumor the size of a volleyball. This tumor exhibited a dark brown hue, riddled with bulging protrusions, with countless blood vessels extending deep into Yang Tingting's body. Alarmingly, atop the tumor, there was a fist-sized eye, its iris rolling about erratically. Witnessing this sight, a chill ran down the spine of everyone present. At that moment, an anguished and grotesquely contorted face suddenly emerged from the sarcoma, and several individuals could scarcely recognize that it was, in fact, the face of the barber. With a fierce exclamation, Chen Ge seized the barber's chair and brought it crashing down upon Yang Tingting's head. Chen Ge's strength was already formidable, and the weight of the chair compounded the impact, causing half of Yang Tingting's skull to cave in with a sickening thud. However, astonishingly, not a single drop of blood spilled forth, nor was any brain matter visible. The interior was eerily hollow, revealing only a mass of slender, black tendrils that crawled through Yang Tingting's veins. Upon witnessing this ghastly scene, Chen Ge could no longer feign ignorance. No wonder this woman had brazenly strolled down the apocalyptic streets. She had long since been assimilated by the monstrosity. The parasitic sarcoma suddenly split open, revealing a mouth devoid of features, yet exuding a viscous, dark liquid. In an instant, a black, tongue-like appendage shot forth from the creature's maw, piercing through Yang Zhenghe's chest. Yang Zhenghe's eyes widened in horror as he struggled to pull the appendage free, but his own limbs felt paralyzed, as though his bones were melting away. He never anticipated that his moment of compassion would ultimately lead to his own demise. Damn it! The timid, rotund figure hastily produced a concealed pair of scissors and, with a decisive snip, severed the parasitic tongue, causing a torrent of black liquid to spray in all directions. This viscous substance splattered onto the ground. The floor emitted a hissing sound as it corroded beneath its touch. Chen Ge again wielded the barber's chair, swinging it with all his might against Yang Tingting's back. A resounding crack echoed as her spine shattered. Yet even then, not a flicker of pain crossed her features. She had become utterly numb, her hands instinctively shielding the parasitic sarcoma cradled in her arms as she mumbled incessantly, my child, to hell with this." The chubby figure exclaimed, charging forward with the scissors and plunging them into the parasitic mass. Chen Ge raised the barber's chair once more, delivering a brutal blow that reduced the grotesque mass to a pulpy mush. Along with Yang Tingting, the remnants were so thoroughly pulverized that no semblance of humanity remained. Finally, he cast the chair aside, breathless and exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. Only Su Wei stood in a state of bewilderment, trembling as he crawled over to assess Yang Zhenghe's injuries. Captain Yang, wake up, what will I do if you die? Captain Yang, Chapter 10. Yang Zhenghe. My name is Yang Zhenghe, and I am a police officer. It is said that before one dies, they can see a kaleidoscope of memories. The significant figures materializing before me now must be that very vision. First and foremost, I must offer my apologies, for I have lied. During the mutual verification of our humanity, I claimed to have a son. Indeed, I once had a son, but he passed away 7 years ago. As a police officer, particularly a detective, it is inevitable to make enemies. I recall that the origins of this case trace back 8 years. At that time, there were no initiatives to combat organized crime, especially in this small locale where gangs ran rampant. Li Chunmei was a 56-year-old retired factory worker. Her age made it difficult to find employment in the city, so she scraped together funds to purchase a small tricycle, traversing the streets to collect scrap and salvage what she could to supplement her family's income. Qian Zhenhua was the proprietor of a local nightclub, commanding a small army of henchmen and rumored to possess influential connections. Initially, these two individuals were worlds apart, yet one fateful evening, after indulging in some libations, Qian, accompanied by his mistress in a luxury vehicle, accidentally struck Li Chunmei, who was returning home after collecting scrap. Had Qian promptly transported her to the hospital and offered some compensation, the matter might have been laid to rest. Instead, this self-proclaimed underworld lord did not take Li to the hospital. Rather, after exiting his vehicle, he brutally assaulted her with a metal rod while she lay on the ground. It was only after she lay motionless that he callously drove over her and sped away. Soon after, the police received a report, and by the time Officer Yang Zhenghe arrived, Li Chunmei had already succumbed to her injuries, leaving her husband and son in heart-wrenching despair, demanding that the authorities bring the perpetrator to justice. Qian was swiftly apprehended, yet he insisted vehemently that he was not the one behind the wheel that day, claiming it was one of his subordinates and characterizing the incident as a mere traffic accident. Not murdered as for the details that unfolded in court, including any directives from higher-ups or other hidden elements. Those were beyond the ken of a lowly detective such as myself. Ultimately, the verdict was rendered. The subordinate who took the fall received a 5-year prison sentence, while Qian compensated Li Chunmei's family with several 100,000 yuan. Initially, everyone believed the matter was settled, but Li Chunmei's family refused to accept this outcome and resolutely appealed the decision. Ultimately, due to insufficient evidence, The original ruling was upheld. Li Chuanmei's son, Zhao Long, a diligent young man who toiled in a factory, found himself engulfed in profound sorrow over his mother's death, adamantly rejecting the court's verdict. However, facing the affluent and well-connected Qian, it seemed the path forward was fraught with obstacles. Zhao Long, working as a machinist, crafted a 2-foot-long machete and stealthily followed Qian for over 3 months until he finally seized an opportunity. One evening, as Qian stumbled home, intoxicated after a night of revelry, Zhao Long trailed him to his residence. Despite his hedonistic lifestyle, Qian was affectionate towards his wife and their 9-year-old daughter. Seizing the moment when Qian opened the door, Zhao Long charged in and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon him with the machete, delivering dozens of blows until Qian was unrecognizable. In his bloodlust, Zhao Long did not spare Qian's wife or daughter either. Once the fury subsided and he beheld the carnage strewn about him, panic set in, prompting him to flee with his father to their hometown. The police, however, were not oblivious. Following the report, they quickly traced the incident back to Zhao Long. With me assigned to apprehend him, I remember it vividly. After subduing Zhao Long on the ground, his elderly father knelt, pleading with the officers to spare them. "My son is ridding the world of evil. How has he become a murderer? Why did you not arrest those thugs when they killed my wife?" Faced with Zhao Long's father's anguished inquiries, I remained silent, utterly at a loss for words. Having spent many years within the precinct, I am acutely aware that the intricacies of this world cannot be succinctly articulated in mere sentences. Ultimately, after the first and second trials, Zhao Long was sentenced to death. At that moment, I believed this matter had reached its irrevocable conclusion. However, I could never have anticipated that this would merely mark the beginning of everything. 3 months later, during the National Day holiday, when my son returned from school, I drove to the station to fetch him, but despite waiting endlessly, that foolish boy never appeared. Instead, I received a phone call. "Officer Young, do you remember me? Your son is in my custody." Upon hearing that voice, my heart sank to the depths of despair. It was Zhao Long's father. "What do you want? Are you after money? Name your price, and I will gather it." The derisive laughter on the other end echoed. "Officer Young, do you really think money matters to me? I wish to speak with you. Just you and I." He then provided an address, ASA detective. I promptly reported the situation to the police department, which took the matter with utmost seriousness. They swiftly surrounded the location. Yet, when I laid eyes on Zhao Long's father and my son, a chill coursed through my veins. Both were ensnared with explosives, poised to detonate at the slightest misstep. "Zhao, I understand your anguish, but this has nothing to do with the child. Your son was apprehended by me. If you seek vengeance, come for me, spare the child." I gazed into my son's terrified eyes, my heart shattering. "You must also trust in the law. Your son has taken 3 lives, one of which belonged to a 9-year-old child, and no matter how you slice it, he faces the death penalty. How can you not comprehend this? If everyone were to act as he has, chaos would reign." Zhao Long's father merely laughed, a chilling sound that sent shivers down my spine. The powerful can find scapegoats for their murders and serve only a few years. My son's act will lead to a death sentence. This is the law you speak of. The law is crafted for the impoverished. Now I see it clearly. Officer Young, do you know why I summoned you? I want to witness your son obliterated before your very eyes. Let your law judge me." With that, the once docile farmer lit the fuse without a moment's hesitation. "Dad, this was the last time he would call me that." Then the explosion erupted. In that fleeting moment, I truly understood what it meant for the sky to fall on why world collapsed. As did his I finally grasped why this old Zhao would not entertain reason. All reason exists to allow people to live well, yet he sought only death. I cannot ascertain whether I am a good police officer, but I am unequivocally not a good father from that moment on. An overwhelming guilt for my son filled my heart at every waking moment. This guilt would only slightly abate when I was able to assist others. Over time, it morphed into a psychological affliction, manifesting as a strong inclination towards self-destruction. I would rather suffer myself than witness others endure pain. Thus, when I heard a woman knocking at the roll-up door, I unhesitatingly chose to open it. Little did I know, this would mark the end of my journey. I am Yang Zhengyi, and my story has reached its conclusion. Let it be so. Chapter 11. Supplies. Su Wei incessantly shook Yang Zhenghe's body, desperately attempting to rouse him from his unconscious state. However, a gaping wound the size of a thumb marred Yang Zhenghe's chest, a grim testament to the parasitic tumor's tongue that had pierced his heart. Even the gods could not save him now. Su Wei endeavored to administer cardiopulmonary resuscitation, but as he pressed down, Yang Zhenghe's chest inexplicably caved in like a crushed biscuit. Su Wei recoiled in horror, letting out a blood-curdling scream as he stumbled backward. Chen Ge picked up a comb, idly toying with Yang Tingting's lifeless form. He was struck by the realization that her body had become nothing more than an empty shell. Her internal organs had been entirely siphoned away. All around her were delicate black tendrils, extending from the parasitic tumor and infiltrating the very blood vessels throughout Yang Tingting's body. At this moment, the parasitic tumor lay in ruins, its tendrils bereft of their former vitality. Captain Yang is beyond salvation. Look at this black liquid, the chubby one exclaimed, pointing at the dark substance pooling on the floor, which had corroded the ground into small depressions. While the toxicity of this black liquid remained uncertain, it was evident that the vast quantity injected into Captain Yang's heart would seal his fate. Even his physical structure had been eroded. Otherwise, Su Wei would not have been able to puncture his chest so effortlessly. The rapidity of these events was staggering. Just the night before, there had been 6 of them, and now, upon waking, only 3 remained. As for the occurrences of the previous night, the trio could surmise that the barber's hands had strayed, taking advantage of Yang Tingting's timid nature. Somehow, this had triggered the parasitic tumor within her. Its tendrils, once embedded in a person's body, could spread through the bloodstream, rendering the barber utterly voiceless, ultimately consumed, becoming sustenance for the tumor. When Yang Tingting entered the salon, she had likely retained her faculties, but after a night had passed, she was now wholly under the tumor's control. Su Wei lay nearby, weeping profusely. What on earth is this world coming to? I worked so hard to become a police officer. And suddenly, it's the apocalypse. In stark contrast to Su Wei's disintegration, the other 2 remained remarkably composed. What do we do now? The chubby one inquired. How should I know? Chen Ge retorted, retrieving a cigarette he had procured from the barber, reflecting on the irony that the man was now gone. Hey, you there, officer. What should our next course of action be? Chen Ge asked, but Su Wei was teetering on the brink of collapse, utterly at a loss. Well, we can no longer rely on anyone. Should we venture outside or remain trapped here? Chen Ge scanned the chubby one. Of course we should go outside. Aren't you hungry? I'm practically starving, the chubby one lamented. At this rate, we won't need monsters to devour us. We'll simply starve to death. Chen Ge approached the roll-up door, inhaling deeply. No one knew what awaited them outside. Should they open the door only to be besieged by unnameable horrors, their demise would be inevitable. That Su Wei, witnessing their intent to open the door, rushed to stop them, panic-stricken. Are you both insane? Who knows how many monsters lurk outside? If we open that door, we're all finished. If you 2 wish to court death, fine, but I still want to live. The chubby boy spoke softly. Officer, please remain calm. This place is no longer tenable. Firstly, it is utterly unsafe here. Furthermore, observe the black liquid on the ground. It is undoubtedly highly toxic. The liquid will evaporate, and it won't be long before this entire space is filled with poison. Will you choose to wait for death here, or will you come along with us? You must think carefully. Before Su Wei could make a decision, Chen Ge had already pulled open the roll-up door. With a loud clatter, blinding sunlight streamed in. Upon seeing the sunlight again, a smile spread across the chubby boy's face. They could still bask in the sun, which was simply splendid. Outside, an eerie silence prevailed. There were no humans in sight on the streets, nor any monsters, as if the city had transformed into a ghost town. Only the sun of a summer morning at 6 shone down upon the earth, and the prison van remained abandoned beside the guardrail. Hey, are there any weapons in the van? Chen Ge inquired. Su Wei stiffly nodded. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ge strode towards the van. Su Wei attempted to call out to him, but Chen Ge had already entered the prison van, rummaging through its contents. Eventually, he emerged holding 2 sets of tactical vests. The vests were equipped with batons, pepper spray, radios, body cameras, handcuffs, and more. Chen Ge withdrew a baton. It was heavy and of good quality. Although the baton lacked significant power, it was certainly preferable to being empty-handed. The radio and body camera were both inoperative, and it was unclear what kind of dark technology these monsters employed. After donning one of the tactical vests, Chen Ge tossed the other set of gear to the chubby boy, who promptly strapped it on without hesitation. What about me? Su Wei asked softly. Don't you still have a gun? Chen Ge replied. That gun has long been out of bullets. It's less useful than a hammer, Sue exclaimed. Give me something for self-defense. Chen Ge removed the pepper spray from the tactical vest and tossed it to Sue. Brothers, I believe our immediate priority is to fill our stomachs. The chubby boy raised his hand and declared, Didn't Young Tingting mention yesterday that she is a cashier at the supermarket? If she could walk here with her big belly, it must mean the supermarket is not far from here. Shall we go look for it? I agree. Sue immediately raised his hand. He had not eaten for a day and a night and was already beginning to suffer from low blood sugar. If his hypoglycemia were to worsen without treatment, it wouldn't be long before it became fatal. The three of them cautiously approached the street edge in search, and fortune favored the diligent. They finally spotted a dilapidated supermarket. Chen Ge entered first, ensuring that there were no living beings inside before beckoning the chubby boy and Sue to follow. The supermarket was in disarray. The chaos of the previous day was evident, yet many sealed food items remained edible, and they even found bottled mineral water. The trio, parched and famished, wasted no time indulging in whatever they could find, oblivious to what they were consuming, as long as their stomachs were filled. The chubby boy made his way to the section selling school supplies and returned with 3 large backpacks. Let us pack more food and water. Who knows when we'll have a proper meal again, he asserted. Meanwhile, Chen Ge ventured to the kitchenware section and selected several sharp knives. Though the knives were short, they were undeniably more lethal than the baton. Simultaneously, Chen Ge procured several mop handles and utilized adhesive tape to bind a kitchen knife to each, thereby crafting 3 elongated weapons. Come, behold what wondrous artifact I have unearthed. Suddenly, the rotund boy erupted into laughter as he approached wielding a fire axe. Chapter 12. Mending the heavens. Upon seeing the fire axe, Chen Ge was instantly struck by the realization that the kitchen knife in his grasp had lost its appeal. For them in this moment, the axe could indeed be deemed a remarkable treasure. The rotund boy handed the fire axe to Chen Ge, saying, I am not particularly skilled in matters of violence. You should take charge. Without hesitation, Chen Ge seized the fire axe, feeling an immediate surge of assurance. Sue inquired softly, Where should we go now? Should we adhere to our previous plan and head to the school, or return directly to the police station? Chen Ge retorted, You are the officer. Your insights on this matter surpass ours. Where do you believe we ought to venture? Sue found himself at a loss. He had always been indecisive, previously relying on Yang Zheng's guidance. Yet now, with Captain Yang deceased, he was utterly at a standstill. Perhaps we should still go to the school. It is populated, and joining the larger group would surely enhance our safety, Sue suggested tentatively. He remained cautious around Chen Ge, fully aware that he was a genuine murderer. Should Chen Ge's bloodlust awaken, he could easily turn against him, and in such dire circumstances, there would be no one to avenge him. Before Chen Ge could respond, the rotund boy muttered under his breath, Haven't you all seen apocalyptic films? The more crowded the place, the greater the danger. Sue could only glance at Chen Ge, realizing that he had unwittingly become the most authoritative figure within their small troop. I concur. We should indeed proceed to the school. The current situation is ambiguous, and remaining with armed individuals is our safest option, Chen Ge asserted. Very well, now that we have reached a consensus, let us not waver. Once we have satisfied our hunger and thirst, we shall head to the school together. The rotund boy proclaimed, By the way, I still do not know your names. I am Sue. I am Chen Ge, a murderer, Chen Ge declared, unperturbed by his own identity. You are a murderer, and yet you dare to approach the police? Aren't you afraid they will apprehend you? The rotund boy queried, astonished. Chen Ge merely smiled and countered, What is your name? In this apocalypse, names hold little significance. Simply call me Fatty, the rotund boy replied. Chen Ge observed that this self-proclaimed fatty was not excessively overweight, standing at approximately 1.7 meters tall and weighing around 140 kg, which could only be classified as slightly plump. By the way, I have another question. Do you think it is only our city that has turned into this nightmarish state, or has the entire world succumbed to such chaos? If it is merely our city, we must urgently evacuate. Moreover, have you pondered the reason for the emergence of these creatures? Have you considered the film The Mist? In that movie, the military conducted experiments and inadvertently opened a portal to another realm. What do you think? Fatty murmured. Watch fewer sci-fi films. If it were indeed possible to open a portal to another world, humanity would have long since faced dire consequences, came the retort. I suspect that may possibly be something that escaped from that laboratory, Chen Ge remarked. By the way, Officer Sue, you are part of the system. Do you happen to know any insider information? Su Wei replied bitterly. I am merely a lowly policeman. How could I possibly be privy to such matters? Moreover, if I truly knew anything of significance, would I still be trapped in this hair salon? The three of them engaged in conversation while consuming food, until they could eat no more. The chubby fellow then filled 3 backpacks to the brim, ensuring they had ample provisions and fresh water. These supplies would suffice for at least 3 or 4 days. Having satisfied their hunger, the trio's stamina was restored to its peak, and it was time to set off. Chen Ge, wielding a fire axe, led the way, while the chubby one, armed with a mop handle fashioned into a spear and a sharp knife, walked in the middle. Su Wei, holding a can of pepper spray and a kitchen knife, brought up the rear. The three traversed the path in silence, wary that their voices might summon some peculiar entity. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, they finally arrived at an intersection. Suddenly, the chubby one pointed upwards and exclaimed, "Look up there! What is that in the sky?" Su Wei and Chen Ge simultaneously glanced upward, and they were momentarily taken aback. The street was flanked by towering buildings that obscured the sunlight, preventing them from observing the situation in the sky. However, upon exiting the thoroughfare, they finally beheld a black hole on the horizon. Of course, this black hole was not a celestial body in the cosmos, but rather a vast, pitch-black void suspended directly to the south. Due to the great distance, they were unable to gauge the diameter of this black hole, but in comparison to the sun on the horizon, it appeared to be roughly 10 times its size. This scene was both fantastical and surreal. Why do I feel as though this resembles a video game texture? The chubby one muttered to himself. Chen Ge, who was not familiar with video games, inquired casually, "What do you mean?" "It's just I feel that this thing exists in a different dimension from ours. It is visible, yet perpetually out of reach." The chubby one explained, "Do you all remember that deafening noise from yesterday? Do you think it could be because the sky has ripped open a hole?" Chen Ge asked. They found themselves unable to answer this question. The chubby one whispered, "Doesn't this scene remind you of a myth or legend?" Upon hearing this, both Chen Ge and Su Wei simultaneously recalled a well-known myth and exclaimed in unison, "Nuwa mending the sky." Do you think it's possible that Nuwa was not mending the sky, but rather a dimensional rift? The bizarre creatures from the myths emerged from this rift. Nuwa first sealed the dimensional breach and then led the people of her time to vanquish those monsters, resulting in the subsequent era of prosperity and stability. The chubby one grew increasingly animated. All right, let us focus on reality. If we cannot reach the school, it matters not if the sky has a gaping hole or even if it were to disintegrate." Chen Ge's words abruptly brought everyone back to the present. He clearly remembered that the journey from the school to the hair salon had taken him barely over 10 minutes in the prisoner transport. Converting that into walking time, it would at most take 30 minutes to arrive. In other words, as long as nothing untoward occurs along this route, they should be able to reunite with the main forces within a mere 20 minutes. Although the black hole in the sky is a spectacle to behold, it pales in comparison to the necessity of securing a peaceful night's sleep this evening. The three individuals proceeded along the same path taken by the prison transport, advancing with utmost haste. After walking for 20 minutes, Su Wei finally caught sight of the gates of the primary school they had previously passed. Just as he was about to step forward, he was abruptly halted by Chen Ge and the chubby boy. "I can't shake the feeling that the atmosphere here is rather peculiar." The chubby boy gripped his spear tightly. "Are you certain there are hundreds of special police officers here? Why is it so eerily quiet?" Chapter 13. The school indeed. The moment they departed from the salon, Chen Ge sensed an unsettling ambience pervading the city. Although Kaimin City is not particularly large, its urban population exceeds 600,000. Yet, to this moment, they had not encountered a single soul. Not only were there no people, but even the winged, bat-like creatures that had attacked them the previous day were conspicuously absent. The entire city lay in a state of desolation, as if tens of thousands had vanished overnight without a trace. Moreover, regarding the school before them, while it might be conceivable that the hundreds of well-trained special police officers lay in ambush within its confines, maintaining silence would be improbable, especially considering this was a school, which housed not only the officers who had not managed to withdraw yesterday, but also several hundred primary school students and teachers. Anyone acquainted with the educational profession would understand the challenge of keeping hundreds of children silent. Yet now, before them, Kaimin Primary School was engulfed in utter silence. Apart from the whisper of the wind, not a sound could be heard. This was exceedingly unusual, defying all logic. Should we venture inside? The chubby boy asked cautiously, while Su Wei turned to Chen Ge. Although a police officer, he too was at a loss as to how to proceed. Chen Ge was equally indecisive. The three exchanged glances, their dilemma weighing heavily upon them. One misstep could spell doom for them all. Chen Ge was beginning to comprehend why the army proclaimed that all paths lead to despair. This situation was indeed dire. Chubby, shout into the school. If anyone responds, we shall enter. If there is no reply, I feel it may be wiser not to proceed. Chen Ge tightened his grip on the fire axe he held. The entire world had transcended the bounds of their previous understanding. What could possibly explain the colossal black hole in the sky, larger than the sun? Humanity's current scientific knowledge was certainly incapable of providing clarity. The chubby boy took a deep breath and, standing at the entrance of the school, called out to the teaching building, "Is anyone alive? If so, make a sound." His voice pierced through the silence of the city, echoing between the buildings, reverberating without pause. The three remained tense, their gazes fixated on the teaching building, and after half a minute passed without a response, Chen Ge declared, "Let us leave. There is certainly something amiss here. Either the special police have already evacuated the children or something else is afoot." The presence of hundreds of fully armed, well-trained special police officers was undoubtedly a formidable force not to be underestimated. Yesterday and today, they encountered two attacks. The first was from a bat-like creature, and the second from a parasitic sarcoma. Although these monsters were indeed peculiar, they were not insurmountable foes. A single burst of bullets could reduce the bat creature to mere pulp, and the parasitic sarcoma was even less formidable. With its ability to withstand frontal assaults nearing zero, it now appeared that the most plausible scenario was that these special police officers had escorted the children to a more secure location. "What a futile endeavor," Chen Ge remarked. Just as the three were about to depart, suddenly, a window on the fourth floor of the teaching building swung open, and a figure leaned out, waving at them. Chen Ge, possessing the keenest eyesight, immediately discerned that the individual was clad in a tactical uniform, the very special officer who had been unable to retreat yesterday. Upon seeing a familiar face, the three finally breathed a sigh of relief. At long last, a living person. The chubby boy was so overjoyed that he nearly wept, feeling he was finally returning to the embrace of the organization. With their guard lowered, the trio hastened into the school. The teaching building comprised 6 floors, with first graders on the ground floor, second graders on the second, and so forth. Originally, Chen Ge had assumed that this place had been ravaged by the attack, and that the interior would be in utter disarray. However, to his astonishment, every classroom was exceptionally tidy, devoid of any chaos. It seemed that the Kaimin primary school had not suffered an assault from those monsters at all. "Wait a moment, let us barricade the main entrance. It would be disastrous if a monster were to enter through the front door," Chen Ge suggested. The school lacked many things, but it was certainly not short on desks and chairs. Yet, when the three attempted to use the furniture to block the entrance, they found that not a single set of desks or chairs could be located in the classrooms. Could it be that all the children in this primary school attended classes while standing? The chubby boy inquired with curiosity. The three split up to search several classrooms, yet they still found no desks or chairs, which was indeed quite peculiar. "Let us not dwell on this any longer. We should swiftly regroup with the main force and leave this cursed place." Su Wei was on the verge of losing his sanity. All he desired was to find a safe haven, enjoy a warm meal, and then indulge in a restful sleep. Wishing to concern himself with nothing else, Su Wei reached for the elevator button, but the elevator remained unresponsive. With no other option, they had to make their way up to the 4th floor on foot. Chen Ge and the chubby boy exchanged glances, both sensing the strangeness of the school. "Fatty, tell me that under what circumstances would a school lack desks and chairs?" Chen Ge whispered. "Unless this school has no students," the chubby boy replied. Facing the teaching building once more, they inexplicably felt a chill wash over them. Fear was of little use. They were already there, and the outside world did not appear particularly safe either. The chubby boy steeled himself and followed Su Wei to the 4th floor, while Chen Ge remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings before finally ascending to the 4th floor. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he found the chubby boy and Su Wei curiously searching for something. "What are you two up to? Where did that police officer go?" Chen Ge inquired. "We're curious too. That officer should have been in this classroom. How did he vanish in the blink of an eye? He didn't even come to fetch us." The chubby boy questioned, his curiosity piqued. Glancing up, they noticed a door plate in the classroom that read Class 3, Grade 4. Only the windows of this particular classroom stood ajar. In other words, they had not been mistaken. The police officer they had just seen was indeed present, greeting them. However, logically speaking, the two parties should have crossed paths. How could it be that in the blink of an eye, the individual had vanished? Suddenly, the chubby boy exclaimed, "Do you think that police officer might not have been human at all? Perhaps he was a ghost? He wasn't urging us to stay. He was warning us to flee." Although it was summer, Su Wei and Chen Ge felt a chill at the chubby boy's words. Could it really be so sinister? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Perhaps we should leave promptly, suggested the chubby boy to Su Wei, somewhat reluctant, thought it too risky to abandon the chance of encountering colleagues. Chen Ge approached the wall and gently ran his fingers along its surface. "You two, come over and take a look at this." There, on the wall, appeared a row of round holes, each the size of a pinky finger. Su Wei's expression changed instantly. As a police officer, he recognized these as bullet holes. In other words, a battle had indeed taken place within this very classroom. Moreover, Chen Ge noted the absence of desks and chairs. "This place feels wrong. We must leave at once." Chapter 14. The eerie Chen Ge had come to realize that something was amiss with this school. Their entry had been prompted by sighting a special police officer on the 4th floor signaling to them, leading them to mistakenly believe they had found reinforcements and thus had let down their guard. Furthermore, one would expect that upon seeing newcomers, someone would come to greet them. Given that Su Wei was a police officer and Chen Ge was clad in prison garb, they should have attracted attention. Yet after reaching the 4th floor, they encountered no one. The bullet holes in the wall indicated that this room had been subjected to an attack. Someone had fired a weapon here. Most crucially, this school housed at least 500 or 600 students, along with dozens of teachers and staff, not to mention over 100 special police officers. Yet after being inside for a considerable time, why had they seen no one? Not even a whisper could be heard. Something is definitely off. "We need to leave," the chubby boy urged, his gaze darting anxiously around, gripping tightly the makeshift spear he had fashioned from a kitchen knife and a mop handle. Meanwhile, Su Wei remained perplexed by the unfolding situation. Seeing that the chubby boy and Chen Ge were preparing to depart, he hurriedly blocked their path. "Where are you two going?" "We've finally located reinforcements. This place is problematic. We should exit first," Chen Ge responded. "But the outside may not be safe either," Su Wei countered. "People must be hiding on the rooftop or upper floors. If we ascend just 2 more levels, we are bound to find the reinforcements. At that point, we will be secure." Having said this, Su Wei made his way to the 5th floor, but neither Chen Ge nor the chubby boy followed him. "If you wish to court death, be my guest. I shall not accompany you." The chubby boy showed no deference to Su Wei, choosing instead to descend the stairs. Su Wei felt a slight sting of embarrassment and turned to Chen Ge. "Remember, you are still a prisoner," he warned in a threatening tone. "Then I am a fugitive now. If you have the capability, come and apprehend me," Chen Ge retorted, following the chubby boy as they resolved to escape this eerie school. Su Wei's face twitched slightly. If he possessed such audacity, he would have acted long ago. Gazing at the eerily silent staircase on the 5th floor, he stole a glance at Chen Ge and the chubby boy's retreating figures. "Just a joke? Why are you two still angry? Wait for me." Su Wei hastily hurried after them. Being alone in a perilous location was akin to a death sentence, as depicted in horror films. The 3 adults rushed down the stairs, and within a mere minute or two, they reached the exit. However, the moment they beheld the entrance to the academic building, their expressions darkened significantly. The doorway through which they had entered was now completely obstructed by an overwhelming number of tables and chairs, rendering escape impossible. Silence enveloped them, cold sweat gradually beading on their foreheads. The timid Su Wei had begun to tremble. He had previously thought that Chen Ge and the chubby boy were merely attempting to frighten him. But upon witnessing the scene before him, he finally accepted that something was amiss. "Surely we haven't lost our way?" Su Wei inquired cautiously. "There's only one path up and down. If you're lost, I'd like to see it," the chubby boy muttered, cautiously advancing to poke at the obstructive furniture with the spear in his hand. Confirming it was no illusion, the tables and chairs were indeed real. "Could it be that we are truly haunted?" the chubby boy whispered. "When we ascended, there were none of these tables and chairs. How could a force have arranged hundreds of sets here in just 3 or 4 minutes? Unless, where do you think the missing people have gone?" Su Wei shuddered. "Are you suggesting that those who disappeared have turned into ghosts, wishing to keep us here as company in death?" However, Chen Ge had noticed an even more bizarre detail. Where did all these tables and chairs come from? Chubby, do you remember that when we first arrived, this floor was entirely devoid of any furniture? We confirmed that there was only one path up and down. Su Wei's complexion grew increasingly pale. The strangeness of the place was overwhelming, and he began to regret entering. How about we three move these tables and chairs aside? It won't take long, Su Wei suggested quietly. Unless we ascertain the origin of these items, our efforts would be futile. Perhaps, just when we've cleared a path, these tables and chairs will return. The chubby boy surveyed their surroundings warily. Is there truly no other exit here? Chen Ge scoffed. No matter who is orchestrating this, trapping me will not be so easy. Follow me. We shall leap out of the window. Su Wei and the chubby boy's eyes sparkled in realization. Right? The door is blocked. We can jump out of the window. However, upon arriving at the adjacent classroom, their spirits sank. To prevent students from jumping out and injuring themselves, the school windows were reinforced with vertical steel bars, each as thick as a pinky finger. Watch me, Chen Ge declared confidently. From my years of skipping school, I can assure you, these bars are merely for show. With an air of pride, he took 2 steps back, then suddenly sprinted forward, delivering a kick to the steel bars at the window. As a result of this forceful kick, the rebar remained utterly unyielding. Hiss! Chen Ge returned, limping painfully. Why is it that when one ought to economize, they skimp, yet when one should be thrifty, they use such ample materials? What the hell? The chubby one rolled his eyes, remarking, this is rebar. What do you think it means for it to be immovable? If you could break rebar with a kick, you would no longer be human. Chen Ge swung the fire axe down with tremendous force upon the steel, only to find that his hands had grown numb, and the rebar merely bent slightly. Moreover, this rebar was originally intended to prevent children from jumping out of windows, with such short spacing that an adult could barely extend an arm through. The 3 of them were at their wits' end and could only return to the main entrance. If all else failed, they would have to move the tables and chairs one by one. How about we try going upstairs? Su Wei suggested softly. Chen Ge and the chubby one had no other option but to agree. Being trapped here was not a solution, and should they encounter a living person, they could devise a plan together. The trio ascended to the 4th floor, meticulously inspecting each classroom, confirming that indeed, there was not a soul below. Standing at the staircase leading to the 5th floor, anxiety loomed over them. I have this unsettling feeling of going to my demise, the chubby one remarked. You jinx, we call this a desperate bid for survival, Su Wei replied. Only Chen Ge remained silent, his expression grim, fixated on the corridor's end on the 4th floor. Look, standing there. Isn't that the special police officer who waved to us earlier? Chapter 15. A haunting encounter. The structure of this educational building was symmetrical, with the staircase centrally located, flanked by classrooms on either side. Now, the 3 of them stood at the staircase on the 4th floor, at the end of the right corridor. An unknown figure had appeared at some point. Due to the distance, they could only discern that the individual wore the distinctive tactical uniform of a special police officer, though his face was obscured. This officer stood at the corridor's end, locking eyes with them. A chilling sensation surged from the depths of their hearts. Prior to this, Chen Ge and the chubby one had thoroughly examined each classroom. The rooms were small enough to be seen in their entirety at a glance, and there were no desks or chairs to conceal anyone. In other words, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to be present on the 4th floor. Yet, this officer stood there, staring at them, without uttering a word, waving or approaching. Even someone as bold as Chen Ge felt a shiver run down his spine, gripping the fire axe tightly. What should we do? Chen Ge inquired quietly. The chubby one swallowed hard. You're asking me? Who should I be asking? First and foremost, he could not ascertain whether the distant figure was indeed human. Ever since entering this school, the occurrences had been nothing short of bizarre. Who will go take a look? Chen Ge turned to Su Wei. At that moment, Su Wei was trembling, and upon noticing Chen Ge suddenly gazing at him, he stammered, Why are you looking at me like that? I certainly want to be going over there. That's your colleague. If you want to go, who will? How about we decide by a vote? Chen Ge proposed that I vote for Officer Su. I do the same. The chubby boy fixed his gaze upon Su Wei, exclaiming, You are a people's police officer. Safeguarding the property and safety of the citizens is inherently your duty. We are all relying on you now. Su Wei felt a swell of despair, contemplating how these 2 scoundrels were setting him up. Do not worry. If danger arises, We will certainly come to your aid, Chen Ge declared, thumping his chest confidently. Yes, yes, yes. The chubby boy nodded vigorously. Trembling, Su Wei inquired, then can't the three of us proceed together? What if it's a trap? If only one person falls into a snare, the other two can rescue them. But if all three of us are ensnared simultaneously, we will be utterly powerless to seek help. Chen Ge replied sagely. Upon hearing this, Su Wei found it to be quite reasonable. Then, could I possibly have a longer weapon? He asked, glancing at the self-defense spray and kitchen knife in his hands. It was not that the equipment was inadequate, but rather that the distance was insufficient. Fine, I shall provide you with one. The chubby boy tossed over his makeshift spear. Su Wei accepted the crafted weapon, continuously encouraging himself, "Do not be afraid. You have received an education in materialism. Overcome all malevolent spirits and phantoms. There are no ghosts in this world. Surely, it is merely a colleague playing a prank on you. Do not be afraid, do not be afraid, do not be afraid." Su Wei muttered incessantly, cautiously inching forward towards the end of the fourth-floor corridor. Logically, upon seeing someone approaching, a normal officer should have greeted him. However, the officer at the corridor's end stood silently, fixated, which only intensified the trio's apprehension. Chen Ge lowered his voice. "Chubby, what is your perspective on the situation here?" Though the chubby boy appeared timid, his insights were rather astute. Initially, at the school gate, it was he who suggested, "Let us not enter." After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly posed a peculiar query. "Do you know what a parallel universe is?" "What on earth?" Simplifying it. "I have a high school education, and I haven't even graduated yet," Chen Ge replied. "But you must have read some books," the chubby boy continued. "Two parallel universes are akin to two sheets of paper. My theory is that this teaching building overlaps with another teaching building from a parallel universe. Thus, we witness many bizarre phenomena. Perhaps that officer is not even from our universe," he asserted. Chen Ge nodded, somewhat bewildered. The chubby boy succinctly elaborated. "When you tear out 2 pages from a book and overlap them against a light source, the text on both pages will coincide. This space operates similarly." "So, are we trapped?" Chen Ge queried. One could interpret it that way. However, this is merely my conjecture. Whether these strange phenomena are indeed caused by parallel universes, I cannot say for certain, as such concepts reside solely within the realm of science fiction. The chubby boy concluded. At that moment, Su Wei had approached the officer closely. Gripping the makeshift spear tightly, Su Wei continued to tremble. "Hey, brother, are you still alive?" A creaking sound echoed as Su Wei cautiously extended the spear, gently prodding the officer's body. Suddenly, the officer turned his head sharply, locking his gaze onto Su Wei. Su Wei let out a terrified scream, abruptly discarding the spear in his hand, and scrambled back, only to halt after a few frantic steps. Was this fellow still alive? However, as he turned to take a closer look, a chill coursed through his scalp. By heavens, he was seeing ghosts, damn it. He was seeing ghosts. Su Wei cried out in terror. "It's gone. How could a person just vanish like that?" The special police officer, who had been standing at the end of the corridor, had disappeared in the blink of an eye. The makeshift spear lay abandoned on the ground. Su Wei's legs weakened in fear. He wanted to run, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move quickly. Chen Ge and the chubby boy were engaged in a discussion about parallel universes when they suddenly heard Su Wei's agonized scream. Both were startled and hurriedly turned to see Su Wei crawling towards them, throwing himself onto Chen Ge. "I've seen ghosts. I've seen ghosts. It's gone. The person just vanished." Su Wei was so frightened that he was incoherent. Chen Ge and the chubby boy also noticed that the figure at the end of the corridor had vanished. Their sense of vigilance and fear soared to an all-time high. Those who are afraid of spiders scream at the sight of one. But when the spider suddenly disappears, their terror reaches its zenith. "Calm down. For heaven's sake, calm down," Chen Ge shouted, swinging his arm and delivering a sharp slap to Su Wei's face. Earlier, when they were attacked by the bat monster, Su Wei had been nearly paralyzed with fear. It wasn't entirely his fault. After all, police officers are human too, and it's entirely natural for them to feel fear, especially given that the current situation was beyond comprehension. Though Su Wei was struck, his body continued to tremble uncontrollably. "What do we do?" the chubby boy inquired. "Let us go take a look. I'm a man with nothing to lose. I fear no demon or ghost." Chen Ge spat into his palm to bolster his courage. Yet, despite his bravado, the innate fear of the unknown gripped him, and he felt a shiver run down his spine as he cautiously moved towards the end of the corridor. Chapter 16. The flesh of white objects and people vanish at will, only to reappear whenever they please. This felt somewhat akin to quantum mechanics. The chubby boy took a deep breath, gripping a kitchen knife in one hand while dragging Su Wei with the other, following closely behind Chen Ge. The corridor was not long. Its end was visible at a glance. Chen Ge tightly held the fire axe, carefully peering into the classrooms on either side, confirming that they were empty, not a soul in sight. Not even a rabbit. He picked up the spear from the ground and quickly returned. The chubby boy cast a questioning glance at him. Chen Ge gently shook his head, indicating that he had found nothing. What they were experiencing was far more bizarre than mere hauntings. Though the previous encounters in the hair salon had been dangerous, at least those events fell within the realm of understanding. The bat monster could indeed sever a person's neck with a single bite, yet it could also be wounded by a bullet and struck with a fist. However, the current situation was not something that bullets could resolve. "Should we continue upstairs?" the chubby boy asked. Chen Ge, wielding the fire axe, reached the stairway to the 4th floor and shouted upwards. "Is anyone up there? If there's no one, we'll be leaving. I'll count to 3. The silence on the 5th and 6th floors was profound, echoing only Chen Ge's voice, with no other sounds to be heard. They could also ascertain that the teachers, students, and police officers present here had undoubtedly encountered something utterly incomprehensible. In any case, they should hasten to vacate this cursed place. "Let us go. We'll exit through the front door. No matter what tables or chairs dare obstruct our path, we shall shatter them without hesitation," Chen Ge commanded. They needed an outlet for their pent-up frustration. Otherwise, the oppressive atmosphere of this place would drive them to madness. Su Wei had been eagerly waiting for this moment. Upon hearing they could leave, even his fear diminished significantly. The 3 of them rushed to the lobby on the 1st floor, and indeed, a pile of tables and chairs obstructed the entrance. Initially, they had been reluctant to expend their energy moving the furniture, but now it was evident that this was their only option. With a singular focus on escaping this wretched location, they swiftly began to clear the debris, tossing the worthless furniture aside. Although it appeared to be a substantial amount, the 3 worked in unison and soon moved most of it aside. They could now see the glass door through which they had entered. In no more than 10 minutes, they would be free. As for what lay beyond, whether it was a haunted site or a place where one could dance on the grave of the King of Hell, Chen Ge cared little. While he was throwing the tables and chairs aside, he noticed that the chubby boy and Su Wei had halted their efforts. He initially thought they were exhausted and needed a moment to rest. "I say, don't slack off. Hurry up. The sooner we get out, the better," Chen Ge barked without turning around. The chubby boy lowered his voice to a near whisper. "Chen Ge, you need to look back, quickly." As he spoke, there was a distinct tremor of suppressed fear in his voice, as if he had encountered something profoundly bewildering and terrifying. Chen Ge abruptly ceased his movements. The chubby boy had always been remarkably composed, even when trapped in the salon, when 2 trained officers were on the verge of breaking down. He maintained a calm demeanor. Yet now, even this typically unflappable individual seemed on the brink of collapse. Slowly, Chen Ge bent down to retrieve the fire axe from the floor, then turned around abruptly. In that moment before turning, his mind raced with numerous scenarios. Would it be a horde of bloodthirsty monsters rushing at them? Or perhaps the zombies from a movie? Or even a swarm of bat-like creatures? However, the sight before him utterly transcended his comprehension. Directly behind them, a throng of people had gathered, though he could not ascertain when they had arrived. Indeed, they were all human, uniformed special police officers, students in school uniforms, and casually dressed teachers. They had searched high and low before, yet now these individuals seemed to materialize from thin air. Moreover, each one of them displayed the same detached demeanor as the special officer they had encountered on the 4th floor. Remaining silent and expressionless, their eyes devoid of any spark, fixated on the trio, a rough estimation suggested there were at least 100 individuals. The most alarming aspect was how these people had surrounded them without notice. In such a silent environment, even the softest footfall would produce a notable sound. Yet the 3 living individuals had been utterly oblivious. "Chubby boy, what was that term you used?" "Parallel universe. Can you communicate with them from that universe? Hurry up and greet them." Even though Chen Ge possessed remarkable skills and a bold heart, he felt a chilling sensation surge from the depths of his being. The stout boy, gripping his spear, declared with fierce conviction, I sense that they do not resemble beings from a parallel universe. With that, he suddenly lunged forward, thrusting the spear violently into the chest of a child. Su Wei shouted in alarm. What are you doing, however? The ensuing scene shattered his worldview entirely. The spear pierced through the child's body without releasing a drop of blood. Instead, a mass of pallid flesh emerged. Run, the stout boy bellowed. Haven't you noticed that something is amiss? Chen Ge's pupils contracted sharply as he realized the absence of the tables and chairs they had discarded earlier. In their haste to escape, they had left those obstacles behind. Yet now they had inexplicably vanished. Those were not tables and chairs at all. The stout boy cried out, "We have been deceived from the very beginning. This is neither a parallel world nor a matter of quantum mechanics. We have been thoroughly tricked." He withdrew the spear and delivered a second strike, piercing the child's neck. Through the sensations relayed by the spear, he discerned that these beings lacked bones, comprised solely of that pallid flesh. It resembled the fatty pork found at a market, yet this flesh was alive. As Chen Ge gazed at the heap of what they had assumed were tables and chairs, a sudden realization struck him. He swung the fire axe in his hand, bringing it down forcefully onto a chair. The sound that followed was not that of wood being cleaved. It felt akin to striking a mass devoid of bones. The severed leg of the chair began to twist and convulse, rapidly losing color, ultimately transforming into a segment of white, undulating tentacle. No wonder those tables and chairs had appeared so silently. They were not furniture at all, but rather a part of a monstrous entity's body. Not only were the tables and chairs implicated, but so too were the people behind them, who were also components of that terrifying creature. Suddenly, the individuals behind him broke into grinning smiles, their rigid and eerie expressions far from human. It was as though the corpse of one long deceased had been forced into a grotesque semblance of mirth. Yet, in the next moment, the teachers, students, police officers, and the surrounding furniture began to dissolve silently, melting into grotesque, undulating masses of white, murky flesh. Run. Chapter 17. Desperation. While one might feel a sense of dread upon witnessing the corpses of their kin, Chen Ge was now forced to watch these living beings gradually melt away, transforming into writhing piles of flesh. Even he, who prided himself on being unflinching in the face of death, was struck with terror, let alone the stout boy and Su Wei. Most crucially, they had no understanding of what was transpiring. Why had these individuals suddenly appeared? And why were they becoming heaps of flesh? Stop staring foolishly. Run! The stout boy's shout jolted Chen Ge and Su Wei back to reality. The three hastily fled into the corridor to the left, entering the nearest classroom and barricading the door with all their strength to prevent those entities from entering. They retreated to the wall, their minds tense as they fixated on the glass of the door. What on earth were these creatures? At this moment, Su Wei exhibited a remarkable calmness compared to earlier. After enduring such a multitude of shocks in a short span, he had likely grown numb to fear. Chen Ge spoke in a grave tone. If my conjecture is correct, those chunks of flesh must be the true masterminds behind everything. Furthermore, these seemingly brainless entities appear to possess intelligence. Have you ever witnessed a cat hunting a mouse? We are currently akin to that poor little mouse, and it will not cease until it has thoroughly driven us to the brink of mental collapse. The chubby boy added, given the current circumstances, it seems improbable that we can escape unscathed. Therefore, if we find ourselves in a dire situation where speech is impossible, let us communicate through sign language to convey our predicament. Su Wei, astonished, inquired, You know sign language? Isn't improvised communication sufficient? Do not digress. Pay attention. A thumbs up signifies safety. A clenched fist indicates danger and readiness for combat. If you see a peace sign, do not ask questions, just run. Can you remember that? The chubby boy asked. Of course. Such simplicity is hard to forget. Chen Ge replied. Thumbs up means safety, a fist means combat mode, and a peace sign means to flee. Got it? Su Wei repeated the instructions under his breath, then suddenly questioned, Is there any point in what we are doing right now? Before the chubby boy could respond, the glass of the classroom door shattered under some external force, startling the three of them. They instinctively raised their weapons, their hearts racing in their chests. With a loud thud, a mass of white substance was thrown inside. Chen Ge recognized it clearly. It was a chunk of white, fleshy matter, reminiscent of fatty pork from the market. To their horror, the mass was writhing. It was alive. But what transpired next shattered their psychological defenses entirely. The mass began to expand, gradually morphing into a humanoid shape, complete with eyebrows, a nose, eyes, and a mouth, resembling a child of about 10 years of age. Not only that, but the mass of flesh also appeared to be clothed. Moments later, a uniformed 10-year-old student stood before them. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly innocent child was, in fact, a grotesque conglomeration of flesh? The trio recalled the special police officer who had appeared at the end of the fourth-floor corridor. At that moment, he had vanished without a trace. They had assumed they were witnessing a haunting, but now it dawned on them that the officer had likely transformed into one of these flesh masses. For 2 or 3 seconds, everyone's attention had drifted away from the officer, and in that fleeting moment, he had transformed and fled. This creature could metamorphose into whatever it devoured. Not only humans but also the chairs and tables must have been consumed by it. The chubby boy muttered to himself, "Damn it, let's take him down first." His palms were slick with cold sweat, yet survival demanded that he eliminate the monster before him. The chubby boy charged forward, thrusting his makeshift spear into the chest of the student. Although the child donned clothing, it resembled the mimicry of a chameleon. In reality, both the uniform and the student were mere facets of its disguise. As the chubby boy attempted to withdraw his spear, the ensuing events completely upended his understanding of science. The young student's chest was pierced, and a mass of white flesh oozed forth, which, upon falling onto the makeshift spear, astonishingly transformed the blade at its tip into a piece of flesh identical to itself. The 3 onlookers stood in disbelief as a metallic kitchen knife morphed into a part of the flesh, an inorganic substance inexplicably converting into organic matter. This is outrageous. It defies the very laws of science. How could metal metamorphose into flesh? The chubby boy, witnessing this absurdity, felt his worldview, shaped over 20 years, begin to crumble. This was his first genuine moment of panic. The parasitic tumors and bat monsters he had encountered before at least adhered to the laws of physics on Earth. Yet this indescribable mass before him transcended all human comprehension. The young student silently extended his hand, and to his astonishment, the knife that had already transformed into flesh reverted back into a metal kitchen knife. "It can change back. What sorcery is this?" The chubby boy shouted in madness. Initially, he had wondered how this creature could possibly kill hundreds in a single night, but now he realized he had been mistaken. This entity could not be understood through conventional wisdom, and there were at least hundreds more of these flesh masses outside. Wait, does that mean we must not come into contact with these flesh masses? Otherwise, our bodies will also be transformed into a part of this monster. The chubby boy decisively formed a peace sign. "We can't fight it. We must run." But the doorway was already teeming with people, each one a part of that unknown creature. Just as despair consumed the chubby boy and he prepared to resign himself to fate, a burst of flames erupted nearby. He turned to see Chen Ge stripping off his clothing and igniting it, striding swiftly towards the entrance. "This is it. If these things are not afraid of fire, then so be it," Chen Ge shouted. "Hurry up." In his right hand, he held the flaming garment, while his left clutched a lighter, a tool he had casually acquired from the barber, unexpectedly proving to be a lifesaver in this dire moment. Indeed, upon sensing the heat, the flesh masses recoiled en masse. It seemed that all living things, even those that defied logic, feared fire. "Get lost. All of you, get away. Hurry. Out through the front door." Chen Ge bellowed. Su Wei and the chubby boy followed closely behind. Fortunately, they were not far from the entrance and reached it in no time. At that moment, the door was blocked by the white, fleshy masses, and Chen Ge threw the burning garment at them. Upon encountering the high temperature, the masses shuddered and miraculously parted to create a path. Hope surged within the 3 of them as the prospect of escape loomed before them, but suddenly, these flesh masses began to split apart, transforming into a multitude of tentacles. The ends of the tentacles embedded themselves into the walls, floor, and ceiling, with hundreds of tentacles densely packed, making it impossible to escape with just one piece of clothing. "Brothers, do you have any tricks left? Don't hold back. Unleash them now," Chen Ge cried out. Chapter 18. Survival. The only exit had now morphed into the gaping maw of a demon, the fleshy tentacles entwined in the walls and floor, some as thick as a wrist, others as fine as a hair. Yet, these tentacles share a singular characteristic. They are exceedingly lethal. The moment one comes into contact with them, human skin, bones, and muscles are transformed into grotesque, unappetizing masses of flesh. There are hundreds of such tentacles, meticulously distributed across every inch of space, rendering mere clothing utterly insufficient for protection. Chen Ge found himself at a loss. This was not a predicament that could be resolved with mere fists. Damn it, if only I had a flamethrower, he cursed under his breath, fully aware that in reality, one could not encounter the cinematic version of a flamethrower that could spew flames several meters. With the sole exit now blocked, if no solution was found, death awaited them. Su Wei's face turned pale, a sorrowful smile gracing his lips. I never imagined I would meet such a tragic end. Had I known, I would have saved a bullet for my own demise. Suddenly, the chubby boy spotted something hanging by the wall. He hurried over, discovering that it was a detailed floor plan of the school. The map meticulously indicated classrooms, teachers' offices, the cafeteria, and fire escape routes. Fire escape routes. Logically, to prevent overcrowding during a fire, any educational building must have more than one exit. We have a way out. Follow me, the chubby boy shouted to the two behind him, then swiftly ran towards the right side of the corridor. Chen Ge immediately followed suit, while Su Wei exclaimed, "Where are you two going? Wait for me." Although Chen Ge was uncertain of what the chubby boy had discovered, his demeanor throughout their ordeal made him a figure of trust. I've realized this building has more than one exit. Directly behind the teaching block is the school cafeteria, which has a small door for staff entry. And beside it is another fire escape. As long as one of these paths is open, we can escape this cursed place, the chubby boy said with excitement. Upon hearing there was a chance for survival, Su Wei's spirits lifted, and his steps became noticeably lighter. Surprisingly, the grotesque mass of flesh had not pursued them. The teaching block was not particularly large, and within 2 minutes, they arrived at the school cafeteria. However, upon seeing the back door, their hearts sank. The walls of the cafeteria were riddled with bullet holes, a clear indication that a fierce battle had once occurred here. To make matters worse, the back door had been blown off its hinges, and it was utterly impossible to move the tons of concrete by sheer human strength. Damn it! I should have realized this sooner. If the back door had been an escape route, the people in the school would have fled long ago, the chubby boy lamented. Chen Ge carefully surveyed the state of the cafeteria, where ingredients lay scattered in disarray, remnants of meals strewn about, with yesterday's leftovers still simmering in a pot. Su Wei, who had previously been filled with hope, felt that hope dissolve into despair, collapsing helplessly onto the floor, uncertain of what to do next. Now, only the fire escape remained, but judging by the chaos in the cafeteria, it was certain that the fire escape was also blocked. They had truly reached a dead end. Chen Ge stood up to inspect the gas canisters, pondering if any liquefied gas remained that could potentially be fashioned into a rudimentary explosive. Unfortunately, the gas canisters were empty. It was over. This time, it was genuinely over. There exists no avenue of escape, no glimmer of hope. Indeed, there is not a soul aware of their entrapment in this desolate place. Awaiting them is but the specter of death. Even the usually composed chubby fellow finds himself rendered speechless, as an air of profound despair envelopes the atmosphere. Chen Ge, the chubby boy, and Su Wei exchanged glances, each rendered mute in the throes of their shared predicament. The dining hall has succumbed to an eerie silence, their sole task being to await the monsters that will inevitably discover them and consume them. One by one, the chubby boy rummages through his backpack, producing a compressed biscuit, which he chews absently. After all, in a short while, the prospect of sustenance will be utterly unattainable. Alas! Just as the trio wallows in despondency, a sudden creak emanates from behind Chen Ge. The three of them, now on high alert, spring to their feet and direct their gaze towards the source of the sound. To their astonishment, it is a refrigerator, long devoid of power due to the monster's incursion. Chen Ge, possessing the keenest eyesight among them, notices that the refrigerator door has been left ajar. Was that door open before? He inquires. I didn't notice. The chubby boy replies, brandishing a kitchen knife as he cautiously approaches, pondering the possibility of grotesque meat chunks lurking within. They remain utterly clueless as to how to annihilate these abominations, though it seems they harbor an aversion to fire. Whether high temperatures can indeed vanquish them remains an enigma. After all, these grotesqueries possess the uncanny ability to oscillate between organic and inorganic forms, a phenomenon that utterly baffles their comprehension. Chen Ge, wielding a fire axe, advances step by step, then abruptly flings the refrigerator door open. Just as he prepares to swing the axe down, he is taken aback to discover a small child nestled inside. Chen Ge hesitates, pondering whether this child is a transformation of the meat chunks or a survivor. After a moment's contemplation, he swiftly concludes that this is indeed a human being. The reasoning is straightforward. While the meat chunks can assume a human guise, they cannot replicate the intricacies of human expression. The eyes of the transformed meat are devoid of life and emotion, whereas the little boy's gaze is filled with palpable fear, an unmistakable sign that he is not one of the monsters. Yet, Chen Ge refrains from reaching out to pull him out, remaining on guard. What if those meat chunks have evolved? In this world, logic has become a fragile construct, and anything is possible. Little brother, come out. We are not monsters, Chen Ge softly implores, noting the school badge affixed to the child's chest, bearing his likeness and name. Chen Lele. The boy, clearly shaken, watches the three men with a wary gaze, evidently having encountered the transformed monstrosities before. We are humans, not monsters. Those creatures cannot speak. Can they? You too, make a sound. Chen Ge commands the chubby boy and Su Wei. Creak, creak. They reply in unison. You see, we are human. Come forth. Chen Ge continues, picking up a rag and wrapping it around his fist. With the realization that these three are indeed human, the boy gradually lowers his defenses and steps out of the refrigerator. Yet, as soon as he emerges, Chen Ge delivers a punch to Chen Lele's nose. Thud. The child was struck, his eyes rolling back in agony, while blood gushed from his nose like two erupting fountains. There was blood. This time, it could be unequivocally confirmed that he was indeed human, Chen Ge remarked without a trace of remorse. Chapter 19. Flesh of the Tai Sui. Just how powerful is Chen Ge's fist? Su Wei was the most qualified to speak on the matter. Just yesterday, he had witnessed Chen Ge's fist cave in the skull of a bat-like creature. He genuinely feared that Chen Ge might inadvertently deliver a fatal blow to this child. Yet he remained silent, observing from a distance. In this apocalyptic world, excessive compassion was a liability. Captain Yang was a good man, but his moment of mercy ultimately led to his demise. Su Wei wished to survive a few more days. Chen Lele, blood streaming from his nose and mouth, painfully clutched his face, struggling to crawl toward the refrigerator. Chen Ge grasped his back and lifted him up. I have already stated that we are not villains. Why do you attempt to flee? Chen Ge held Chen Lele, as one might a cat. It was likely that the child regretted emerging from the refrigerator. It was now certain that he was human. What should be done? To take him along or abandon him? Chen Ge inquired. Under normal circumstances, Su Wei, as a police officer, would never consider leaving a child in such a perilous situation. However, given the current circumstances, their own survival was paramount, let alone the burden of an additional liability. Yet, he could not outright suggest abandoning the child, ultimately turning to the chubby boy. Please, do not obstruct me. I am equally uncertain about what to do, the chubby boy exclaimed, raising his hands in surrender. The three found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. I believe we should find a way to escape this cursed place, Chen Ge declared. If we cannot discover an exit, we are doomed regardless. Su Wei hesitated repeatedly, but ultimately, his heart softened. Lele, is it? Come along with your uncle. I am a police officer and will surely lead you to safety, Su Wei sighed, aware that these were mere platitudes. Should danger arise, he would not sacrifice his life for another. Tell your uncle how you managed to survive, Su Wei prompted. Chen Lele, still clutching his nose, replied, the teacher instructed me to hide in the refrigerator and told me not to emerge, no matter what sounds I heard. The chubby boy fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Based on Su Wei's earlier description, there were at least 100 fully armed special police officers and 500 to 600 teachers and students in the vicinity. If anyone had the highest probability of survival, it would undoubtedly be those well-trained and well-equipped special officers. Yet, the reality was that a mere child had survived. This was illogical. Could it be that the refrigerator possessed some unique quality? The chubby boy cautiously approached the refrigerator and, after careful observation, concluded that it was merely an ordinary appliance, devoid of any special attributes. Could it be related to the temperature of the refrigerator? Temperature, he suddenly exclaimed, standing up in realization. I knew something was amiss. It is indeed the temperature. The chubby boy shouted, Are you not curious? That mass of flesh had neither eyes nor ears, yet it was able to pinpoint our location with precision. I have already told you, do not speak in riddles. My education only extends to high school, Chen Ge retorted. It is the temperature. He locates us through temperature. It possesses no semblance of human ocular organs, rendering it blind to its surroundings. Thus, it locates its prey through our body heat. The child's survival is not attributed to his prowess, but rather to his retreat into the refrigerator, where that mass of flesh could not see him. The chubby boy exclaimed with excitement. Although the refrigerator had lost power, it could still maintain a relatively low temperature for a span of 12 hours, which is the reason for Leilei's survival. And what now? How are we to escape? Chen Ge inquired. The chubby boy fell silent. Indeed, how to exit? There was simply no feasible way out. Even if they understood the principle, what difference would it make? Now that the refrigerator was powerless, they could not create a low-temperature environment. In truth, it need not be low temperature. High temperature might suffice as well. He had always harbored a fear of fire. The kitchen must contain numerous combustible materials, right? Let's search together. The chubby boy was the first to spring into action. Su Wei also began rummaging through the area. Look what I found. A box of disinfectant alcohol. Su Wei exclaimed with delight. This is 75-degree medical alcohol, typically used in cafeterias for sterilization. It is undeniably a highly flammable and explosive substance. However, apart from the alcohol, no other useful items were discovered. Until Chen Ge approached, carrying a bag of flour. You don't mean to suggest making dumplings, do you? This isn't New Year's Eve, by the way. I read online that there's no holiday this year for New Year's Eve. Is that true? Su Wei scoffed at a holiday? In the current situation, surviving is a feat in itself. Do you still wish to make dumplings? I must question how you became a police officer. Do you even know what a dust explosion is? I intend to use this to blast open the mass of flesh at the entrance. After all, it's ultimately just a gesture. So why not go all out? Let us meet a dramatic end. A thrilling finale, Chen Ge declared fearlessly. Were it not for the apocalyptic circumstances, he would find himself on the execution ground. Every moment now felt like a precious gain. Upon hearing the term dust explosion, with the exception of Leilei, who was too young to comprehend, the eyes of the other two sparkled with realization. How did they not think of this? A single bag of flour may not suffice. I shall search further. Su Wei suddenly felt invigorated. Generally, cafeterias have a dedicated storage room for various food items and fruits. There should be plenty of flour within. Damn it, if you dare to frighten me, I shall turn you into barbecue. Su Wei swiftly discovered an entrance to a basement, which ought to be stocked with numerous ingredients. However, the door leading to the basement was locked. Su Wei seized the fire axe and forcefully broke it open. Yet, the moment he swung the basement door open, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Ah! Chen Ge and the chubby boy, hearing the scream, rushed over and were met with an unforgettable sight. The entire basement was inexplicably filled with a murky mass of white flesh. The mass resembled a small mountain, rhythmically undulating, and unlike the tentacles outside. This mass displayed faintly visible bluish-black veins. Could this be the very essence of those monsters? The chubby boy whispered, fearful of awakening the flesh. The four of them cautiously retreated. If I am not mistaken, this pile of flesh is the origin of everything. What should we do? Chen Ge inquired with his gaze. The chubby boy whispered, this thing has caused us so much suffering. We should burn it. All right, let us burn it in the natural world. There are hardly any entities that are not fearful of fire. The four of them collectively poured the medical alcohol they had just discovered over the enormous mass of flesh. Fortunately, this grotesque mass remained in a dormant state, showing no signs of awakening. Chen Ge tore a piece of cloth from his garment, ignited it, and tossed it into the basement. Son of a thief. Farewell. Chapter 20. Conflagration medical alcohol is a flammable substance. Once ignited, it erupted into a roaring blaze, engulfing the entire basement. The three individuals were forced to retreat repeatedly from the searing flames, while Su Wei clutched Chen Leilei, his eyes glimmering with hope for survival. As long as this monster perished, they could escape this cursed place. However, the moment the mass of flesh caught fire, it instantly awakened, its corpulent form writhing in a frenzied dance, countless tentacles emerging from the mass to lash out indiscriminately, consuming whatever they ensnared. The conflagration, the thrashing tentacles, combined with the dim surroundings, created a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Yet, Chen Ge noticed something peculiar. Despite the mass of flesh thrashing about wildly, it seemed to be akin to a blind person fumbling about, failing to touch the three of them. This further corroborated the chubby boy's earlier assertion. This creature navigated by temperature, and now that it was ablaze, it was effectively rendered blind. Unable to perceive the four living beings standing before it, Su Wei let out a triumphant laugh. Serves it right. However, the chubby boy's expression turned grave. Why do I sense something amiss? Shouldn't we be leaving? Su Wei wanted to linger a bit longer, but soon, his laughter was silenced. The texture of the mass began to alter. Its original form, resembling the fatty tissue of a pig, was highly combustible. Yet, as it burned, these white fatty tissues began to take on a metallic sheen. Have you forgotten? This thing can transform into inorganic matter. Fire can only destroy organic creatures, not inorganic stones. Damn it, we forgot this crucial detail. Run! The chubby boy exclaimed before bolting away. Chen Ge, akin to a refugee, bore a sack of flour on his left shoulder and several bottles of alcohol hanging from his right, sprinting towards the exit. The cafeteria was less than a 2-minute journey from the main entrance, and if a dust explosion were to occur, there was a significant chance they could escape while the mass of flesh was thrown into disarray. At that moment, the massive core of the fleshy entity had completely stilled, transforming into a lump of iron. The ignition point of the alcohol was insufficient to melt the metal, and soon, the alcohol that had been poured over the surface of the mass was entirely consumed. The iron mass gradually reverted to its fleshy form. This time, it was truly enraged. Although the mass appeared dim-witted and devoid of intelligence, it was, in fact, highly astute. When it first arrived at the school, it was merely the size of a fist. Had it been discovered and subjected to fire or freezing at that time, there would have been a chance to eradicate it completely. However, it had lurked in the shadows, continuously devouring passing humans, and by the time it was discovered, it was far too late to eliminate it. As Chen Ge and his companions arrived at the school, the mass of flesh harbored a mindset akin to a cat stalking a mouse. However, they unexpectedly uncovered its true form and nearly met their demise in a fiery blaze. The mass began to swell rapidly, bursting forth from the basement like a white tsunami, sweeping towards the 4 individuals before it. Goodness gracious, is this creature enraged? I'd like to toss you into the flames and see if you get angry. Which fool suggested incinerating it? Chen Ge cursed vehemently. The distance from the cafeteria to the entrance of the teaching building was a mere 2-minute walk. Yet those 2 minutes felt more harrowing than the arrival of death itself. The mass of flesh behind them proliferated at an astonishing rate, quickly filling the entire corridor. To make matters worse, grotesque faces emerged from the mass, contorted visages of those it had devoured. The chubby boy and Chen Ge ran the fastest, while Su Wei carried Chen Lele on his back. As the mass drew nearer, Su Wei's anxiety heightened, and in a moment of misstep, he slipped and fell to the ground. In that instant, Su Wei's mind went blank. Help! Chen Ge had already sprinted several meters ahead when he saw Su Wei tumble, turning back to grasp his hand, but it was too late. As Su Wei stood, the relentless tide of the white mass surged forward like a gaping maw, intent on swallowing both him and Chen Lele whole. Without a shred of hesitation, purely driven by instinct, Su Wei seized Chen Lele from the ground and hurled him like a basketball towards the gaping mouth of the white mass. The chubby boy reached out just in time to catch the falling child. Hand! Give me your hand! Chen Ge shouted. But it was already too late. Su Wei's legs were ensnared by the white mass. Chen Ge lunged forward, grasping Su Wei's hand, desperately trying to pull him free from the encroaching flesh. But Su Wei's legs had already been assimilated and corroded by the mass, his bones and flesh transforming into that murky substance. Crack! Su Wei's body was torn asunder. Chen Ge staggered back several steps, clutching the severed portion of Su Wei's body in utter bewilderment. At that moment, Su Wei was barely clinging to life, his breath fading. I was a decent cop. Right, that Su Wei murmured weakly, "No more words. I'll get you out." Chen Ge's heart ached with anguish. Indeed, Su Wei was quite timid, yet aside from his cowardice, he bore no other faults. As they traversed this path, none had anticipated death would find them here. Su Wei shook his head with great difficulty. I can't leave, I want to run. I'll hold it off. You all escape. With his last ounce of strength, Su Wei opened a vial of medical alcohol, dousing himself in the liquid. Chen Ge understood his intent. It was their only hope for survival. Hurry, there's no time, you're a murderer, stop stalling. I'm not worth your sacrifice, hurry, Su Wei roared in fury. Chen Ge retrieved a lighter, closed his eyes, and ignited Su Wei. In an instant, Su Wei transformed into a massive fireball, directly blocking the oncoming tide of flesh. Chen Ge dared not look back, grasping Chen Lele with one hand and pulling Flower with the other, desperately racing towards the exit. Moments later, they finally arrived at that accursed door. The writhing tentacles continued their relentless squirming, seemingly in search of their next target. Fat! Chen Ge shouted, and the chubby boy hastily tore open a bag of flour, scattering its contents into the air. Indeed, fire could not vanquish this monstrous entity, but it could momentarily disorient these fleshly appendages. The three of them had to seize this fleeting opportunity to escape. There was only one chance. Soon, the entire hall was enveloped in a cloud of flour dust. Whether the three would perish in an explosion had become a trivial concern compared to the horror of being devoured by these creatures. Chen Ge ripped a strip of cloth from his shirt, ignited it, and hurled it towards the entrance, before the trio dashed desperately towards the second floor. Deafening explosion echoed as a massive fireball erupted in the hall. Now was the moment. Chapter 21. A desperate struggle. The adipose tissue contained copious amounts of fat, which ignited with alarming ease. At this juncture, the hall was engulfed in a violent dust explosion, a fireball several meters in diameter ensnaring all the tentacles at the entrance. They crackled and twisted in a frenzied dance. Now, hurry! Chen Ge bellowed, quickening his pace with Chen Lele on his back. Take a breath, the chubby boy cried out, aware that the explosion would surely deplete the oxygen in the space, risking unconsciousness. Chen Ge believed in his lung capacity and took a deep breath on the second floor. Sprinting towards the first floor entrance with fervor, he would need less than 10 seconds to make it. Yet, those mere seconds felt like the scythe of death poised at their throats. The searing heat waves scorched their faces. Chen Lele buried her face into Chen Ge's back, caring not for her own safety. Even if she were to be burned alive, it was preferable to being consumed by this monstrosity. The temperature in the hall surged dramatically post-explosion. These amorphous masses, lacking eyes and ears, could only sense their prey through heat in such a high-temperature environment. Their abilities failed them utterly, causing the tentacles to flail wildly. Chen Ge dodged their thrashing while racing towards the entrance. However, the dust explosion's effects were fleeting. A gust of cool air swept in from the door, instantly lowering the temperature within the hall, allowing the tentacles to regain some of their sight and lunge towards Chen Ge. Gritting his teeth, he leaped forward, bursting through the doorway. At last, he had escaped this infernal place. Overjoyed, Chen Ge carried Chen Lele, feeling a happiness he had never known before, surpassing even the joy of childhood celebrations. The dim sunlight caressed his face, imparting a sense of comfort. The breeze was so pure. The clouds appeared so beautiful. How wondrous it was to be alive. Strangely, as soon as Chen Ge left the teaching building, the tentacles behind him ceased their pursuit, reluctantly retracting. He turned to check on the chubby boy's condition. Yet, that single glance washed away his elation in an instant. The intense heat from the dust explosion had dissipated. The tentacles regained their vigor, sealing the entrance once more, and the chubby boy had ultimately lagged behind. If only he could have taken a few more steps forward, he would have escaped this hellish place. Alas, reality holds no room for if only. In the span of just a second or two, the expression of the chubby boy transformed from bewilderment to bitterness, ultimately settling into a sense of resignation. He raised his hand and flashed a peace sign at Chen Ge. At the entrance of the teaching building, the tendrils proliferated, eventually intertwining into a massive, fleshy mass that completely obstructed the doorway. Chen Ge stood there, frozen in place. At that moment, he was uncertain whether to rejoice in his own survival or mourn the sacrifice of his friend. Though he and the chubby boy had known each other for less than 2 days, the harrowing experiences they had shared forged a bond deeper than that of acquaintances who had known each other for years over drinks and feasts. Yet, it was precisely such a friend who now seemed irretrievably lost. Suddenly, Chen Ge laughed. What the hell am I afraid of? I was already living on borrowed time. Yang, Officer Su, Fatty, you are all good people. You shouldn't have to die. Why is it that I, this scoundrel, am the one who survives? Chen Lele looked at him with a hint of fear. Kid, you should leave. As far away as possible in this world. I can no longer look after you. Chen Ge turned his gaze to the surroundings of the school. And indeed, he spotted what he sought. Uncle, where are you going? Chen Lele stared at the lifeless city, his eyes filled with terror. In this apocalyptic scenario, the child might not even make it 100 meters before meeting his end. Going back to save people. Chen Ge strode out of the school without looking back. Numerous police cars surrounded the premises, a consequence of the bombing incident that had transpired at the elementary school just the day before, which had summoned a multitude of officers. Fortunately, the bomb disposal team had dismantled the explosives. However, those vehicles had not departed, implying that the disarmed bombs were likely still aboard one of the police cars. At this point, Chen Ge was entirely convinced of the words spoken by the man named Lu Jun. This was indeed an apocalypse. Regardless of the path he chose, it would ultimately lead to despair. He finally understood why the man named Lu Jun would rather take his own life than endure this apocalyptic world once more. Moreover, according to Lu Jun's own account, he had planted bombs within the school that could potentially obliterate the entire structure. I refuse to believe that even bombs cannot contend with you. Chen Ge resolved to return and rescue the chubby boy. He knew that by now, the boy might already be dead, but that mattered little. At this juncture, he was no longer concerned about his own survival. Death held no fear for him anymore. What more could they do to him? Gripping the fire axe in his hand, Chen Ge forcefully smashed open the door of the nearest police car, searching for the bomb. The police car blared a piercing alarm, but Chen Ge remained unfazed. He smashed open 4 vehicles in succession and finally discovered the disarmed explosives within one of them. Chen Ge's educational background was not particularly distinguished. He had held various jobs, and at one point, he had apprenticed under a master in a coal mine. Learning the use of explosives, he never imagined that this skill would prove useful in an apocalypse. This appears to be military-grade explosives. Chen Ge furrowed his brow. He had always suspected that the man named Lu Jun was no ordinary individual, but he hadn't anticipated that he could procure military-grade explosives. These explosives possessed high stability and could only be detonated using detonators or special methods. Otherwise, even fire would not suffice to ignite them. Next to the explosives, Chen Ge discovered the detonators and fuses. He meticulously assembled the bombs one by one using the rudimentary methods he had learned at the mine, binding them to his body. In the end, he rummaged through a police car and found a few articles of clothing, selecting a relatively fitting piece to change into. The remaining garments he tore into strips, dousing them in alcohol to create several makeshift torches. With a fire axe in his right hand and a torch in his left, explosives strapped to his body, if it weren't for the apocalypse, Chen Ge would undoubtedly have been apprehended as a violent criminal. Beside him, Chen Lele, upon seeing his appearance, had already perceived him as a terrorist. "What are you still doing here? You should hurry home. Your parents might still be alive," Chen Ge urged. Chen Lele whispered, "I don't know the way back. My father always drives me. Then you should wait here. Do you see the sun in the sky? When it reaches its zenith and I haven't emerged, you must run." Chen Lele stood there, tears welling in her eyes. Without looking back, Chen Ge strode toward the teaching building. With one man fighting desperately, no multitude can withstand him. Here I come. Chapter 22. Terror. These fleshly entities possessed a certain degree of intelligence, as evidenced by their previous behavior of cats catching mice. When the dust explosion occurred, they had suffered losses. Upon encountering the flaming torches this time, they instinctively retreated a considerable distance. However, they also understood that fire could not slay them, thus maintaining a precarious distance from Chen Ge. Moreover, this time, Chen Ge was not retreating but advancing, and astonishingly, the tendrils did not impede him, intentionally parting to allow his entry. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ge recognized that ahead lay hell itself, and once he stepped inside, there would be no chance of resurrection. Yet, he approached with a heart resigned to death. Knowing these fleshly beings lacked hearing and sight, there was no need for stealth. "Fatty, are you still alive? If you are, make a sound. Otherwise, I will blow up the school. This is something I have longed to do since childhood." At this moment, Chen Ge was utterly indifferent to life and death. If they had the power, they could kill him, but otherwise, he would assuredly destroy them. The building was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Chen Ge surmised that the chubby boy was likely already gone. "Forget it. How rare it is for me to return to rescue you. And yet you depart first. How inconsiderate." Taking a deep breath, Chen Ge located the load-bearing walls of the entire teaching building. There are indeed tricks to demolition. Much like collapsing abandoned structures, if a few critical points are detonated, an entire building can crumble in an instant. This teaching building was not particularly tall, only 6 stories. Once the load-bearing supports were destroyed, it would soon collapse entirely, and even if it did not kill the monster, it could certainly crush it to death. Having set up the explosives, detonators, and fuses, Chen Ge held the torch in his hand. Well then, farewell to this damned world. I shan't return in my next life. With a cold laugh, Chen Ge mused that throughout his life, he seemed never to have encountered a single matter that went smoothly. Each time there was a glimmer of hope, reality would deliver a harsh slap, shattering his daydreams. With only 1 minute remaining, he wondered if he could smoke a cigarette. Lighting one with the torch, he took a deep drag. Bliss. Without further ado, he ignited the fuse. Although his life had been rather stifled, his death would certainly be grand and resounding to that moment. Chen Ge sensed something resting upon his shoulder. It must be those chunks of flesh, he presumed. It mattered little now. If you desired this cumbersome 100+ pounds of flesh, take it. Did I not urge you to flee? Why have you returned? Chen Ge was momentarily taken aback. Had those pieces of meat evolved so rapidly? They could speak now, and it was the voice of the chubby boy. Turning around, he realized that the one tapping his shoulder could only be the chubby boy. You. Chen Ge landed a punch squarely on the chubby boy's face. The boy let out a pained cry, blood gushing from his nose. Alive! A human? You're not dead. No, wait. There's no time. Suddenly, Chen Ge grasped the urgency. The fuse was already lit, and with less than a minute remaining, the bomb was poised to detonate. Curiosity about the chubby boy's continued existence was a luxury he could not afford. Chen Ge hoisted the chubby boy onto his shoulder and sprinted desperately toward the exit. Yet, the tentacles had already ensnared them. I have a torch on my back. Hurry, there's no time. Chen Ge shouted, hastily handing over his lighter. No, the flame of the torch is too small. We can't break through. The chubby boy remained as calm as ever. There's no time. Charge ahead. Chen Ge was frantic. Upon learning that his friend was alive, he had no intention of succumbing to death. Wasn't he life sweet? The chubby boy produced a bottle of alcohol from Chen Ge's waist, pouring it onto the ground before igniting the torch and tossing it into the flammable liquid. Instantly, flames leapt toward the heavens at the entrance. Chen Ge understood. The intense heat would impair the judgment of those fleshly entities, and this was their sole chance. He carried the chubby boy, daring not to glance back at the lit fuse, and ran with all his might. The tentacles relied on heat sources to locate their prey. Yet the ground was ablaze, making all around appear as potential targets, except for the chubby boy and Chen Ge, who were spared from attack as they burst forth from the inferno. Their clothes were ablaze, but the most pressing threat was not the flames on their bodies, but the imminent explosion of the bomb. Chen Lele was still waiting at the entrance. Chen Ge swiftly scooped her up and dashed onward. It was hard to tell how far they had fled when a deafening explosion reverberated behind them. Though the trio had escaped the confines of the school, they were still knocked off their feet by the shockwave. The chubby boy stared in astonishment. Where did you acquire that bomb? Do you believe me if I say I found it? Chen Ge felt utterly drained, gasping for breath as he collapsed to the ground, finally having dealt with that peculiar mass of flesh. Following the explosion, the teaching building collapsed with a thunderous roar. Even if the mass of flesh was not obliterated, it was now trapped beneath the rubble. At last, it was resolved. Chen Ge inhaled deeply, laughing heartily, reveling in the joy of survival against all odds. Who could fathom such elation? Subsequently, the chubby boy recounted his experiences. After being forcibly separated, he had not been immediately devoured by the mass of flesh. He suddenly recalled the fire escape adjacent to the cafeteria and decided to test his luck. However, that escape route was also blocked, rendering it impassable. Just then, he heard Chen Ge's voice. For a moment, the chubby boy thought he had misheard, but upon reaching the lobby and seeing Chen Ge, he realized that his friend had returned to rescue him. I am forever grateful for such a friend, the chubby boy remarked. The two stood gazing at the school. Little did they know, upon closer inspection, they froze in place, pale as ghosts. Am I dreaming? The chubby boy managed to utter, I cannot fathom this. Chen Ge slowly retreated, his face betraying a profound terror. The teaching building had indeed collapsed. During the explosion, those chunks of flesh were obliterated, scattering across the sky. Yet, these shattered remnants had not lost their vitality. Rather, they converged at an astonishing speed to form a colossal entity. Furthermore, the ruins of the building were writhing, as if a tremendous force was pushing up from below. Boom! Before the incredulous gazes of the chubby boy and Chen Ge, the true form of the monster finally emerged in its entirety, It was a gigantic white tentacle, towering over 100 meters in height, with a diameter exceeding 10 meters, composed entirely of that same white flesh. The massive tentacle bore numerous branches, extending countless smaller tentacles and enormous fleshly tumors. The piece of flesh that had previously devoured Su Wei was but an inconsequential fragment among many. The white tentacle reached skyward, touching the heavens, its smaller appendages and tumors incessantly quivering. This scene was utterly staggering for the two of them. I finally comprehend why over 100 fully armed police officers could not escape. The chubby boy spoke with great difficulty. This is no monster that humanity can contend with. Impervious to blades and bullets, immune to frost, and unscathed by fire. Unless nuclear weapons are employed. Wait a moment. This thing seems incapable of walking. The chubby boy suddenly uncovered a blind spot. Chapter 23. The map. The two scrutinized the colossal tentacle before them and finally made a discovery. Why do I feel as if this thing resembles a tree? Chen Ge inquired. I feel the same. This is essentially a tree made of flesh. The chubby boy instinctively lowered his voice. Although they were aware that these fleshly masses possessed neither hearing nor sight, the mere presence of such a terrifying entity filled them with dread. Moreover, when viewed as a whole, this gigantic tentacle appeared more akin to the trunk of a great tree, while the tentacles and tumors resembled branches and fruit. Most crucially, the massive tentacle seemed to be rooted in the ground, unable to move freely, which elucidated why its range of attack was limited. I asked, should we continue to confront it? The chubby boy whispered. Confront what? We should run. Such a monster is best left to the military. Chen Ge grasped Chen Lele and quickly retreated. Even after deploying explosives, the creature sustained no damage. It was beyond their capacity to handle. Since we cannot defeat it, should we not flee? Chen Ge and the chubby boy led Chen Lele back along the route they had come, soon spotting the supermarket from earlier. The three of them dashed inside, finally able to exhale in relief. I am utterly exhausted. I can't go on. The chubby boy plopped down onto the ground, pulled out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, took several gulps, and retrieved some food to replenish his strength. In just one morning, they had encountered so many incredible occurrences. It was simply exhilarating. After a brief respite, Chen Ge peered outside for any dangers, ultimately confirming that the massive tentacle indeed showed no signs of movement. Although they had distanced themselves considerably, its form was still visible. How has the world come to this? Chen Ge muttered to himself, as in just one night, the world had transformed into something unrecognizable. The chubby boy gazed at the black hole on the horizon and pondered. Do you think those monsters could have emerged from that black hole? Otherwise, there's simply no way to explain it. Now, it seems we have yet another burden to bear. Chen Ge poked Chen Lele on the head and asked, where do you live? I'll escort you home. Chen Lele, being quite young, struggled to articulate his thoughts clearly. The chubby boy took a deep breath, contemplating their next course of action. This city had become untenable. They must depart at once, hoping that the world beyond would be a peaceful one. We should leave this city, he declared. Initially, they had considered heading to the police station, but it appeared that the police could not guarantee their safety either. Leaving the city was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. What about you? Do you plan to return home to find your parents, or will you accompany us? Chen Ge inquired. Chen Lele had no other options. A child of his age would scarcely survive a few minutes without protection. I will follow you, he promptly replied. The chubby boy took out his phone, only to discover that it had no signal. A phone devoid of a network was of little use in such dire circumstances. Are you familiar with this city? Do you know how we can escape? He asked. Well, Chen Ge admitted, I'm not very familiar with it. I originally came here from another place for work, and most of my time spent in various cities has been in prison. Upon seeing Chen Ge's expression, the chubby boy realized their hopes were dim. Cautiously, he ventured outside, scanning the surroundings until he finally spotted his target, a bookstore. Cover me. We're heading to the bookstore, he instructed. You can't possibly still believe that knowledge is power, can you? Besides, bookstores may not necessarily contain knowledge, Chen Ge questioned. You are correct. Bookstores do not always hold knowledge, but they must have maps, the chubby boy replied with a grin. Both of them were not well acquainted with the city, and to exit as swiftly as possible, they needed a map. Chen Ge's eyes brightened. You have indeed thought this through. The bookstore in the distance appeared dilapidated, and the door was locked. The chubby boy struggled several times to open it. Chen Ge, wielding a fire axe, struck the door with a decisive blow, splintering it open. Inside, the bookstore was dimly lit, fashioned from a garage. And though small, it was well stocked. The first thing that caught their attention was a heap of practice papers for students. "Would you like to complete a set of exercises to calm down?" Chen Ge said with a mischievous glint towards Chen Lele. "Even in the apocalypse, you want to do exercises? Perhaps the world should just end already?" Chen Lele retorted. Fortune favored the determined. Soon, they found a map of the city. Following the markings on the map, they identified their current location. The chubby boy pointed to a nearby main street. That's the main street, which leads directly outside the city. "If we walk, we can reach the outskirts in 3 to 4 hours. Chen Ge carefully stowed the map away and suddenly posed a critical question. What if the situation outside is even worse? The chubby boy was rendered speechless. Judging by the black hole above, it was evident that this calamity could not be confined to just one city. Perhaps the entire world had already succumbed. Moreover, they remain utterly oblivious to the events unfolding in this world. Why are there so many peculiar creatures? Where have the inhabitants of this city disappeared to? Why has the military not yet arrived? The chubby boy forced himself to refrain from pondering these questions, for he was acutely aware that should they stumble upon a definitive answer, they might very well lose the hope necessary for survival. Hope is a wondrous entity. It resembles a kite string, providing us with motivation while simultaneously binding us. Yet, should that tether be severed one day, the kite would swiftly plummet to the ground. Thus, let us seek a safer refuge. The chubby boy pointed at the map. We currently possess weapons and food, yet we lack medicine. Observe, there is a hospital conveniently located along our route. We shall procure some supplies as we pass by. Chen Ge also leaned in to examine the map. Their city was quite peculiar, bisected by a river. To leave, one must traverse the Grand Bridge before reaching the hospital the chubby boy mentioned, ultimately enabling their escape from this hellish place. Of course, whether the world beyond this city held heaven or hell remained a mystery, leaving them no choice but to gamble on fate. The chubby boy was about to voice another thought when Chen Ge abruptly covered his mouth. "Listen." Chen Ge lowered his voice. "There are footsteps, and they belong to more than one individual." The chubby boy furrowed his brow, gripping a kitchen knife tightly. In this apocalyptic realm, the monsters were undoubtedly terrifying, yet the threat posed by humanity should not be underestimated. Human nature can be as malevolent as any beast. Any moment, the greatest danger to man has always been man himself. Chapter 24. Disrobing, Chen Ge listened intently. The footsteps did not wane, indicating that these individuals had yet to detect their presence. Furthermore, in an era where logic fails to apply, how could one be certain that those approaching were indeed human? The incident involving Yang Tingting remained vivid in his memory. The footsteps grew increasingly hurried, and Chen Ge, clutching a fire axe, concealed himself behind the bookstore door, ready to strike should any hostility arise, ensuring that this group would blossom like a myriad of peach blossoms. At that moment, a few voices drifted in from outside. "Sister, the door is ajar. Let us enter and rest for a while." "Indeed, Wanru, you are not in good condition. Take a moment to rest." The speakers were two males. The first had a bright, slightly hoarse voice, suggesting he was in his teenage years. The second's voice was much deeper, indicating he was a middle-aged man. From their conversation, it was evident that a woman was also present outside, seemingly injured and unable to move comfortably. The chubby boy tightened his grip on the kitchen knife while simultaneously covering Chen Lele's mouth, warning him to remain silent. Soon, a shadow loomed at the entrance. As an unsuspecting young man clad in a school uniform stepped inside, clearly a high school student. Following him were a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his 30s, wearing glasses and exuding a scholarly demeanor, while the woman, in her mid-20s, possessed a delicate beauty and bore a noticeable belly, suggesting she was pregnant. As the three entered, they immediately caught sight of the chubby boy standing at the door, particularly startled by the kitchen knife in his hand, their expressions transforming into sheer terror. "I apologize, but I was unaware that anyone was present here. We shall depart immediately." The middle-aged man hurriedly shielded the pregnant woman. In contrast, the high school student revealed a fierce expression, glaring at the chubby boy. However, the chubby boy paid no heed to the two men, fixating intently on the pregnant woman, more specifically, on her belly. "Come here, remove your clothing," he commanded, brandishing a knife at her, causing her to pale in terror. "What are you doing? Do not go too far. We are many and not afraid of you," the middle-aged man retorted sharply. Although he appeared intimidating, The chubby boy noticed his hands trembling. The chubby boy had no desire to engage in further conversation. "Make your move." Before the middle-aged man could react, Chen Ge, who had been lurking by the door, lunged forth like a fierce tiger, delivering a punch to the man's abdomen. It was evident that he was merely a clerk, lacking physical fitness. The blow from Chen Ge nearly caused him to retch as he doubled over, struggling to suppress his nausea. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, the high school student attempted to rush in, but Chen Ge had already anticipated his move, landing a punch squarely on the student's face. The student was sent sprawling to the ground, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. The pregnant woman let out a piercing scream as the chubby boy advanced with his knife. What do you intend to do? Please do not harm her. She is with child. Whatever you desire, I shall provide." The middle-aged man groaned in agony, prostrate on the ground. The chubby boy pressed the blade against the woman's throat, rendering her ashen with fear, and he reached to lift her clothing. The woman, fearing the worst, trembled uncontrollably and shut her eyes, but after a while, she realized that the assailants had not taken further action. Peeking open one eye, she saw the chubby boy giving a thumbs up to Chen Ge. "Safe, just a normal pregnant woman. You nearly scared me to death." Chen Ge also exhaled in relief. They had both been thoroughly frightened along their journey, with the first instinct upon seeing a pregnant woman being another victim of the parasitic flesh tumor. However, the chubby boy had clearly discerned that this woman was indeed pregnant. The middle-aged man, initially fearing for his wife's safety, was bewildered to see the two men relax upon noticing her condition. They sat down nearby to consult a map, leaving him in confusion. The high school student, however, seethed with rage, rising and charging at them like a ferocious beast, only to be felled once more by another punch from Chen Ge. Though Chen Ge lacked formal education, he had been engaged in brawls since elementary school. It was not mere bravado. He had never lost a fight. As he matured, he became aware that injuring others could lead to financial repercussions, prompting him to temper his aggression. "Do not strike. Do not strike," the woman implored, urgently halting the conflict. "Who are you? Why did you attack us?" The chubby boy did not answer her query but instead asked, "Where are you headed? Have you encountered anyone else along the way?" Seeing that the two men exhibited no intent to harm them, and noting the presence of a child, the middle-aged man gradually lowered his guard. "We are leaving the city. And you?" The chubby boy and Chen Ge exchanged glances, both harboring distrust towards these strangers. After the Great War, these two individuals could truly be regarded as brothers in life and death, willing to entrust their very lives to one another. Yet, among these strangers, an ancient proverb once advised, "Harbor no ill will towards others, but remain vigilant while wife is pregnant," now 8 months along. "We merely wish to pause here for a brief respite before continuing our journey," a middle-aged man implored. The woman, bearing a considerable belly, was ill-suited for long-distance travel, especially in this apocalyptic world, where merely surviving was a miracle. The stout young man cast a glance at Chen Ge, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Thus, the middle-aged man assisted his wife to a quiet spot to sit down, while the high school student glared fiercely at Chen Ge. After a moment of silence, they began to introduce themselves. The middle-aged man was named Zhao Kuan, a manager of a small company. His wife was Lu Wanru, and the high school student was her younger brother, Lu Fei. They were all bewildered by the sudden appearance of numerous monsters. Fortunately, it was lunchtime when Lu Fei had come to his brother-in-law's house for a meal, while Zhao Kuan had remained home to keep his wife company, thus sparing their lives from the initial onslaught. However, danger soon approached, rendering their home uninhabitable. The three prepared to leave by car, but the vehicle's engine refused to start, leaving them no choice but to proceed on foot. Along the way, Lu Wanru, exhausted, spotted an open bookstore and wished to enter for a brief rest, which led them to encounter the stout young man, and Chen Ge recounted the events of the past few days, particularly regarding the parasitic tumors, which finally illuminated for Zhao Kuan why they were so sensitive about pregnant women. "Just call me Fatty, an unemployed drifter. And as for this gentleman," the stout young man winked at Chen Ge, "a murderer," Chen Ge replied coldly, exuding an aura that repelled strangers. The mere utterance of the word murderer instinctively instilled fear in an ordinary person. Zhao Kuan's face turned ashen, and he forced a stiff smile, pulling his wife a few paces away. "Humph!" Lu Fei scoffed dismissively, utterly unconvinced by Chen Ge's claim, "a murderer. I'm still the boss at school." Chapter 25. Companion sunlight streamed through the door of the bookstore at an angle as Chen Ge and the stout young man sat on the left side in the sun with Chen Lele, while Lu Wanru, her husband, and her brother occupied the right side. Following the earlier misunderstanding, both parties resolved to maintain a respectful distance. The stout young man retrieved 2 loaves of bread from his backpack, tearing one in half to share with Chen Lele, while Lu Fei eyed the bread hungrily, licking his lips incessantly. They had left in a hurry, devoid of food, and with all vehicles rendered inoperable. Their hunger had become acute after such a long trek. Lu Fei whispered something to Lu Wanru, whose face betrayed anxiety as she grasped her brother's arm. Yet, Lu Fei forcefully broke free from her grip and approached the stout young man. "Give us something to eat. I'll trade you for it," Lu Fei declared. Although Zhao Kuan's face bore the marks of worry, he had refrained from intervening when his brother-in-law approached. As Chen Ge observed Lu Fei, he was reminded of his younger self, fearless and brimming with bravado, unafraid of anyone, convinced of his own superiority. The chubby boy remained utterly silent, devouring his bread with great fervor. Lu Fei, noticing that these individuals blatantly disregarded him, felt a surge of anger and reached out to snatch the chubby boy's backpack. However, as soon as his hand extended, Chen Ge seized his wrist with a firm grip, causing Lu Fei's expression to shift dramatically. He felt as though his wrist would shatter from the pressure, eliciting a cry of pain. "Don't hit him," Lu Wanru exclaimed anxiously, attempting to rise but hindered by her considerable belly. "Let go, or I swear I'll kill you," Lu Fei bellowed, only to receive a swift kick from Chen Ge to his solar plexus. Despite Lu Fei being slightly built, he was still a high school student weighing over 100 pounds, and the force of Chen Ge's kick sent him hurtling back, crashing against the wall of a bookstore, leaving him too stunned to scream, clutching his chest in agony, drenched in cold sweat. Who dares to act so brazenly? Chen Ge advanced, gripping Lu Fei by the hair. Though Lu Fei lay prostrated on the ground, his eyes burned with defiance, unyielding before Chen Ge. Chen Ge pressed Lu Fei's head forcefully against the wall, and blood erupted from Lu Fei's forehead like a gushing fountain, rendering him utterly incapacitated, reduced to merely rolling his eyes. "Stop, stop, darling, intervene," Lu Wanru urged, tugging at her husband in desperation. Yet, Zhao Kuan, being a civilian who had never engaged in a fight in his life, was wholly unprepared for such a confrontation, especially against someone who boasted of being a murderer. Furthermore, when comparing their physiques, Chen Ge's arms were nearly as thick as Zhao Kuan's waist. "Why you? Stop. If you don't, I'll call the police." This was the most formidable threat Zhao Kuan could muster. At that moment, Chen Ge had already slammed Lu Fei's head against the wall 3 or 4 times, leaving Lu Fei entirely unconscious, his legs twitching involuntarily. "Enough. Let us go. We need to leave before dusk," the chubby boy remarked. Only then did Chen Ge release his grip, and Lu Fei slumped against the wall, collapsing to the ground, a young man who had never faced the harsh realities of life, perpetually believing himself invincible. It was not until Chen Ge and the chubby boy had vanished from sight that Zhao Kuan helped his brother-in-law to his feet. Fortunately, Lu Fei, despite his severe beating, had sustained no life-threatening injuries. After cleaning the blood from his forehead, he regained consciousness shortly thereafter. "You are far too impulsive, young man. I noticed a supermarket nearby. They likely have plenty of food," Zhao Kuan chastised. Lu Fei, cradling his head in silence, reflected on his habitual brawls at school, having once acknowledged some so-called big brother, whose lifeless body was likely now cold. By the way, those two mentioned they intended to leave the city before nightfall. "Do you think they know something?" Zhao Kuan inquired. Lu Wanru whispered, "What should we do? Shall we follow them and leave the city together? Perhaps outside the city is safer. Upon leaving the city, we could return to our hometown, which is rural and surely secure." Zhao Kuan reassured his wife, "And you, please refrain from such impulsiveness in the future. Think more about the consequences." Lu Fei felt ashamed, not fearing Zhao Kuan but rather concerned about his sister's worry. Zhao Kuan gazed outside, catching a glimpse of the chubby boy and Chen Ge in the distance, and the 3 of them followed closely behind. Chen Ge possesses the finest stamina, his strides surpassing those of others. Although the chubby fellow typically appears to engage in little exercise, his youth, being in his 20s, places him at the pinnacle of life's prime in a bid to vacate the city before dusk. Chen Ge hoisted Chen Lele onto his shoulders, and the pair set off at a brisk pace. Trailing closely behind them was Zhao Kuan, who, noting the distance growing between them, felt a surge of urgency, especially as his wife, burdened with a significant pregnancy, struggled to keep up. Chen Ge soon became aware that 3 individuals were persistently following him, prompting him to glance back at the chubby man. No need to worry about them, the chubby fellow replied without turning his head. After a vigorous 20-minute trek, they finally caught sight of the city's main thoroughfare, Remin Avenue. By simply following this road straight ahead and crossing the bridge, they would soon escape the confines of the city. Turning back, Chen Ge observed that Zhao Kuan had procured a unicycle from somewhere, allowing his wife to sit upon it, while Lu Fei was tasked with pushing the contraption, closely trailing behind them. Noticing Chen Ge standing there, fixated on them, Zhao Kuan hurried over with a smile, eager to dispel any misunderstandings. "Big brother, please don't take it the wrong way. We are also headed this route. By the way, do you happen to know what's going on behind the scenes? What exactly is happening?" He offered a cigarette, which Chen Ge recognized as a fine brand, Huazi. Previously, he would have refrained from indulging in such an expensive smoke. But in light of the Huazi, he softened his demeanor slightly. "We are unaware of any underlying details. For now, let us simply leave this cursed place." Observing Chen Ge accept the cigarette, Zhao Kuan seized the opportunity. "Big brother, my younger brother is quite young and inexperienced, just a student. Please don't hold it against him. We have somewhat of a camaraderie now. How about we travel together? There is safety in numbers." Xiao Fei, hurry and apologize to Big brother. Lu Fei, however, continued to glare at Chen Ge quickly. "Don't provoke your sister's ire," Zhao Kuan urged. Hearing his brother-in-law leverage his sister's authority, Lu Fei begrudgingly lowered his head. Yet at this age, pride often reigns supreme, rendering the words of apology stuck in his throat. All right. It's not necessary," Chen Ge interjected. "If you wish to accompany us, then so be it." Having traversed the trials of adolescence himself, he understood the stubbornness typical of students at that age. As the tension eased, their dialogue flourished. "Big brother, do you think we should head to the police station now? Seek protection from the authorities?" Zhao Kuan inquired. The chubby fellow shook his head. "The police are overwhelmed at present. Initially, 2 officers accompanied us, but they have perished. Furthermore, this is a small town with limited law enforcement. Over 100 lives were lost at the school. How many officers can possibly remain?" Chapter 26. The rabbit Zhao Kuan had always believed that Chen Ge possessed knowledge of the incident's intricacies, resolving to follow him, certain that he would lead them to safety. "Enough chatter. We must leave this city before nightfall." The chubby fellow glanced at the sun overhead. Although his phone retained a modicum of battery, the absence of a network rendered its timekeeping inaccurate. Judging by the sun's position, it was likely around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. With summer upon them, darkness would not descend until at least 7, meaning they still had 5 hours to escape. Once darkness descends, one can only wonder what kind of monstrous entities might emerge from this eerie city. In a mere span of 2 days, they have encountered 3 distinct creatures. First, the bat-like fiend that assailed their police vehicle. Next, the parasitic tumor that had taken residence within Yang Tingting. And finally, the grotesque meat Tsai encountered within the school. A name coined by the chubby one, these creatures exhibit vastly different levels of menace. While the bat fiend appears the most ferocious, it possesses the least combat prowess. The parasitic tumor, being insidiously concealed, exploits the vulnerability of its host, a pregnant woman, leading to a false sense of security, masquerading as an unborn fetus. However, the most despair-inducing encounter has been with the meat Tsai, which is virtually indestructible. Although it may harbor weaknesses, Chen Ge and his companions cannot afford to experiment with each one. They simply do not have the luxury of lives to spare. Their only hope now lies in escaping the city, where they might finally behold a gathering of civilians and armed forces, ideally with tanks to eradicate these abominations. "Why is there not even a shared bike around here?" Lu Fei muttered in frustration, while Lu Wanru softly consoled her younger brother. Despite Lu Fei's apparent fearlessness, he would dutifully swallow his grievances whenever his sister spoke. The group of 6 formed a line, with Chen Ge leading the way, followed closely by the chubby boy and Chen Lele, while Lu Fei pushed Lu Wanru in the middle and Zhao Qin brought up the rear. They trudged on for over an hour, with everyone but Chen Ge feeling the strain in their legs. Suddenly, Chen Ge came to a halt. The others assumed he merely sought a brief respite, but he remained rigidly fixed, staring ahead. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Chen Ge raised his fist, prompting the chubby boy to swiftly draw his newly crafted spear and approach him warily. This was their agreed-upon signal. Raising a fist indicated they were entering a state of combat readiness. The three behind them, observing the tense demeanor of the two, grew anxious, unsure of what transpired ahead. Curiosity piqued, Zhao Qin advanced to the front to ascertain the cause, only to discover a pure white rabbit standing in the center of the street, staring intently at them. This rabbit stood upright on its hind legs, its crimson eyes unblinking, neither fleeing nor approaching, merely fixated on their presence. Chen Ge and the chubby boy exchanged glances. Having encountered numerous bizarre phenomena along their journey, they dared not underestimate even a rabbit, much less an ant blocking their path. "What is going on?" Lu Wanru whispered. Zhao Qin, perplexed, inquired, "Is there a rabbit in our way?" This situation was exceedingly strange, one they had never faced before, and even Chen Ge felt a chill run down his spine. The rabbit's gaze was not that of a mere creature. It was something altogether unknown, evoking an instinctive fear deeply embedded in human DNA. "Shall we simply circumvent it?" Zhao Qin suggested quietly, uncertain why the two displayed such wariness towards a rabbit. Chen Ge remained silent, scanning the surroundings until he found a half-brick by the roadside. With all his might, he hurled the brick like a meteor hammer, and it soared through the air. Striking the rabbit squarely on the head, a dull thud echoed as the rabbit crumpled to the ground, its brains splattered. Yet the two remained vigilant, observing for a full 3 minutes. Finally, Chen Ge cautiously approached, using a fire axe to lift the lifeless body of the rabbit, confirming that it was indeed deceased. It seemed to have been a false alarm. Whose pet rabbit could this be? It showed no fear of humans. Lu Wanru, seeing how adorable the creature was, initially felt inclined to voice a complaint, but the words caught in her throat. Could this rabbit be suitable for making soup? Zhao Kuan suddenly proposed. "Wanru, later on, I'll stew this rabbit for everyone to enjoy. My culinary skills are quite commendable." Chen Ge exchanged glances with the chubby boy. Had they truly been overly anxious, confirming that it was merely an ordinary rabbit? The group resumed their journey at their current pace. They would reach the Kuajiang Bridge in an hour, and after crossing it, they would be an hour away from leaving the urban area and entering the suburbs. Zhao Kuan eagerly picked up the rabbit, exclaiming, "Once we get to a safe place, I'll prepare soup for everyone. I'm quite the domestic gentleman." After walking for another 10 minutes, Chen Ge, who was leading, suddenly halted. The chubby boy, unable to see Chen Ge's face from behind, discerned from his profile that something was amiss. He hurried over, only to find a rabbit standing squarely in the center of the road. Fixating on them with unwavering intensity, a chill raced from the base of his spine to the crown of his head. The chubby boy sensed that this rabbit was far from ordinary. "Zhao Kuan, where's the rabbit's body?" he inquired suddenly. Was there truly a second identical rabbit, or had the one they thought dead somehow returned to life? Or was it all merely a coincidence? At that moment, Zhao Kuan's stammering voice came from behind. The rabbit's body is gone. It was just hanging from the handle of the cart." On the road, the 6 individuals faced off against a single rabbit, which neither ran nor jumped, merely staring at them with an unsettling gaze. The chubby boy rummaged through his backpack and tossed a biscuit towards the creature, hoping to distract it, but the rabbit showed no interest in the treat. "This situation is downright eerie," he muttered. "Have you heard the story of the old northeast yellow weasel seeking a seal? I can't shake the feeling that this rabbit bears a resemblance to the folklore's yellow weasel. And why has the previous rabbit's body vanished? Could resurrection truly be a possibility? Let us ignore it and go around," the chubby boy suggested pragmatically. The 6 of them attempted to circumvent the rabbit, yet no matter how they maneuvered, the creature's gaze remained fixed upon them. "Hurry, hurry. We'll be out of the city soon. Come on," the chubby boy urged, jogging ahead while Chen Ge deliberately slowed his pace to accommodate the others. However, as they ran, Chen Ge abruptly stopped, causing the chubby boy to collide with his back. Without uttering a word, the chubby boy had already surmised what had happened. Peering ahead, he beheld in the exact center of the road stood a snow-white rabbit, staring intently at them. Yet, unlike the previous encounters, this rabbit appeared to be grinning. Chapter 27. Crossing the river apart from humans, most animals do not exhibit laughter, although one might occasionally capture a glimpse of a small creature with a mischievous grin. Such instances are merely coincidental. The expressions on an animal's face undoubtedly convey a different meaning than those of humans. However, This particular rabbit was inexplicably smiling at them, instilling a sense of terror in everyone's hearts. The rabbit posed no tangible threat, yet its presence felt unsettling. An animal suddenly displaying a human-like expression can evoke discomfort in many. This phenomenon is known as the uncanny valley effect. The closer something resembles a human, the greater the fear it can instigate. What should we do? Perhaps we should capture it and stew it. I refuse to believe it can conjure any more mischief, Zhao Kuan whispered. Chen Ge and the chubby boy remained silent. They had encountered an array of peculiarities on this journey and were compelled to exercise caution. Should this rabbit prove as treacherous as the fleshly calamity, it could very well lead a few souls to their doom. Chen Ge and the chubby boy had narrowly escaped the clutches of the fleshly calamity, largely due to luck. The chubby boy turned to Chen Ge and said, "You threw that brick quite accurately just now. I'll go take a look. If this rabbit attacks me, you'd better strike it with the brick." Chen Ge nodded and picked up a piece of brick. The chubby boy cautiously approached, each step sending his heart racing, by the time he stood before the rabbit. His heart felt as though it might leap from his throat. "I must apologize. My friend, we were in the wrong earlier," he said, attempting to soften his tone, for it is said that one should not strike a smiling face. Yet, the rabbit remained unresponsive. The chubby boy continued softly, "If you can understand my words, please give some sign. Otherwise, we shall take our leave. Do not pursue us any longer." As soon as he uttered those words, a chill crept down his spine, for the rabbit's smile became even more pronounced. Despite the chubby boy's keen mind, he could not fathom the creature's intentions, and it was evident that the behaviors of humans and animals do not translate. For instance, while humans urinate to relieve themselves, lions do so to mark their territory. And as for smiles, not all human smiles signify goodwill. They may express mockery, derision, disdain, or seductive charm, among other sentiments. The chubby boy glanced at the time. It was nearly 3 o'clock. If they did not escape the city before nightfall, they might encounter all manner of supernatural beings. Remaining stagnant was not a viable option. Resolutely, he seized the rabbit by its ears, prompting a response. The creature began to kick its legs, least this reaction resembled that of a rabbit. Moreover, the rabbit did not retaliate when its ears were grasped, allowing the chubby boy to breathe a slight sigh of relief. It seemed this creature thrived on instilling fear through atmosphere rather than possessing any genuine capabilities. "I do not know if you can comprehend me, so I shall reiterate. Cease your pursuit, or I shall stew you," he threatened. The rabbit mechanically turned its head to fixate on the chubby boy, its crimson eyes sending shivers down his spine. With a wave of his hand, the chubby boy tossed the rabbit aside onto the roadside. "Let us go. Do not concern yourselves with it. It seems to lack any real prowess." He beckoned to the others. Chen Ge took the lead, pulling Chen Lele along, while Zhao Kuan remained apprehensive. After Chen Ge and the others had passed the rabbit, and upon confirming that no terrifying incident had transpired, Zhao Kuan finally urged his wife to follow him slowly. The rabbit seemed to possess no real power, merely fixating on the group until they were completely out of sight. They hastily proceeded forward, walking for nearly half an hour without encountering another rabbit, which elicited a collective sigh of relief. It appeared to be merely a creature meant to instill fear, as the pudgy boy quietly remarked. Not every monster is truly terrifying. The saying often encountered online asserts that the disparity between individuals is greater than that between humans and dogs. This notion equally applies to the sudden emergence of these creatures in their world. Some monsters are fierce as tigers, while others are utterly inept at this moment. The sun hung slightly to the west, indicating it was around 3 o'clock. Chen Ge, leading the group, could finally see the Jiangkou Bridge. Once they crossed the bridge and walked a little further, they would be able to escape this hellish place. Throughout their journey, they had not seen another soul, as if they were the last 6 people remaining in the city. The prospect of leaving this dreadful location invigorated them. Hunger and fatigue were momentarily forgotten as they yearned to depart. Yet, just as Chen Ge prepared to hasten across the bridge, his expression abruptly changed. The rabbit stood directly before them, fixated on the group. The pudgy boy, sensing the rabbit posed no threat, found himself less anxious and more curious about why the creature continued to trail them. Was there something about them that captivated its attention? Chen Ge quietly declared, "This time, I shall investigate. If necessary, I will simply toss it into the river." However, as he turned around, the rabbit that had been relentlessly following them had inexplicably vanished. The atmosphere among the group grew eerily tense once more. "Fatty, did you see where the rabbit went?" Chen Ge whispered, tightening his grip on the fire axe. The pudgy boy readied his makeshift spear, replying, "I didn't see it." They were now very close to the riverbank, able to see the opposite side of the river, which spanned approximately 500 to 600 meters. The sunlight danced upon the water's surface, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Yet, they had no time to appreciate the beauty before them. Their focus was solely on locating the rabbit. With the scene before them wide open, the rabbit had either jumped into the river to drown or had vanished into thin air. There was nothing in sight that could conceal it. According to the law of conservation of mass, an object cannot simply disappear. Yet whether that peculiar rabbit adhered to this law remained uncertain. Lu Fei's temper flared. "What are we waiting for? It's just a rabbit. If you want to move, I will." With that, he strode ahead. Both the pudgy boy and Chen Ge sensed something was amiss. Chen Ge attempted to reach out and pull Lu Fei back, but the pudgy boy stopped him. "Good advice is wasted on the stubborn. We can save him once, but not for a lifetime." Reluctantly, Chen Ge withdrew his hand as Lu Fei marched forward. After a few steps, he glanced back, only to find the remaining 5 had not followed. "Xiao Fei, come back. Ah!" Lu Wanru suddenly let out a piercing scream. Not only Lu Wanru, but the faces of others also turned extremely grim as they retreated in fear. Leaving Lu Fei oblivious to the unfolding chaos, a colossal shadow abruptly emerged from the ground, opening its gaping maw to viciously sever Lu Fei's arm. Chapter 28. The shark. The incident transpired with such alarming rapidity that the others could not discern what creature had burst forth from the earth to maim Lu Fei. Witnessing her brother in imminent peril, Lu Wanru was consumed by desperation. However, her heavily pregnant state hindered her ability to act, and she felt powerless to summon assistance. Tears streamed down her face as Lu Fei, still alive, clutched his severed limb, howling in agony as he writhed on the ground in his attempts to stand. The sudden loss of an arm disrupted his sense of balance, causing him to collapse repeatedly, compounded by the rapid depletion of his strength from blood loss. The stout boy's complexion drained of color. "Did any of you catch a glimpse of what that was?" Zhao Kuan, being a mere desk worker, had never encountered such a terrifying scene and was rendered speechless by fear. Chen Ge, possessing the keenest observation, promptly stated, "I saw a glimpse, though I cannot be certain. It seemed as though a large fish burst forth from the ground." The stout boy pressed, "Are you certain? You really believe a fish emerged from beneath the earth? That's absurd. In this world, what is scientific anymore?" Chen Ge retorted. "What if that rabbit we saw earlier didn't just vanish, but was consumed by whatever lurked below?" The stout boy pondered this increasingly plausible theory, yet he stomped his foot against the ground, confirming its solidity. How could a fish possibly swim in solid earth? This defied all rationale. The monstrous entities that now roamed the world disregarded the scientific principles humanity had meticulously devised over millennia. Taking a deep breath, the stout boy attempted to regain his composure. "Chen Ge, do you think that rabbit, which continuously appeared before us, was not merely trying to frighten us, but rather warning us of impending danger? We might have disregarded its warning," he inquired. In retrospect, this seemed quite plausible. Yet any rabbit lacked the means of communication. Their harrowing experiences, coupled with the sight of that eerie rabbit, led them to believe it intended to harm them. Lu Wanru, witnessing her brother lying in a pool of blood, turned to plead with her husband. "Kuan, could you find a way to save Xiao Fei?" Zhao Kuan's face was devoid of color. "That child never heeds my warnings. Despite my prohibitions, he insisted on going. And now look at the consequence. Who is to blame?" Lu Wanru, feeling utterly powerless as she gazed upon her dying brother, could not contain her tears. With no other recourse, she turned her gaze towards Chen Ge and the stout boy, hoping for their assistance. Yet, they seemed to disregard her plea. In such dire circumstances, the prospect of saving another seemed uncertain, let alone their own survival. "What should we do now? Should we press onward or retreat?" Chen Ge murmured. The plump boy pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, "We must press onward. It seems we have unwittingly entered the hunting ground of the monsters, and escaping may not be as effortless as we had hoped. Moreover, I have observed that these creatures appear to possess their own territories, operating solely within those bounds. The meat Tuasue serves as a prime example. The school's meat Tuasue is invincible within a radius of several kilometers, deterring any other monsters from approaching. Of course, there may be those audacious enough to venture close, but they would have surely been consumed by the meat Tuasue. At that moment, Lu Wanru struggled to dismount from the unicycle. Wanru, Wanru, what on earth are you doing? You are with child, Zhao Ku exclaimed, hurriedly grasping his wife's arm. Yet, Lu Wanru determinedly advanced towards Lu Fei, stating, I can understand your reluctance to intervene. After all, Xiao Fei has no direct ties to you. I cannot compel you to rescue him, but he is my younger brother, and I must go. Why now? Lu Fei had succumbed to a semi-conscious state. It was inconceivable that even a healthy woman could pull an ordinary high school student several dozen meters away, let alone Lu Wanru, who was heavily pregnant. Under equal weight conditions, a woman's upper body strength is only 60% that of a man's. This is precisely why, in combat sports, competitors of equal weight must be separated by gender. Although society advocates for gender equality, the physiological disparities cannot be erased. Zhao Ku reached out to grasp his wife's arm, but she deftly shrugged him off. Chen Ge blinked, realizing that this was the legendary brotherly demon in action. Zhao Ku stood frozen, his gaze wavering. Ultimately, he neither chose to save the boy nor to restrain his wife, simply watching from the sidelines. Perhaps he felt a pang of anxiety, but the lives of his wife, child, and brother-in-law could not outweigh his own. The wife can be remarried. A child can be born anew, and as for the brother-in-law, he was ever a nuisance. Why should he risk himself to save him? Lu Wanru, cradling her swollen belly, approached her brother and gently shook his body. Lu Fei was drenched in blood, his severed arm exposing ghastly white bone, his eyes tightly shut, possibly unconscious from excessive blood loss. As Lu Wanru painstakingly dragged her brother back, she suddenly felt darkness beneath her feet. The once yellow earth was shrouded in shadow. A chill coursed through her, for she realized that the monster which had just bitten off her brother's arm had returned, while the three men behind her showed no intention of offering assistance. Tears streamed down her face as she continued to pull her brother. The plump boy abruptly remarked, We've been standing here for quite some time. Why hasn't he whatever lurks below attacked us? Chen Ge, his expression grave, suggested, Perhaps I should inquire with the creature beneath us. Though he spoke lightly, he clutched a brick in his hand, aware that it would be of little use against a monster. Yet it provided some psychological comfort. Lu Wanru's face turned ashen. Although sunlight was indeed present, she felt the ground beneath her was engulfed in darkness. Suddenly, a fishing documentary flashed through her mind. An exploration team fishing on a lake had felt an ominous darkness beneath them. Aerial footage revealed a fish over 5 meters long lurking beneath their vessel. In other words, that creature was right beneath her feet. At this moment, Lu Wanru had exhausted all her strength, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. In her desperation, she cast a glance at her husband, whose expression mirrored her anxiety. Yet, despite the urgency of the situation, he would never jest with his own life. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, a colossal figure erupted from the ground. Leaping into the air, the three men in the distance could see it clearly. It was indeed a fish, or more precisely, a shark, measuring over 7 meters in length, its gaping maw aimed straight at Lu Wanru. Faced with such a dire predicament, Zhao Kuan could only close his eyes, pretending not to see. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a brick soared through the air like a cannonball, striking the shark directly in the eye. Chapter 29. A life or death gamble. The brick struck the shark's eye with incredible force. To everyone's astonishment, it pierced through the shark's head as if it were made of sand, showing no resistance whatsoever. Nevertheless, this blow disrupted the shark's line of sight, causing its attack to veer past Lu Wanru. Paralyzed by fear, Lu Wanru collapsed weakly to the ground, her complexion ashen and her lips trembling uncontrollably. Is this a joke? Elementalization? Honestly, have you consumed a devil fruit? The chubby boy shouted at the shark. However, the shark had already vanished underground, leaving no trace behind. The hard ground was as fluid as water to this creature. Chen Ge observed intently, noting that as the great shark submerged, it resembled a genuine fish entering water, causing ripples to form on the surface. Having left high school to work for a living, Chen Ge struggled to comprehend the phenomenon and turned to the chubby boy for clarity. Don't look at me. I have no idea why this is happening. The chubby boy was also drenched in cold sweat. Encountering breaches of physical law was not new to him. There had been the fleshly Tai Sui and the obstructive rabbit, each more bizarre than this shark that could swim underground. Chen Ge gently caressed the ground, his expression grave. The ability of humans to perceive their surroundings stems from the propagation of light, yet light cannot penetrate the earth to reach below. How, then, could this great shark see them? Why was only Lu Fei targeted? Could the shark, like the fleshly Tai Sui, locate its enemies through temperature? No, that couldn't be right. Chen Ge scrutinized the ground. Despite his modest education, he was no fool. If the shark were hunting by temperature, all of them would be indiscriminately attacked. Yet, thus far, only the fearless Lu Fei and the protective Lu Wanru had faced its wrath. Suddenly, a crucial realization dawned upon Chen Ge. Cautiously, he picked up a stone from the ground and gestured for silence. He then tossed the stone into the distance, producing a faint sound upon impact with the earth. In that instant, the great shark surged up from beneath, swallowing the stone whole. Witnessing this, Zhao Kuan gasped. Covering his mouth in horror, it became clear that the shark determined the location of its prey through sound. The depths are shrouded in darkness, rendering the great shark blind as it swims beneath the surface, able to utilize its eyes only when it emerges to hunt. In other words, as long as silence is maintained, no attack will ensue. When Lu Fei approached, the sound of his footsteps caught the shark's attention, resulting in it severing one of his arms with a swift bite. Lu Wanru rushed over to save her brother, inadvertently provoking the shark's assault as well. Meanwhile, the pudgy boy, Chen Ge, and Zhao Kuan remained perfectly still, not daring to move a muscle, and thus evaded the creature's wrath. To be precise, the shark does not locate us through sound. It detects us through vibrations, Chen Ge murmured, affirming the pudgy boy's assertion. The journey here was easy, but leaving would be fraught with difficulty. At present, they could only remain rooted in place, for any movement would surely bring about an attack. Lu Fei lay on the ground, plunged into unconsciousness. If they did not find a way to staunch his bleeding soon, he would succumb to excessive blood loss. However, remaining stagnant was not a viable option. Human stamina is finite, and standing consumes more energy than walking. In a mere hour or two, their legs would grow weary, their feet would ache, and with 3 hours until nightfall, who could say what horrors might emerge in the dark? Chen Ge scanned the surroundings, hoping to exploit the terrain to escape, but the area was flat and barren, devoid of even a single tree. The prospect of using the landscape to their advantage was non-existent. I have a somewhat unrefined idea, Chen Ge suddenly exclaimed. The pudgy boy responded, it seems we're both on the same wavelength. The two cautiously emptied their backpacks, revealing the most crucial supply, fresh water, which they concentrated entirely in Chen Ge's possession. Zhao Kuan, perplexed by their intentions, felt a surge of anxiety. Surely these two rascals weren't contemplating a last meal? Was there not a chance for salvation? In a moment, when I tell you to run, you must flee. When I say stop, you must halt. You must heed my instructions, Chen Ge declared. His gaze shifted to Lu Wanru and Lu Fei, and he sighed inwardly. Those two were essentially beyond rescue. The inevitable outcome was either to be devoured by the shark or to perish slowly in this wretched place. There was no third option. At that moment, Zhao Kuan spoke in a pleading tone. Chen Ge, I implore you, can you take my wife with you? I beg you, she is with child. Spare me your pleas. What morals can a murderer possess? She is neither my wife nor my child, Chen Ge replied coldly. They were all adults, responsible for their choices. Had Lu Wanru not been so determined to rescue her brother, perhaps there would have been a glimmer of hope. Alas, that chance had vanished entirely. Chen Ge understood the bond between the siblings, but understanding did not equate to the luxury of self-preservation. He glanced back at Chen Lele, who nodded in agreement. The child had not caused them any trouble thus far, which was commendable. Prepare yourselves, Chen Ge shouted, raising a bottle of mineral water before hurling it forcefully to the ground in the distance. The collision between the filled plastic bottle and the earth produced a resounding crash, and in an instant, a massive shadow erupted from below, swiftly consuming the bottle. Run! Chen Ge sprinted down the path, as the enormous shark surged from the depths, snapping its jaws around a bottle of mineral water before sinking back into the abyss. This entire sequence transpired within a mere 5 to 6 seconds. They intended to exploit this fleeting window to reach the cross-river bridge. This shark could swim through the earth, yet beneath the bridge lay emptiness. Chen Ge was betting that the great beast would not be able to ascend to the bridge. Once they reached the bridge, safety would be within their grasp. They were approximately 100 meters away from the cross-river bridge. and at a full sprint, they could cover that distance in about 10 seconds. Even with the youngest among them, Chen Ge, they would only need to discard 3 bottles of water. Chen Ge, the fastest of them all, nearly covered half the distance in an instant, mentally counting down the seconds. Approximately 5 had passed when he shouted, "Stop!" In an instant, everyone froze, holding their breath. Zhao Kuan no longer glanced at his wife. His own survival was paramount, and he did not believe he was in the wrong. However, what transpired next was even more terrifying. Beneath the concrete surface, a shark fin leisurely approached the group. Chapter 30. Drowning every individual, including Chen Ge, felt their heart leap into their throats. This creature had learned to swim through the ground. Cold sweat streamed down Chen Ge's forehead. Being the fittest, he led the way, followed closely by the chubby boy. And then Chen Ge. One must not underestimate the speed of a child. Many out-of-shape adults could not match it. Bringing up the rear was the panting Zhao Kuan, who trembled in fear as the shark drew near, pleading, "Save me, save me." Yet in such dire circumstances, everyone was too preoccupied with their own survival to consider aiding another. The chubby boy hurriedly whispered reassurances, "It's all right, don't panic, it's all right." However, not everyone could maintain composure in the face of danger. Zhao Kuan's heart raced dangerously. At last, the shark reached his feet. In that moment, Zhao Kuan's spirit shattered entirely, and he bolted towards the bridge, screaming, "Don't run! It can't see us!" the chubby boy shouted. But his voice failed to penetrate Zhao Kuan's near-manic state. In his frantic dash, Zhao Kuan collided with Chen Ge, whose face turned pale. The shark, sensing the violent tremors above, surged toward Zhao Kuan, leaping into the air and snapping him in two. Blood and entrails sprayed everywhere. Aside from Chen Ge, everyone felt their throats tighten, the urge to vomit overwhelming them. Yet they all understood that should they indeed regurgitate, they would undoubtedly become the next target. In the distance, Lu Wanru witnessed her husband's gruesome demise and began to weep silently, pressing her hands tightly over her mouth. It seemed she could already glimpse her own fate. All she could do was hold her brother tightly and sob in silence. Chen Ge took a deep breath. While chaos engulfed those around him, he knew he must remain steadfast. The sight of spilled entrails was nothing new to him. He had witnessed far worse. "Prepare," Chen Ge declared, retrieving a second bottle of mineral water. According to his calculations, if he could divert the shark's attention with one more throw, he would successfully reach the bridge. The chubby boy and Chen Ge needed to discard their bottles at least twice to reach the bridge. As for Lu Wanru and Lu Fei, there was no hope. They should abandon all hope. Chen Ge exerted all his strength, desperately hurling the bottle in his hand far away, the collision between the mineral water bottle and the ground resonating with a thunderous noise. Yet, this time, the great shark failed to materialize. A cold sweat instantly beaded on Chen Ge's forehead. What was happening? His eyes, filled with terror, were fixed on the ground. Logically, that great shark should have leaped out upon hearing the sound or sensing the tremor beneath. Could it be that this creature possessed memory? It had responded to the noise made by the mineral water bottle before, but upon discovering the bottle was unpalatable, it would not fall for the same trick again? Chen Ge pondered silently. However, if they did not divert the attention of the shark, they would not dare to move an inch. What else was in his backpack? Cautiously, Chen Ge opened his backpack and discovered several cans of luncheon meat inside. Upon seeing Chen Ge retrieve the luncheon meat, the chubby boy displayed a reluctant expression. He had been unwilling to eat it during lunch and now found himself in a position to feed it to a shark. Yet, the urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation, and Chen Ge hurled the can of luncheon meat fiercely into the distance. Indeed, upon hearing the clatter of the tin against the ground, the great shark leapt forth from below, swallowing the luncheon meat in one gulp. Chen Ge shouted at the top of his lungs, "Run!" The 3 members of the team dashed forward without a second thought, with Chen Ge being the first to reach the bridge, finally letting out a sigh of relief. However, the chubby boy and Chen Ge still had about 10 steps to go before reaching the bridge. Victory was within reach. Just as Chen Ge turned to check on their situation, his expression suddenly changed. He noticed that a school badge was about to fall out of the pocket of Chen Ge's school uniform. The badge, originally tucked inside the inner pocket and not easily dislodged, had been nearly knocked out when Chen Ge was bumped by the frenzied Zhao Kuan. Under normal circumstances, this would not have been significant. But at this moment, even the slightest sound could prove fatal. Chen Ge hurriedly called out to Chen Ge, urging him to grasp his badge, but Chen Lele, momentarily stunned, looked towards his pocket. In that brief moment of delay, the badge slipped from his pocket and clattered onto the concrete ground. What was once an inconsequential noise now held the potential to cost lives. In the distance, the shark's fin was racing towards them with alarming speed. And the chubby boy shouted, "Run!" Only 10 steps remained. If they could sprint those final steps before the shark closed in, victory would be theirs. Chen Lele's face turned ashen, and he joined the chubby boy in a frantic dash. Ultimately, the chubby boy, being an adult, took longer strides and reached the bridge first. However, as Chen Lele was still 5 or 6 steps away from the Junko Bridge, the shark had already closed in behind him. Chen Ge lunged forward, grasping Chen Lele's small hand in an attempt to pull him to safety, but at that moment, the shark surged forth and clamped its jaws onto Chen Lele's waist. A sickening crunch echoed as the shark severed Chen Lele's body below the waist, leaving the child's eyes vacant and devoid of life. Chen Ge, overwhelmed by the force of his pull, stumbled back, and the remaining half of Chen Lele's body fell onto him. The blood suddenly stained Chen Ge's clothing crimson. "Uncle, am I not going to die?" Chen Lele asked, her voice barely a whisper. Chen Ge found himself at a loss for words, gazing at the remnants of Chen Lele's body, unsure of how to confront this harrowing reality. "Uncle, could you please tell my parents that I did?" The words faltered. Chen Lele's pupils dilated, and she breathed her last. A mere 7-year-old child, extinguished just like that. In that moment, Chen Ge comprehended why the army would rather take their own lives than confront another apocalypse. Such a sense of despair had only visited his life once before. "Don't just stand there, run!" the chubby boy suddenly shouted. Chen Ge looked up to see the massive shark lunging forward with a ferocious leap, aimed squarely at the remaining half of Chen Lele's lifeless form. With death rendering her like a snuffed candle, Chen Ge had no choice but to abandon the body and sprint toward the center of the bridge. The shark soared through the air, quickly closing the distance to Chen Ge, but as its momentum waned, it realized it could not reach him and pivoted instead, striking Chen Ge's back with its powerful tail. The immense force sent Chen Ge flying, plunging him into the river below. "This is it. I'm done for." Yet the shark had forgotten that they were still on the bridge. Beneath was emptiness, not the familiar earth. As it crashed through the concrete of the bridge, the shark plummeted directly into the river below. Chen Ge managed a bitter smile, convinced of his demise. If he couldn't defeat the creature on land, what chance did he have in the water? However, the next scene left him bewildered. The great shark was thrashing about in the river, clearly in agony. This creature, capable of swimming through the earth, was drowning. Chapter 31. Living skin. The moment he hit the water, darkness enveloped Chen Ge, rendering him unable to see or breathe. Yet, having been a proficient swimmer since childhood, often holding his breath while fishing, he had developed considerable aquatic skills. Moments later, he surfaced and immediately searched for the shark that had fallen alongside him. This fearsome beast on land would surely be a nightmare in the water. Chen Ge braced himself, prepared to shut his eyes and await death, but to his utter shock, the shark was drowning. The great shark flailed desperately in the river, mimicking the struggle of a human in distress, exerting all its strength to escape the surface, but it could only swim through the earth, lacking the ability to soar. Soon, the shark's eyes rolled back, and it finally succumbed, belly up in the river. Could it be that he had triumphed? Chen Ge could hardly believe that the river had saved his life. Mustering his courage, he swam over and delivered a couple of kicks to the shark. Confirming its stillness, he gestured to the chubby boy on the bridge. "Drop a knife?" The boy promptly threw down a kitchen knife. Chen Ge retrieved it from the water and struck the shark twice. The creature's body held no blood, and its massive form began to decompose rapidly in the water, akin to ice melting away. After a thorough dissection, a formidable shark measuring a full 7 meters in length was reduced to nothing more than its skin. Chen Ge cautiously approached, inhaling the briny scent of seafood that wafted from it. This could be considered a trophy. Surely, it would prove useful. Dragging the shark's skin to the shore, Chen Ge collapsed onto the sand, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. Fortunately, the food in his backpack was sealed, ensuring it remained edible despite the waterlogged BG. At that moment, the chubby fellow also arrived, marveling at the shark's skin, exclaiming in wonder at the sheer variety of things that existed in this world. However, Chen Ge's spirits were dampened. He hadn't anticipated that in less than an hour, the team of 6 would dwindle to just 4. Lu Fei had suffered a severed arm, and it was unclear how he fared now. As the chubby boy reached for the shark's skin, he was startled when it suddenly coiled around his hand as if it were alive. What the hell? It's still alive. It's still alive. He shouted in terror, taken aback by the notion that this remnant could still pose a threat. Chen Ge was equally alarmed. He lacked the strength to engage in another battle with such a creature. Yet, the chubby boy's cries subsided as he realized the skin merely held onto his hand without any intent to harm him, and he felt no unusual sensations. What in the world is this thing? He muttered, plopping down on the ground, inadvertently pressing his hand into the earth, only to discover that it sank in as if the ground were water. Both of them stood in bewilderment, gazing at the shark's skin. If it weren't for the apocalypse, this bizarre skin alone could sustain them for a lifetime. They soon understood that the secret to the shark's ability to swim underground lay within this very skin. A triumphant grin spread across the chubby boy's face as he gently tugged at the skin, only to find it easily torn away without any discomfort to his arm. I have a rather immature suggestion, he suddenly declared. If we utilize this properly, it could be an extraordinary artifact. It seems we've both arrived at the same conclusion, Chen Ge replied. They envisioned fashioning the shark's skin into a simple garment, which might serve as a means of escape by burrowing underground in critical moments. Chen Ge initially considered crafting 2 pieces, but the chubby boy declined, insisting on making only one. His reasoning was straightforward. He couldn't swim, and even if he donned the shark skin attire, he would surely drown. Moreover, if they left the excess unaddressed, it could fall into the hands of others or creatures, which would pose a problem. Ordinary solid objects could barely harm the shark's skin in the slightest. Ultimately, the chubby boy wet a kitchen knife and meticulously cut the shark's skin, creating a cloak. Though the shark was deceased, its skin appeared to possess a semblance of life. Upon encountering a living being, it would instinctively wrap around and meld with their skin. When the time came to remove it, a simple tug would suffice. Leaving no harm to the wearer, it turned out that defeating monsters could indeed yield equipment. Chen Ge had assumed such a concept was exclusive to games. The little chubby boy lamented, expressing his sorrow as the remaining shark skin was reduced to ashes by their fire. Fortunately, this substance was susceptible to flames. By the time they had dealt with these matters, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Given that it was summer, the sun still blazed brightly in the sky. Chen Ge and the little chubby boy returned to the bridge to check on Lu Wanru. At that moment, Lu Wanru, with a dazed expression, clutched her brother, Lu Fei, whose body had grown cold due to excessive blood loss. In less than half a day, Lu Wanru had lost both her brother and her husband. One could only wonder if she would succumb to despair. Can you still walk? The little chubby boy inquired, his heart stirred by the sight of Lu Wanru's bloodied figure. Lu Wanru wiped the blood from her face, asserting, I am fine. I am all right. Saying this, she unsteadily rose to her feet, yet her expression belied her words. Let us continue onward. Lu Wanru turned to Chen Ge and the little chubby boy. In truth, the most prudent course of action would be to leave this woman to fend for herself in her despair. A glance exchanged between Chen Ge and the little chubby boy revealed their shared understanding. If she wished to accompany them, so be it. They were all acutely aware that at any moment, they could be devoured by the omnipresent monsters lurking about. One step at a time was all they could manage. After the deaths of her husband and brother, Lu Wanru's gaze reflected a newfound resilience. As if the frailties of her humanity had been stripped away, the 3 of them trudged forward, their bodies weary. Before long, they encountered a rabbit with bloodshot eyes, staring intently at them. Hey there, it's back. Chen Ge greeted it with remarkable calmness. Compared to the man-eating sharks, this little rabbit seemed almost adorably benign. This time, the rabbit did not obstruct their path but instead hopped away playfully, apparently having come to deliver a message. Crossing the great bridge, Chen Ge turned to survey the apocalyptic scenery. The golden sunlight danced upon the tranquil river, revealing an unexpected beauty. How long had it been since he had beheld such a stunning vista? In the past, consumed by work and family obligations, who had the leisure to pause and truly appreciate their surroundings. Ironically, he found himself taking a moment to admire the scenery amidst the end of the world. What a cruel twist of fate. Chapter 32. The Dr. Lu Wanru, already with child, was plunged into despair by the sudden tragedy of losing her husband and brother in a single night. Were it not for the life growing within her, one could only speculate what state she would have succumbed to. Having crossed the bridge, it wouldn't be long before they could escape this cursed city. The little chubby boy wore an expression of excitement. Chen Ge stowed the shark cloak into his backpack, pondering the dilemma of Lu Wanru's presence. If they brought her along, their speed would surely be hindered. Yet, if they left her behind, a pregnant woman would scarcely survive the night. Ultimately, it was the little chubby boy who proposed a solution. Here's the plan. We'll take you to a place where there are others, but beyond that, we cannot assist you. This man here is a genuine killer, and he might even be wanted in other cities. By the way, Chen Ge, why did you kill someone? You've never mentioned it. Chen Ge shot him a glare. You talk too much. Go fetch the little cart to speed things up. After a flurry of activity, the sun began to set, and it was likely that darkness would soon envelop them. They could only wonder if they would manage to escape before nightfall. Chen Ge cradled Lu Wanru as they sat in a small cart, pushed along by a plump boy. Lu Wanru gazed vacantly at the city behind them, her eyes devoid of spirit. Once upon a time, she too had a warm home. After more than half an hour of travel, Lu Wanru seemed to have drifted into slumber, remaining silent. Suddenly, the plump boy whispered, "Brother Chen, do you think she is experiencing severe blood loss?" Chen Ge immediately turned to look at Lu Wanru in the cart. At that moment, her complexion was ashen, utterly drained of color, and her once pristine white dress was now stained crimson with blood. Initially, the plump boy presumed this was the blood of her brother, Lu Fei, but he quickly realized something was amiss. Lu Fei had been dead for nearly an hour, and logically, the blood should have dried by now. Yet, the blood in the cart remained fresh. Upon inspection, they discovered that Lu Wanru was bleeding profusely from her lower body, leaving the two of them utterly helpless. Neither possessed any medical knowledge, and confronted with Lu Wanru's alarming condition, they were at a complete loss. Chen Ge looked at the plump boy, who shook his head in resignation. It appeared that Lu Wanru would not survive the night. We must take it step by step. Chen Ge sighed, lamenting the loss of a once happy family, now reduced to none. Inadvertently glancing up, Chen Ge noticed a figure standing at the edge of the setting sun. The sun's glare obscured the person's face. Instantly, Chen Ge became alert, gripping the fire axe tightly as he scrutinized the figure. The individual began to approach them, and both Chen Ge and the plump boy, armed with their respective weapons, fixed their gaze on this mysterious person. As the figure drew closer, they discovered he was clad in a doctor's white coat, appearing to be in his 40s, with unkempt hair that suggested a long neglect of grooming. He walked unsteadily, a bottle of liquor pinched between his left index and middle fingers. Upon reaching Chen Ge, he raised the bottle and took a couple of swigs of the liquor before stating, "If you wish for her to live, come with me." With that, the enigmatic doctor turned and walked away. The plump boy suddenly recalled that while examining the map earlier, he had noticed a hospital nearby. Could it be that they had fortuitously encountered a doctor from that very establishment? With Lu Wanru's condition rapidly deteriorating, they had little choice but to follow this seemingly medical professional. Chen Ge hastened to the side of the mysterious man, mustering a feeble smile as he offered a cigarette. "What shall I call you, brother?" "Zhao," came the reply. "Dr. Zhao, are you a physician at the nearby hospital?" Chen Ge inquired. "Yes." "How many doctors remain at the hospital?" Chen Ge pressed on. Dr. Zhao regarded Chen Ge with a cold stare. "I am the only one left. There is no need for you to test my sincerity. If you doubt me, feel free to leave." With that, Zhao turned away without another glance. The plump boy whispered, "What do you think? Can we trust him? Regardless, we have no other options, and look at the sun. It will soon be night. If we are attacked again, we may not survive," Chen Ge replied. "Rather than waiting here to meet our end, it would be better to follow Dr. Zhao." Lu Wanru, having lost too much blood, had slipped into unconsciousness, but fortunately, they soon spotted the hospital. This was the very hospital they had seen on the map, where they had initially planned to procure some medical supplies, never anticipating they would encounter a doctor from within its walls. Upon entering the hospital, one is met with a gruesome sight of bloodstains and lifeless bodies strewn across the floor. There are patients, doctors, and nurses. It is summer, and the oppressive heat has caused the corpses to emit a foul odor. Chen Ge and the chubby boy nearly retched at the sight. It was evident that this place had also fallen victim to an assault. "Don't look at me. I have no idea what transpired in the blink of an eye. Everyone perished," Dr. Zhao remarked coldly. Struggling against his fear, the chubby boy examined the bodies on the ground, only to be astonished to find that none bore any wounds. Moreover, Each corpse retained the expression of its final moments, some smiling, some weeping, others frozen in terror or gratitude. The sight of such varied expressions among the dead sent chills down Chen Ge's spine, even in the sweltering heat. "You too, bring her over here," Dr. Zhao directed, instructing them to place Lu Wanru on the operating table, where he commenced the surgery. Chen Ge and the chubby boy, being novices, could do nothing but wait outside. After what felt like over an hour, Dr. Zhao finally emerged from the operating room, a small, bloodied fetus swathed in a white cloth in his arms. "Its is stillborn." Dr. Zhao's eyes flickered with a rare hint of compassion. What about the woman?" Chen Ge inquired, "Its in fate's hands. I cannot say whether she will survive." Dr. Zhao sighed, "At least I have done my utmost. By the way, if you two wish to stay alive, follow me." By this point, the hospital had succumbed to a complete power outage, shrouding everything in darkness. Holding a candle, Dr. Zhao led the two into the underground morgue. Despite having endured so much, the mere sight of the word morgue sent shivers through Chen Ge and the chubby boy. "Those things prefer to kill the living but cannot perceive the dead," Dr. Zhao stated matter-of-factly. "On my first day, I survived by hiding in the morgue." "What things? What do you mean?" the chubby boy pressed. "Dr. Zhao, could you clarify? We've encountered many bizarre phenomena along the way. Perhaps we could assist you." "I don't know. I haven't seen them, and even if I had, I couldn't escape. But perhaps death is better." Dr. Zhao suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly. "All right, I'll go fetch that woman." As Dr. Zhao left, the pitch-black morgue felt particularly eerie. "Dr. Zhao, could you leave the candle with us? I'm afraid of the dark," the chubby boy lamented softly. Chapter 33. Tranquility. Humans inherently harbor a profound fear of death itself. For instance, while one is alive, the fear may not be palpable, yet upon death, the living often dread corpses, which appears somewhat irrational. From a materialistic perspective, a deceased person merely transforms into a collection of matter, akin to stones or wooden blocks. Yet, for some reason, people fear corpses while remaining indifferent to stones. In that dark morgue, despite all the absurdities Chen Ge and the chubby boy had encountered thus far, a chill ran down their spines at the thought of each cold storage unit containing a lifeless body, making it difficult to breathe. "Chen Ge, don't you claim to be a murderer? Aren't murderers afraid of corpses too?" the chubby boy whispered. "A murderer is still human, isn't he?" "I have never seen so many corpses," Chen Ge retorted. "In this dimly lit environment, the absence of sound amplifies the eerie atmosphere." The chubby boy hums a tune softly, attempting to distract himself. The Wuming Mountains are connected to the hills beyond, and the moonlight cascades over the Xiangshutan. Midway through his song, the sudden sound of footsteps from outside pierces the oppressive silence. In such a shadowy setting, even the slightest noise becomes jarringly distinct. The melody abruptly halts, and the chubby boy swallows nervously. It must be Dr. Zhao returning, right? Just as he is about to voice his inquiry, Chen Ge swiftly covers the chubby boy's mouth, lowering his voice with great effort. "The footsteps are wrong. Whatever is outside is certainly not Dr. Zhao." The weight, height, and shoe size of individuals vary greatly, resulting in distinctly different footfalls. Chen Ge possesses keen hearing. Even as a child, he could discern the unique sounds of different people's footsteps. Dr. Zhao is rather slender, and after enduring some ordeal, his eyes appear vacant, causing his steps to be particularly sluggish. However, the footsteps outside are decidedly brisk, and judging by the sound, the entity's weight is likely considerably greater than that of Dr. Zhao. According to Dr. Zhao's earlier statement, everyone in the hospital, aside from him, has already perished. If the footsteps outside do not belong to Dr. Zhao, then who could they belong to? Could it be that the being traversing outside the morgue is not alive at all? Both of them simultaneously grasped this unsettling possibility, their faces contorting with terror. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps draw ever closer, and both Chen Ge and the chubby boy feel their hearts racing, each step eliciting a spasm in their chests. In the agonizing wait, the footsteps finally reach the entrance of the morgue, seemingly poised to burst through at any moment. Chen Ge clutches the fire axe in his hand tightly. Regardless of what it is, should it dare to intrude, he will deliver a swift blow. Be it a living person or a corpse, they shall lie down obediently. Yet, the footsteps come to an abrupt halt at the door. The corridor falls into a profound silence, devoid of any sound. The chubby boy's forehead glistens with cold sweat. Fear is a primal instinct in humans. Even if some are unafraid of death, the instinct to fear remains. It is a reaction embedded in human DNA. The two sides stand in an invisible standoff at the door. The terror in the hearts of the two inside the morgue is indescribable. The monsters they had previously encountered were at least visible in their true forms, be it the parasitic meat tumor, the fleshly year, or the man-eating shark. While lurking in the shadows, these creatures instill fear. Yet once they reveal themselves, the terror diminishes, for they understand what they are facing. The greatest source of human fear is perpetually the unknown. Yet now, they have no inkling of what stands outside the door. Moments may have passed, or perhaps minutes, when the entity outside suddenly resumes its movement, and the two inside the morgue hear the footsteps gradually receding from the entrance. They exhale in unison, sensing that perhaps all is well. Just as Chen Ge begins to relax, a hand unexpectedly lands on his shoulder. Chen Ge is startled to the point of nearly having his heart stop. Without a second thought, he retaliates with a punch, only to hear a loud thud, followed by the chubby boy's pained cry, "It's me! Don't panic! It's already quite terrifying here. Please don't suddenly tap my shoulder," Chen Ge said irritably. The chubby boy was taken aback. "What are you talking about? I didn't tap your shoulder." As soon as these words were uttered, both of them discerned fear in each other's eyes. The atmosphere was oppressively tense. "Chen Ge, please don't joke around. I'm timid and can't handle being frightened," the chubby boy said in a voice that was almost in tears at this point. "Do you really think I would jest with you?" Despite his usual bravado, Chen Ge's tone quivered slightly. It is worth noting that they were not alone in the morgue. Countless corpses lay in the cold storage. Could it be that the big brother inside the cold storage was feeling stifled and wanted to come out for a breath? This is not a game. The two pressed their backs against each other, inching toward the door. The morgue was located in the hospital's basement, and with the apocalypse having plunged the entire city into darkness, it was enveloped in pitch blackness, illuminated only by a faint light seeping through the glass at the entrance. This left them entirely unable to discern what lay within the morgue. Perhaps, at that very moment, several corpses were playing cards in the dark, missing one player to join them. "Fatty, why don't you go take a look? I'll cover you from here," Chen Ge whispered. "Chen Ge, you are far more capable than I am. Why don't you go check it out while I keep watch?" The chubby boy trembled in response. The already eerie morgue felt even more sinister at that moment. "I say we should just leave this cursed place. Sleeping on the streets doesn't seem too bad," suggested the chubby boy. "I was thinking the same thing." Suddenly, without any warning, the morgue door was kicked open. Both screamed in fright, and Chen Ge brandished an axe, ready to strike. "What are you two doing? Hurry up and help," came Dr. Zhao's voice. Turning around, they saw Dr. Zhao approaching with a candle in hand. Behind him was a stretcher, upon which lay Lu Wanru. She appeared pale, but her chest still rose and fell gently, indicating she was alive. "Who are you two to her? Family?" Dr. Zhao inquired. "No, not at all. We don't know her. We encountered her on the road today. But that's not important, Dr. Zhao. Is this place haunted?" the chubby boy asked bluntly. "Indeed. Just a moment ago, in the darkness, I felt someone tap my shoulder," Chen Ge added. Dr. Zhao, with an expressionless face, raised the candle, revealing a cold storage unit that had been pulled open, with a corpse's hand dangling outside. Chapter 34. Heart dead. You both needn't frighten yourselves. There are no ghosts here. This corpse has only recently died, and some nerves may still be active. Occasional movements are quite normal. I've grown accustomed to it," Dr. Zhao stated blandly. "I am a staunch materialist and do not believe in ghosts. The only place where ghosts exist is within the human heart." "Wait, aside from this corpse, we also heard footsteps, but those definitely aren't your footsteps," Chen Ge remarked. Dr. Zhao replied. "I forgot to mention that after dark, there are often unknown entities that roam about. Thus, we find ourselves seeking refuge in the morgue. Of course, if you wish to leave at any moment, do not forget to take this woman with you. Frankly, they have no reason to attend to Lu Wanru. After all, we are mere strangers who have crossed paths, having never known one another prior to this." Chen Ge remained silent. The darkness had enveloped the surroundings, and no one could ascertain what ghastly entities might await outside, at the very least. The fact that Dr. Zhao could survive a day or two in the morgue suggested that this place was momentarily secure. "Pang air, bring out some food," Chen Ge instructed. "You cannot possibly intend to eat here," the plump boy retorted with a look of disgust. Although he was certain he would eventually acclimate to this macabre environment filled with corpses, he was not yet prepared to do so. Chen Ge picked up a piece of compressed biscuit and handed it to Dr. Zhao, saying, "You must have left the hospital in search of food, right? Regardless, thank you for your assistance." Dr. Zhao silently accepted the biscuit, murmuring a soft thank you. Thereafter, he sat in a shadowy corner, silent as a grave, more lifeless than the dead. Dr. Zhao, could you elaborate on what exactly has transpired here? Chen Ge inquired. Given that this hospital was already close to the outskirts, if it too had been attacked, it indicated that the surrounding area was far from safe. Their plans might indeed be flawed. The calamity was not confined to this city alone, but rather a nationwide, perhaps even global disaster. Dr. Zhao took a bite of the biscuit, and after a prolonged silence, he began. I do not know what has happened. Approximately 2 days ago at noon, I suddenly heard a deafening explosion, and I witnessed the sky shatter. The expressions of the two men instantly tensed. The shattering sky Dr. Zhao referred to must have been the black hole on the horizon, along with the tremendous sound that had rendered many unconscious. An enigma that still eluded their understanding. A blue rain fell from the heavens, and then inexplicable phenomena began to manifest, just as they had within this very hospital. Following the explosion, traffic was paralyzed. All electronic devices lost signal, and even car engines failed to ignite, trapping everyone within the hospital. As Dr. Zhao spoke, a flicker of fear emerged in his gaze. That very night, those entities appeared. Chen Ge astutely noted that Dr. Zhao referred to those things, rather than specifying a particular creature. I managed to evade a fate worse than death by hiding in the morgue, but all others in the hospital perished. There were no wounds on my body, yet the sensation. Have you seen Harry Potter? It felt as though I were being drained of life by a dementor. Dr. Zhao reminisced, moreover, those entities only emerge at night. During the day, we are temporarily safe. No, not safe at all. We have encountered 3 types of monsters capable of operating in daylight, each one of which can claim a life. Chen Ge coldly interjected. Dr. Zhao appeared poised to say more, but at that moment, Lu Wanru, lying on the bed, suddenly awakened with a pained groan. The 3 men ceased their conversation, redirecting their attention to Lu Wanru. Struggling to open her eyes, she was first overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness, only to realize that her abdomen had inexplicably shrunk. What about my child? Lu Wanru weakly inquired. Chen Ge and the chubby boy both felt at a loss for words. In the span of a single day, her husband, brother, and unborn child had all vanished. It is beyond the capacity of any woman, and even a robust man might find such a loss unbearable. Dr. Zhao, however, coldly stated, the child has been delivered, but alas, it is a stillborn. Lu Wanru stared vacantly at the dark ceiling, neither crying nor causing a commotion. Perhaps the overwhelming experiences of the day had rendered her utterly numb. There is no greater sorrow than a deadened heart, and Lu Wanru's heart was now thoroughly extinguished. Their family could hardly be categorized as villains, nor could they be deemed virtuous. They were merely ordinary people. The choices they made were those of the common folk, yet they ultimately met this tragic fate. And then there was Chen Lele, who was truly just a child. Throughout this ordeal, he had not cried out or caused trouble, an impressive feat for a 7-year-old. Yet, such a child had fallen prey to the jaws of a man-eating shark, with even his remains irretrievable. Chen Ge had come to a stark realization. Their survival in this chaotic world depended not solely on their own abilities, but significantly on fortune. Had it not been for Lu Fei's recklessness while crossing the bridge, Chen Ge would have certainly been at the forefront, and he too would have been unable to fend off the shark's sudden attack. One could only attribute it all to fate. There was no point in overthinking. The road ahead was still long. Chen Ge was not one to offer comfort, yet he often heard others utter such sentiments. Lu Wanru remained silent, her eyes glazed as they fixed upon the ceiling. The chubby boy gently tugged at Chen Ge's clothing, suggesting that it was best to allow her solitude, for no amount of consolation could rival the clarity of one's own epiphany. Moreover, they were uncertain if they would even survive until the morrow. The hospital was not as serene as one might imagine. It harbored certain undisclosed secrets. Be cautious when sleeping tonight. If anything feels amiss, flee immediately. As for Lu Wanru, we have done all we could, extending our compassion to the utmost. I cannot risk my own safety for others, the chubby boy remarked. Indeed, I will heed your advice. Chen Ge, having endured a taxing day, felt utterly exhausted. He had faced life and death at school in the morning, and again while crossing the bridge in the afternoon. It was all too overwhelming, rendering him on the verge of breaking. When one is profoundly fatigued, little matters seem to hold sway. Despite the chilling atmosphere of the morgue, Chen Ge swiftly succumbed to slumber, even beginning to snore as for whether they would see the next day. That was a matter for tomorrow. The chubby boy was more cautious, positioning their 2 backpacks behind him as he leaned back and closed his eyes. Dr. Zhao, however, opened a cold storage unit and lay down in the place designated for the deceased. This person must be gravely ill, the chubby boy muttered quietly to himself. Time passed slowly, and it seemed that everyone had drifted into sleep, save for Lu Wanru, who, dragging her weakened body, gradually stood up. She cautiously opened the door, then gently closed it behind her. The chubby boy cracked his eyes open a fraction, letting out a resigned sigh. Chapter 35. The sound of weeping in the dead of night within the morgue. Chen Ge was abruptly awakened by an urgent need to relieve himself. The entire morgue was enveloped in darkness, devoid of any light, and an oppressive silence reigned. This was no mere metaphor. The surroundings were filled with corpses, a simple statement of fact. Even though Chen Ge was exceptionally skilled, he felt a chill run down his spine in such an environment. He gently nudged the chubby boy beside him and inquired, "Fatty, are you asleep? If you don't push me, I believe I could easily drift off myself." The chubby boy retorted with irritation, "What do you want?" "Of course, I need you to wake up and relieve yourself," Chen Ge whispered. The chubby boy immediately turned over. He had been holding it in for quite some time and had lacked the courage to go out alone. It was fortuitous to have companionship for this endeavor. As the morgue was enveloped in complete darkness, Chen Ge failed to notice that Lu Wanru had ceased pushing the bed. Thus, the 2 of them cautiously advanced, eventually reaching the entrance of the morgue. "Don't wander too far. Hurry back once you're done," Chen Ge murmured, aware that there could be unknown dangers lurking in the hospital in this world. Even the sight of aliens performing a dance would not pique his curiosity. The basement of the hospital was shrouded in pitch blackness. The chubby boy held his phone, which had a mere 12 battery remaining. Once depleted, it would be gone forever. The 2 moved a few steps with the faint light, preparing to relieve themselves. Afterward, the tension in their nerves finally began to ease. After experiencing so much in a single day, even Chen Ge, who was usually unfazed, could no longer withstand the strain. The time on his phone read 1:25 a.m., and without a network connection, he wondered if the time was still accurate. When will this monotonous existence come to an end? Chen Ge lamented. The apocalypse arrived abruptly, without any forewarning. Yet, he felt a strange gratitude towards it. Were it not for the end of the world, he would have already faced execution. His emotions were undoubtedly complex. Who knows? Let us take it one step at a time. The chubby boy adjusted his pants, preparing to return to sleep. Seizing the opportunity to rest while they could, they walked back towards the morgue door. Just as they were about to return, a faint sound of weeping suddenly echoed from the darkness behind them. Unmistakably that of a woman in such an eerie setting, the sound sent shivers down their spines. Chen Ge stiffly turned to gaze into the shadowy corridor, which revealed nothing but darkness. The chubby boy gritted his teeth and activated the flashlight on his phone, casting a dim glow that faintly illuminated a white figure at the far end of the corridor. Summoning his courage, Chen Ge called out, "Lu Wanru, is that you?" The only woman still alive within the hospital should be Lu Wanru. Moreover, given that she had just lost all her family, it was understandable that she would come here to cry in the middle of the night. With this thought, their fears somewhat subsided. "Lu Wanru, I know you are deeply saddened, but how about we try to sleep for now? Your crying is quite unnerving," Chen Ge softly suggested towards the corridor. However, the figure at the end of the corridor, or whatever it was, did not respond. Only the disconcerting sound of sobbing reverberated through the hallway, sending chills down their spines. The light from the phone's flashlight was weak, scattering easily, making it impossible to discern what lay in the depths of the corridor. All they could see was a hazy white shape. "Should we go over there?" Chen Ge proposed. The plump boy nodded with great difficulty as the 2 of them ventured deeper into the corridor. The distance between them and the white figure grew ever smaller, but just as they were mere steps away from uncovering the true visage of the specter, the flashlight abruptly extinguished. The corridor was once again engulfed in utter darkness. "Fatty, what are you doing?" Quickly turn the flashlight back on. Chen Ge's back was drenched in cold sweat. The anxious plump boy replied, "My phone's out of battery. Should we still proceed?" Chen Ge inquired. Having traversed a significant distance, They found themselves trapped in the corridor on the basement level, unable to advance or retreat. Moreover, in the enveloping darkness, neither Chen Ge nor the plump boy could see each other. "Do you remember our secret signal?" Chen Ge asked. "You touch my hand, and if I form a peace sign, don't hesitate, just run." "I understand," the plump boy exclaimed. "Hold on to my hand." Chen Ge extended his arm, and as they could not see, they groped about clumsily until finally, the plump boy grasped Chen Ge's hand. Together, they moved cautiously forward. "Lu Wanru? Is that you? Stop crying that I know you're hurting inside, but you must continue to live," Chen Ge whispered. The two advanced meticulously, counting their steps, until they finally reached the end of the corridor. "Lu Wanru, are you there?" Chen Ge called out once more. The weeping in the darkness ceased abruptly. Chen Ge recalled the layout from memory and reached out. But his hand meant nothing but emptiness. "There's nothing here." Chen Ge thought Lu Wanru must have bled out not long ago and collapsed, bending slightly to feel the ground, but instead encountered the coldness of porcelain tiles. Realizing something was amiss, he resolved to return to the morgue with the plump boy. However, just as he straightened up, he sensed something brush against his head, sending a shiver down his spine from sheer terror. "Damn! I've killed so many people. I'm not afraid of ghosts. Even the king of hell would step aside for me." Chen Ge bolstered his courage with these thoughts, gritting his teeth as he reached out again. Initially, he felt a chilling sensation, and the object that had brushed against his head was a part of a human body. Upon further inspection, he realized with horror that it was a pair of feet, dead feet. Unmistakably, this icy touch could not belong to a living person. In an instant, it dawned on him that the white shadow he had glimpsed at the end of the corridor was indeed a corpse hanging lifelessly. Chen Ge felt as if he were suffocating. Yet if it were merely a corpse, it wouldn't be too terrifying. He could still bear it as he continued to explore upwards. His fingers brushed against a dress, leading him to conclude with near certainty that the unfortunate soul hanging there was none other than Lu Wanru, who had lost all her loved ones in a single day. The fear within Chen Ge began to wane, replaced by profound sorrow. This woman had ultimately succumbed, choosing to depart in such a manner. Just as Chen Ge was about to assist the plump boy in lowering the body, a sudden realization struck him. Something was off. Summoning his courage, he reached out once more and touched Lu Wanru's icy feet. The corpse was devoid of warmth, indicating she had been dead for some time, certainly before they had ventured out to relieve themselves. Then, whose sobs had echoed through the corridor moments ago? Chapter 36. The corridor. My name is Chen Ge, and I am 30 years old. I have dabbled in the underworld, endured the harshest of prisons, taken lives and set fires. Yet now, I find my legs feeling rather unsteady. The corridor is enveloped in darkness, devoid of any sound, not even the faintest whisper of breath. The feet of the corpse hanging from the ceiling sway slightly, brushing against my face, sending jolts of anxiety through my nerves. Just moments ago, I had touched Lu Wanru's feet, which were already cold, indicating that she must have been dead for at least 3 or 4 hours. It is now just past 1 in the morning, suggesting that Lu Wanru had met her demise around 9 o'clock. However, I swear I distinctly heard a woman's sobs just moments ago. What on earth could this mean? Could it be that Lu Wanru recorded her cries in her final moments to frighten us? Was it a form of retribution for our failure to save her husband and brother? This is hardly the time for such games, dear sister. We were merely strangers crossing paths in this apocalyptic world. Survival is a matter of skill, and grievances should be settled with those who owe them. Now that you have become a ghost, you can seek out the man-eating shark in the underworld. Do not linger here. In this pitch blackness, devoid of any light, it is impractical to lower Lu Wanru's body. We must wait for dawn. I slowly retreat, disregarding whatever or whoever was crying earlier, convincing myself that I am a staunch materialist, prepared to vanquish any specters of superstition. I continuously reassure myself, while my other hand forms a peace sign, signaling to the hefty figure behind me to hurry along. Yet, there is no movement from the rotund companion. "Hey, are you frozen with fear? Move back," I urge softly. "It's nothing. We must have frightened ourselves." Despite my hushed tone, the silence of the corridor amplifies my words, and my companion should clearly hear me. Yet, suddenly, a voice emerges from the middle of the corridor, tinged with a hint of tears. "Chen Ge, who are you talking to?" I am taken aback. I am certain I am holding on to my portly friend. So why does his voice emanate from the corridor's center? That must be at least 5 or 6 meters away. Wait! A chill runs through me, nearly bringing me to my knees. I cannot mistake my companion's voice. So if he is in the center of the corridor, then who the hell am I gripping in the darkness? Fatty, stop joking around. What time do you think this is? I desperately wish this were just my friend trying to lighten the mood. Shivering, he replies, earlier. I didn't feel your hand, and you just moved forward. I can distinctly feel that I am indeed holding onto a hand. Yet it is utterly devoid of warmth, chilling to the touch. I had previously been curious about the suffocating silence of the corridor, where even a breath could be heard, yet I have not heard my companion's breathing since earlier. Slowly, I begin to release my grip, inching my way toward him, terrified of making the slightest sound. What I have been holding onto, human or otherwise, I dare not contemplate. Even if it turns out to be a corpse, I could accept that, but please, let it not be something else entirely. At the very moment Chen Ge's hand was completely released, a shadowy entity in the darkness suddenly extended its hand, seizing Chen Ge's wrist with an iron grip. Fear surged to its zenith at that instant, but almost immediately, overwhelming terror transformed into boundless rage. This is a protective mechanism of the human body. Many individuals, when gripped by extreme fear, succumb to a frenzied state, and Chen Ge was no exception. He was merely an ordinary person with considerable strength, and how could he not be terrified in such a situation? Chen Ge let out a furious roar, raising his fist, as large as a sandbag, and delivering a powerful blow to the creature's face. Bang! Chen Ge felt as though he had struck something very peculiar, the texture delicate, resembling that of a woman's visage. Run! Chen Ge shouted at the pudgy boy. Hurry back! Yet, though it sounded simple, in the pitch-black environment, one loses all sense of direction. Chen Ge believed he was running towards the pudgy boy, but after just 2 steps, he collided with a wall. If only there were a glimmer of light. Chen Ge could see the sun every day, could bask in the glow of lamps, yet only now did he grasp the significance of illumination. Chen Ge ran swiftly, crashing hard, his head striking the wall in a dazed in that blurred moment, he felt something cold wrap around him. That familiar sensation returned, icy, delicate, as if it were the face of a female corpse. However, the motion of this entity was clearly unnatural, for it was impossible for a human to ensnare anything in such a manner. Damn it! Rage ignited within Chen Ge, and with fury came audacity. What did it matter if he died? He cared not whether it was human or ghost. His hands brushed against something round, and he seized it, forcefully smashing it against the wall. After more than 10 strikes, still unsatisfied, he delivered a desperate kick, sending the entity sprawling away. Yet soon, in the darkness, it coiled around him once more in his frantic state. Chen Ge heard something drop to the ground with a familiar plink. That sound was all too recognizable. The noise of a cheap 1 yuan lighter hitting the floor. Damn! Chen Ge had completely forgotten about the lighter in his pocket, too preoccupied with fear. He swiftly reached down to feel for it. But in the dark, the entity had already wrapped itself around his waist. In a critical moment, Chen Ge finally grasped the lighter, and with a click, a small flame flickered to life at that moment. He felt as if he held dominion over the entire world. A world illuminated was undeniably splendid. Although it was merely a tiny flame, Chen Ge was nearly moved to tears. A sliver of light in the darkness radiated such warmth. Of course, this sentiment was fleeting. The priority was to escape his current predicament. Chen Ge immediately shifted the lighter in his hand to discern what was entangling him. The moment he beheld the light, the entity coiling around his waist emitted a piercing shriek and retreated sharply. Chen Ge could not see clearly, but he was certain that it was no human. The creature resembled a serpent, swiftly retreating into the shadows. Through the faintest silhouette, Chen Ge witnessed it slither into the corpse of Lu Wanru, after which it fell utterly silent. Did this creature fear fire or light? Regardless of what it was undoubtedly a weakness. Just as Chen Ge let his guard down, a hand landed on his shoulder. Whoa, there's something else. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ge retaliated with a punch. It's me, the chubby boy exclaimed. The fist halted perilously close to the boy's nose, a mere 0.01 centimeters away. Chapter 37, Black Intestine. Upon seeing the chubby boy, Chen Ge did not relax his vigilance. Rather, he questioned, how can you prove that you are indeed you? They had encountered monsters capable of assuming others' forms before, so it was wiser to remain cautious. The chubby boy merely gave a thumbs up, a signal of safety they had established between them. Chen Ge finally exhaled in relief. It was just a trip to relieve himself, yet it had turned out to be so thrilling. Turning to glance at the corpse hanging from the ceiling, he noticed, perhaps only upon looking back, that the body clad in white had mysteriously vanished. The chubby boy took a few hesitant steps back and said, "Bro, I think we should hurry back. Let's wait until dawn and then make a run for it. This place is not suitable for lingering." "I concur with your assessment," Chen Ge replied, brandishing his lighter as they dashed towards the morgue. They had only risen in the middle of the night for a bathroom break, and nearly frightened to death. Another scare like that might just be too much for their hearts to endure. This place was exceedingly eerie. It was remarkable that Dr. Zhao could survive here for 2 days. He must be quite skilled. The two immediately turned and quickened their pace towards the morgue, but after just 3 steps, they both came to a sudden halt. For they beheld the corpse of Lu Wanru, which had vanished moments ago. Now standing ominously behind them, blocking their path back, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Chen Ge felt the lighter grow hot in his hand, extinguishing the flame momentarily before reigniting it after a brief pause of 3 or 4 seconds. However, in that fleeting interval, Lu Wanru's corpse had inexplicably drawn nearer. The distance that once spanned 4 or 5 meters had now shrunk to less than 2. Through the flickering flame, Chen Ge finally discerned the figure of Lu Wanru, indeed but her appearance was horrifying. Her eyes bulged grotesquely, her face twisted in agony, with blood dripping from her nostrils and eyes. Trembling, Chen Ge inquired, "Fatty, do you reckon she is human or a ghost? Or perhaps something beyond our comprehension?" The chubby boy clutched his phone tightly. "Whatever she is, once we return to the morgue, we should be safe," he murmured. They had endured far too many frights that night. They had grown somewhat numb to such horrors. Chen Ge spoke softly, "Sister, I understand your plight, but these times are tough for everyone. If you are still alive, we will find a way to save you. If you are already dead, come dawn, we will give you a proper burial, allowing you to rest in peace. If that you are something else, then come out and face us. If you have the power to kill me, then do it. If not, spare us your theatrics and stop trying to scare us." Having moved past the initial terror, Chen Ge gradually regained his composure. Had they not encountered a plethora of bizarre occurrences along the way? Take the fleshly Tai Sui, for instance. That thing was practically immortal, with no means of killing it, yet he and the chubby boy had managed to escape. Chen Ge had come to see through the true nature of these monsters. The more extravagant the methods employed, the more fragile they become. True warriors disdain such flamboyant tactics, akin to a man-eating shark, rarely striking, but when they do, it is lethal. However, the lurking entity in the shadows has been entangled with them for quite some time, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Previously consumed by fear, Chen Ge had not considered this aspect until now. Gradually regaining his composure, an idea dawned upon him. Is it possible that this ominous presence in the darkness is not formidable at all, but merely resorts to such tactics to instill fear? With this thought, Chen Ge suddenly surged forth, delivering a kick to Lu Wanru's corpse, expecting to send it flying. To his astonishment, the body appeared ensnared by something. Swaying left and right like a pendulum, it was then that the chubby boy exclaimed, "Look above! There's something atop Lu Wanru's head." The prior environment had been so utterly devoid of light that, amidst the eerie surroundings and the abrupt appearance of Lu Wanru's body, Chen Ge had failed to notice that what hung from it was not a rope, but a mass of inky darkness. If one were to encapsulate it in a term, it resembled a tangle of black intestines, yet its surface was exceedingly smooth, akin to the texture of slime in a video game, lumpy and gelatinous. Earlier, Chen Ge had sensed a serpentine entity lurking in the darkness, undoubtedly this very thing. Upon realizing his exposure, this dark, intestine-like form lunged at Chen Ge's face, startling him. He initially believed it to be a formidable creature. However, upon squeezing it with his hand, the inky mass yielded effortlessly, akin to a noodle, devoid of any strength. Is this what they call being strong on the outside but weak on the inside? Is this your way of intimidating me? Chen Ge recalled the terror he had previously endured, his anger igniting as he treated this entity like nunchaku, striking it against the ground with fervor. The black mass emitted a sound reminiscent of a woman's weeping. So that was the source of the earlier noise. "I'll teach you to flaunt. I'll roast you." Chen Ge unleashed his pent-up rage. The surface of the black mass was remarkably smooth, and after a few strikes, Chen Ge inadvertently flung it away. He shot back towards Lu Wanru's corpse as if it had been liberated. And subsequently, the body began to contort in a most peculiar manner. Human fear stems from the unknown. Yet, this entity no longer held that mystery for Chen Ge, who felt no fear at all. Nevertheless, the black mass did not control Lu Wanru's corpse for an attack. It had been frightened by Chen Ge's assault, appearing to be more monstrous than he. Lu Wanru, on all fours, began to scurry down the corridor like a wild beast. Chen Ge, having vented his fury, felt his limbs growing weak. There could be no relaxation. Fatty, what exactly is that thing? Chen Ge inquired. The chubby boy's expression turned grave. I can't shake the feeling that this creature is quite different from those we encountered before. That black mass resembles a part of the human body itself. Do you remember what Dr. Zhao said? At night, those things emerge. But what exactly are they? Fear has overshadowed their curiosity, and both of them now yearn to return to the morgue for a restful slumber. Previously, they had found the morgue to be a place of terror. However, after this harrowing experience, it has transformed into a sanctuary for them. At least within its confines, they would not be disturbed as dawn breaks tomorrow. They plan to depart, uncertain if any military forces are stationed outside the city. Chapter 38. The past Chen Ge and the chubby boy finally returned to the morgue, able to breathe a sigh of relief. They had never felt the morgue could be so comfortable, yet, after the recent ordeal, neither of them could muster even a hint of drowsiness. Where have you two been? Dr. Zhao's voice suddenly echoed from the cold storage, nearly sending Chen Ge and the chubby boy into a panic. Brother, could you refrain from scaring us in the dead of night? Chen Ge exclaimed, clutching his chest. Do you have any idea what we just went through? Dr. Zhao emerged from the cold storage, remarking, You went out and managed to return. You are quite fortunate. It's not luck. It's skill, Chen Ge retorted. Since no one could sleep, they decided to engage in conversation. Dr. Zhao, whose real name was Zhao Yang, was 35 years old and a surgeon. I've heard that doctors earn quite a bit. Is that true? Chen Ge inquired. I lack a high degree, having always worked for others. So my salary is rather meager, Dr. Zhao replied with a sardonic smile. You must not have heard the saying, it is a sin to advise others to study medicine. May the heavens strike you down, he continued. Curing patients is no issue, but in this profession, you inevitably encounter individuals who enjoy causing trouble. I have a colleague who, while attending to an elderly woman in the emergency room, unfortunately could not save her. Her son accused him of neglect and, in a public display, stabbed him 11 times with a kitchen knife. A chill ran down Chen Ge's spine. And then what happened? What happened? We feasted, of course. What else could be done? Dr. Zhao responded nonchalantly. Everyone dies. It's merely a matter of timing. I truly do not comprehend why so many people cannot come to terms with this. He concluded with a self-deprecating chuckle. By the way, what about you two? What do you do? Dr. Zhao inquired. As for me, I just stay at home doing nothing, the chubby boy admitted. Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao stared at the chubby boy, making him quite uncomfortable. All right, I'm actually a renowned author. Is that satisfactory? The chubby boy could not help but mock himself. A renowned author? What works have you published? Dr. Zhao asked, intrigued. I enjoy reading as well. Fine, I confess, I am not a great author. Merely a minor scribbler, the kind who 1T starve. Why comment section often features critiques claiming that without a decade-long stroke, I could not conceive such plots, the chubby boy lamented in self-mockery. Stop ridiculing me. Let us talk about you. Chen the Great. Why did you kill? Dr. Zhao looked at Chen Ge with surprise. You have killed? Yes, I have, Chen Ge replied candidly. Why did you kill? Dr. Zhao pressed. I prefer not to discuss it. Then let it be. Dr. Zhao shrugged off the inquiry. Dr. Zhao, you've been here for 2 days. Do you have any idea what appears in the hospital after dark? The chubby boy asked. Dr. Zhao's expression turned grave. It's hard to say. The chubby boy inquired further, recalling that Dr. Zhao had once mentioned that the entities within the hospital would harm the living but would not concern themselves with the dead. However, the creature encountered that night contradicted Dr. Zhao's assertion. The chubby boy had witnessed the black tendril burrow into a corpse's body, and Chen Ge had been thoroughly beaten. It was evident that this entity's lethality towards the living was purely psychological. Alternatively, it could be that the creature Dr. Zhao described was entirely different from what they were facing. If his suspicions were correct, it would indeed be the worst-case scenario. far beyond the experiences they had accumulated over the past 2 days. All the monsters Chen Ge and his companions had encountered seemed to inhabit specific areas, as if they had tacitly agreed upon their territories. Whether at the school or the Cross River Bridge, they had only faced a singular, insurmountable monster. But if this hospital was home to 2 or more types of monsters simultaneously, all previous knowledge would be rendered obsolete. Chen Ge, too, was troubled by this notion. In this chaotic world, surviving even 2 days against one monster was a considerable feat, let alone contending with multiple varieties of fiends. It was enough to drive one to despair. "Why are you all silent?" Dr. Zhao inquired. "I'm wondering if we can hold out until tomorrow," the chubby boy murmured. Chen Ge even began to doubt whether this world was truly real or merely a hellish realm he had descended into after death. "By the way, have you ever committed any grave mistakes?" Chen Ge suddenly asked, subsequently sharing his thoughts. Dr. Zhao fell silent, lost in contemplation in the darkness, while the chubby boy quietly interjected, "Does stealing homework in elementary school count?" "Get lost?" Chen Ge retorted sharply. According to religious beliefs, sinners would descend into hell after death. He had indeed committed heinous acts. But what of Dr. Zhao? He was merely a physician, perhaps having failed to save a patient. Was that truly his fault? As for the chubby boy, his greatest transgression in life had been copying homework in elementary school. If such an act warranted damnation, then the notion of the Ksitigarbha becoming a Buddha would indeed be a farce. In other words, this was the most authentic reality. The black hole above and the various demons and monsters roaming the earth were all undeniably real. Earlier, when they had let the water run, the chubby boy had checked the time. It was past 1 in the morning, and being summer, the sun would rise around 3 or 4. Yet now, the outside world remained shrouded in darkness, suggesting it was only around 2 o'clock. If they could hold out for just 2 more hours, they would soon see the sun of tomorrow. Suddenly, a thick silence enveloped the room. Chen Ge leaned against a row of cold storage cabinets as drowsiness washed over him once more. On the first night in the barber shop, they had been in a state of perpetual drowsiness in the dimly lit space, compounded by their heightened anxiety, having hardly slept. This was the second night of the apocalypse, even more exhilarating than the first. Both Chen Ge and the chubby boy found their mental fortitude waning, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. In contrast, Dr. Zhao, perhaps having rested enough earlier, was now wide awake, staring intently into the darkness, lost in thought. The morgue was enveloped in an absolute silence. Chen Ge was on the verge of drifting into slumber. A sudden, resounding knock echoed through the air. Bang, bang, bang. Both Chen Ge and the plump boy, who had been teetering on the brink of sleep, instantly tensed and directed their gaze toward the morgue's door. The knocking was not particularly loud, yet it possessed a distinct rhythm. In a hushed tone, the plump boy inquired, "Dr. Zhao, has there ever been a situation like this before?" Dr. Zhao, maintaining his composure, replied, "No." An unsettling thought crossed the plump boy's mind. He recalled hearing footsteps upon their arrival at the morgue that did not belong to Dr. Zhao. Back when Lu Wanru was still alive. Now, he found himself perplexed by the identity of those footsteps. Chen Ge harbored a fervent hope that the figure beyond the door was Lu Wanru. Despite her eerie demeanor, she was rather harmless. However, should it be something else entirely, the outcome could be far more dire. Chapter 39. Dialogue. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Initially, the entity outside was merely knocking, but it soon escalated into a furious battering at the door. As if consumed by rage, Dr. Zhao retrieved a scalpel from his white coat and, lowering his voice, posed the question, "Do you think it could be a passerby outside?" Chen Ge and the plump boy remained silent. Regardless of what lurked beyond that door, they had no intention of opening it. The incident involving Yang Tingting had occurred just the night before, and the memory was still vivid. Wasn't it a moment of weakness that ultimately led to Yang's demise? No one begins with a heart of stone. Years prior, people would still help a fallen elder who would not dream of extorting money from them. That was in a civilized society, before humanity's values fractured beyond repair. In this dark and terrifying post-apocalyptic world, even if a stunning beauty were to cry out for rescue, promising marriage to whoever saved her, Chen Ge and the plump boy would simply watch her perish. Though the apocalypse had descended upon them, ordinary individuals remained just that, ordinary, devoid of superhuman abilities, mystical revivals, or enhancement serums. A single thrust to the heart would suffice to fortify one's physique against the undead. While Chen Ge possessed greater strength than the average person, He was, in essence, still just an ordinary man. He had never been a savior, but rather a murderer. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of the battering intensified, and fortunately, the morgue was secured by an iron door that could be locked from the inside, preventing whatever lurked outside from entering. Nevertheless, the three individuals within the morgue remained on edge. Suddenly, the knocking ceased abruptly. The world was enveloped in an oppressive silence, with only the heavy breaths of the three echoing in the darkened room. After several minutes, the plump boy cautiously ventured, "Do you think the entity outside has departed? Perhaps you should check. If it has left, just return and inform us." Chen Ge replied, "What if that creature hasn't left and ends up devouring me?" The plump boy questioned, "If you don't return, I'll know that the creature is still here. Rest assured, as your loyal brother, I shall avenge you." Chen Ge declared, "I trust you." "Not at all," the plump boy retorted. Dr. Zhao could not help but roll his eyes. What kind of time was this for the two of them to be engaging in such banter? Cautiously, Dr. Zhao approached the iron door, pressing his ear against it to discern any sounds from the outside. However, at that moment, the previously composed Dr. Zhao furrowed his brows tightly, as if he had perceived something utterly unfathomable. In the darkness, the chubby boy and Chen Ge were unable to discern Dr. Zhao's expression. With a grave tone, Dr. Zhao remarked, "I believe I can hear numerous voices conversing outside." Both the chubby boy and Chen Ge gasped in shock. Numerous voices? It was important to note that there were only 3 living individuals in the hospital at that moment. "Why would there be many people chatting?" the chubby boy whispered. "Could it be the black intestines we saw earlier? That creature can emit cries. Perhaps it can also mimic the sounds of many people talking." Dr. Zhao groped his way back to the refrigeration unit, retrieved half a candle, and lit it, illuminating the previously dark space with a flicker of light. The tension among the 3 individuals in the morgue slightly eased. Chen Ge cautiously pressed his ear against the door. Indeed, eerie sounds emanated from outside, but they did not resemble human voices. Instead, they sounded more like numerous insects scuttling across the ground, producing a rustling noise. Yet, in the next moment, all sounds vanished. A remarkably clear female voice penetrated through the iron door, saying, "I know you are eavesdropping." "Shit!" Chen Ge exclaimed, startled, as he quickly stepped back 2 paces. Despite considering himself exceptionally brave, he was now drenched in cold sweat. The entity outside possessed intelligence. It could speak. It even knew someone was eavesdropping in the room. What in the world was it? Under the flickering candlelight, the chubby boy noticed Chen Ge's ashen face and realized something was amiss. He promptly drew out a kitchen knife, vigilantly watching the door. Intelligence is humanity's sole advantage over animals. Hence, when non-human life forms exhibit intelligence, it instills a profound fear within humans. This explains why so many oppose artificial intelligence. If one day AI were to attain intelligence surpassing that of humanity, would humans dominate AI, or would AI subjugate humanity? At that moment, the terror instilled in Chen Ge by the entity outside far exceeded any previous encounter with monsters. Be it parasitic tumors, flesh-eating creatures, or man-eating sharks, all these beings exhibited animalistic traits. While they might be cunning, their intelligence could never surpass that of humans. However, the entity outside was different. It could speak. It was akin to waking up one morning to find the reflection in the mirror engaging in conversation with you. Would you perceive it as a newfound superpower? Or would you think you were haunted? Chen Ge's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he summoned his courage and shouted at the entity outside. "I don't care who you are. We're leaving at dawn. Don't provoke us." After a prolonged silence, the entity outside eerily replied, "No, you will all die." Gripping a fire axe in his hand, Chen Ge felt an overwhelming impulse to burst forth and fight to the bitter end. But just then, the iron door was struck violently once more. The force of the blow far exceeding the previous attempts. In the flickering candlelight, he could see the iron door had been slightly dented. How immense must the strength of the entity outside be? Boom! The sound of the impact echoed again, and this time the deformation of the iron door was even more alarming. Witnessing such terrifying brute force from the other side, Chen Ge's earlier resolve to charge out and fight was instantly shattered. "I fear that even an elephant could not possess such immense strength. To confront this monstrous entity, while wielding merely a fire axe would likely result in being mistaken for a late-night snack." "Dr. Zhao, this is your domain. Do devise a strategy?" the chubby fellow inquired anxiously. However, Dr. Zhao remained remarkably composed and posed a question to them. "Are you afraid of death?" This inquiry left both individuals momentarily stunned. Are we afraid of death? It seemed not particularly so. Chen Ge murmured, for he was already a man destined to perish. Every additional day was a gift from the heavens. The chubby fellow, however, fell silent, lost in contemplation. Dr. Zhao retrieved a slingshot from his pocket, which appeared to be of rather inferior quality, likely a common toy found in the marketplace. When that thing bursts in here, you must find a way to flee. I shall hold it back, Dr. Zhao stated coldly. Despite having survived in this hospital until now, I am the one who ought to perish. Chen Ge sensed that Dr. Zhao harbored a story. After all, what ordinary physician would linger in a morgue? Wait, let us not rush towards death just yet. I believe I may have a solution, Chen Ge suddenly exclaimed, an epiphany striking him. Chapter 40. Human Heads. Perhaps I have a way, Chen Ge declared, promptly rummaging through his backpack until he produced the skin of a man-eating shark. Previously, he had fashioned the shark's hide into a cloak, never anticipating it would be put to use so swiftly. Once donned, this garment would enable me to swim underground. I shall venture out to discern what lies beyond. Chen Ge proclaimed that, of course, this course of action is fraught with peril, replete with uncertainties. Yet, there exists no alternative. Should the creature burst in, we would be left to await our demise. The chubby fellow exchanged a glance, having known Chen Ge for merely 2 days. However, since the moment Chen Ge had risked his life to save him at school, he had deemed him a brother. Exercise utmost caution, the chubby fellow advised. At that moment, Chen Ge had already draped the shark cloak over himself, and instantaneously, it clung to his skin as though animated. He felt his legs weaken, and the once solid ground beneath him transformed into a liquid suitable for swimming. Even Dr. Zhao, who had maintained his composure, was taken aback by this phenomenon. This defies the laws of science. Dr. Zhao exclaimed in astonishment. In this world, there are countless occurrences that defy scientific explanation. The chubby fellow brandished a kitchen knife, his gaze fixed intently on the door. After all, he was a man weighing over 100 kilograms, and should the monster truly invade, he would fight to the bitter end. The so-called science is merely a set of rules derived from human common sense, yet now, common sense has evaporated. Can the principles derived from it still be trusted? Chen Ge submerged beneath the ground, still bewildered as to how the man-eating shark could swim through the earth. The sensation was utterly surreal. Enveloped in the shark cloak, he not only swam underground but also retained a degree of visual acuity, enabling him to discern objects within a 5-meter radius. However, upon raising his gaze, he realized he could not see anything above the surface. Thus, the man-eating shark had relied on vibrations to locate its prey. Moreover, Chen Ge harbored an unwavering confidence in his swimming abilities. Even if he were to drown a fish, he believed it would be impossible for him to perish. In his grasp was a kitchen knife, a rather cumbersome weapon to wield underwater, rendering the notion of brandishing a fire axe utterly impractical. Thus, he opted for the knife as a means of self-defense. Initially, the chubby boy had pilfered several blades from the supermarket, and to his surprise, they all proved to be of use. Gradually, Chen Ge began to ascend, estimating he must be nearing the surface, and cautiously extended half of his head above the water. He found himself in the corridor outside the morgue, shrouded in an impenetrable darkness devoid of any light. The atmosphere was foreboding. He could vaguely sense something relentlessly battering against the door, yet the nature of the entity remained obscured from view. Regrettably, the alcohol he had previously procured from the school had run out. Had he only thought to fashion a torch, it would have offered him considerable reassurance. Wait a moment, alcohol? This is a hospital. There must be medical alcohol available. How could I have overlooked that? Nonetheless, the pressing concern was to alleviate the imminent peril faced by Dr. Zhao and the chubby boy. With a resolute determination, Chen Ge retrieved his lighter and, with a sharp flick, ignited a flame. Even this diminutive flicker, suddenly illuminating the oppressive darkness, was blinding. Yet, it was this very flame that allowed Chen Ge to discern the true nature of the force assailing the door. Throughout his journey, Chen Ge had encountered a plethora of bizarre creatures, but none as repugnant as this. Even the flesh worm appeared charming by comparison. Before him lay an innumerable collection of severed heads, inexplicably amassed by an unknown power, forming a grotesque sphere. Each head bore a distinct expression, many rendered grotesque. Some lacked eyes, others had no lips, while a few protruded half a tongue. their tangled hair weaving together in a nightmarish fashion. Furthermore, these heads murmured in low, indistinct tones, their words indistinguishable, yet the sound alone sent shivers down his spine. These ghastly heads relentlessly pounded against the door, several having already splattered into a gruesome pulp, their brains strewn across the ground. Yet, the heads seemed oblivious to their own suffering, continuing their assault with fervor. The sudden appearance of the flame, however, captured their attention. All the heads turned, fixating their lifeless gazes upon Chen Ge. Even the most daring would feel a chill at the sight of dozens, if not hundreds, of disembodied heads. "Excuse me, pardon the interruption, but I must take my leave." Chen Ge swiftly dove back underwater, while the disembodied heads whispered in unison, "We found you. We found you. We found you. Ha ha ha." The piercing, shrill cacophony sent shockwaves through Chen Ge's mind. He was at a loss as to whether these heads were truly deceased or somehow alive. If they were indeed dead, how could they utter words? If they were alive, then where were their bodies? Swish, the amalgamation of heads, resembling a grotesque sphere, hurtled towards him like a cannonball. Chen Ge could not fathom the mechanics of their movement. Lacking limbs, how could they advance? Bang! The head sphere crashed heavily onto the ground, shattering the tiled floor into fragments. Fortunately, Chen Ge had submerged in time. He could hold his breath for at least 3 or 4 minutes. Now, all the attention of the head sphere was directed towards him, likely to pursue his escape. With the protection of his shark cloak, he could ensure his own safety. Every few meters, Chen Ge peered out to capture the attention of the headless corpses, whose myriad mouths emitted eerie, piercing shrieks. He discerned that the basement was merely a small segment of the entire building, and, with relative ease, he found himself beneath the grand hall on the first floor. During his previous visit to the hospital, Chen Ge had taken care to familiarize himself with its layout. The first floor housed the pharmacy, which should contain a plethora of medical supplies. Typically, it would be stocked with alcohol, and leveraging his unique ability to swim through the underground, Chen Ge effortlessly reached the pharmacy, swiftly locating 75% medical alcohol. "Let the flames purify everything. I refuse to believe you can withstand fire like the flesh-tainted spirit," he declared. Surfacing to ensure the headless corpses had not followed, Chen Ge promptly fashioned a torch. Amidst the doctor's array, he spotted a wooden table and exerted considerable effort to break off several legs. Wrapping them with cloth strips soaked in alcohol, a spark ignited the makeshift torch, casting a brilliant glow to "Now, let us see who dares to challenge me." Chen Ge laughed heartily, tearing off and securing his shark cape before preparing to return to rescue Dr. Zhao and the chubby boy. However, upon turning around, his laughter abruptly lodged in his throat. At some point, the corridor outside had become densely populated with figures. Chen Ge surmised that these were the corpses he had seen during the day. More alarmingly, these figures were entirely headless. Chapter 41. Madness. Now, Chen Ge faced such a scene with remarkable composure. The bizarre occurrences of the night had desensitized him to the sight of walking corpses devoid of heads. He noted that these corpses merely stood there, neither advancing nor wandering aimlessly. Logically, without heads, they should possess neither sight nor hearing. "Are you merely here to frighten me? Hey, you fellows standing there, if your sole purpose is to intimidate, then nod your heads," Chen Ge shouted at the corpses. Lacking heads, they obviously had no capacity for auditory or visual perception. He waved his torch in front of them, confirming their complete lack of response. After 2 days of grappling with these creatures, he finally encountered something that adhered to the laws of physics. "Since that is the case, I shall take my leave and allow you to stand here in silence." Chen Ge mused, realizing these seemingly terrifying entities were but empty threats, devoid of true menace, and his residual fear dissipated into the ether. "Excuse me, make way," he called out, maneuvering carefully to avoid contact with the corpses, ultimately managing to squeeze through them. The headless corpses had likely been diverted by his earlier actions. He could not fathom that those severed heads could still strategize against him. "Let me show you the art of diversion," a feigned attack to lure the beast away. Chen Ge also recognized that the entities haunting the hospital relied more on psychological intimidation than physical aggression. In other words, aside from instilling fear, they possessed little else in their arsenal. Suddenly, a troubling thought struck him. If the creatures within this hospital were truly limited to mere intimidation, then how had these individuals lost their heads? No, he recalled that upon his arrival at dusk, these corpses bore no visible signs of damage. In other words, the severed heads belonged to individuals who were recently decapitated. Chen Ge cautiously approached, using a torch to inspect the wounds on the bodies, only to discover that the lacerations were exceedingly irregular. These heads appeared not to have been cleaved off, but rather forcefully wrenched away by some unknown entity. Moreover, this was undoubtedly a perilous place, and as long as he could endure until dawn, he would leave without delay. As for why he did not depart the hospital immediately, Chen Ge had at least gained some understanding of the monsters within the hospital, yet he harbored no knowledge of what might lurk outside. To say nothing of the possibility of encountering another man-eating shark, which would spell doom for them all. The shark's sole disadvantage was its inability to breathe out of water. Aside from that, it was impervious to any physical assault, presenting an insurmountable challenge as long as it remained on land. Chen Ge was reassured, at least, that these corpses lacked auditory and visual senses. Relying solely on instinctive movements, he immediately sprinted towards the basement, hoping to rescue the chubby boy and Dr. Zhao. Throughout his journey, he encountered no further instances of the headball, unaware of its current whereabouts. However, armed with a torch, he brought a flicker of warmth to the oppressive darkness. Despite the lingering stench of decay in the air, he had become somewhat accustomed to the odor after inhaling it repeatedly. Upon hastily returning to the basement, Chen Ge's expression shifted dramatically. He discovered that the morgue's door had been violently breached, leaving the interior utterly vacant, with the chubby boy and Dr. Zhao nowhere to be found. Chen Ge calmly examined the traces at the doorway. The headball's collision with the morgue's entrance would undoubtedly have produced a considerable noise, yet he had been on the first floor just moments ago, and the hospital had been eerily silent. He would have certainly heard it. He swore to himself that he had not heard any sound at all. A foreboding sense of dread settled within him. Had he inadvertently left during a time when Dr. Zhao and the chubby boy had come under attack? Chen Ge hurriedly inspected the morgue's door and realized that it had not been forcefully breached from the outside, but had instead opened from within, indicating that for some unknown reason, the chubby boy and Dr. Zhao had opened the door from inside. They had undoubtedly encountered a threat within the morgue. Chen Ge dared not raise his voice, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This hospital concealed unspeakable horrors. Suddenly, he recalled a detail from earlier. The headball had been outside the morgue and had addressed him, saying, "I know you are eavesdropping." At that moment, he had nearly been frightened to death, but upon reflection, how could it have known he was listening? Could it be that? Chen Ge swiftly turned to face the morgue. Was it possible that a part of the monster had already infiltrated? Had it been secretly observing them all along, thus possessing intimate knowledge of their actions? His attention had been entirely focused on the headball, leaving him oblivious to this possibility. After his departure, the lurking monster within the morgue had launched a sudden assault, forcing the chubby boy and Dr. Zhao to flee. This seemed to be the only plausible explanation, but where would these two individuals go after leaving the morgue? Chen Ge's mind was racing. He could first eliminate the first floor from consideration, as he had been there the entire time. If Dr. Zhao and the chubby boy had come to the first floor, he would have seen them at a glance. In times of unforeseen circumstances, individuals often succumb to panic, darting about aimlessly. In such scenarios, it becomes utterly impossible to discern their trajectories. Chen Ge recalled that the hospital comprised 6 floors, housing hundreds of rooms scattered throughout. If he were to search each one meticulously, he would undoubtedly still be at it by dawn. Was it truly the only option to wait until morning? He was acutely aware of the little chubby one's capabilities, level-headed and far-sighted, yet possessing a combat prowess scarcely above 5. Should any sudden peril arise, it would spell disaster for him. Just as Chen Ge found himself in a state of utter confusion, the silence of the corridor was abruptly shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. Instinctively, he held his breath and listened intently, quickly recognizing the footsteps belonged to Dr. Zhao, over here. Where have you and the chubby one run off to? Chen Ge called out. The typically composed Dr. Zhao now bore an expression of trepidation, taking several deep breaths before finally exclaiming, "It's bad. The chubby one has gone mad." For a moment, Chen Ge was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the meaning of this statement. What did it mean for the chubby one to have lost his mind? It had been scarcely 10 minutes since his departure. What could have transpired in such a brief span? Dr. Zhao hurried back to the morgue, locking the door behind him before exhaling a sigh of relief. Not long after you left, the chubby one suddenly went berserk. brandishing a kitchen knife and attacking me. I had no choice but to flee through the door. Thankfully, my familiarity with the layout allowed me to evade him. Enabling my return, Dr. Zhao spoke breathlessly. A heavy weight settled in Chen Ge's heart. Could it be that the chubby one was overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere? Indeed, prolonged exposure to high-stress environments could drive one to madness. However, while the little chubby one might possess low physical resilience, his mental fortitude should have been considerable. Such a scenario should not have arisen. Or was there a deeper, undisclosed reason behind it? Chapter 42. The Eye Now? Faced with a dire situation, Chen Ge set aside his concerns and inquired, aside from the morgue, where is the safest place in the hospital? Dr. Zhao pondered briefly before providing an answer. The rooftop. The rooftop offered ample space, and with summer upon them, sunlight would grace them within the hour. These creatures would undoubtedly shy away from its rays. As the highest point of the hospital, the rooftop would be the first to bask in sunlight, which might explain why these entities never dared approach it. Then let us head up. Once I locate the chubby one, I will join you, Chen Ge declared. However, Dr. Zhao wore a bittersweet smile. We cannot ascend. The hospital rooftop is locked, as the administration fears that patients might leap to their demise under the weight of their suffering. Generally, the key resides in the director's office. Then let us go to his office. Chen Ge insisted. Dr. Zhao replied with a tone steeped in resignation. His office is on the 4th floor, and the hospital is teeming with unknown creatures. You must decide. Will you accompany me to the rooftop, or remain here and await death? Chen Ge pressed. Dr. Zhao sighed in defeat. Do I truly have any other choice? Initially, Chen Ge had intended to wield a fire axe, but upon searching, he discovered that his prized weapon was inexplicably missing. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the urgency of their predicament. They needed to act without delay. As long as they can endure until the sun rises, it shall be their victory. Chen Ge searched high and low, ultimately discovering that the only weapon he possessed was that initial kitchen knife. The two men proceeded cautiously, one in front of the other, as they departed from the morgue. Although the surroundings remained unchanged, the presence of the torch, a remarkable artifact, illuminated the area, rendering it less ominous than before. However, upon reaching the 1st floor, they were met with the unsettling sight of headless corpses aimlessly wandering through the hall. Goodness, they can still move without heads? A medical miracle? Dr. Zhao couldn't help but exclaim. Nearby lay the staircase leading to the 2nd floor, and the two hastily ascended, only to find the situation on the 2nd floor even more bizarre than that of the 1st floor hall. Look at those, they must be human eyeballs, right? Even as a seasoned surgeon accustomed to gruesome scenes, Dr. Zhao felt a chill run down his spine at this eerie sight. The walls of the corridor on the 2nd floor were covered with a multitude of eyeballs, and most astonishingly, these eyes were actively rolling about, seemingly alive. Unable to resist the allure of curiosity, Dr. Zhao leaned closer, realizing that these eyeballs appeared to possess awareness, locking gazes with him. I can't hold back any longer, Dr. Zhao declared, producing his surgical knife, intent on extracting one of the eyeballs to examine its structure. As a surgeon, his curiosity was piqued. Why would an inorganic wall sprout so many eyeballs? It seemed utterly illogical. Observing Dr. Zhao's insatiable thirst for knowledge at such a critical juncture, Chen Ge couldn't help but interject, Brother, at this moment, let's refrain from conducting research. You can take your time during the day, Dr. Zhao, while excavating an eyeball from the wall. Retorted, during the day, these eyeballs retreat. I just want to extract one to see what it truly is. Ultimately, Dr. Zhao succeeded in removing an eyeball, initially assuming it might be connected to nerves or something similar. Yet upon extraction, he discovered his assumptions were misguided. There was nothing behind it, just a rotating eyeball affixed to the wall. However, once removed, the eyeball quickly lost its vitality, transforming into an ordinary lifeless orb. Dr. Zhao remained perplexed, unable to fathom the underlying principles at play. Chen Ge forcibly led Dr. Zhao to the 4th floor, fortunate not to encounter any dangers along the way. The whereabouts of the previous headless corpses remained a mystery. Soon, Dr. Zhao located the director's office, only to find the door locked upon attempting to push it open. This is it. We're doomed, he lamented, though soon found solace in the realization that his demise was long overdue. Chen Ge stepped back and kicked the office door open with a resounding crash, startling Dr. Zhao. Good grief, it's just a door. Chen Ge strode confidently into the office, which was eerily quiet and devoid of any presence. Dr. Zhao rummaged through the drawers and retrieved a set of keys. "Let's go," Chen Ge urged, knowing their survival hinged on whether Dr. Zhao's deductions were accurate. Yet, just as they exited the director's office, a jarring sound of metal scraping echoed from the depths of the dark corridor. In the shadows, a figure wielding an axe approached slowly, evidently drawn by the noise of the door being kicked open. Upon observing Dr. Zhao, it was evident that his combat prowess would not exceed a mere 5. Remaining here would only serve to create unnecessary complications. "You head upstairs first? I shall handle matters here," Chen Ge remarked coolly, gazing at the advancing figure. Without hesitation, Dr. Zhao sprinted up the staircase towards the rooftop. However, as Chen Ge discerned the identity of the figure, he gasped in shock, for it was none other than the chubby boy at that moment. His eyes were entirely black, swaying unsteadily, with a fire axe dragging in his grasp, clearly indicating an unsettling state. "Fatty, do you still remember me?" Chen Ge inquired softly. The axe scraped against the ground with a jarring sound, as if he had completely lost consciousness, advancing step by step. It was evident that he likely did not recall Chen Ge. Chen Ge muttered quietly to himself as the chubby boy swung the fire axe towards him. Without mercy, Chen Ge delivered a powerful punch to the boy's face, rendering him motionless on the ground, unable even to emit a cry of distress. Though it appeared that the chubby boy had been controlled by some entity, the creature exerting this control had clearly underestimated him, for he was a mere weakling in combat. Uncertain if there would ever be a way to restore him, Chen Ge was reluctant to abandon this companion who had journeyed alongside him through thick and thin. He recalled a childhood incident in the countryside, where a woman had suffered from hysteria, and people had struck her face with the soles of their shoes, claiming it could ward off evil. He wondered if there was any truth to that. Yet, he had no choice but to treat this situation as a last resort, yanking off the chubby boy's shoe. "This odor, it's akin to a biological weapon," Chen Ge mused, believing that the stench of decaying bodies in the hall was far surpassed by the scent emanating from this foot. "Fatty, if you do not awaken, I shall be compelled to strike you," Chen Ge declared, brandishing the foul shoe. Observing the chubby boy's utter lack of response, he had no alternative but to raise his hand in preparation to slap him. Suddenly, two peculiar entities emerged from the boy's eyes. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be two black eyeballs. Chapter 43. Fingers. Why on earth were two black eyeballs squeezing out from the chubby boy's eyes? What manner of principle was at play here? The specifics of the principle were no longer of consequence. Chen Ge, piecing together the events, surmised the general sequence of occurrences, recalling the earlier incident in the second-floor corridor involving the growth of eyeballs. It seemed these black orbs had likely originated in the morgue from the very beginning, and these creatures were interconnected, capable of sensing one another, which explained how the headball could accurately claim to be eavesdropping. After Chen Ge departed, these black eyeballs had directly assaulted the chubby boy, seizing control of his nerves and driving him to madness. Thus, if he were to smash these eyeballs, the control would presumably be lifted. Chen Ge picked up the fire axe that had fallen to the ground, preparing to strike at the two orbs. Though these eyeballs could not speak, they evidently sensed danger, and they retreated back into the chubby boy's body just as Chen Ge's axe was about to descend, causing him to retract his force. This is quite the strange affair," Chen Ge remarked. To prevent the chubby boy from spiraling into madness and causing harm, Chen Ge rummaged through a nearby hospital room and procured an abundance of bandages, swiftly wrapping him up like a mummy. In this manner, it seems that no harm will come to anyone. Now, as I calm down and reflect carefully, it appears that all the incredible occurrences within this hospital are somehow related to human tissue. It all began with that pitch-black intestine, which was able to conceal itself within a corpse. Lu Wanru, having lost all her family in a single day, succumbed to despair and hanged herself in the basement. The black intestine seized the opportunity to control her corpse, creating a variety of terrifying atmospheres. Chen Ge considered himself quite brave, yet even he was nearly paralyzed with fear. Following the head, there came the headless torso, and now a set of human eyeballs has emerged. When pieced together, do these not resemble a dismembered body? What, then, controls these entities? If the scientific principles we understand still apply on Earth, it must be the brain that governs these limbs. Could it be that the mastermind, this elusive figure, has been lurking in the shadows, quietly observing all of this? What could their objective be? to incessantly create corpses. Chen Ge was never particularly adept at psychology, and even the greatest psychologist would struggle to comprehend the thoughts of a corpse. For now, he could only speculate based on the scant evidence at hand. How fortunate it would be if the chubby boy were conscious. He excelled in such matters. Chen Ge reached out to check the chubby boy's breath, confirming that he was still alive, merely in a state of unconsciousness. If only he could extract those black eyeballs. Perhaps the boy would regain his rationality. Surely, it was that surgeon, Dr. Zhao, who possessed the capability to accomplish this. Chen Ge could only carry the chubby boy up to the 6th floor. However, at the stairway between the 4th and 5th floors, a familiar figure obstructed his path. "You're here too," Chen Ge exclaimed warmly upon seeing Lu Wanru's corpse. In the presence of this figure, he felt no fear. She was even weaker than the chubby boy, and he had already seen through the true nature of the monster. It was merely a black intestine, rendering him fearless. "If you dare come closer, do you believe I could demonstrate a tutorial on making a 9-turn intestine right here?" Lu Wanru, dressed in white, abruptly turned and dashed deeper into the corridor on the 5th floor. Chen Ge stood bewildered, as though encountering a ghost. It seemed this monster had a memory, knowing it could not defeat him and thus chose to flee. Yet, before he could savor his victory for even a minute, Lu Wanru returned, accompanied by a throng of headless corpses. Damn it, it turned out she wasn't escaping. She was rallying reinforcements, with sheer numbers against him. Chen Ge, no matter how valiant, could not face so many monsters at once and could only sprint towards the 6th floor. Meanwhile, the 5th floor corridor was now packed with these headless corpses, and at this hour of just past 2 in the morning, they could easily pass for a horror film without any makeup. Surrounded by the dead above him, his only recourse was to flee downward. Chen Ge dashed with the chubby boy on his back to the 3rd floor. Strangely, those corpses stood silently at the staircase of the 4th floor, facing him, neither pursuing nor retreating. The situation was utterly bizarre. Just as Chen Ge was trying to make sense of it all, the chubby boy behind him suddenly began coughing violently and, in a dazed manner, murmured, "Did I not fall asleep? Ouch! It feels like someone hit me while I was dreaming." Upon hearing the chubby boy's voice, Chen Ge was overjoyed. "You've finally woken up. Quickly, think of a way to resolve our predicament." Chen Ge immediately spoke up. The chubby boy was still unaware of the unfolding events, and Chen Ge succinctly explained the situation as best as he could. The expression on the chubby boy's face grew increasingly grave. By the way, you're all right now, aren't you? If you're fine, hurry up and get off me. You're as heavy as lead," Chen Ge quipped. The chubby boy reached up to touch his eyes, unable to believe that he still had a pair of black pupils within him. "If what you say is true, I might have an inkling of what has transpired," he replied calmly. "You should check the 1st floor. It's likely we can't get out now, as those corpses will surely block the entrance." Without hesitation, Chen Ge dashed downstairs, and indeed, the 1st floor hall was densely packed with headless corpses. Not only that, but the severed head was also there. Although it wouldn't be difficult for Chen Ge to escape using the shark cloak, there were 2 significant drawbacks. First, Dr. Zhao and the chubby boy would undoubtedly be trapped, left to await their demise, with the question of whether they could last until dawn hanging in the air. Second, he had no idea what awaited him outside. There could be something even more terrifying lurking beyond. I'll share my understanding. The origin of all this seems to be a dismembered, bizarre corpse. The flesh of this corpse appears capable of controlling other bodies. Headless corpses, severed heads, Lu Wanru. All were under its influence. The chubby boy began to unwrap the bandages from his body and took the torch. To confirm my hypothesis, it would be best to capture a headless corpse and dissect it to see if it contains any flesh fragments. Chen Ge eyed the chubby boy warily. "Then how come you haven't been controlled?" "Perhaps it's because I'm still alive," the chubby boy replied. Chen Ge fashioned the bandages into a lasso and, while the severed head rolled away, ensnared a headless corpse, dragging it from the 1st floor to the 2nd. The chubby boy held the torch, and Chen Ge muttered a quiet apology to his brother before swinging his axe to cleave the corpse. After only a few strikes, a dark mass suddenly emerged from within the headless body. Illuminated by the torchlight, it was revealed to be a pitch-black finger. "Ha, correct guess," the chubby boy sneered. Chapter 44. Blazing fire. These corpses did not simply rise without reason. Something must be controlling them from the shadows. It now appeared that the flesh within these corpses was the source of that control. suggesting the existence of a creature capable of manipulating other beings' corpses with parts of its own body. The black intestines they initially encountered, followed by the severed head, the pair of black eyeballs within the chubby boy, and now this finger, all seemed to derive from a singular monster. "Burn it," the chubby boy urged. He was skeptical that these monsters were unafraid of fire. Without hesitation, Chen Ge approached the black finger with the torch, but to his surprise, the finger recoiled from the heat, twisting away. Simultaneously, the other headless corpses began to converge towards Chen Ge. Though these entities appeared frightening, their combat prowess was remarkably feeble. One-on-one, even the chubby boy could likely outmatch them. Seizing the opportunity while Chen Ge and the chubby boy were momentarily distracted, the previously blackened fingers once again delved into the corpse, commanding it to rise slowly. Chen Ge resembled an ancient general, wielding an unparalleled fire axe, striking with fervor. Although the creature had gained control over these cadavers, they remained mere flesh and blood, succumbing to his relentless assault, their forms becoming a gruesome spectacle of blood and gore. Yet, these corpses were already lifeless. In other words, they felt no pain and had no fear of death. Regardless of how fiercely Chen Ge struck, the corpses continued their relentless advance. Unperturbed, it was Chen Ge and the chubby boy who found themselves retreating in the face of this relentless horde. "What do we do now?" Chen Ge shouted. The chubby boy, his expression grim and his head throbbing, couldn't he help but rub his temples. "The brain. It must be the brain controlling these grotesque bodies," he exclaimed. "I know that too, but the pressing question is how to locate this brain." "And stop standing there gaping. Hurry up and help," Chen Ge retorted. The corpses, though neither swift nor particularly strong, numbered in the hundreds, making it impossible for one person to fend them all off. Suddenly, the chubby boy remarked, "Didn't you mention a head made of skulls? Do you think the brain might be nestled deep within that collection?" Chen Ge paused, realizing that the skull was immensely powerful and seemed to possess a degree of intelligence. Indeed, the monster's brain could very well be concealed among a heap of heads. Chen Ge murmured, "That thing is no easy foe. You have no idea how badly that rascal pursued me before." "Are you scared?" the chubby boy inquired. "Nonsense. Chen Ge fears neither heaven nor earth. I've never been intimidated," he asserted, spitting into his palm as he gripped the fire axe tightly. With dawn only half an hour away, they merely needed to hold out until then to increase their chances of survival. "If you're too afraid, I'll go alone. I still have two eyes in my head, and who knows what risks that thing poses," the chubby boy declared, brandishing a kitchen knife. Strangely, while other blackened chunks could effectively control the corpses, he found that his own black eyes could not exert control over himself, perhaps because he was still a living being, making it difficult for this entity to command the living. The chubby boy speculated. Chen Ge scoffed, "With your limited abilities, I advise you not to rush to your demise. Head to the 6th floor and find Dr. Zhao. I'll handle the rest. Don't be a hero. It's best if we have each other's backs." Regarding the corpses, a fierce smile spread across the chubby boy's face. Chen Ge, recognizing the look in his eyes, understood his intent. Let the flames purify everything. In the hospital, while other resources might be scarce, medical alcohol was plentiful. Moreover, the only beings unafraid of death were these corpses. The lurking monster, unwilling to reveal itself, hinted that it might not be as terrifying as they had imagined. After all, when they had scorched that blackened finger earlier, it had fled, indicating that this entity feared fire. Chen Ge still had a considerable amount of alcohol he had previously found on him. He poured the alcohol directly onto the ground and ignited it with a single spark, instantly transforming the first-floor hall and the staircase to the 2nd floor into a raging inferno. Moreover, the human body contains a significant amount of fat, making it easily ignitable. Those unfortunate headless corpses were instantly engulfed in flames, and before long, the entire first-floor hall was suffused with the tantalizing aroma of roasting flesh. The word spread rapidly, from 1 to 10, and from 10 to hundreds. Countless headless corpses flailed their arms amidst the fierce flames. To describe this scene as hellish would be an understatement, as the fire raged on. The first headless corpse became still, and a writhing black mass emerged from its mouth. The two of them were not anatomists and had no idea where this piece of flesh originated. They watched as the mass plopped onto the ground, beginning to writhe away from the flames. More and more corpses began to expel similar flesh from their mouths, which rapidly coalesced into a singular mass. swiftly rolling deeper into the hospital. Deprived of external support, the burning corpses began to topple one by one. What could this be called? This was a striking demonstration of the shifting tides of offense and defense. The chubby boy, his expression somewhat grim, remarked, "This fire feels exhilarating, but have you considered how we are going to escape? If it were merely alcohol burning, it wouldn't last long, but stuffing in hundreds of corpses? Who knows how long it will blaze on?" The first-floor hall has turned into a sea of flames. Fortunately, the floor and load-bearing columns are fireproof, so they won't catch fire immediately. He decided to put aside his worries and act. As long as we eliminate the brain of this monster, your two eyeballs should be able to emerge on their own. Chen Ge grasped the axe and began to search for the whereabouts of the head ball. This creature was massive, and the hospital was scarcely large enough for concealment. Of course, it seemed the creature had no intention of hiding at all. Not far down the corridor, at the end, the head ball glared with a face full of resentment at the inferno. It was composed of hundreds of heads, each pair of eyes brimming with hatred and loathing, wishing nothing more than to tear the arsonist to shreds. Soon, all the eyes were fixated intently on Chen Ge. "Do not look at me with such eyes. It was his idea to spare you." Chen Ge pointed at the chubby boy, "and do not shift the blame. You were the one who ignited the fire." The boy retorted, pointing back at Chen Ge. The head ball slightly coiled back, and in the next moment, the mass of heads surged forward like a tidal wave toward the two of them. "Not good, run." Chen Ge and the chubby boy turned and fled. This creature possessed boundless strength, and confronting it head-on would surely lead to disaster. Chapter 45. Counterattack. The first-floor hall and the second floor of the hospital were interconnected, and the head ball rolled up the narrow staircase. Having witnessed the creature's power, Chen Ge and the chubby boy knew they were no match for it in a direct confrontation. Without uttering a single word, they turned and ran. "Damn it, it seems like all we've done these past few days is run." Chen Ge couldn't help but curse. Whether faced with the flesh-eating monster or the man-eating shark, or now the head ball, they were compelled to flee. If only they had thought to visit the police station first, procure some firearms, and grow stronger before seeking glory. Whoosh! The human head ball hurtled through the air like a cannonball, striking the wall with a resounding crash, leaving a substantial hole in the hospital's exterior. Fortunately, the building's reinforced concrete structure prevented it from being completely breached. How on earth do we combat this? The chubby boy's face turned ashen in the face of sheer power. Any minor tactics proved utterly futile. If you needed him to calm down and analyze a situation, he would undoubtedly excel. However, when it came to improvisation against a formidable foe, it was a different story. Suddenly, Chen Ge let out a cold laugh. "I know how to defeat it." "Really?" The chubby boy looked incredulous. Chen Ge reached into his clothing and produced a shark cape. "Bro, you don't intend to don that and make a run for it, do you?" The chubby boy lamented. Nearly in tears, he couldn't swim, and the shark cape was utterly useless to him. "I'm not wearing it." "It's for it." Chen Ge pointed at the human head ball. The chubby boy paused for a moment, then swiftly grasped Chen Ge's intention. "Lure it to the first floor," Chen Ge commanded. The two swiftly turned and leapt from the second-floor corridor to the ground below. Chen Ge landed firmly on his feet, while the chubby boy nearly fell apart, groaning in pain on the ground. "Damn. Had I known the apocalypse was coming, I would have exercised more," the chubby boy cried out, clutching his rear. That moment, the human head ball had already detected their presence, smashing through the railing of the second-floor corridor and plummeting down. The first floor was littered with charred corpses, emitting a foul stench, but that was not their concern now. Clutching the shark cape, Chen Ge fixed his gaze intently on the human head ball. The creature, fueled by an unknown force, charged once more, crushing the burnt corpses beneath it. Chen Ge dodged like a Spanish matador, and the human head ball collided violently with the wall behind him. "Now's the moment." Chen Ge leapt forward, draping the shark cape directly over the human head ball. The surface of the cape fused with the skin of the ball, and in an instant, the ground beneath the creature transformed into a pool of water, causing it to sink below. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ge yanked the shark cape away, and the liquid beneath the human head ball solidified, ensnaring half of its body in the ground, rendering it immobile. No matter how it struggled, it was in vain. "Impressive!" the chubby boy exclaimed in delight, astonished by this unexpected turn. Chen Ge finally exhaled in relief. Now, he could focus on locating the brain controlling these monsters, which should reside at the very center of the human head ball. Gritting his teeth against the nausea, he yanked a head free, and indeed, as soon as it detached from the human head ball, it lost its vitality, transforming into an ordinary head. The chubby boy rushed over to assist, and together they tossed severed heads onto the ground. This was a scene unimaginable in ordinary times, yet they had grown accustomed to it. Dead things were far safer than living ones to last. They unearthed the very core of the human head ball, revealing a blackened skull. This skull was roughly the size of a basketball, devoid of eyes, skin, muscles, or even a tongue. Even the bones were entirely black, giving it an exceedingly bizarre appearance. Chen Ge inhaled deeply. This must be the root of all the chaos. He raised the fire axe and brought it down upon the black skull. Surprisingly, while this object appeared fearsome, it was, in fact, exceedingly fragile, as a single blow caused the crown to cave in. Don't just rely on physical attacks. Let's employ some elemental assault and set it ablaze, the chubby boy declared, brandishing a torch. Come on, hurry up and extract those two things from my head, or I shall roast you as a side dish. After enduring numerous perilous encounters, the chubby boy had grown increasingly audacious. Despite the shattered crown of the black head, it astonishingly retained some semblance of vitality, its lips moving in a rhythmic fashion. Suddenly, the chubby boy furrowed his brow and gently prodded the fragmented crown with a kitchen knife. Wait a minute. This head is empty. Where's the brain? He exclaimed. The skull, whether it be the cranium or the crown, ultimately served the purpose of safeguarding the delicate brain. Yet now, this cranium was inexplicably vacant. In other words, this crisis was far from over. Both Chen Ge and the chubby boy felt a chill run down their spines. At that moment, they failed to notice that the black skull appeared to be smiling. Where on earth is the brain hidden? Chen Ge raised his axe, intent on smashing the grotesque object before him into oblivion. The chubby boy replied coldly, the brain must be concealed in the safest location. The morgue? Dr. Zhao had previously mentioned that the morgue was the most secure place. No, wait. Dr. Zhao has been residing in the morgue every day for the past few days. If a black brain were hidden there, it would have been discovered long ago. Dr. Zhao wouldn't have survived this long. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck the chubby boy, and Chen Ge arrived at the same conclusion. The rooftop, in the mind of a rational individual, beings that fear sunlight would certainly avoid it, and the rooftop is the brightest spot. These dark corpses wouldn't venture there. Yet, this entity chose to do the opposite. No wonder we were blocked by so many bodies when we ascended the stairs. They were there to prevent us from approaching the brain. Chen Ge realized with alarm, oh no, Dr. Zhao is still on the rooftop. We must hurry. He dashed toward the rooftop, while the chubby boy took a couple of steps before suddenly turning around to ignite a torch, incinerating the black skull in flames. "'S a fine young man. How could I not deliver the finishing blow?" the chubby boy scoffed. The muscles of the black skull shriveled rapidly under the heat, resembling those of a human. Meanwhile, Chen Ge had already reached the 4th floor. The stairwell between the 4th and 5th floors. An innumerable number of headless corpses obstructed their path. Chen Ge and the chubby boy wielded the fire axe and the torch, respectively, carving a bloody pathway through the bodies. Among these corpses lay Lu Wanru. Without a second glance, Chen Ge swung the axe, shattering her skull and splattering brains across the floor. "Why apologies, young lady, but I'm in a hurry." Chapter 46. Kaigo Dr. Zhao awaited them on the rooftop of the 6th floor, as the dawn began to softly illuminate the horizon. In no more than 20 minutes, the first rays of sunlight would grace the earth, signaling the end of the night's peril. In truth, he was rather indifferent to the matters of life and death, having already discerned the essence of many things. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the stout boy and Chen Ge burst through the rooftop door. Followed by a multitude of corpses, the two swiftly locked the door behind them, releasing a sigh of relief. "Dr. Zhao, you are still alive," Chen Ge exclaimed, astonished as he regarded Dr. Zhao. The doctor's expression stiffened. Was there truly any need for such a remark? Is this how one speaks? Is it not a matter of courtesy? From a physiological standpoint, I should still be alive. What about the stout boy? Dr. Zhao inquired. Well, it's not exactly that he is fine. There are two peculiar objects in his head. Can you devise a way to extract them? Chen Ge asked. Dr. Zhao furrowed his brow slightly. I am not particularly adept at neurosurgery, but it is not unfeasible if one were to proceed forcefully. Hand me the axe, and I shall assist you in cracking open his skull. The stout boy, on the verge of tears, implored, at such a critical moment. Do not jest, quickly locate the brain. Dr. Zhao was perplexed by the stout boy's words. What brain? The rooftop offered a clear view, devoid of any hiding places for such an object, if there were any. Chen Ge's gaze fell upon the water tank atop the building, and without further ado, he seized the axe and struck the tank with a decisive blow, splitting it open in light of such wanton destruction. No one dared to admonish him. Together, Chen Ge and the stout boy pried open the tank's door, peering inside, their faces paling in unison. This time, their surmise proved correct. Within the tank floated a pitch-black brain, eerily suspended in the water. Although Chen Ge was no doctor, he could instantly discern that this was no human brain, for human brains did not sprout such bizarre tendrils. This brain was entirely black, its shape reminiscent of a human brain, yet adorned with numerous minuscule appendages that made it resemble a jellyfish in the water. Destroy it! The stout boy bellowed through gritted teeth. They had originally intended to spend a peaceful night here, yet this creature had rendered them utterly exhausted. The only way to assuage their pent-up resentment was to finally chop it into bits for dumpling filling. Chen Ge raised the fire axe, poised to deliver a lethal blow, when the door suddenly burst open. A mass of peculiar black flesh coalesced into a colossal, grotesque sphere, hurtling towards them. Watch out! The stout boy cried out. In comparison to humans, the most vital organ is the brain. Modern medicine deems brain death as the criterion for determining human mortality. There have even been bizarre discussions about the notion of a brain in a vat. When the brain is endangered, the rest of the body will go to great lengths to protect it. That swirling mass of black flesh comprised the other bodily tissues of this creature. Soon, the black masses began to fragment and reorganize, ultimately transforming into a towering black giant. This giant stood approximately 3 meters tall, its entire form shrouded in darkness. Bones, muscles, and hair all pitch black, exuding an indescribable, unsettling odor. Atop its head rested the half-shattered cranium. Chen Ge observed that this entity's self-healing capabilities were astonishingly rapid, despite the fire axe having reduced its skull to fragments and the stout boy having scorched it. It now appeared as if it had been restored to its former state. The giant extended its hand and retrieved the brain from the water tank, reinserting it into its own head. Thus, a living being materialized before their eyes. In comparison to the initial psychological trauma, this palpable threat was far more terrifying. Avoid any contact. If we can merely endure until dawn, we shall emerge victorious. This entity's biological composition can invade a human body, thereby commandeering our physical movements. By the way, why hasn't that pair of eyes within me emerged? Is that thing blind? The chubby boy suddenly noticed the absence of eyeballs on the giant's enormous head. At this moment, Dr. Zhao spoke up. In truth, the human brain is utterly oblivious to the existence of eyeballs. The chubby boy and Chen Ge gazed at Dr. Zhao in horror. I have read little. Please do not deceive me, Chen Ge exclaimed, astonished that the brain could possibly be unaware of the human eyeballs. It is indeed true. The human eyeballs employ various methods to deceive the brain, rendering it unaware of their existence. However, if the eyes suffer severe trauma, the eyeballs must be promptly excised. Otherwise, once the brain becomes cognizant of the eyeballs, it will initiate a rejection response, potentially causing your eyes to explode, Dr. Zhao explained. Wait a moment. If what you say is accurate, then the 2 eyeballs within me can never return. Their original intent was never to return, but rather to avoid being destroyed by the brain. What am I to do? The chubby boy felt as though he were on the brink of despair. Indeed, this giant had no eyes and could not perceive anything, merely flailing its hands aimlessly. Perhaps due to the excessive exposure to those repulsive entities, Chen Ge found this creature somewhat endearing. Nevertheless, since it was blind, as long as the 3 of them remained silent and endured until dawn, they would be safe, right? However, to everyone's astonishment, the black giant reached into the 6th floor and dragged out a corpse. It was Lu Wanru. Although Lu Wanru's head had been shattered, her eyes remained intact. The black giant directly extracted her eyeballs, embedding them in its palm. I warned you not to apply common sense to explain these entities. The chubby boy was utterly at a loss for solutions, and the only recourse left was to confront it with brute force. Upon seeing Chen Ge, the black giant emitted a bizarre cry and charged forward. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. Damn it, the worst that could happen is death. There is no escape now. You all step back. I will confront it. Chen Ge brandished a fire axe and charged ahead. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall, Chen Ge was considered remarkably tall among ordinary people. Yet this monstrous being towered at a staggering 3 meters. It was utterly absurd. But when the two collided, the ensuing scene nearly caused Dr. Zhao and the chubby boy to widen their eyes in disbelief. Chen Ge swung the axe directly at the black giant's waist, cleaving a gaping wound. The black giant, perhaps in pain, fell to its knees. "What the hell? So weak?" Chen Ge exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, upon further reflection, if this creature were akin to the Hulk, they would have been unable to withstand it for even a night. Having been crushed like rabbits long ago, one must concede that the black giant possessed an extraordinarily resilient vitality. Even when its body was fragmented into countless pieces, those segments remained active and could reassemble in a brief span of time. However, the price to pay is that the strength of the black giant is inferior to that of an ordinary adult. "By heavens, I challenge you to a duel. Do not flee." Chen Ge let out a ghostly wail. Wielding his axe with fervor. Chapter 47. Dual Pupils. When these black masses congregated, Chen Ge had already contemplated how he would pin his last will, yet he never anticipated that this black giant would be so feeble. When scattered, it resembles a sky full of stars. When gathered, it forms a pile of refuse. This phrase aptly describes you, does it not? You have been conjuring phantoms to terrify me all night, but when I deliver a few blows with my axe, do you dare to voice any objections? After encountering so many monstrous beings along the way, I finally come across one I can defeat. The black giant, taken aback, did not expect this lunatic to swing his axe with such relentless fervor. In one exchange, a gaping wound was carved into its waist. In another, a leg was severed. The chubby boy in the distance furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering some issue. When they met with Dr. Zhao yesterday, he had mentioned that there existed a creature in the hospital that kills upon sighting a living being. Yet, with the capabilities of this black giant, it is improbable that it could have slain so many in just one night. This black giant resembled a necromancer from a web novel, adept at controlling corpses for various purposes, but utterly inept against the living, at most. It could only instill terror on a psychological level. This suggests that at least two distinct monsters had lingered in the hospital, one that kills and another that toys with corpses. Hence, it would be wise to vacate this place post-haste after dealing with this corpse. Chen Ge was inherently fearless. Otherwise, he would not have ended up imprisoned for slaying so many. Now, with this opportunity at hand, he unleashed all the pent-up rage from the night. The black giant, realizing its defeat, turned to flee just as the sun began to rise on the horizon. "Do you dare to run?" Chen Ge brought his hammer down, shattering its remaining leg. The black giant collapsed to the ground. With a single swing of his axe, Chen Ge severed the giant's head. Though the giant appeared formidable, its bones were surprisingly brittle, merely possessing a rapid regenerative ability, i.e. the balance between recovery and resilience. The black giant opted for regeneration. As the sun ascended, a look of panic spread across the giant's face as it desperately attempted to escape. Yet its head lay beside it. The brain was its vital organ, and if it were damaged, no amount of regeneration could save it. It sought to reclaim its head, but Chen Ge swung his axe once more, sending black flesh flying like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. In that very moment, the first rays of sunlight graced the rooftop. Upon contact with the sunlight, the black remnants instantly dissolved, transforming into a puddle of black water, rendered entirely inert. The head attempted to roll away from the sunlight, only to have Chen Ge's axe smash it open, exposing the black brain to the sun's rays. As the sunlight illuminated it, the black giant's body began to disintegrate, starting with its flesh, then its bones. While the expression on its black skull morphed from indifference to despair, it uttered incantations. Though no one could comprehend its words, the sun rose, light illuminated the earth. The brilliant sunlight seemed poised to vanquish all evil. Chen Ge had completely forgotten how long it had been since he last witnessed the sunrise. With their darkened heads and minds utterly dissolved, the three of them lay sprawled on the rooftop. This night could only be described as a profound exhaustion of both heart and soul. Fortunately, they had managed to catch a brief slumber earlier in the night, yet the energy expended in the latter hours left them feeling overwhelmingly fatigued. Suddenly, the chubby one let out a peculiar shriek. "If this giant is dead, what will happen to the pair of eyeballs within me?" he exclaimed. Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao exchanged bewildered glances. Perhaps you should bask in the sun a little longer? Chen Ge suggested. Dr. Zhao, equally intrigued, reached out and gently prodded the chubby one's head, seemingly unable to fathom how such a large head could accommodate two eyeballs the size of oranges. This is rather implausible, he remarked. Shall we perform a craniotomy on site? Dr. Zhao inquired. Dr. Zhao, how many craniotomies have you conducted in total? The chubby one asked, a mournful expression on his face. Dr. Zhao raised a single finger. Just one? No. I mean, I have never performed any brain surgery. I am not a neurosurgeon. My expertise lies in general surgery. I can stitch wounds, perform an appendectomy, or handle a common cold, but neurosurgery requires a level of skill that is quite advanced. Nevertheless, it matters not. I can figure it out as I go along. Experience is acquired through gradual exploration. As he spoke, Dr. Zhao produced his surgical knife. The chubby one was nearly brought to tears. Get away from me. It's merely a pair of eyeballs in my head. What's the big deal? I would rather die than undergo a craniotomy. As he spoke, he suddenly felt something within his palm. Looking down, he discovered an orange-sized black eyeball separating from his flesh, appearing in his hand. Dr. Zhao found this miraculous sight utterly inexplicable by modern medical standards. The chubby one hurriedly took the orb to bask in the sunlight, only to find that the black eyeball was utterly unperturbed by the rays. Of course, without light, one cannot see. Since this thing has developed eyes, it indicates that sunlight poses no harm to its eyeball, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, the chubby one seemed to sense something, and he rubbed his eyes vigorously. Wait, this isn't right. Why do I have an expanded field of vision? His face was a portrait of terror. Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao were perplexed by his statement. What did he mean by an expanded field of vision? It's like a split screen in a video game. My visual perception is connected to this thing. He gasped in disbelief. The black eyeball was transmitting images directly to his brain, with no sense of dissonance. Ultimately, the black eyeball bounced around like a rubber ball, eventually returning to his palm and merging with his body. Are these two things treating my body as their home? The chubby one lamented helplessly. This is a superpower. It defies explanation. Current medicine simply cannot account for this, Dr. Zhao exclaimed in horror. How can an eyeball detached from its body still perceive the world and relay those images back to its owner's brain? This is absolutely preposterous. Clenching his teeth, the chubby one ultimately discovered that he could exert a degree of control over the two black eyeballs with his mind. Yet these eyeballs possessed a semblance of self-awareness. This sensation resembles that of caring for two rather unruly pets. This skill, if employed in reconnaissance, would indeed be remarkable. Chen Ge chuckled. In any case, it seems to pose no threat to your health. Let us hasten to find a place to rest properly for the night. Dr. Zhao, do you intend to remain here, or will you accompany us? Chapter 48. The crash in any epic, individuals possessing specialized skills are exceedingly valuable, especially in this apocalyptic world, where the worth of a physician is profoundly evident. Who dares claim they have never suffered from a cold or fever? Who dares assert they are invulnerable to injury? Having a doctor within the ranks instills a sense of security. Lu Wanru ultimately succumbed to despair, choosing to end her own life. Otherwise, she would not have perished so prematurely, as her body could have endured for at least a few more days. Chen Ge observed Dr. Zhao, who did not respond immediately but instead fell into a pensive silence. Chen Ge could discern that Dr. Zhao undoubtedly harbored a story. However, everyone possesses secrets. If he chooses not to divulge them, Chen Ge would refrain from inquiring. At that moment, the chubby boy had already engaged with the two black-eyed creatures, seemingly posing no immediate threat to his well-being. As for the underlying principles, to hell with the principles. After considerable contemplation, Dr. Zhao finally nodded slowly. Very well, I shall accompany you. Remaining here ultimately leads to our demise. It is better to venture outside and discover what has transpired. However, do wait for me a moment. I have a few matters to attend to. The three returned to the basement, where Chen Ge and his companions' backpacks awaited, containing all the supplies they had gathered along their journey. They consumed a modest meal to regain some strength. During the earlier fright, Chen Ge had felt quite alert, yet now that safety had been attained, fatigue began to envelop him. After 2 consecutive days with little rest, even a body forged of iron could not endure. However, sleeping here was out of the question. Who knew what ghastly entities might emerge? Comparatively, the chubby boy appeared to possess more vitality than Chen Ge. perhaps due to his carefree disposition. Dr. Zhao doused the morgue with alcohol and ignited it. Setting the entire room ablaze as he gazed at the inferno, his expression was a complex tapestry of reluctance and nostalgia, yet he ultimately turned away with resolute determination. Chen Ge silently observed Dr. Zhao, noting a particular corpse within the refrigeration unit that likely held great significance for him. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to reside in the morgue on the very first night of the apocalypse. Of course, such thoughts were best kept to oneself. There was no need to articulate them. At this juncture, the clock approached 4 in the morning. In the summer, the dawn light had already begun to break. The trio stepped out of the hospital, greeted by sunlight that felt as if from another world. Although merely 2 days had elapsed since the outbreak, it felt as though they had traversed several years. What I hope most is that upon exiting the city, we shall witness the arrival of the military to cleanse those wretched scoundrels from the factory. The chubby boy mused aloud. Chen Ge, however, felt a tumult of emotions. If the military truly arrived, he, as a murderer, would have no chance of escape and would undoubtedly be apprehended, facing execution once stability returned. Dr. Zhao remained silent, clutching a medical kit filled with various medications, hoping they could endure until they located the larger force they sought. Thus, the three embarked on a new journey. This hospital is situated quite near the outskirts of the city. On foot, it would take no more than a little over an hour to escape this wretched place. In stark contrast to the optimistic demeanor of the plump boy, Chen Ge's mind was haunted by the words of the army. Regardless of the path chosen, what awaited them ultimately was only despair. Although the apocalypse had only dawned 2 days ago, Chen Ge had already encountered a plethora of desolate scenes. The three of them trudged silently for over an hour when the plump boy suddenly pointed ahead. "Look, we've finally made it out." Chen Ge lifted his gaze to behold a vast expanse of verdant fields, all planted with rice. In other words, they had indeed left the confines of the city, presumably distancing themselves from the dangers that lurked within. Dr. Zhao suddenly leaned in to listen intently, whispering to them, "Do you hear that sound?" Caught up in their excitement, Chen Ge and the plump boy had overlooked any peculiar noises. Upon hearing Dr. Zhao's inquiry, the trio held their breath in rapt attention. Gradually, the plump boy's countenance grew grim, mirroring Chen Ge's unease. Why was it so eerily quiet here? The plump boy, with a serious expression, questioned. "My home is also in the countryside. During the summer when the rice is planted, the fields are usually teeming with frogs, their croaks filling the night air. Yet why is there not a single sound now?" An unprecedented wave of fear swept over them. They had celebrated too soon. Although they had escaped the city, danger had not receded. Dr. Zhao raised a finger to his lips. "Shoo, don't speak. That's not what I meant. Listen closely." Chen Ge and the plump boy closed their eyes, straining to discern any sounds in their surroundings. Suddenly, a strange rumbling noise echoed from afar. The plump boy's face lit up with ecstasy. "A helicopter! It's a damn helicopter!" In the distance, a small black dot appeared in the sky, growing larger with each passing moment, the rumbling sound drawing nearer. They soon discerned it clearly. It was a helicopter. And not just any helicopter, but an armed military chopper. Tears nearly brimmed in the plump boy's eyes. After enduring countless hardships, they had finally located the main forces. Regardless of the color of the corpses, he refused to believe that anything in this world could withstand the onslaught of 7.62 caliber bullets. The plump boy immediately waved his arms, eager to attract the attention of the armed helicopter. Whether or not it had spotted them remained uncertain, but it soared overhead with a deafening roar. It was reassuring. The sight of an armed helicopter suggested that the military was not far behind. The plump boy beamed with joy, believing that this dreadful ordeal was finally at an end. Yet, could it truly conclude this way? As the armed helicopter approached the vicinity of Kai Min City, all its instruments suddenly malfunctioned, and the engine inexplicably stalled. Just as the smile on the plump boy's face began to fade, they witnessed the helicopter crash to the ground, followed by a massive explosion. The plump boy's grin froze instantly. What is the cruelest thing in this world? To offer a glimmer of hope to someone in despair, only to let them plummet from the heights into the abyss. This roller coaster of emotions was far too intense. The plump boy extended his trembling hand, incessantly pinching his philtrum, terrified that he might faint at any moment. "Why do I feel that the military might not be reliable either?" Chen Ge murmured softly. Pa, quickly spit that out. You ravenous mouth. We have finally found a glimmer of hope for salvation. How can you utter such disheartening words? The helicopter is approaching from the east, which undoubtedly signifies the presence of a large troop in that direction. Let us continue our journey eastward. Surely, we shall find our deliverance, the chubby boy declared. This is, thus far, the most prudent course of action, and neither Dr. Zhao nor Chen Ge had any grounds to dispute it. They could only proceed eastward. As for what encounters may await us along the way, only the heavens can tell. Now, cheer up. Let us make haste, the chubby boy called out. Chapter 49. Dining before departing, Chen Ge lit 3 cigarettes on the ground. Captain Yang, you are a good man. You do not deserve to perish here. Consider this cigarette a tribute from me to you. Officer Su, though you may possess a timid heart, you too are a decent person. What a world we live in where all the good souls seem to meet their demise. This cigarette is for you as well. And to that pilot from earlier, given the circumstances, you have likely reported to the King of Hell. Regardless, you served your country and your people, and this cigarette is my salute to your sacrifice. Finally, as Chen Ge glanced into his cigarette case, he found only 4 remaining. Still the spoils he had cunningly acquired from the barber. Lele, it is not that uncle does not wish to save you. Rather, I am truly powerless. Alas, you did not even have the chance to utter your final words. Once I escape this peril, I shall ensure to send you 2 bottles of Waha. And to Lu Wanru and your family? Sigh, all I can say is that it is simply fate. We are even now. May you travel well. Chen Ge mumbled a lengthy farewell, while the chubby boy and Dr. Zhao had already ventured quite far ahead. What are you doing back there? Hurry up, the chubby boy shouted. Chen Ge quickened his pace to catch up. However, after 2 consecutive days without rest, feeling both famished and weary, his head spun and legs felt weak. Should he encounter an enemy in this state, he would choose to lay down and await his demise. As they continued onward, the urban landscape faded away, replaced by lush green farmlands lining the main road. Yet not a single farmer was in sight. This sight plunged Chen Ge's heart into despair. The trio trekked from 4 in the morning until noon. Eventually, they could no longer continue, their strength utterly depleted. After a brief discussion, they resolved to seek a place to rest for the night. Otherwise, they would perish not from monsters, but from sheer exhaustion. The chubby boy extended his hand, and 2 dark orbs obediently emerged. With a flick of his wrist, the orbs leaped in opposite directions. At that moment, the chubby boy resembled a player engaged with 3 computer screens, witnessing 3 distinct views simultaneously. Truly a marvel. Dr. Zhao had also studied this phenomenon, but despite his efforts, he found nothing suspicious, ultimately resigning to the matter. After a couple of minutes, the 2 pitch-black orbs returned, bouncing back into the chubby boy's body. He pointed southward. If we proceed in that direction, we should soon find a small village. Let us investigate. If there are people, that would be ideal. If not, we must still rest for the night. All 3 were at their physical and mental limits. They could no longer afford to delay. 3 weary souls dragged their exhausted bodies into the quaint little village, only to find, as expected, that it was entirely deserted. Chen Ge had already suspected that something peculiar was afoot in this place. Yet he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts any longer. One must not allow oneself to be overwhelmed by fatigue. Furthermore, there was no location that could be deemed absolutely safe at this juncture. Chen Ge approached a brick and tile house nestled against the farmland and gently knocked on the door. Upon confirming that no one was inside, he forcefully kicked the door open. The interior was remarkably tidy, considering the apocalypse had only transpired 2 days prior. Chen Ge began to scour the room, searching for anything of utility. Goodness! Look what I found! He exclaimed to his 2 companions, the rotund fellow and Dr. Zhao hurried over to inspect, only to discover half a bag of rice in the kitchen. The 3 of them had not had a proper meal in 2 days. The mere thought of steaming white rice made their mouths water uncontrollably. The rotund fellow quickly located a rice cooker in the kitchen, but alas, it was devoid of power. The gas canister also refused to ignite, leaving him in a state of frantic despair. Chen Ge, armed with a pot and an axe, fashioned a makeshift stove out of bricks, then proceeded to chop down a fruit tree in the yard. The tree bore numerous unripe apricots, still green and bitter. To their astonishment, they discovered a hand-operated well in the center of the courtyard. The rotund fellow grasped the well's handle and pressed down vigorously, causing clear water to surge forth. Water, rice, and fire. This place was nothing short of paradise. Chen Ge and the rotund fellow worked in tandem, one igniting the fire while the other rinsed the rice for cooking. While Dr. Zhao stood nearby, seemingly at a loss, he was accustomed to a busy work schedule, rarely preparing meals himself, having always relied on takeout. Observing his two companions bustling about with fervor, Dr. Zhao felt a pang of guilt. "What can I do to help?" he inquired. The rotund fellow noticed a plethora of leafy greens in the garden and eagerly uprooted a cabbage. "You wash this white gem clean, and I shall whip up a stir-fried dish for you," he cheerfully declared. Before long, the enticing aroma of rice wafted through the courtyard. The rotund fellow uncovered various cooking utensils and condiments in the kitchen, crafting a delightful sweet and sour cabbage dish. By the time their labors concluded, it was nearly 2 in the afternoon. The three men, too famished to engage in polite exchanges, devoured an entire pot of rice and polished off the stir-fried cabbage. Chen Ge vowed that he had never tasted such delectable sweet and sour cabbage in his life. "From now on, you shall be responsible for our logistics, handling all cooking and culinary affairs," he proclaimed to the rotund fellow after finishing his meal, reclining in the courtyard, so full he could scarcely move. For the first time, he realized that being satiated could bring such profound happiness. In these dire times, living for another day felt like a triumph. If he could enjoy rice and cabbage daily, he would count himself fortunate. In comparison, the compressed biscuits and bread they had brought were entirely neglected. With their hunger sated, drowsiness soon enveloped them. "Let us take turns keeping watch. It would be beneficial to rest well. We shall set off again at dawn," suggested Chen Ge. "All right, I'll take the first watch. You two hurry off to sleep," replied the rotund fellow, appearing quite lively. Chen Ge couldn't help but marvel at the vitality of youth. In his own teenage years, he could game all night without a care. Yet now, after just 2 days, he felt utterly spent. Aging had taken its toll. He could no longer endure such hardships. The lives of others appear to be quite pleasant. The master bedroom boasts a traditional heated kong, while the living room is furnished with a sofa and a wooden bed. Chen Ge, unable to endure any longer, reclined on the sofa and within mere seconds succumbed to a deep snore. Dr. Zhao, however, did not enjoy such restful slumber. Yet, after a grueling day, he too succumbed to sleep, his eyes barely open, drifting off after about half an hour. The chubby lad pulled up a chair and settled by the door to bask in the sunlight, reminiscing about his previously hectic life, suddenly realizing that this leisurely existence was, in fact, the essence of life. Although the frantic days he once experienced were not apocalyptic, they bore an uncanny resemblance to one. Growing weary of the monotony, he picked up a few iron nails from the ground and began to etch his name on the wall. However, having indulged in food and sunbathing, coupled with his fatigue from the past 2 nights, he unknowingly closed his eyes as well. Chapter 50. Handwriting in a haze, the chubby lad jolted awake. Had he just been plagued by a nightmare, dreaming of being chased by a throng of beautiful women? He muttered to himself, the sun still hanging high in the sky, indicating that he had merely dozed off for a few minutes. He reached up to pat his face, attempting to rouse himself. Although he had not encountered any immediate danger, he knew that vigilance could not be relaxed. One could never know what peril might lurk ahead. He contemplated rising to wash his face at the well, but upon standing, he was suddenly beset by aches and pains in his legs, the muscles in his thighs and calves feeling as if pricked by needles. Ouch! What is going on? Could it be that my lack of exercise has led to such discomfort after these past few days of walking? He pondered aloud with no other choice. He began to massage his legs while unsteadily rising. The sensation akin to the soreness one feels after squatting for too long. As he engaged in a bit of movement, he discovered that the muscles in his arms were equally sore, prompting a quiet lament. "It seems I must prioritize physical fitness from now on." With that, he limped his way to the well and splashed some water on his face. Gazing into the reflection in the bucket, he was startled to find his complexion was quite ghastly, his eyes bloodshot as if he had gone days without sleep. "I warned myself against staying up late. In my youth, I was known for enduring nights of excessive revelry," he mused softly. Of course, those 18 times referred to his and his roommates' marathon gaming sessions at the internet CAF, where they would often lose 18 consecutive matches in a single night. His stomach rumbled audibly, a fierce hunger pang reaching his brain. He found it curious that he was already hungry so soon after his last meal. Reluctantly, he rummaged through his backpack for something to eat. However, when he opened it, He was momentarily taken aback. Previously, his backpack had been brimming with food and water, yet now, more than half of its contents had vanished. His first thought was that Chen Ge or Dr. Zhao had not had their fill and had rummaged through his belongings while he slept. Stealthily, he made his way back into the room. Chen Ge remained sprawled on the sofa, snoring blissfully, showing no signs of waking. But what of Dr. Zhao? The chubby lad recalled that Dr. Zhao had been sleeping in the master bedroom, so he tiptoed over to that room, only to find the space utterly empty. Where could he have gone? The chubby lad felt a sense of bewilderment. Where was everyone? Having only slept for a mere 10 minutes, where is everyone gone? Could it be that Dr. Zhao has fallen ill from something he ate? Perhaps he has excused himself to the restroom? No, that cannot be the case. The restroom is just a stone's throw away at the base of the wall, and if Dr. Zhao had indeed gone, I would have surely noticed. A sense of unease began to rise within the chubby fellow. Could it be that Dr. Zhao absconded with half of the provisions? While not entirely implausible, given that Dr. Zhao had only joined us midway and had appeared preoccupied, it would be understandable if he chose to part ways. Yet, if he intended to leave with food, why not take the entire backpack? Why only a portion? Moreover, the items he took were those he favored: luncheon meat, compressed biscuits, sausage bread, and the like. Ultimately, it seemed unreasonable to dwell on it. Everyone has their own aspirations, and perhaps he had his own reasons. The event had transpired, and further insistence would yield no results. With a sigh, he inadvertently turned around and noticed a mirror resting upon the table in front of the heated bed. Upon gazing into it, he was taken aback by his own reflection. His face was pale, the hollows under his eyes were dark, and his gaze was bloodshot, presenting an image of profound fatigue. The chubby fellow gently touched his cheek. What on earth was happening? After merely 2 days, how had he become so haggard? He hadn't even treated himself to any rewards. In his university days, he and his classmates had pulled 3 consecutive all-nighters without looking so worn. What could possibly be the reason? In the end, he could only attribute it to sheer exhaustion over these past few days. When it was his turn to take a break, he resolved to catch up on sleep. Unfortunately, for reasons unknown, the entire city and the surrounding countryside were experiencing a power outage. Otherwise, he would have charged his phone and indulged in some videos. Cautiously, he rummaged through the room, hoping to find something to alleviate his boredom. Ultimately, he discovered half a calendar atop the television. The reason it was only half was that many elderly people in rural areas have a habit of tearing off 1 page per day to avoid confusion. It was now June, and the last page of the calendar read June 19th. The chubby fellow paid it little mind, casually placing the calendar back on the television before returning to bask in the sunlight at the doorway. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Stretching out his hand to touch the adjacent wall, he recalled having etched his name there out of boredom. However, as his hand continued downward, he unexpectedly encountered another character. The chubby fellow's eyes widened. He distinctly remembered carving only his name. Why was there an additional character? Leaning down to inspect, he discovered that the extra marking was not a Chinese character, but rather a numeral, 16. What could this mean? Curiosity overwhelmed him. Was this number already present, or had he unconsciously inscribed it? Gently tracing the 16, he concluded that this marking had indeed been made recently. The house was constructed of red bricks, and the age of scratches was easily discernible. Most importantly, the numeral 16 bore his distinctive handwriting. When writing the numeral 1, he had a habit of finishing with a flick upwards. The 1 in 16 displayed a clear upward stroke at its base, though it was less pronounced against the brick surface. The chubby fellow swallowed hard. What in the world was going on? Was this some kind of haunting? I had just arrived at this house, and to my astonishment, I discovered the very numbers I had carved myself appearing just a day or 2 prior. A chill crept into my heart, for this place undoubtedly harbored something sinister. Chen Ge, wake up! Get up quickly! The chubby boy bellowed. As he continued to gaze downward, he was shocked to find additional numbers below, specifically 17 and 18. The handwriting was unmistakably his own. Yet, the chubby boy could not recall when he had inscribed these markings here. Chen Ge, wake up! Dr. Zhao is missing. It seems he may be in peril. Hurry up! He shouted. However, Chen Ge remained in deep slumber, utterly unresponsive. Growing anxious, the chubby boy approached and delivered a sharp slap to Chen Ge's face. For an ordinary person, such a jolt would surely rouse them. Yet Chen Ge showed no signs of awakening, Continuing to sleep soundly, a sudden realization struck the chubby boy. Chen Ge was not merely unresponsive. He was entirely incapable of waking. Is this never-ending? Am I to be like Tang Song, facing 81 tribulations? The chubby boy could not help but curse. Chapter 51. Mealy, it is entirely natural for individuals to experience panic when confronted with danger. Such a reaction is an unavoidable physiological response. Those who can swiftly regain their composure are the elite, while the mediocre become utterly disoriented. Although the chubby boy possessed limited combat prowess, he quickly calmed himself upon recognizing the unknown threats surrounding him. He needed to compile all the illogical circumstances and ascertain the current situation. Calm down, calm down. With my astute mind, I am certain I can identify numerous inconsistencies. Taking a deep breath, he felt the soreness in his arms and legs, promptly recognizing the first anomaly. Why does my body ache so much? This is illogical. He pinched his sore calf. During his university days, running 1,000 meters would leave him bedridden the following day due to lack of exercise. The pain was excruciating. However, muscle soreness from intense exertion typically manifests the day after waking. He glanced at the sun, gauging its position to determine that he could not have slept for more than 20 minutes. Why, then, did his legs ache so severely? Moreover, why did his arms also throb with pain? He had indeed been running for the past 2 days, but the exertion on his arms had been minimal. There was no justification for such discomfort. And what of the missing Dr. Zhao? It was not certain that he had fled with half of the supplies. He may have encountered some misfortune. After all, in this cursed place, any calamity was conceivable. Perhaps a giant octopus fell from the sky and devoured Dr. Zhao whole. In any case, it was imperative to leave. The chubby boy attempted to lift Chen Ge onto his back, however, standing at a mere 1.70 meters. With Chen Ge towering at 1.96 meters and as robust as a bear, no matter how hard he strained, he could only manage to drag Chen Ge off the sofa. Carrying him away was an insurmountable task. "Wake up! Get up! If you don't, I swear I'll make you regret it," he shouted, slapping Chen Ge's face twice more. Yet Chen Ge remained blissfully unconscious, so deeply ensconced in slumber. One might ponder whether the brain has succumbed to such stimuli that it has rendered one akin to a vegetative state, or perhaps has been subjected to some nefarious drugging. Could it be that the orchestrator of this entire affair is none other than Dr. Zhao? He alone possesses the adeptness to wield various pharmaceuticals. Yet there seems to be no rationale for such treachery. His life was salvaged by the two of us. If he wished to sever ties, a mere word would suffice. There would be no need for such elaborate machinations. Moreover, the plump young man recalled the trio of digits inscribed beneath his name. 16, 17, 18, they are consecutive. What could they possibly signify? No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom their meaning. What follows these 3 digits? 19, 20, and so forth. Suddenly, a spark illuminated his mind, as if he were on the cusp of grasping something elusive. He could ascertain that these 3 numbers were indubitably etched by his own hand. If there existed anyone who comprehended him best in this world, it was undoubtedly himself. The pressing question now was, when had he inscribed these 3 digits? Could it be that he suffers from somnambulism? Had he unwittingly carved these numbers while in a state of slumber? Or was it something more arcane? A hypothesis of temporal displacement? Had he inscribed these numbers in some past or future moment, only for his present self to behold them? The young man's sixth sense intimated that these numbers were certainly intertwined with imminent peril. 16, 16. What could possibly relate to 16? Was it an abbreviation in English or pinyin? 16? SL? Solo? Is someone seeking to engage me in a solo alliance? Surely, I would not compose something so trivial, would I? What of 17 and 18? The young man found himself enveloped in confusion. Following these 3 digits was 19. He had just encountered this number within the pages of the calendar in the room. Wait a moment. His countenance suddenly contorted into a mask of rage. He bolted into the bedroom, seized the calendar from the table, and fixated his gaze upon the numbers inscribed there. June 19th. How could it possibly be June 19th? The young man struggled to swallow. He vividly recalled that the day of the apocalypse commenced on June 14th. He had gone downstairs for a haircut, only to find himself trapped in the barber shop, where he encountered Chen Ge, Captain Yang, and Su on June 15th. They ventured to school, encountering the meat-tainted creature in the morning, the man-eating shark in the afternoon, and the black corpse in the evening. On the morning of June 16th, at 4 o'clock, Chen Ge, He himself and Dr. Zhao set forth from the hospital, walking until noon, ultimately arriving at this village to prepare a meal. He had merely slept for 20 minutes, at most 30. Logically, it should now be around 3 o'clock on June 16th. Yet why, then, did the calendar indicate that today was June 19th? This represented a discrepancy of 3 full days. Stay calm. Perhaps the calendar is erroneous, the young man muttered incessantly. However, he knew that this was nearly implausible. June 14th marked the apocalypse, and generally, no one would pay heed to a mere paper calendar. Regardless of whether the villagers had fled or perished, the date inscribed upon this calendar ought to have remained June 14th. Yet now, with the date reading June 19th, it implied that someone had tampered with the calendar. And the individual who had done so was very likely one among the 3 of them. The more he contemplated, the more dread enveloped him. With Chen Ge now unconscious and Dr. Zhao vanished without a trace, he found himself utterly bereft of anyone to rely upon. Firstly, it is imperative to ascertain whether the date is indeed June 16th or June 19th. The portly young man took a deep breath as an inkling of realization began to dawn upon him. The inscriptions on the wall were indicative of the date, seemingly a reminder for him to remain vigilant, to discern the passage of time. One must seek a reference point. After all, humanity itself cannot substantiate the existence of time. It can only infer its passage through the changes in external phenomena. In this instance, even a clock would prove inadequate. The young man forced himself to remain composed, relentlessly searching for tangible evidence of time's progression. Within the confines of the room, the heated bed, the calendar, and the television provided no conclusive proof. And what of Chen Ge? It was unnecessary to elaborate, for he was, after all, a murderer, devoid of even a mobile phone. The young man lifted his gaze towards the outside, where under the sunlight lay a cooking pot. After their meal, he had succumbed to laziness, intending to wash the pot before dinner. Little did he anticipate that this act of procrastination would now serve as his instrument of time verification. He distinctly recalled that there remained a few grains of rice in the pot. If only 20 minutes had elapsed, those grains would surely have remained plump and unchanged. However, should time have indeed passed as he suspected, 3 days, then the remnants of rice would undoubtedly have discolored, perhaps even spoiled. With a surge of anxiety, he approached the pot, steeling himself, and lifted the lid. Chapter 52. The secret code. Taking a deep breath, the young man seemed to summon great resolve as he forcefully removed the lid. He beheld the rice grains within. They had dehydrated and hardened, their color turned a sickly yellow. Though it was summer, there was no conceivable way that cooked rice could transform so drastically in a mere 20 minutes. In other words, his earlier conjecture might indeed hold merit. Time had slipped away unbeknownst to him, possibly spanning several days. Yet, he retained no recollection of these lost moments. An inexplicable dread clawed at his heart. While the malevolent entities he had previously encountered were fearsome, at least he could see and comprehend their nature. But what had transpired now? Why had such an event unfolded? The young man was utterly at a loss. He had merely closed his eyes for a brief moment, and 3 days had evaporated. How absurd! Had Dr. Zhao met with foul play during this time? Why was Chen Ge in a state of unconsciousness? Why did his limbs ache so? Surely, something had befallen them. Yet those 3 days had been silently expunged from memory. Could it be that the tales spun by the old thief Araki were drawn from personal experience? Had the Crimson King truly manifested? The young man's mind raced with speculation. No, the 3 days had not been completely erased, for he had inscribed characters on the wall, leaving behind a clue for himself. Beyond the markings on the wall, he might have left other traces. Looking at Chen Ge, who lay as still as a dead pig, he was of no assistance whatsoever. Seated in the chair, he endeavored to replay all that had transpired. On the afternoon of June 16th, the 3 of them had arrived, then prepared and consumed their meal before succumbing to slumber. He had merely dozed for a moment, and if the calendar was to be believed, it was now the afternoon of June 19th. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Wait a moment, the calendar? Based on his prior conjectures, it was evident that someone must have torn pages from the calendar during these last 3 days. Otherwise, the date marked would undoubtedly correspond to the arrival of the apocalypse, specifically June 14th. Could the individual who tore off the calendar pages possibly be himself? The plump boy cautiously approached the master bedroom, scrutinizing the calendar with great attention, pondering whether the torn page might hold any clues. As this thought struck him, A jolt of realization coursed through him. If the torn calendar had been concealed, it suggested that he had encountered danger within these 3 days. Yet, why had he not fled? Suddenly, his stomach rumbled audibly, a clear indication that he had not eaten in several days. Perhaps it was best to first satiate his hunger. The plump boy reached into his backpack, but abruptly froze in his tracks. A chill swept over him. Now it made sense. He wondered why the food in his backpack had diminished so significantly. It was not Dr. Zhao who had taken the provisions, but rather it was he himself who had pilfered food during his hunger over the past 3 days. He gazed intently at his backpack, the very vessel that was most adept at concealing items, and simultaneously the one he would undoubtedly scrutinize. If the plump boy had known that he would lose his memory at some future point, while simultaneously needing to leave behind clues, he would surely have hidden those clues within his ever-present backpack. Thus, when hunger struck, he would instinctively reach for it. Without hesitation, the plump boy emptied the contents of his backpack. Aside from the food, a small, crumpled piece of paper tumbled out. His heart raced with excitement. Indeed, he was quite clever. Regrettably, there was no opportunity to prove it, or he would undoubtedly have become the Sherlock Holmes of Huaxia. He carefully unfolded the paper, which turned out to be a page from the calendar, and most crucially, the reverse side bore a symbol. It appeared to resemble the letter Y. What could this signify? His command of English was lacking. Why would such a pivotal clue be recorded in English? It seemed illogical. The plump boy couldn't help but scoff at the irony of leaving behind a cipher that he himself could not decipher. No, he was well aware of his own limitations. Aside from the 26 letters he had learned in school, he had essentially returned all vocabulary to his teacher. So what did this Y truly signify? After much contemplation, it dawned on him that the drawing was not a Y at all, but rather a peace sign. A peace sign? Run? The plump boy turned to survey the yard, which appeared devoid of any danger. He had even contemplated residing here. Yet, the self of June 18th warned his present self that this place was perilous and that he must flee immediately. This was the secret signal he had established with Chen Ge. A thumb represented safety, a fist signified readiness for battle, and a peace sign indicated imminent danger. No questions asked, just run. The individual who trusted the plump boy the most was, of course, himself. Since his past self had declared this place dangerous, it was undoubtedly so. Otherwise, his previous self would not have sketched a peace sign on paper. Moreover, the very essence of this location was already sufficiently eerie. The plump boy resolved to escape with Chen Ge. He had discovered a small handcart in the storage room while cooking yesterday. The two of them should be able to make a hasty retreat. During his time at school, Chen Ge risked everything to save him, and now the chubby boy would never abandon the unconscious Chen Ge. However, just as the chubby boy turned around, preparing to flee with Chen Ge, he discovered that Chen Ge, who had been sleeping on the sofa, had inexplicably vanished. What the hell? What is happening? The chubby boy's eyes widened in disbelief. Has it become a haunted house? How can a living person just disappear like that? Chen Ge, are you awake? Stop playing around. We need to hurry. We can discuss the situation on the way, the chubby boy shouted in the room. Initially believing that Chen Ge had simply woken up, the chubby boy searched the premises 3 times. Yet he could not find Chen Ge anywhere. This left him utterly perplexed. Where could he have gone? Such sudden vanishment was utterly absurd. Faced with this bizarre situation, even the chubby boy felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He desperately hoped that Chen Ge had indeed awakened, for with Chen Ge's strength combined with his own intellect, they could confront any strange circumstances together. I have cared for both of you for so long. It's time for you to contribute. Go, Pikachu. The chubby boy flicked his hands, and 2 black orbs instantly detached from his grasp. Leaping in different directions, in an instant, he gained 3 perspectives. Suddenly, through the black orbs, he glimpsed a dark shadow darting past in the adjacent yard. Judging by its shape, it appeared to be a person. The chubby boy could not afford to hesitate. Grabbing a kitchen knife and slinging on his backpack, he dashed out the door. Although he had no idea what had transpired with Chen Ge, he was certain it was not a good sign. Chen Ge, are you there? If so, make a sound. Chen Ge. The chubby boy whispered, "At." That moment, the 2 black orbs came bouncing back. Despite their somewhat frightening appearance, they proved to be quite useful. Chapter 53. 5-nut pastry. The chubby boy quietly approached the neighboring yard, but the entire area was eerily silent. Not a sound could be heard. He called out twice. Yet there was no response. If Chen Ge had truly awakened, he would have immediately greeted him, and the disappearance of such a sizable individual was chilling to contemplate. Unless he had encountered a ghost, this was not mere astonishment. The chubby boy genuinely suspected he might have encountered something supernatural, for in this world, anything was possible. Even witnessing Ultraman battling the Trisolarans in the next moment would not seem out of the ordinary. The two black orbs moved in tandem, monitoring every sound within a 10-meter radius. Suddenly, in the rear orb's field of vision, a dark figure zipped past at an astonishing speed, startling the chubby boy. He quickly turned around, only to see the weeds in the vegetable patch swaying. "Chen Ge, is that you? I'm scared. Please don't frighten me," the chubby boy called softly. Although the atmosphere had been quite strange before, it had not yet posed a direct threat to his safety. Now, however, something lurked in the shadows, and the sense of impending danger felt far more urgent than before. The front black orb relayed another image, revealing a figure darting into the cornfield behind the village. However, the figure moved too swiftly for him to discern who it was. Regardless of who it might be, the chubby boy wished he had a dog by his side for comfort. After all, the experience of being alone was vastly different from being accompanied. "Never mind. I'll go take a look." The chubby boy hurriedly advanced, fervently wishing that as he pushed through the cornfield, he would catch sight of Dr. Zhao and Chen Ge squatting nearby, roasting corn and offering him a slightly charred cob to savor. To bolster his courage, he vigorously shook the corn stalks aside. Forcefully forging a path in front of the quaint village lay expansive rice paddies, while behind them stretched the seemingly endless cornfields, vast and undulating. His two dark eyes followed suit, bouncing playfully like rubber balls. "Dr. Zhao, Chen Ge, are you roasting corn?" the chubby boy called out. The rustling of corn leaves slightly alleviated his fear, though it remained quite daunting. Suddenly, a shadow darted past his line of sight, alarmingly close, nearly brushing against him. Startled, the dark-eyed companion leaped into the chubby boy's embrace, who himself was taken aback, swallowing hard. What on earth was that? This time, he discerned clearly that the shadow was not human, as it moved in a crawling manner. Indeed, if it had been a person, the terror would have escalated exponentially. He could only vaguely make out that it was a dark, creeping entity, skimming the ground with a size comparable to a basketball. Whoosh! The sound of something slicing through the air grew increasingly pronounced beside him, draining the color from his face. There was something in the cornfield, and not merely one. These creatures moved in swarms. Could all the bizarre phenomena here be attributed to them? He gripped his kitchen knife tightly, yet it offered little reassurance. At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from behind him, prompting him to whirl around, only to have a dark mass leap directly onto his face. What the hell is this? Panic seized him as he flailed to swat away the creature, trampling the cornfield in the process. Meanwhile, his two dark eyes could only cheer him on from the sidelines, providing no practical assistance whatsoever. He felt the creature had several legs, each as thick as chopsticks, and an overwhelming wave of fear, disgust, and panic enveloped him. "This is it today. Wang Warren is destined to die here," the chubby boy wailed. Just as despair settled in, a soft thud echoed. The creature that had been dancing on his face suddenly fell limp. He instinctively swatted it away, his heart racing. At that moment, a hand reached out toward him. Looking up, he found himself face to face with Dr. Zhao. In that instant, the chubby boy felt an overwhelming urge to collapse against Dr. Zhao and weep. As the arrival was nothing short of miraculous, Dr. Zhao held a small surgical knife, diligently wiping off the viscous residue with a corn leaf. "Fear not, this creature merely appears frightening. It's not particularly dangerous. Just look, it has been scaring you all this time, yet you remain unscathed, don't you?" Dr. Zhao reassured him. The chubby boy then lowered his gaze to examine the creature more closely, and as realization dawned, he gasped in shock. "Is this a spider?" He stammered in disbelief. Before him lay a spider, as large as a basketball, convulsing on the ground. How exceedingly gigantic it was. Could this be the legendary bird-eating spider? I have heard tales of a species in Australia that can grow to a staggering 40 centimeters. The portly fellow thumped his chest in disbelief. "No, this cannot possibly be a bird-eating spider. It is an unknown variety." Dr. Zhao picked up the kitchen knife that the portly fellow had dropped and, with a swift stroke, cleaved the large spider in two. The portly fellow initially thought Dr. Zhao was delivering a finishing blow, But to his surprise, the doctor was rummaging for something with the knife in hand. In a short while, Dr. Zhao unearthed a red, fleshy sack and handed it to the portly fellow. "Consume this," commanded Dr. Zhao. The portly fellow grimaced in disgust. Could this be eaten? He pinched it, finding its texture soft and indescribable. "You must have lost a portion of your memory," Dr. Zhao suddenly remarked. "I have too. But I have since recovered those memories. If you wish to uncover what transpired over the past 3 days, then eat." The portly fellow, suppressing his nausea, swallowed the red sack. Soon after, fragmented memories began to surface in his mind. They seemed to be events from June 16th, unfolding like scenes from a surreal film. "What on earth is happening?" he exclaimed, unable to contain his bewilderment. Dr. Zhao, while probing the corpse of the spider with the kitchen knife, responded, "I do not know the original name of this spider, so I have given it a rather down-to-earth name. The forgetful spider. This creature secretes a most peculiar venom that induces memory loss upon being bitten. Over the past 3 days, we have been repeatedly poisoned by these forgetful spiders, leading to our increasing weakness and fragmented memories. However, where there is poison, there must be an antidote. I previously killed a forgetful spider and discovered this fleshy sac within its body. With a desperate hope, I consumed it, and to my astonishment, it did restore a portion of my memories." Dr. Zhao explained. At last, the portly fellow began to recollect the events of that fateful night on June 16th. Chapter 54, 16 June 16th, 2 p.m. The trio had just arrived at a small village. After dining, Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao began to rest while the portly fellow kept watch from a chair at the doorway. After etching his name into the wall, he gradually succumbed to slumber. Time slipped away, and suddenly, he was jolted awake by a rustling noise, as if numerous things were crawling on the ground with a start. He opened his eyes to find that night had fallen, estimating it to be around 8 p.m. He was astounded to discover he had slept for such an extended period. The moonlight cast a hazy glow, and he thought perhaps he had been in a daze. Stretching lazily, he prepared to rouse Chen Ge for dinner. Suddenly, with the soft moonlight illuminating the scene, he spotted a dark mass moving on the ground. In the shadows, he held his breath in terror. What could that be? The portly fellow's heart raced as he reached for the kitchen knife. Despite the moonlight, the darkness obscured his vision, preventing him from discerning the moving object. Lowering his voice, he whispered urgently, "Chen Ge, wake up! Chen Ge, are you asleep?" Although he was unaware of the mysterious entity that lay upon the ground, he instinctively knew it was no benign presence. The most prudent course of action would be to rouse the formidable Chen Ge. However, Chen Ge remained sprawled upon the sofa, utterly unresponsive, as if he had not heard the cries of the chubby boy. The chubby boy dared not divert his gaze from the ominous black object on the floor, instead stealing furtive glances at Chen Ge. The sight sent a chill down his spine. Inexplicably, a dark mass had also settled upon Chen Ge's chest, motionless. The chubby boy felt his breath hitch in terror. What in the world was this? It appeared that Chen Ge had already succumbed to whatever malevolence lurked here, and now, all hope rested upon Dr. Zhao. After all, the chubby boy was acutely aware of his own limitations, being a quintessential weakling. Perhaps, if he and Dr. Zhao joined forces, they might stand a chance. Yet, no sooner had he turned to seek Zhao's assistance than a basketball-sized spider lunged at his face. Following that, his memory faded, likely plunging him into unconsciousness. In the cornfield, the chubby boy and Dr. Zhao exchanged incredulous glances, astonished to discover that he had been attacked 3 days prior. Dr. Zhao remarked coolly, "The forgetfulness spider, upon biting a person, not only impairs our memory but also induces a state of somnambulism. It leads one to wander aimlessly until exhaustion claims them, but you need not fear excessively. While these forgetfulness spiders seem formidable, their actual offensive capabilities are rather low. I suspect they are scavengers, surviving by consuming the carcasses of other creatures. Is that truly the case?" The chubby boy questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Dr. Zhao elaborated, "In the natural world, creatures with great fighting prowess rarely possess venom. Consider venomous snakes. While perilous, their strength pales in comparison to that of non-venomous snakes. Likewise, apex predators like lions, tigers, and bears lack venom, as it is unnecessary for their survival." The chubby boy whispered, "But are you certain that our previous knowledge still holds relevance in this context?" Dr. Zhao found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the current world was chaotic, and he could not ascertain whether his prior knowledge remained applicable. By the way, have you seen Chen Ge? He was just sleeping on the sofa, and now he has vanished. The chubby boy inquired urgently. Dr. Zhao shook his head, genuinely uncertain of Chen Ge's whereabouts. Our best option now is to leave swiftly. Lingering too long may seal our fates, Dr. Zhao advised. I refuse to leave. If anyone is to depart, it shall be you, the chubby boy declared resolutely. Dr. Zhao regarded him with surprise. I did not expect you to possess such loyalty. By the way, did you just reveal your name? Wang Warren? What an unusual name. The chubby boy felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. I happened to be born on the Mid-Autumn Festival, and since my mother adores 5-nut mooncakes, she named me Wang Warren. Dr. Zhao chuckled softly and gestured toward the sky. Do not accuse me of disloyalty. I will remain with you for another 3 hours. After that, around 5 in the afternoon, if we have not located Chen Ge, I shall take my leave. The chubby boy nodded, understanding that if they failed to find Chen Ge in 3 hours, it would likely signify the end for him. Very well, 3 hours it is, he affirmed with determination. The encroaching darkness posed a perilous threat to them. Should they fail to depart before nightfall, it was likely they would never escape. At present, we must endeavor to hunt as many of these spiders as possible, extracting the flesh sacs within them, for they serve as the antidote. We should prepare as many as we can, Dr. Zhao remarked. This implies that, previously, we were the prey, but now we have transformed into hunters. The balance of power has shifted. Thus, the two individuals meticulously sought the traces of the forgetting spider. The chubby lad had also experienced a lapse of 2 days' memory. At the very least, he required 2 flesh sacs for a complete recovery. Whether it was merely an illusion, he felt a notable alleviation of the soreness in his body, likely a side effect of the venom. Dr. Zhao wielded a surgical knife as he walked, recounting his own experiences. He had regained consciousness around 9 o'clock this morning, only to discover he had lost 3 days of memory, and the extent of his amnesia was even broader. He could only recall sleeping in the morgue of a hospital, and upon awakening, he found himself in an unfamiliar village. Unlike the chubby lad's fanciful speculations, Dr. Zhao immediately suspected there was something amiss with his mind. Due to his memory loss, he could not recall who the chubby lad and Chen Ge were, prompting him to flee without hesitation. However, the forgetting spiders would not allow such a prime target to escape easily. Dr. Zhao encountered several attacks along the way. Initially alarmed, he gradually realized that these spiders were merely intended to intimidate. As long as he avoided their bites, he would be safe. Subsequently, he began to fight back, and after slaying one forgetting spider, he dissected it, obtaining a red flesh sac. With a mindset of desperation, he consumed the sac, and to his astonishment, his memory was restored. Now, upon locating Chen Ge, they hurriedly fled. Did Chen Ge wander off in his sleep? The chubby lad inquired softly. No, that shouldn't be the case. If he were sleepwalking, he wouldn't have vanished so quickly. Could it be that Chen Ge has succumbed and been taken as prey? Dr. Zhao's expression turned grave. A spider the size of a basketball possesses considerable strength, and there is more than one. It would not be difficult for them to drag a person away in unison. We must return. Perhaps we can uncover some clues, Dr. Zhao declared. The two hastened back to the house where they had previously resided. Dr. Zhao began to inspect the surroundings for any signs of struggle but found nothing. Chapter 55. The laird Chen Ge's disappearance was indeed troublesome. According to the chubby lad's account, Chen Ge had merely been sleeping on the sofa while he glanced through his bag and checked the calendar, only to vanish in an instant. There's no need to panic. Let us employ the process of elimination, Dr. Zhao suggested. First, we can ascertain that Chen Ge did not wake up on his own. Had he done so, he would surely have greeted you. Secondly, Chen Ge undoubtedly did not leave this courtyard. Observe the ground. There are no extraneous footprints or signs of dragging, which means he must still be in this room. Thirdly, if he remains in this room, where could he possibly be? Dr. Zhao paused, casting a glance at the chubby lad. You articulated your thoughts well. Why did you fall silent? The chubby lad queried. Having said that, I can only deduce so much. Oh, you think I am Sherlock Holmes? My profession is that of a doctor, not a private investigator. This room is so small that one can easily see the head. Where else could one possibly hide? Unless we are seeing ghosts, Dr. Zhao remarked. Indeed, this room is indeed quite limited. Where else could one conceal themselves? Suddenly, the plump fellow seemed to recall something, and his expression grew increasingly grave. There is still one place we have yet to search. Where? The vegetable cellar. What? For a moment, Dr. Zhao was at a loss as to the meaning of those two words. I must say, it is evident you were raised in the city. Many rural households dig a vegetable cellar, which maintains a warm temperature in winter and a cool one in summer, making it ideal for storing vegetables. Some farmers construct their cellars outside, while others excavate them within their homes. You mean? The plump fellow and Dr. Zhao exchanged glances, simultaneously directing their gaze towards the kitchen. In truth, they had already noticed that, at the farthest corner of the kitchen, there lay a wooden door on the ground. Yet at that moment, no one had paid it any mind. If those spiders had concealed Chen Ge in the vegetable cellar, everything would suddenly make sense. Why did Chen Ge vanish without a trace? Why did those spiders appear and disappear without a sound? It is highly plausible that the underground cellar is their lair. The plump fellow, wielding a kitchen knife, took a deep breath. Dr. Zhao, if you are frightened, you may wait here. I shall return shortly. Not speak as if someone is cowardly. If I were afraid of death, I would not return at all, Dr. Zhao replied coolly. Both men dared not make a sound as they cautiously approached the cellar's edge, steeling themselves before lifting the wooden door. Generally speaking, vegetable cellars within rooms are not dug too deeply, typically no more than a meter in depth for ease of access. However, the moment they opened the wooden door, they were met with the sight of an unfathomable abyss, slanting at a 30-degree angle from the ground, allowing a person to crouch and barely descend. It was now nearly certain that this hole was the spider's, and Chen Ge had undoubtedly been dragged below. Yet the confined space exceeded their expectations. A single person could manage to navigate it, but if two were to enter together and encounter danger ahead, retreat would be impossible. Thus, in the end, only the plump fellow could venture inside. Moreover, the tunnel was exceedingly low, with a diameter of roughly 1 meter, making it feasible to crouch for a short period, but prolonged bending would become unbearable, and one could only crawl further in. Ultimately, they found a length of nylon rope in the storeroom. One end was secured to the plump fellow's waist while Dr. Zhao stood outside, ready to pull. They established a signal. Should the plump fellow tug the rope 3 times vigorously, Dr. Zhao would exert all his strength to haul him up. Dr. Zhao, my life, Wang Warren, is undoubtedly in your hands. It is said that a healer possesses the heart of a parent. You must not abandon me. The plump fellow lamented with a mournful expression. Once you descend, I shall let go of the rope and flee. Dr. Zhao shot him a glare. The plump fellow inhaled deeply, bent down and crawled into the deep pit, murmuring Umitba as he proceeded. It was midday. Light streamed in from outside, and combined with the torchlight, the initial illumination was quite ample. However, as he crawled deeper, the light began to fade, leaving only the flickering torch as a source of illumination. After enduring so much, the chubby boy had developed a certain courage. Particularly after the experience at the hospital, he believed that he could remain composed regardless of the challenges he faced. However, he did not anticipate the existence of such a long tunnel beneath him. As he crawled forward for several more meters, he noticed that the soil in his hands was becoming increasingly damp. Perhaps due to a lack of oxygen, he found it somewhat difficult to breathe. Why do I feel a bit short of breath? He casually inquired. Not only was he slightly lacking in oxygen, but he also began to perceive faint auditory hallucinations. He could hear numerous things scuttling around him. With a torch clenched in his mouth and a knife in hand, he cautiously advanced. Suddenly, as he crawled, he felt the ground beneath him was moist. Upon inspecting it, he discovered it was mud. When he had seen the well in the courtyard, he had already surmised that the underground water here must be quite abundant. If he continued downward, he might very well plunge into an underground river. However, if it was all mud, he would be unable to proceed. Should he become ensnared in a quagmire, he might suffocate to death. That would be far worse than being devoured by a spider. The chubby boy raised his torch to illuminate the path ahead, only to find that the tunnel had reached its end. A few meters further, and there was no way to go. Yet, the space before him had widened, and to his astonishment, he realized he could stand upright. Unable to resist, he moved his limbs, for they had grown numb after such a prolonged crawl. As he took a step forward, he suddenly tripped, falling unceremoniously onto the ground, his face smeared with mud. Hastily wiping the muck from his face, he turned to see that it was none other than Chen Ge who had caused his stumble. Chen Ge's complexion was alarmingly pale, likely a result of the toxic substances he had ingested over the past 3 days, pushing his body to its limits. Nevertheless, The slight rise and fall of his chest indicated that he was still alive. It's all right. It's all right. As long as you're alive, that's what matters. There's a doctor outside. Dr. Zhao, whose medical skills are exceptional. He will surely save you. The chubby boy babbled incessantly. He then tied the rope around his waist to Chen Ge's and gave it 3 firm tugs. Above, Dr. Zhao received the signal and immediately began to pull the rope with all his might. Preparing to hoist Chen Ge up, the chubby boy finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the man was not dead, everything would be fine. Just then, a rustling sound incessantly echoed above him. Curiously, he raised the torch to investigate. And to his horror, he discovered that the 5-meter-wide void above was densely populated with spiders of various sizes. The smaller ones were roughly the size of a human fist, while the larger ones were 2 sizes bigger than a basketball. The smile on the chubby boy's face became rigid as he greeted the spiders. My apologies, esteemed guests. I hope I haven't disturbed your afternoon slumber. Please, continue your rest. I shall take my leave. Chapter 56. Beasts. The chubby boy politely greeted the spiders, cautiously retreating step by step. Having lived for over 20 years, he was confident in many aspects of himself. Except for his combat prowess, he acknowledged that he was, without a doubt, a complete weakling in that regard. The spiders above stared at him intently. Despite the chilling sensation creeping over him, he felt a measure of reassurance, for at least these creatures were visible to the naked eye. Although formidable, these spiders could be slain, indicating that the danger was within manageable limits. As he stepped backward, he kept his head low, inching away, for if his assumptions were correct, the spiders would soon be in pursuit of him. It has been proven that he was right in his assumptions. The chubby boy had just exited the cave when a swarm of spiders lunged at him frantically. Without hesitation, he raised his torch. Although these spiders were indeed fearsome, they were, at their core, still mere creatures. As long as they remained animals, they exhibited a certain aversion to fire. Upon seeing the flames, the spiders clustered at the cave's entrance, none daring to advance. The chubby boy cautiously retreated bit by bit. Even though he was aware that the spiders lacked formidable offensive capabilities, a single bite could inject venom into his body, potentially leading to his demise. The struggle to ascend had already consumed considerable energy, and now, in reverse, his exertion was doubled. Nevertheless, the chubby boy dared not hesitate for even a second. With each step he took back, the spiders advanced slightly. They were merely seeking sustenance. Could they truly be blamed? Exhausted to the point of weakness, the chubby boy finally felt the warmth of sunlight streaming in. It was a moment that would determine life or death. Taking a deep breath, he accelerated his retreat, when suddenly he felt a hand grasping his leg, pulling him with great force, yanking him from the cave. Looking back, he saw that it was Dr. Zhao who had rescued him. Quickly, shut the door. There are spiders everywhere, the chubby boy shouted. Almost simultaneously, the spiders erupted from the pit like a fountain. Despite knowing that the spiders were not particularly aggressive, their appearance was still disconcerting. Gritting his teeth, Dr. Zhao slammed the door shut, yet several large spiders managed to surge forward. Grabbing the fire axe from the ground, he swung it with all his might, but being merely a doctor without specialized training, he soon found himself fatigued. The chubby boy was in a similar predicament. Neither of them were particularly skilled in combat, and being surrounded by 7 or 8 large spiders nearly sealed their fate. The venom of these spiders was peculiar. A single bite could result in the loss of certain memories, the duration of which varied from person to person. Dr. Zhao mentioned that he had lost about a day's worth of memories. While the chubby boy remained oblivious to this, and Chen Ge was still asleep on the ground, Dr. Zhao, what should we do in this situation? The chubby boy asked, drenched in sweat. Dr. Zhao gritted his teeth. If we can kill just one of them, the others will surely flee. All living beings fear death, and these spiders should be no exception. The problem is, the weapons we possess are too short. Do we have anything longer? Previously, the chubby boy had crafted a simple spear, but he had left it in his bedroom. Now, surrounded by spiders, they found themselves unable to escape. As they deliberated their strategy, the spiders charged forward. A basketball-sized spider lunged directly at the chubby boy's face. This time, he observed clearly that the spider's fangs were exceedingly thin, resembling sewing needles, but besides those fangs, they had no other means of attack. The chubby boy grasped the spider with both hands, preventing it from biting him, and in a surge of determination, he opened his mouth wide and bit down on the spider's leg. With a crunch, He severed the spider's front leg, white fluid spraying forth. He was uncertain if this substance was toxic. Spitting it out, he felt a wave of nausea. However, the taste was not particularly foul, reminiscent instead of coconut juice. This unexpected act left not only Dr. Zhao but also the worry-free spiders momentarily stunned. Observing the fierce demeanor of the chubby boy, he abruptly recoiled a considerable distance. We have already descended into savagery. You surpass even the most feral of beasts. Dr. Zhao's lips twitched. I shall never dine with you again. Indeed, it is true that in moments of extreme rage, one may commit the most outrageous acts. Seizing the opportunity while the forgetting spiders were momentarily stunned, Dr. Zhao swung the fire axe, dispatching one with a decisive blow. The remaining spiders, seemingly unwilling to relinquish their prey, circled twice before ultimately retreating. Dr. Zhao picked up a scalpel and proceeded to dissect the slain forgetting spider, extracting a red meat sack, which he hastily administered to Chen Ge. However, Chen Ge remained unconscious, oblivious to how much longer he would slumber. This place is no longer tenable. We must depart immediately. I spotted a unicycle in the warehouse. We will push Chen Ge and leave at once, declared Dr. Zhao. The two of them maneuvered Chen Ge, gathering provisions and weapons as they hastily exited. Once night fell, human vision would falter in the darkness, placing them at a distinct disadvantage. The two pushed the unicycle onto the road, flanked by cornfields, and proceeded forward with palpable tension. Yet, within scarcely 10 minutes, the chubby boy came to an abrupt halt, for he had spotted a rabbit. Was this not the very rabbit they had seen prior to their visit to the hospital? This rabbit's demeanor was identical to before, quietly perched in the middle of the road, fixating on the chubby boy and his companion. Its crimson eyes sent shivers down their spines. The chubby boy had yet to comprehend the true nature of this rabbit. What is happening? Dr. Zhao's gaze was fixed anxiously upon the creature. After all they had endured, he had grown increasingly paranoid. The chubby boy swallowed hard. I have no idea, but this rabbit seems far from ordinary. Suddenly, the cornfields on either side began to rustle, and a massive forgetting spider emerged, sinking its fangs into the rabbit, causing the chubby boy to instinctively raise the kitchen knife in his hand. Is that it? Dr. Zhao had initially presumed the rabbit posed a grave threat. It now appeared rather unremarkable. This rabbit could rise from the dead. Though it lay lifeless now, it would surely find a way to survive shortly. The chubby boy gulped nervously, scanning the surroundings. Resurrection? How absurd! Dr. Zhao looked on in astonishment at the rabbit now being carried away. In times of peace, the discovery of resurrection would surely warrant a Nobel Prize. Dr. Zhao, do you not sense the growing clamor around us? The chubby boy gazed fearfully at the cornfields. At some point, all the corn stalks began to rustle ominously one by one. Forgetting spiders crawled out from the fields on either side of the road, their eyes fixed intently on the chubby boy, Dr. Zhao, and the slumbering Chen Ge. Chapter 57. God of War. Beholding the formidable spiders, the chubby boy turned pale. These arachnids were intent on a relentless pursuit. Unwilling to relent until they had claimed their prize, Dr. Zhao, shall we fight to the bitter end? The chubby boy stammered. Dr. Zhao, fixated on the encroaching spiders, displayed a flicker of resignation in his eyes. Perhaps this adventure should conclude here. After all the thrilling experiences they had encountered, it would suffice. Old Zhao, do not give up on the treatment. I wish to survive, even if you do not. The chubby fellow shouted loudly. Dr. Zhao looked bitterly at the increasingly numerous spiders. Do you think we will survive? Indeed, the individual attacking power of these spiders is not formidable. With a weapon in hand, even an ordinary adult could slay one. However, the sheer quantity is simply overwhelming. Under the reflection of the setting sun, the road is densely populated with spiders, numbering not less than 1,000. A single bite would result in loss of memory and temporary paralysis. There is no escape. Fatty, I am genuinely pleased to have encountered you and old Chen before the end. Who would have thought that in this apocalypse, I would gain 2 dear friends? Dr. Zhao reached into his pocket, gently gripping a slingshot. He then produced a surgical knife, preparing to fight desperately in the end. One last struggle. Though life may be ordinary, a dramatic death could be considered worthwhile. Suddenly, it seemed as if the spiders had received some signal, surging towards the two like a tidal wave. The chubby fellow's face turned pale as he frantically waved the makeshift spear in his hand, but such feeble attacks could hardly deter the swarm. Among them, the largest spiders were roughly the size of a basin, leaping directly at their faces. Despair washed over the chubby fellow. After enduring so many trials, he never imagined he would meet his end in the jaws of these spiders. Just as Dr. Zhao and the chubby fellow were about to abandon all hope of resistance, a fire axe swung from behind them, smashing two of the large spiders mid-air into a splatter of viscous fluid. What the hell? The chubby fellow stiffly turned around to see Chen Ge, one hand wielding the fire axe, the other clutching his head. Unsteadily rising from the unicycle, my head hurts. Feels like I've drunk some bad liquor. How long have I slept? Why are there so many spiders? Chen Ge stretched, the bones in his body cracking loudly. Holy crap, Brother Chen. You finally woke up. You didn't just sleep for a bit. You were out for 3 days. You scared me to death. I thought you wouldn't wake up? The chubby fellow exclaimed in a flurry of excitement. Chen Ge paused, glancing at the sun in the sky. He remembered falling asleep around 2 o'clock, and now it was at most 5 or 6. Could it be that the chubby fellow was confused? How could he have slept for 3 days? But in the current predicament, there was no time to ponder such matters. They needed to find a way to fight their way out. Old Chen, these spiders may not have strong attack power, but they are venomous. Do not let them bite you, Dr. Zhao cautioned. Chen Ge held a healthy respect for the mysterious, but when faced with this tangible threat, he was unconcerned. Forget the unicycle. Follow me and keep your supplies ready. Chen Ge hoisted the fire axe onto his shoulder and charged forward. Swinging the axe in a wide arc, he smashed the nearest spiders into a pulp. He used his feet to crush the small ones and wielded the axe against the larger ones. The most formidable aspect of the forgetful spider was its venom. In terms of strength and speed, the others were merely average. Taking Dr. Zhao's advice, Chen Ge wrapped his neck with his clothing, wielding the fire axe like a heavily armored warrior storming into a kindergarten. In an instant, he carved a bloody path. Moments later, the chubby fellow shouted from behind. Brother Chen is amazing. After a while, Dr. Zhao joined in, shouting, Old Chen, you're incredible. These spiders are indeed living beings. The instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm is inherent in all creatures. Upon encountering Chen Ge, these creatures, akin to livestock, recoiled in fright, retreating like a receding tide. These beasts exhibit a clear tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong. Had I known, I would have confronted them head-on. The chubby boy exclaimed excitedly, finding this experience far more exhilarating than if he had personally charged into battle. Chen Ge, from now on, I shall bow to no one but you in this world. Indeed, Old Chen, we shall both acknowledge your supremacy henceforth. Dr. Zhao chimed in. Dare you lend a hand? Just standing by and shouting 666, is it? Chen Ge grimaced. Now, as he stood there, the forgetting worries spider parted a vast expanse, akin to having consumed the blood of a Qilin. These spiders arrived with great speed and departed even faster, retreating back to the cornfields in the blink of an eye. The chubby boy and Dr. Zhao let out sighs of relief, having narrowly escaped danger. Yet, Chen Ge wore a stern expression. You two should leave first. Something enormous is approaching? Huh? The chubby boy was puzzled, but soon he spotted in the nearby cornfield that the stalks were being pushed apart in 2 rows, indicating that a colossal creature was drawing near. Realizing that his own abilities would be insufficient to stay behind, he gritted his teeth and flung out 2 of his eyeballs. Moments later, those 2 black orbs returned, bouncing back. Holy cow! That spider is bigger than a car. Is that really a spider? The chubby boy was taken aback, having never encountered such an absurdity. Soon, the thing hidden within the cornfield finally revealed itself before the 3 of them. It was a gigantic spider, comparable in height to a small sedan, its 8 legs fully extended, reaching lengths of 4 to 5 meters. Unlike ordinary spiders, this colossal arachnid possessed razor-sharp mandibles. A single bite could result in the loss of limbs or, in severe cases, death. Furthermore, each of its 8 legs ended in a sharp tip, akin to a spear, leaving one to wonder about the immense strength of this creature. Chen Ge, can you handle this? The chubby boy whispered. If you 2 are in the way, I certainly cannot manage it. Find a safe place to be the way. Do you have any sharp weapons on you? Chen Ge inquired. The chubby boy tossed his spear, which Chen Ge caught deftly, then threw a fire axe to the chubby boy. Underwater combat posed significant resistance, necessitating the use of harpoons and spear guns, rendering the fire axe less than effective in such conditions. Where would one find water on this flat road? With a flick of his wrist, Chen Ge's shark cloak adhered to his skin seamlessly, seeming almost alive, its synergy with him growing ever stronger. Instantly, the asphalt beneath transformed into a pool of water, and Chen Ge plunged beneath the surface. The gigantic spider lunged forward but missed, standing perplexed in place, spinning in confusion. What was happening? It too was baffled. Suddenly, Chen Ge executed a blue dragon emerges from the sea, leaping from the water and thrusting his spear directly into one of its eyes. Before the colossal spider could even react, Chen Ge submerged once more. Chapter 58. Equipment family, who understands? Venturing out for a meal, only to encounter old Lu. The giant spider frantically spun in circles on the ground, repeatedly prodding the earth with its legs, utterly unable to comprehend why a creature like a human could swim underground. This was illogical. It defied all scientific reasoning. At this moment, Chen Ge had stealthily maneuvered himself to directly beneath the colossal spider. The upper half of the spider's body was encased in a hard shell, conservatively estimated to be half an inch thick, leaving the effectiveness of the kitchen knife in his possession in question. However, he reasoned that as long as it was a living creature, it must possess vulnerabilities. Chen Ge opted to launch a surprise attack on its underbelly. The giant spider, still in search of Chen Ge's whereabouts, was suddenly seized by a sharp pain in its abdomen as a foot-long dagger plunged deep into its flesh. In agony, the spider let out a furious roar. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ge dove underground, swimming 5 or 6 meters away before surfacing to catch his breath. He observed that the damaged abdomen of the giant spider was releasing clusters of white eggs, and it dawned on him that this was a female spider, pregnant and in need of substantial nourishment to nurture the eggs within. In a wonder, it had relentlessly pursued him upon spotting him. The white spider eggs that had fallen to the ground were wriggling, still alive. Sensing its weakness, Chen Ge prepared to strike at its wound once more. However, as he emerged from the water, he found himself face to face with the colossal spider. Underwater, one's perception of distance and direction can become distorted. It was akin to an experiment conducted in winter, where individuals sought to swim from one hole in the ice to another. Though visibility was clear from above, once submerged, they quickly lost their bearings. When attempting to surface, they discovered the ice overhead. The onlookers were frantic, but the swimmer managed to return safely, tethered by a rope. Now, Chen Ge had fallen victim to a similar miscalculation. He had assumed that by peering out, he would appear directly beneath the giant spider, only to collide head-on with it. The spider roared in fury, its sharp legs lunging forth, and Chen Ge hastily raised his makeshift spear in defense. With a resounding crack, the kitchen knife was punctured, leaving a hole the width of a pinky finger, mere inches from Chen Ge's chest. Goodness! How formidable must its strength be? Dropping the makeshift spear, Chen Ge plunged back into the water, retrieving a steel kitchen knife. However, the knife was far too short. He needed a weapon that was more suitable. Wait a moment, dear spider. I find your legs quite fitting for a weapon. Might I borrow one? The tips of the spider's legs were exceptionally hard, capable of penetrating stone. If he could acquire a spider leg as a weapon, that would be splendid. This time, Chen Ge had learned his lesson. He circled around the colossal spider, surfacing for air every few meters while the spider, despite its strength, could not grasp even a hint of Chen Ge's presence, becoming increasingly agitated as it spun in circles. Just as the spider's patience was nearing its limit, Chen Ge erupted from the water once more, delivering a strike at the joint of one of its front legs. No matter how tough the spider's legs were, the joints must remain flexible. Otherwise, it would merely lie motionless on the ground. In a flash, one leg from the front end of the giant spider was severed at the joint, and Chen Ge grasped the fallen leg, diving underground once again. The spider, nearly driven to madness, relentlessly hammered the ground with its remaining legs, yet no matter how hard it tried, it could not penetrate the street. Chen Ge, wielding his newly acquired weapon, examined it with great care. The severed leg of the spider was not excessively thick. Its cross-section presented an elliptical shape with a diameter of approximately 2 centimeters, extending roughly 1 meter in length. The form was perfectly straight, fitting comfortably in the hand, reminiscent of a sword, with an exceptionally sharp tip capable of effortlessly piercing metal. The material of this leg remained a mystery. In any case, with the abundance of the inexplicable surrounding them, this singular oddity was of little consequence. Were this spider leg to exist in ancient times, it would undoubtedly be considered a legendary artifact. Chen Ge swung it beneath the water with satisfaction. He tore off a segment of his pant leg to fashion a guard for his hand and placed a kitchen knife into his bag, designating it solely for culinary tasks henceforth. The gigantic spider, resembling a frenzied creature, had a gaping hole in its abdomen from which white spider eggs tumbled out, presenting a rather grotesque sight. After a brief period of scraping at the ground, the colossal arachnid found itself significantly fatigued. It was a case of losing both the prize and the troops, having failed to procure any snacks, sustaining injuries, expending considerable energy, and losing numerous offspring in the process. Disheartened, the giant spider resolved to return to its lair. Suddenly, Chen Ge erupted from beneath the surface, gripping the spider leg, and with a single, fluid motion, he thrust it upward, piercing the spider's head from below. The sensation was remarkably smooth. Chen Ge became even more enamored with this unparalleled artifact. Though the spider's head had been penetrated, its body continued to writhe momentarily before eventually ceasing its movements entirely. To ensure that the creature was truly dead and not merely feigning, Chen Ge employed the spider leg to mercilessly shred the giant spider's head into a pulp, finally exhaling in relief as he surfaced from the water. Stowing away his shark cloak, Chen Ge beckoned Dr. Zhao and the chubby boy to return. The two stared at the corpse of the giant spider, uncertain how to respond. A multitude of words coalesced into a single expression: impressive. After a brief respite and a modest meal to regain his strength, Chen Ge utilized a fire axe to detach the remaining 7 legs of the colossal spider. After some rudimentary polishing, these limbs transformed into remarkably effective weapons. The chubby boy and Dr. Zhao each wielded a spider sword, which, glistening black in the setting sun, exuded a translucent quality reminiscent of jade. Dear spider, though you have perished, we shall forever remember you. You were a selfless creature, even in death providing us with equipment. Chen Ge wrapped the remaining 5 spider legs in cloth, pondering their potential future utility. Dr. Zhao, carrying his medical kit, began to dissect the spider-esque carcass with a surgical knife. Shortly thereafter, he stumbled upon the venom sacs of the worry-free spider, extracting some venom with a syringe. What do you intend to do with these? Inquired the chubby boy. They may prove useful in the future. Have you never watched apocalyptic films? The true terror in a cataclysm is not the myriad of monsters, but humanity itself. The human heart is as sinister as magic. Humans are the most fearsome beings in existence, Dr. Zhao replied gravely. Before long, Dr. Zhao discovered the red flesh sacs used for antidotes, carefully preserving them. At that moment, the sun hung low, a mere sliver remaining. Darkness loomed, and they had developed a palpable dread of the night. None could predict what lurked in the shadows, awaiting them. Though the worry-free spider was formidable, it could at least be confronted with physical means. The thought of encountering something akin to the flesh tumor sent shivers down their spines. Let us depart. Dr. Zhao gathered several vials of worry-free venom, and then followed Chen Ge and the chubby boy as they embarked on a new journey. It is worth noting that during the day I am occupied with work. Hence, I typically update in the evening, striving for a stable 2 chapters each day. Should I happen to update during the day, it would indicate that I am slacking off at my job. Additionally, I would like to recommend a comic titled Human Evolution Theory. Its plot is thrilling and enigmatic, truly captivating, and I completed it in just 2 days. Chapter 59 speculates that the night is not particularly kind to humanity. Human eyes are incapable of seeing in the darkness, which explains why both Chen Ge and Captain Yang were reluctant to venture out at night when they were initially at the barber shop. Presently, however, they have no choice. Although the giant spider has been vanquished, who knows how many more spiders lurk in the cornfields on either side. If another were to emerge and bite them, it would be a regrettable misstep. Perhaps the heavens took pity on them, as a large moon illuminated the sky, and the 3 of them walked beneath the stars in silence, proceeding eastward along the road. 3 days prior, Chen Ge and his companions had spotted an armed helicopter approaching from the east. Although it had crashed, it was clear that there were certainly military forces in that direction. Finding the military would signify true safety. After walking for an hour, the cornfields vanished from sight, replaced by wild grass and desolate land, with occasional eerie sounds emanating from the underbrush, instilling a sense of dread. The chubby fellow was astonished to discover that his 2 black eyes could see in the darkness. He promptly allowed them to perch atop his head and survey the surroundings like scouts. Should we venture into that village ahead? He suddenly inquired. Chen Ge glanced in the direction indicated by the chubby fellow, but lacking night vision, he could see nothing but darkness. Let us take a look. Chen Ge replied, He had earlier heard from Dr. Zhao about the recent events. Zhao put it bluntly, there is no place in this world that can be deemed absolutely safe. One cannot survive without sleep or rest. They must proceed cautiously, taking one step at a time. The three of them exchanged no words, quickening their pace until they arrived at the village after 7 or 8 minutes. To call it a village would be inaccurate. It was more akin to a small town, significantly larger than the previous villages they had encountered. The town boasted roads, with east-west and north-south routes forming a crossroads. The liveliest market featured even 2-story buildings. Yet now, under the sparse moonlight, the entire town lay in darkness, devoid of any sound. It appeared that, much like the city, the inhabitants had mysteriously vanished. Chen Ge pointed to a nearby small Western-style building and said, "Let us go up." The door of the building was unlocked and opened with a gentle push. Dr. Zhao lit a torch, and the three of them cautiously entered. The first floor contained shops, including a small supermarket stocked with bottled water and sealed food items, but the ground was in disarray, suggesting that it had previously been ransacked, leaving little of value. Generally, the second floor was intended for habitation, and Chen Ge ascended slowly with the torch in hand, calling out, "Is anyone there? We mean no harm. We merely wish to rest here for the night." The pitch-black second floor remained utterly silent. Chen Ge, one hand gripping the spider sword and the other holding the torch, made his way upstairs. The second floor was also in disarray, the cause of which was unclear, yet no one was present, nor were there any human corpses in sight. The chubby fellow voiced his concerns. "Where do you think the hundreds of thousands of people from the city, villages, and this town have gone? Wouldn't there be a corpse if someone has died?" The only bodies they had seen were those of patients in the hospital. Aside from that, they had not encountered any remains of the city's inhabitants. Chen Ge could hardly believe that those monsters would bother to collect the dead. If these individuals had indeed been devoured, how could there be no traces left behind? The pressure had been overwhelming, and Chen Ge had forced himself to refrain from contemplating these questions. But now that the chubby boy had voiced them, he could no longer ignore them. Suddenly, Dr. Zhao interjected, "Do you think this might not be the apocalypse at all, but rather an alien invasion? The creatures we've encountered could very well be extraterrestrial beings, and the missing people have been abducted for experiments." Under normal circumstances, the chubby boy would have made a jest or two, but now he fell silent. This extraordinary situation might indeed suggest an invasion from beyond the stars. Not to mention aliens, even if one were to claim that Patrick Star and SpongeBob SquarePants had come to wreak havoc, Chen Ge would believe it. The world had become a place where anything seemed possible. Chen Ge took a torch and thoroughly searched the second floor, ensuring there was no danger before allowing himself a moment of respite. "Let's find a place to sleep. I hope to get a good night's rest tonight," Chen Ge suggested. In truth, none of the three felt particularly tired. After being bitten by the forgetting spider, they had been in a dazed slumber for several days. Yet, even if their spirits could endure, their physical stamina could not hold out much longer. The chubby boy plopped down heavily onto the bed, letting out a long sigh. Chen Ge sat by the window, gazing at the moon outside, and rummaged through his pocket, discovering only 2 cigarettes remaining. He casually offered one to Dr. Zhao. "Keep it for yourself." "I don't smoke," Dr. Zhao replied. The two of them sat by the windowsill, observing the utterly transformed world outside. The room was enveloped in a profound silence, with no one uttering a word as they sat quietly together. Time drifted by, and eventually, Dr. Zhao broke the stillness with a question. "I heard from the chubby boy that you've killed someone. Why?" Chen Ge fixed his gaze on the moon, a sudden smile breaking across his face. "In no particular reason. But enough about me. What about you? Have you ever seen a normal person sleeping in a morgue? What brought you to that?" Dr. Zhao fell silent for a moment before reaching out. "Give me a cigarette. Aren't you the one who said you don't smoke?" Chen Ge asked in astonishment. "Can't I change my mind?" Dr. Zhao chuckled. Though it pained him to part with the last of his cigarettes, Chen Ge obliged. Realizing that all their supplies had now been exhausted, Dr. Zhao lit the cigarette and took a puff, immediately breaking into a fit of coughing. "Clearly someone unaccustomed to smoking. I wonder how much longer we can survive. I truly feel that our lives now are a gift from the heavens. Once or twice we might endure, but what about 3 or 4 times?" Dr. Zhao lamented as he stared at the moon. "Indeed, if it weren't for this apocalypse, I would likely have been executed by now. I can't decide whether to curse or to be grateful for this end of the world. Perhaps we are already dead and residing in hell," Chen Ge mused. taking a drag from his cigarette and blowing out a smoke ring. Dr. Zhao shook his head. If this is hell, then the heavens are far too merciful. Compared to this apocalypse, I feel that the reality we once lived in was the true hell. I share that sentiment, Chen Ge replied. Suddenly, a crow cawed from outside. Chen Ge leaned his head out of the window, but he could not see the crow anywhere. Dr. Zhao suddenly recalled something, his expression turning slightly somber. Chen Ge, are you aware of what a virtual universe is? What? I only have a high school education. Please explain it more clearly, Chen Ge inquired. Do you think that the world we are currently experiencing could possibly be an illusion? Dr. Zhao said with a grave demeanor, an illusion? Haven't you played video games before? Do you think our current reality might resemble a game, one that has been meticulously crafted? Dr. Zhao speculated whimsically. Chapter 60. The Crow. The reason Dr. Zhao posited this was due to a well-known hypothesis. The brain in a vat, all human sensations are mediated by the brain. Thus, could the world we perceive be merely a fabrication of our minds? Chen Ge recalled that the chubby fellow had also proposed a similar theory, but then he ceased to elaborate. Does it really matter what's real or not? My mind isn't particularly sharp, and I haven't read much. All I know is that right now is the present, and I am who I am, Chen Ge remarked. You certainly have a pragmatic outlook on life, Dr. Zhao chuckled softly. Why do people endure so much anguish? Isn't it simply because they overthink? If you're not tired, you can keep watch here. I'm going to take a short nap, Chen Ge yawned, squeezing onto the bed beside the chubby fellow. Dr. Zhao took another drag from his cigarette, sliding his hand into his pocket to gently grasp the slingshot nestled within. Surprisingly, that night passed without any peril, and everyone enjoyed a peaceful slumber. The following day, around 6 o'clock, the chubby fellow lazily rose, stretching and exclaiming, "That felt great. If only I could sleep soundly every day." At it turned out that human desires were quite simple indeed. At that moment, Dr. Zhao ascended from the first floor, carrying an assortment of unopened food items. "Come and eat, old Chen. Look what I found." Dr. Zhao waved his hand, sending an object flying through the air. Chen Ge reached out to catch it, and his eyes lit up. It was an unopened pack of Huazi cigarettes. This was more crucial than saving his own life. The three of them settled down to eat. Dr. Zhao asked, "How long do you think it will take us to find the military?" Chen Ge shook his head. While the chubby fellow responded, "Generally, the operational range of an armed helicopter is about 500 kilometers, meaning the military is at most 500 kilometers away from us." Stop right there. Do you understand what 500 kilometers means? Dr. Zhao retorted. On foot, we can cover at most a few dozen kilometers in a day, which implies it could take us at least half a month to potentially locate the military. Given the challenges we face, do you think we can survive for half a month? The chubby fellow fell silent. From the outbreak of the apocalypse until now, they had only survived for 7 days. During those 7 days, they had faced countless brushes with death. Half a month, 500 kilometers. Just the thought was despondent. I saw a vehicle downstairs, but it lacks keys. Do you think you can start it? Dr. Zhao suddenly announced an uplifting piece of news. The chubby fellow questioned. At the moment of the apocalypse, all communication devices ceased to function, and every car in the city stalled. Are you certain it can be started? But an armed helicopter has also flown over. I suspect that only the local area has some magnetic interference affecting mechanical devices. Once we leave that range, it might just work. As soon as Dr. Zhao finished speaking, a sudden caw of a crow echoed from outside. Caw, 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 caw. What a foreboding omen on this early morning. The chubby boy poked his head out to look around, yet he could not spot the crow. Stop searching and come back. Be careful, lest a crow larger than a calf swoops down and carries you away. Chen Ge chuckled. Although the chubby boy understood that Chen Ge was jesting, he nonetheless retreated his head with a glum expression. In this world, one ought not to be astonished even if a crow the size of a water buffalo were to fly by. In that case, I shall venture down. If I can start the car, that would be splendid. You two gather the supplies and see what might be of use, Chen Ge instructed. The chubby boy and Dr. Zhao scoured the first floor, collecting anything that could prove useful, filling 2 large bags to the brim. Just then, the sound of an engine starting resonated from outside. The chubby boy was immediately elated. Upon rushing out, he saw Chen Ge sitting in the driver's seat, grinning and waving at them. Incredible! You managed to start it without the keys. Chen Ge, how did you achieve that? The chubby boy exclaimed. Chen Ge appeared slightly embarrassed. Well, there was a time when I was strapped for cash, and I may have borrowed a vehicle. Dr. Zhao and the chubby boy loaded the pre-gathered items into the car. Although it was now daytime, the town remained eerily silent, with no one aware of the events that had transpired. They were in a wuling, a vehicle known for its durability and resilience, often humorously referred to as the stronger it encounters, the stronger it becomes. This particular car appeared to be at least a decade old, with the paint chipped away, and the engine roared louder than the snores of a dorm mate. Yet despite its age, it could still sprint at speeds of up to 180. How fortunate humanity is to possess such technology. The chubby boy sat in the car, the windows long gone, and he extended his hand to feel the summer breeze. Don't celebrate too soon. The fuel tank is nearly empty. If we can't find a place to refuel, we will be back to square one in 2 hours. Chen Ge cautioned. 2 hours is manageable. We could cover over 100 kilometers in that time. Surely that's far superior to walking. The chubby boy reclined comfortably against the seat. Chen Ge couldn't help but chuckle. The chubby boy seemed perpetually optimistic. Have you not considered why only the cars in the open market cannot start? It's undoubtedly because only the market was attacked. Everywhere else remains intact. Perhaps we won't even need to locate the military. Before long, we shall encounter other people, and they will undoubtedly regard us as heroes. Welcoming us with roasted lamb legs, the chubby boy said, salivating at the thought. Let us hope for that, Chen Ge replied with a wry smile. It's not that simple. The echoes of the army's words lingered in his mind. This road of apocalypse, regardless of the path taken, ultimately leads to a dead end. Caw, 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 caw. Just as the chubby boy was reveling in his happiness, the caw of a crow echoed above them once more. The expressions of the three men shifted simultaneously. Could this crow have followed them from the town? They had already driven several kilometers. Why was it still trailing them? Be cautious. None of the animals we've encountered along the way have been normal. The chubby boy murmured. Old Zhao, I noticed you have a slingshot. May I borrow it? No way, Dr. Zhao promptly denied. The chubby boy was choking and coughing incessantly. If you won't lend it, then you won't lend it. I refuse to believe that a mere crow can outpace a wuling. Alas, the vehicle was rendered inoperable. With a face full of despair, the chubby boy sat inside the car, lamenting the state of the world. Is it truly the case that a wuling only grants a single trial card? Chen Ge opened the hood and beheld the engine emitting plumes of black smoke. I knew there was a reason this car hadn't been driven away. Chen Ge couldn't help but remark, when he started it, he had sensed something was amiss with the engine, but he never anticipated its imminent demise. Fortunately, just ahead lay a village where they might find a replacement. We gathered far too many items. The three of us can hardly carry all of this. I propose we head to the village first to scout for some means of transportation, and then return for the goods, suggested the chubby boy. Agreed. It would be a shame to lose all these valuable items. Chen Ge nodded in affirmation. No sooner had the trio departed from the wuling than the ominous caw of a crow echoed above them. Chapter 61. The return home. Upon hearing the crow's call, the three simultaneously looked up to see a solitary black crow circling high above. It was too distant to discern its precise form. Chen Ge picked up a stone, hoping to bring the crow down, but it was far too high. The stone could not reach such heights. Forget about it. Let us head into the village, the chubby boy remarked. Armed with weapons, the trio cautiously approached the village. Although it was daylight, daylight did not equate to safety. Unlike the previous town, this village appeared dilapidated, as if it had been abandoned for an extended period. At the entrance stood a grand locust tree, seemingly dead, its withered leaves cascading in the summer breeze, creating an atmosphere of desolation. The adjacent farmland was overgrown with weeds towering over a person's head. Clearly neglected for an indefinite time, it appeared that prior to the apocalypse, no one had resided in this village. With urbanization on the rise, such forsaken villages were becoming increasingly common. Sometimes a village would retain but a single guardian, and at other times, not even a soul could be found. The youth had migrated to the cities for work, while the elderly had either perished or fled, leaving once thriving villages to decay into desolation. Chen Ge gazed thoughtfully at the locust tree at the village entrance. Why do I feel as though I've been here before? He murmured. However, Zhao and the chubby boy walked too briskly to catch his words. You two slow down. Hurry up and reincarnate, Chen Ge said with irritation. As he took a few steps forward, an unsettling familiarity enveloped him, as if he had visited this place before. Fatty, Lao Zhao, wait up. What the hell? Where did they go? Chen Ge intended to call for the two ahead of him to pause, but upon looking up, he found them mysteriously vanished. Fatty, Lao Zhao, where the hell are you two? Stop fooling around and come out. Logically, the distance between the three should not have been great. Chen Ge's voice was loud enough to easily reach their ears, and they would surely respond upon hearing him. Yet, the entire village lay silent, devoid of any sound. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the spider's sword tightly. Damn it, not again. This journey has been more arduous than Tang Seng's pilgrimage for scriptures. He traversed countless miles only to face 81 tribulations. We traversed less than 100 miles from beginning to end. Yet how many hardships have we endured? Fatty. Lao Zhao, this is not the time for games. Come out quickly. Chen Ge's voice gradually softened. However, the deeper he ventured into the village, the more familiar it became to him. Finally, upon reaching the western edge of the village, he passed by a small courtyard adorned with a jujube tree, laden with crisp, plump jujubes. The courtyard was filled with a variety of vegetables, starkly contrasting the desolate and dilapidated appearance of other yards. Clang! Chen Ge stared vacantly at the little courtyard, his spider sword slipping from his grasp. I knew this place felt so familiar. This is Desolate, this my home. Chen Ge's lips quivered slightly. He felt a tightening in his chest. His trembling hand gently pushed open the door to his house. His father had passed away early, and his mother had raised him and his brother alone. The village lacked a secondary school, and when Chen Ge was 12, his mother took him and his younger brother to the city for schooling. At that time, his brother was merely SIX. Gyo ensured that he could focus on his studies. Their mother borrowed money from relatives and resolutely moved to the city, lacking any formal education herself. She could only take on menial jobs. Chen Ge breathed deeply, knowing that with a slight push of his fingers, he could open the door. Yet to him, this door felt heavier than 1,000 pounds. Summoning an immense amount of courage, he gritted his teeth, gently knocked, and cautiously stepped inside. Observing the lush vegetables growing in the yard, Chen Ge speculated that someone must still reside here. His heart was tumultuous, uncertain if he should enter. Perhaps Lao Zhao and Fatty were inside as well. I'll just take a peek. Just a quick look. Chen Ge slapped his own face with determination. Step by step, he moved forward cautiously, unaware of the emotions swirling within him. At last, he reached the entrance of the small earthen hut, gently pushing the door open. The furnishings inside were identical to those of his childhood. The dim ceiling, the red brick floor. Upon entering, a left turn led to the small room he shared with his brother. He could still recall those sweltering summer nights when he and his brother would lie on the windowsill counting the stars. Further ahead was the kitchen, where their mother always prepared their favorite dishes. Suddenly, Chen Ge heard the clattering of a spatula against an iron pot. He took a deep breath, gripping the spider's sword tightly. Since someone inhabited this space, he needed to exercise caution. He gently lifted the door curtain and peered inside. Just one glance, and Chen Ge felt as though he had been struck by lightning. There stood an elderly figure, bustling about in the kitchen, clad in an oil-stained apron, hair flecked with gray, slightly hunched over. Upon hearing someone enter, the elder turned to face Chen Ge in that instant. Chen Ge found himself at a loss for words to describe his emotions. Tumultuous waves, overwhelming tides. Such terms scarcely encapsulated even a fraction of his feelings. Mother! Chen Ge trembled as he cried out, tears streaming down his face. He could hardly believe that what lay before him was indeed real. Step by step, he moved closer, arms outstretched, embracing the frail figure, weeping uncontrollably. The elder also opened her arms, embracing her son with heartfelt warmth. What is wrong? Why are you crying so? Have you been bullied outside? It's all right now. You're home. You're home. Chen Ge wept incessantly, utterly unable to rein in his emotions. Throughout his tumultuous journey, fraught with peril, he had never encountered such a situation. Stop crying. Wash your hands and come eat. Your brother will be back shortly. What will he think upon seeing you like this? You're not a child anymore. His mother gently consoled him. With great effort, Chen Ge managed to regain his composure and quietly inquired. You said Xiao Chu has returned? Indeed, look, just as we were speaking of him, he has arrived. His mother pointed towards the young man who had just stepped through the door. This young man, in his mid-20s, was quite different from Chen Ge. He appeared refined, donning a pair of glasses, and approached with a warm smile. Brother, when did you come back? You didn't say a word. Come, let's eat. The young man casually placed his bag on the Kong. Chen Ge, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed over and embraced his brother tightly. It's all right. It's all right. Everything is fine now. How wonderful. Everything is fine. Chen Ge held his brother in one arm and his mother in the other. Brother, what is wrong? Why are you crying like this today? You used to remain unfazed even when facing a knife. The young man teased. Chen Ge took a couple of deep breaths, tears streaming down his face. And after a long pause, he finally uttered, I had a dream. I dreamt that you and mom had both passed away. It's all right now. Everything is fine. How wonderful. Chapter 62. My name is Chen Ge. I am a murderer. I lost my father at a young age, and our family was impoverished, which led to frequent ridicule from my classmates during school. I never argued with them. If anyone dared to mock me, I would retaliate. My fists were strong, and I was larger than my peers, making it impossible for anyone my age to best me in a fight. In those days, when children fought, parents typically dismissed it as mere childish antics. However, over time, I accumulated many enemies. Eventually, one day, a classmate with whom I had the worst relationship enlisted 3 local thugs to corner me in an alley, demanding that I kneel and apologize with my head bowed. I was 11 years old at the time. That battle was undoubtedly the most exhilarating fight of my life. I fought against 4, resulting in 2 thugs with broken bones and 1 suffering a concussion. When the adults found me, I was mercilessly kicking that classmate's head, blood streaming from his orifices. From that moment on, I, Chen Ge, became renowned, infamous throughout the 10 miles and 8 villages. However, following that incident, my mother took me door to door to apologize and make amends, eventually spending a considerable amount of money. Since that day, I understood the harsh reality that causing harm to others necessitated compensation. Soon enough, I turned 12, reaching the age for middle school, and my mother, hoping to temper my temperament, enrolled me in a school in the city, but at that time, I had no interest in studying. The teachers, aware of my past, often mocked me, even colluding with my classmates to ostracize me. Yet, I paid little heed to their taunts, believing that education was futile and that it was far better to associate with an older brother and carve out my own path. Under this mindset, I met my first older brother, Du Tian, who was somewhat well known locally, commanding dozens of younger brothers who followed him in a grand display. Despite being merely a teenager, I was the most formidable fighter among his subordinates. He encouraged me to learn to wield dual red flowers, a term I did not fully comprehend, but it certainly sounded impressive. At that time, I spent my days skipping classes, engaging in fights, and fraternizing with a group of delinquents. In retrospect, I realize how foolish I truly was. Regardless, I scarcely studied at all. After graduating from junior high, my mother invested 3,000 yuan to enroll me in the local worst high school. As no esteemed institution would accept me, little did I know how long it would take her to save such a sum. Up to that point, my dream was to carve out a niche for myself in society, collecting protection money, mediating disputes, and living a carefree life. However, that dream was soon shattered. The campaign against organized crime commenced, and my older brother was swiftly incarcerated for life. At that moment, my heart sank. I feared I would spend the remainder of my days behind bars. Fortunately, being young and having committed no heinous acts, I was merely reprimanded and released after a few days. Yet, following that incident, my academic journey came to an abrupt halt as I was expelled from school, becoming a bona fide drifter. To spare my mother from worry and to make ends meet, I began taking on odd jobs. It was then that I realized that achieving success in society was not reliant on brute strength, but rather on connections and financial resources. Lacking in all 3, connections, education, and experience, along with a tarnished record, I found it nearly impossible to secure even a position as a server, encountering obstacles at every turn. Whenever I sought respectable employment, the first question was invariably about my educational qualifications. My answer was a mere high school diploma. A high school diploma? Here, we require at least a college degree. Perhaps you should explore other options. It was then that I understood why my mother constantly urged me to study harder. It took the harsh realities of life for me to appreciate her well-meaning intentions, but by then, it was too late. In order to survive, I worked as a security guard, toiled in kitchens, and even labored in illegal coal mines. A seasoned miner noticed my cleverness and clandestinely taught me how to handle explosives, which could have been my most lucrative opportunity, promising a monthly income of 5,000. Yet, that mine was soon shut down due to illegal operations, and the owner was imprisoned, leaving me without wages. Thus, I navigated the treacherous waters of society, gradually tempering my temperament. When my boss reprimanded me, I met it with a smile, and when colleagues mocked me, I pretended not to hear. For the sake of survival, I embraced the indignities, After several arduous years, my life began to stabilize, albeit barely. Just when I thought this would be my existence, a momentous piece of news arrived from home. My younger brother had gained admission to a prestigious university. My brother, Chen Ge, was unlike me. He was earnest, reserved, and had a passion for reading, excelling academically from a young age. Ultimately, he lived up to expectations and was accepted into a prominent university with outstanding results. We have always shared a close bond, and now that he had achieved this milestone, at least he wouldn't have to endure the embarrassment of admitting that his elder brother hadn't graduated high school. I threw myself into my work with renewed vigor, adopting a more frugal lifestyle and sending every extra penny to support him. Chen Ge proved to be a diligent student, not only working part-time but also consistently earning scholarships, often urging me not to deprive myself, to indulge in better food and clothing, assuring me that he had enough money. Time flew by, and 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. My younger brother has graduated from university. Other students claim that graduation inevitably leads to unemployment, yet this fellow, Chen Ge, was fortunate enough to have a company approach him for a signing immediately after his graduation. Upon reflection, I realized that the pressure he felt was immense, though it was not imposed by our mother or myself. It was self-inflicted. Our mother is kind-hearted and is simply content as long as her son remains healthy and alive. I share the same sentiment. Although I send him money each month, I do not expect anything in return. As his elder brother, it is only natural for me to support him through his education. However, Chen Ge perceives things differently. As the sole university graduate in our family, with his brother sending money every month, what should appear as benevolent gestures have instead become a source of pressure for him. He does not wish to merely rely on his brother's financial support. He yearns for a life of comfort for both me and our mother, even if it means enduring hardship himself. At the time, Chen Ge's classmates advised him against accepting the offer from the company, noting its modest scale and subpar benefits, suggesting he should observe a bit longer. Yet, his desire to prove himself and secure a better life for his brother and mother was overpowering. He was excessively kind-hearted and earnest. Thus, he joined this enigmatic company, earning a monthly salary of 4,000 yuan. At this juncture, the situation cannot yet be deemed tragic. However, I have stated before that the essence of life is this. Just when you believe things are looking up, life will mercilessly deliver a slap, forcing you to confront reality. 3 months later, I received a message from the local police regarding my brother's demise. It was past 5 in the afternoon when my mother and I, armed with midnight train tickets, arrived at the local police station in Changchu's city around 2 in the morning. The officers escorted us to identify the body. I beheld my brother, his entire body marred with injuries. My mother collapsed over his corpse, weeping inconsolably, while the attending officer informed us that my brother had been involved in a conflict at his rented accommodation, where he was brutally beaten by 2 individuals. By the time the police arrived, he had already succumbed. I knew this was implausible. My brother had a gentle disposition and would never instigate a confrontation. Just as I was about to inquire further, my mother suddenly clutched her chest and fell to the ground. The seasoned officer recognized the signs of a myocardial infarction and promptly called for an ambulance. Yet, before she could reach the hospital, the overwhelming grief had claimed her life as well. When I saw the doctor wheeling my mother's body out of the emergency room, I felt no sorrow, only a profound sense of bewilderment. How could this happen? We had endured the toughest of times, and I had turned my life around. How could it come to this? With the assistance of the local authorities, we laid the elder to rest. However, my quest for the truth surrounding my brother's death was far from over. And no matter how persistently I pressed for answers, the police adamantly insisted it was an unfortunate case of collateral damage from a fight, with the higher-ups already concluding the matter, stating it would soon be closed. Upon scrutinizing my brother's body, I noted at least 2 distinct types of injuries, indicating that he had been attacked by at least 2 assailants simultaneously. Since the police could not assist me, I resolved to seek answers by my own means. The bad news was that I had lost everything. The good news was that I had nothing left but a pair of fists. In order to thoroughly investigate what transpired with my younger brother, it is imperative to begin with those in his immediate circle. One of his housemates, Lu Hao, is also a classmate of his, and after the incident, Lu Hao vacated the rental premises. I swiftly located Lu Hao, who was hiding in a basement. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Lu Hao's voice echoed from within the basement. Knock, knock, knock. I remained silent, continuing to rap on the door. Lu Hao cautiously opened the door a mere crack, peering at me with a gaze filled with confusion. Who are you? I am Chen Ge, the elder brother of Chen Chu. Before I could finish my sentence, Lu Hao suddenly attempted to slam the door shut. Alarmed, I forcefully kicked the door open, sending both him and the door crashing down, and seized Lu Hao by his hair, pressing his head against the wall. Brother, Chen Chu's death has nothing to do with me. I truly know nothing, Lu Hao cried out. What exactly transpired the night my brother died? I demanded. I was out at a bar with others. I really don't know anything, Lu Hao shouted. Help! Someone help! Stop shouting. The soundproofing in this basement is excellent, and no one outside can hear you. Your brother is down here alone in solitude, so why not keep him company? I nonchalantly retrieved the axe I had prepared beforehand. Brother, I swear Chen Chu's death is unrelated to me, he pleaded. Then whose death is it connected to? It was Boss Chen. It was Boss Chen who did it. Please let me go. I have elderly family members relying on me, Lu Hao exclaimed. Who is Boss Chen? Speak, and I shall spare your life. Subsequently, Lu Hao divulged everything he knew, spilling the beans like a torrent. Boss Chen was the proprietor of the company where my brother worked. As Lu Hao recounted the events, I gradually pieced together the sequence of occurrences. The company where my brother was employed was not a legitimate establishment. There are local regulations stipulating that companies hiring recent graduates would receive certain subsidies, and Boss Chen had set his sights on this lucrative opportunity. At that time, he had signed a one-year contract with Chen Chu. However, during the 3 months of Chen Chu's employment, he had received no wages whatsoever. When Chen Chu expressed his desire to resign, Boss Chen threatened the students with the contract they had signed, asserting that quitting before completing a year would incur substantial penalties. The deceived students, fresh to the workforce, were unaware of the depths of the deceit, and most hailed from families of modest means, rendering them reluctant to resist. In a fit of rage, Chen Chu, alongside dozens of other duped students, surrounded Boss Chen's office. Upon witnessing the uproar, Boss Chen feigned compliance by promising to pay their salaries. Yet that very night, 2 thugs found Chen Chu, who had taken the lead, and violently assaulted him. By the time assistance arrived, Chen Chu had succumbed to his injuries before even reaching the hospital. After hearing all this, I inquired, how do you know those 2 thugs were Boss Chen's men? Lu Hao replied in a hushed tone, those thugs were the security guards at the company entrance. We recognized them daily during our commutes. Then why did you not report this matter to the authorities? I pressed. Lu Hao, trembling with anxiety, responded, after this incident, Boss Chen gave me 50,000 yuan and warned that if I dared to reveal anything, he would have me killed as well. Moreover, I've heard that he has extensive connections, even within the Public Security Bureau. What about those 2 security guards who killed someone? Have they fled? I inquired. No, it is said that the guards related to the deceased are actually his relatives. He has already found someone to pin the blame on, came the response. I fell into a deep silence for quite some time, ultimately reaching for a cigarette. I am not well educated, nor particularly clever, yet I recall a saying from my school days. A life for a life, debts must be repaid. It is only natural. I possess no other talents, save for my ability to fight. If you bring ruin to my family, I shall bring ruin to yours. It's as simple as that. Clutching an axe, I made my way directly to their company's security room. Where the 2 guards were still engrossed in their video games, I approached and rapped on the glass. Who the hell are you? It's the dead of night. One guard shouted as he looked up. In a fit of rage, I smashed the glass with my fist, seized him by the neck, and yanked him through the window. The 2 guards were momentarily stunned. I had no desire to engage in idle chatter with them. With one swift blow of the axe, I severed his head. Holy shit! A murder! The remaining guard screamed in sheer terror. He reached for the phone on the desk to call the police, but I leaped through the window and shattered the phone to smithereens with another swing of my axe. Hero, if you want money, I can give it to you. Just please don't kill me. I inhaled deeply from my cigarette. Was it you who killed my brother? Upon hearing my words, the guard's face turned as pale as a ghost. I had no choice, hero. I realized my mistakes. I swear I won't dare do it again. Please spare me. I promised. I heard you were related to Boss Chen. Where does he live? All right, I'll tell you everything. He is the mastermind behind this. The guard trembled uncontrollably as he scribbled down Boss Chen's home address. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? No, I wouldn't. Even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare trick you. I'll call to confirm his location right now, the guard exclaimed, no need for that. You can go down and keep my brother company. Chapter 64. Annihilation. Having dealt with the 2 accomplices, I proceeded to Boss Chen's residence. It was a standalone villa, quite convenient for my purposes. Climbing over the wall and entering was second nature to me. I slipped in unnoticed. Through the window, I observed the family gathered around the dining table. I had seen Boss Chen's photo on the guard's phone. The man seated in the middle was indeed Boss Chen. Alongside him were four others. An elderly couple, their hair completely white, presumably his parents. Beside Boss Chen sat a middle-aged woman, likely his wife. And another man, of similar age and bearing a resemblance to Boss Chen, was his younger brother. The family was enjoying a lively meal, exchanging laughter and toasts. "Brother, I heard you've gotten yourself into a serious mess lately?" Boss Chen's brother asked. "No worries. Just a poor student. Does he dare to challenge me? Do you know that he even brought up labor laws while in my office? After all these years running a company, do you think I'm unaware of the efficacy of labor laws?" Boss Chen, slightly inebriated, wore a smug expression. "I've looked into that kid's family. Aside from an old mother, he has only a brother who does odd jobs, and no connections, no background. What does he have to fight me with? If he has the guts, let him sue me in court. Several presidents of our city's court have also shared drinks with me. Humph, it's all in the past now. Nothing will stir up any trouble." Boss Chen's father solemnly advised, "Xiao Chen, it would be prudent to refrain from such actions in the future. Harmony fosters wealth." However, Boss Chen's mother disdainfully interjected, "Let us not dwell on such unpleasant matters today. A mere impoverished student dares to surround our son's office. Is he attempting rebellion? He should know his own limitations. Son, if you encounter such blind fools again, handle it this way. It's not merely a matter of money. If we suffer a loss, they might think we have no grounds to stand on." Listening to their family's conversation, I was suddenly reminded of a saying from my school days. Those who are not of the same family do not enter the same door. Since we are family, we ought to be united. With a single swing, I shattered the window glass. Boss Chen's mother screamed in fright. "What is happening? What is this?" But soon she beheld a burly man, towering at 6 feet 6 inches, wielding an axe, advancing with a menacing aura. In an instant, the room fell into a profound silence. Yet, Boss Chen's mother quickly regained her composure and shouted, "Who are you? Do you know where this is? Where do you come from? Get out of here at once. I am Chen Ge, the brother of the university student your son has just slain. A man of little means, working odd jobs in society." I calmly introduced myself. Boss Chen's mother pursed her lips, stepping back 2 paces as she regarded the axe in my hand. Boss Chen's expression darkened, yet he quickly donned a smile. "You are Chen Chu's elder brother, right? I am deeply concerned about your brother's situation. I didn't anticipate encountering such." Before he could finish, I stepped forward and with a single swing, severed his left hand. "Ah!" Boss Chen screamed in agony, followed by the shrill cries of his wife and mother. Beads of sweat dripped from Boss Chen's forehead. "Please, don't do it. If you want money, I'll give it to you. Whatever you ask." Yes, we'll give you whatever you want. Just put down the weapon," Boss Chen's brother hurriedly pleaded. Without uttering a word, I swung the axe towards his forehead, and his brain matter instantly splattered across the dining table. "Murder! Murder! Someone, help!" Boss Chen's mother cried out. "Indeed, I may not possess much ability, but ending your family suffices," I stated coldly. Boss Chen's father quickly interjected, "Little brother, I understand your grievances. Our family has some connections in the city. If there is anything you desire, just say the word, and I will do my utmost to fulfill it. Please, do not resort to violence. We live in a society governed by law, and violence cannot resolve issues." Hadn't he just claimed that labor laws held no value for him? How could he now speak of a society ruled by law? I advanced step by step. "Run in 3 directions," Boss Chen's father shouted, realizing that words were futile, for I had come to annihilate their family. Yet, he overestimated himself. A man in his 70s could hardly escape. I swiftly caught up to him, delivering a crushing blow to his head, then pressed forward to seize Boss Chen's mother, ending her life with another stroke. Subsequently, I grasped the hair of Boss Chen's wife, casting her to the ground, and with one final strike, I concluded the battle. Boss Chen, still clutching his wound, staggered away, but I knew that losing an arm disrupts one's balance, rendering him unable to flee swiftly. With swift strides, I seized Chen's neck, yanking him back. Brother, spare me. I realize my mistakes. I should not have harmed your younger sibling. Release me, and I shall give you whatever sum you desire." Anything. Chen, now kneeling on the ground, wept bitterly. I know I am a scoundrel. Please let me go. I promise to mend my ways and start anew. Without a moment's hesitation, I swung an axe down upon his head, splattering brains across the floor. I had no desire for further conversation. After taking a life, an overwhelming emptiness washed over me. At that moment, a youthful voice from the second floor interrupted. Why are you all so noisy? I can't even play my game, however, upon witnessing the gruesome scene below. He instantly gasped in horror. I looked up, locking eyes with the terrified boy, who, pale as a ghost, turned and fled upstairs. A thought flickered through my mind. 100 killings amount to but one death. I ascended the stairs hastily, finding the boy attempting to hide beneath the bed. I grasped his leg and yanked him out. His face was a mask of terror. Uncle, please don't kill me. I have no knowledge of your adult affairs. I swear I won't report this. I won't even look at your face. Just spare me. I regarded the boy, who appeared to be no older than 16 or 17, and inquired, How old are you? 17, he replied. What are you doing? Attending school. Ah, that's commendable. Study hard. It will benefit you. Don't end up like me, who didn't even graduate high school. By the way, what relation do you have to Chen? The boy trembled incessantly. He's my father. I see. Your father has slain my brother and caused my mother's demise. I have come to eradicate your entire family. Don't you have any last words? I raised the axe. Please, don't kill me. With a decisive swing, the axe fell, and the boy lay motionless on the ground. I inhaled deeply. Mother, brother, do not worry, I shall join you soon. I will not allow you to be alone. After taking a life, I set the villa ablaze, and as the flames consumed it, my heart turned to ashes. Sitting upon the nearby steps, I lit a cigarette, knowing this would likely be my last. Subsequently, I retrieved my old mobile phone and dialed 110. Hello? Is this the police? I have committed murder. Chapter 65. Dr. Zhao was in a state of panic, having lost track of his two companions. Just moments ago, they had been together. How could they vanish in the blink of an eye? Old Chen, Fatty, stop playing around. Come out, Dr. Zhao shouted, yet the village was eerily silent, shrouded in an unsettling atmosphere. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to retrace his steps, believing that once his companions realized they were lost, they would return to find him. However, when he turned around, he was met with a thick, white fog, obscuring his vision entirely. Zhao swallowed hard, an ominous premonition settling deep within him. How could such dense fog appear on a clear day? Typically, it only manifested in the early morning or during particularly humid, overcast conditions. Taking a couple of steps back, Zhao called out, Old Chen, Fatty, something's not right. Where are you? Old Chen, Fatty. The white mist engulfed him, and as he turned to flee, he discovered that the village had vanished, replaced by a strangely familiar building. What is happening? Is there a building here? This hardly seems like a place a small village could have constructed, Dr. Zhao murmured to himself. The towering edifice loomed at over 20 stories high. Such a structure could never exist in a rural setting. Yet, the encroaching fog behind him left Dr. Zhao with no choice but to hasten his steps towards the building. Upon entering, the mist was kept at bay, and he cautiously peered inside. It was a residential complex, with a corridor leading upwards. A sudden sense of familiarity washed over Dr. Zhao. Had he been here before? Abruptly, he smacked his forehead in realization. This was his own home. How had he returned here? He was supposed to be with Old Chen and the Fatty, exploring a dilapidated village, just as they were about to investigate further when those two rascals had vanished. Yet how was he now in this place? His fingers trembled slightly. If there were anywhere in the world he least wished to be, it would undoubtedly be his own home. Dr. Zhao stiffly ascended to the 4th floor, where the door design mirrored that of his own residence. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the house key from his pocket, gritted his teeth, inserted the key, and turned it gently. The door swung open. Never had Dr. Zhao anticipated that he would find himself back home. The familiar sofa, the recognizable living room, the well-known kitchen, and the accustomed bedroom enveloped him. He picked up the television remote from the sofa and switched on the TV, which was still broadcasting a sports match. Dr. Zhao slumped onto the sofa, bewildered. What in the world was happening? Could this all be a dream? Suddenly, he struck himself sharply across the face. The sting radiated through his cheek. It wasn't a figment. It was real. He had truly returned home. But what of the fatty? What of old Chun? Where had they gone? Surely, all he had experienced could not have been mere dreams. Dr. Zhao now found it challenging to distinguish reality from fantasy. At that moment, the sound of a door lock being turned echoed through the room. Instinctively, Dr. Zhao reached for a weapon, but upon searching, he discovered himself devoid of any arms. The spider sword was gone, as was the scalpel. Anxiety coursed through him as he stood, scouring the surroundings for something to wield as a weapon, ultimately finding a plate on the table. Just then, the door swung open, and rather than a terrifying monster, a woman of similar age to Dr. Zhao stepped inside. Upon noticing him dazedly clutching the plate, she casually inquired, "What's wrong? Lost in thought? Hurry, help me bring the things inside." Dr. Zhao silently extended his hand, only to suddenly slap himself again. Surely, he could not be dreaming. It was impossible. Even if a malevolent spirit had entered, he might have accepted it. But why was it her? What's the matter? Have you gone mad? Why are you hitting yourself? Is it work-related troubles? The woman immediately approached to inspect Dr. Zhao's flushed face. Overcome with emotion, he embraced her tightly, burying his head in her shoulder as he wept. She gently stroked his hair, asking, "What's wrong? Have you faced injustice at work? Or encountered a troublesome patient? It's all right. It's all in the past." Through his tears, Dr. Zhao turned to search for something, asking, "Where is Xiaohua? Is our son home? Isn't he at school?" She replied, "It's nearly 6 o'clock. He should be home soon. I must hurry and prepare dinner." Gently, she pushed Dr. Zhao aside and began washing vegetables and cooking. Everything seemed perfectly ordinary when suddenly, a knock echoed through the house. "Dad? Are you home?" "I'm back." A youthful voice resonated from the corridor. Dr. Zhao, trembling, gently opened the door, fervently praying for a stroke of luck. Fortunately, a radiant young boy stepped inside. "Mom, what's for lunch today?" The boy inquired. "I haven't prepared anything yet." "Why don't you watch television with your dad first? Have you finished your homework?" Dr. Zhao observed this seemingly mundane scene with a smile. "Today, I shall cook. After all these years of marriage, I've yet to prepare a meal for you too." He accepted the fresh vegetables from his wife's hands. If only all of this were truly real. "I am Zhao Yang, a physician. My life is rather simple, devoid of national grievances or familial vendettas, and free from the tumult of life's unpredictability. Born into a privileged family as their only son, my parents have always treated me with great kindness. Throughout my educational journey, be it primary school, middle school, or high school, I consistently excelled academically, ultimately gaining admission into a prestigious medical university. After graduation, I became a doctor at a local hospital. In the same year, I met my wife, Su Longlon, who was of the same age as I. After a year of courtship, we wed. Our married life has been filled with love and affection, and until that point, I believed my future would remain blissfully unchanged. A year into our marriage, we welcomed a delightful son, whom we named Zhao Lele, affectionately called Kaisen. Although my work often kept me busy and I occasionally encountered difficult patients, I generally approached them with patience, striving to assist them as best I could. Life was a warm and bustling routine until the year my son turned 12 that year, as he entered junior high school. He excelled academically and was well-liked by both teachers and classmates. However, every school has its share of so-called big brothers, adorned with flashy hairstyles and eccentric attire, who believe themselves above the law. One day after school, my son Zhao Lele was on duty and lingered a bit longer, only to be surrounded by 3 ruffians from his school, who brandished knives and demanded money. My son, somewhat timid, obediently handed over all the cash he had on him. Yet, the meager amount he possessed did not satisfy the 3 thugs, who proceeded to drag him into the restroom for a brutal beating. Even a clay figurine has its limits. Lele, feeling desperate, began to fight back. One of the delinquents drew a switchblade and plunged it into Lele's abdomen. The names of those 3 beasts, Li Qian, Zhao Chunfeng, and Sun Guihai, are forever etched in my memory. Upon seeing the blood, these miscreants panicked. Had they sought a doctor immediately, perhaps Lele could have been saved. Instead, they fled in terror. It wasn't until 20 minutes later that a dormitory supervisor, using the restroom, discovered my son gravely injured and unconscious. He promptly called the police and summoned an ambulance, which brought Lele to the very hospital where I worked. On that fateful night, I was the on-call surgeon. Witnessing my son being carried in, drenched in blood, left my mind in utter turmoil. I immediately prepared for surgery to save him. However, due to excessive blood loss, internal injuries, and the loss of critical time for intervention, ultimately, Leilei's life was irrevocably frozen at the age of 12. The moment the electrocardiogram flatlined, I felt as though the heavens themselves had collapsed. I am a doctor. I have saved so many lives throughout my career. However, in the end, I was unable to save my son. Was I truly cursed in my past life? I yearn to weep profoundly, yet I find myself utterly incapable of shedding a tear. Not long after, my wife arrived at the hospital, and upon witnessing Leilei's lifeless body, she fainted on the spot. Ultimately, we reported the incident to the police, who swiftly apprehended 3 young delinquents. Yet, what followed was even more outrageous. All 3 were minors and thus bore no criminal responsibility. Moreover, it was rumored that Li Chen's father held a leadership position in a certain department. After 2 rounds of trials and judgments, the trio was charged with negligent homicide. Considering their youth and various mitigating circumstances, they would only spend a few years in a juvenile detention center before being released. I exhausted every connection at my disposal and sought out everyone I could. But to no avail. I could only watch helplessly as these 3 beasts roamed free. I could only stand by as they smiled at me from within the confines of the juvenile facility. Damn it, that I felt utterly powerless. I am merely a doctor. I couldn't even find someone to exact vengeance upon. 3 months after the verdict was rendered, my wife, unable to bear the trauma, hanged herself at home. Staring at her lifeless body plunged me into a profound haze. I have treated countless ailments and saved many lives. Even if I cannot be deemed a good person, I surely do not deserve this. At that moment, I was wholly despondent regarding this world. I prepared to place my wife and son in the morgue of the hospital where I work, intending to accompany them in death. However, to my astonishment, that very afternoon, a tremendous sound reverberated through the sky, paralyzing the entire city. At that time, I sought only death, huddled in the morgue, indifferent to everything around me. Soon, darkness enveloped the sky. Suddenly, one of the patients in the hospital let out a heart-wrenching scream, claiming that something was screaming within his mind, urging the doctors to open his head. Initially, the doctors assumed this patient had lost his sanity and hurried to restrain him. Yet, mere minutes later, the patient succumbed. The doctors were bewildered. He had merely been undergoing an appendectomy and was expected to be discharged in 7 days. Why had he died? His recovery had been progressing well. How could he suddenly perish? If the family were to discover this, it would be catastrophic. At that moment, people were entirely oblivious to the fact that the apocalypse had already arrived. How strange! Logically, there should have been no issues. A curious doctor went to examine the corpse, but as soon as he uttered that phrase, he froze, frantically clutching his head. There is something screaming in my head. Hurry, quickly pry open my skull. Now, fear spread among everyone. No one dared approach this doctor, retreating in terror. The deranged doctor continued to clutch his head, repeatedly banging it against the marble floor, but within half a minute, he suddenly ceased to breathe. The entire hospital was shrouded in an atmosphere of dread. I must leave. I must escape this cursed place. It surely harbors an infectious disease. One patient cried out, but in the next moment, he too began to clutch his head and scream. His symptoms mirrored those of the previous appendectomy patient and the insane doctor. Panic ensued as everyone believed this place was infested with a virulent contagion. Both doctors and patients screamed in terror. Yet death did not relent, as one by one, they collapsed, each proclaiming that something resided within their minds. Even an elderly doctor, just before his demise, cried out in terror, "There are ghosts! There are ghosts!" Subsequently, he succumbed to madness and perished. Death became the prevailing theme, one after another, until dawn broke, leaving neither doctors nor patients, nor the relatives of the deceased, alive. It was in the mortuary, alongside my departed wife and child, that I found myself inexplicably alive. Observing the behavior of those around me, I concluded that the forces of death lunged at the living. When daylight arrived, I emerged from the mortuary to discover a ground strewn with corpses. At that moment, I felt little fear, perhaps even a tinge of sorrow. I understood that this world was on the brink of its true apocalypse, where no soul could survive. I remained in the mortuary, waiting quietly until dusk, until hunger became unbearable. Indeed, sustenance is of paramount importance. The pangs of hunger are most uncomfortable. Even in death, one would prefer to be a well-fed specter. Yet, having ventured only a short distance, I encountered two men transporting a bloodied pregnant woman. Upon seeing her, my heart was stirred with compassion. If you wish to save her, then you must come to me. The ensuing tale is well known to all. Now, let us return to the present. Dr. Zhao gazes upon his gentle and virtuous wife and his lively and adorable son, suddenly breaking into a smile. I say this the purpose of my life? A warm home with my wife and child. Now, have I not attained all this? Dr. Zhao looks out the window. The dense fog has yet to dissipate, and he begins to suspect the truth of his circumstances. Surely, he must be dreaming. To be more precise, he is experiencing a lucid dream. This edifice, as well as his wife and child before him, are mere figments of his imagination. The moment he departs, the illusion will shatter. But why should I leave? I had intended to take my own life. Simply to see my wife and child again brings me immense satisfaction. This journey has been so arduous. I am sorry, old Chen. I am sorry, Fatty. I cannot endure any longer. Let me remain here, Dr. Zhao murmured to the vast expanse of white fog, just as he was about to surrender completely to the dream. A colossal hand emerged from the mist, nearly dwarfing the entire building. With a single slap, it dispersed the fog before him. Old Zhao, wake up. Stop daydreaming. The voice belonged to Fatty. Smack, at last, the enormous hand struck Dr. Zhao's face. He jolted awake, his body trembling, as if the dream's illusion had shattered upon a sudden fall from great heights. When he opened his eyes, radiant sunlight streamed upon his face. Chapter 67. Enlightenment. Little Fatty was now quite anxious. How could it be that, having entered the village together, he found himself alone in the blink of an eye? Old Zhao? Brother Chen? Where have you both gone? Clutching the spider sword tightly in his hand, little Fatty feared that a creature might suddenly leap out and bite him. Yet after walking only a few steps, he realized that the path beneath him had vanished. Initially, when he had entered the village, there had been a stone-paved path beneath his feet, which he followed diligently to avoid losing his way. However, as he walked, the path inexplicably disappeared. The disappearance I refer to does not concern the stones that once paved the path, but rather the very ground beneath my feet, the sky above, and the surrounding village. All have vanished, leaving nothing but a blank void. The chubby boy found himself suspended in a completely unfamiliar realm, enveloped in a haze of white in every direction, up, down, left, right, forward, and backward, rendering the starting point and destination utterly invisible. Good grief. Where on earth am I? What on earth is happening? Lao Zhao. Chen Ge. Where have you two scoundrels gone? Come out quickly, the chubby boy shouted. Yet, in this bizarre space, there was no up or down, no left or right, no front or back. Everything was an absolute void. Moreover, there were none of the imagined demons or monsters. It was a realm of profound silence. Initially, the chubby boy felt a twinge of panic, but upon realizing he was not in danger, he gradually regained his composure. He extended his hand to touch, discovering that he could swim in this utterly formless expanse, moving freely in all directions. This cannot possibly be reality. This must be my dream. The chubby boy swiftly assessed his situation. This should be a lucid dream, essentially, dreaming while maintaining awareness that one is dreaming, yet unable to awaken at times. The mind may still be asleep while the body has already roused, leading to such a dream state. In other words, have I fallen asleep? When did I doze off? Could it be that I am still on the bus? The chubby boy raised his palm and struck himself sharply across the face. He felt the sting, yet remained unawakened. After pondering for a few seconds, he realized he had undoubtedly fallen victim to a trap. Throughout this journey, many dangers lurked in the shadows. As the saying goes, it is easy to evade a frontal assault, yet difficult to guard against a concealed strike. These monsters are adept at ambushes. How can I awaken from this state? Why am I experiencing such a completely void dream? The chubby boy looked up at the vast, white sky, when suddenly, he heard the cawing of crows nearby. Caw, 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 caw. The chubby boy suddenly had an epiphany. So it is you, the harbinger of doom. I knew you wouldn't keep late hours, following us all along. Upon hearing the crows, the chubby boy quickly connected the dots regarding what had transpired. The crows must possess some special ability to draw a person into a dreamscape. After a brief moment of contemplation, the chubby boy burst into laughter, realizing why his dream had manifested as a void. My name is Wang Warren. The same Warren as in Warren Mooncakes. You may also call me the chubby boy. In this game of escape, I have encountered many individuals, but the ones who left the deepest impression on me are Chen Ge and Dr. Zhai. It is evident that these two carry their own stories. However, I am unlike them. I lack such tales. I am truly just an ordinary person. I was born into a very commonplace family, with parents who are workers, earning meager wages in a factory to sustain our household. In my childhood, my father often urged me to study, repeatedly telling me that reading would benefit my future. At that time, I was merely 8 years old and quite curious. Is it truly beneficial to read for one's future? Is everyone's future ultimately the same? That is, death. However, in order to bring joy to my parents, I strive to read as much as possible. Perhaps my memory is slightly sharper than that of the average person. Since childhood, I have consistently excelled academically. As an outstanding student in primary school, I was able to gain admission to a prestigious local high school directly after graduating from middle school. Yet, when it came time to choose between the arts and sciences in high school, I found myself in a quandary. I have a passion for the humanities. I relish delving into history, appreciate the beauty of geography, and enjoy listening to stories. Nevertheless, my parents insisted that the humanities offered poor job prospects and forced me to switch to the sciences. So, I embarked on the study of science. And so it was. Although I had little interest in physics, biology, or chemistry, I managed to scrape through the college entrance examination and secured a spot at a second-tier university. Leading a rather mundane university life at times, I find myself pondering whether all that I have experienced truly holds significance. Given that the outcomes are the same, why must one become so entangled in the process? This question has perpetually troubled my adolescent years. Upon graduating from university and beginning my job search, I noticed that the value of my academic qualifications was depreciating at an alarming rate. By the time I graduated, a second-tier degree had already lost its worth, leaving me with no choice but to work as a teaching assistant at a tutoring institution, earning a meager monthly salary of over 2,000 yuan. My parents then advised me that securing a government position would ensure a lifetime of financial stability, given the current difficulty in finding employment. Thus, I embarked on the aimless journey of preparing for civil service examinations. To my surprise, I succeeded on my first attempt, becoming a civil servant in my locality. To be honest, I felt a fleeting sense of excitement at the outset, but as I delved deeper into the work, that excitement morphed into a sense of bewilderment. I soon realized that this was not the life I had envisioned. True, the benefits and job security of being a civil servant are indeed substantial. As long as one does not err, one can lead a worry-free life. However, there exists a fatal flaw. There is no freedom nor dignity. Once you enter this realm, the word of the leadership reigns supreme. What is wrong is deemed right, and what is right remains unquestioned. The so-called rules merely serve to bind us, the underlings. Coming from a family without power or influence, it is likely that I will remain a mere clerk for the majority of my life. Perhaps, as I approach retirement, the leadership might take pity on this aging, portly figure and grant me a slight promotion to a vacant deputy position, merely awaiting retirement. And my first year in this position, I appeared quite prosperous in the eyes of relatives and friends, yet internally, I was in profound anguish. One winter afternoon, while carrying takeout dumplings home, I suddenly had an epiphany regarding the meaning of life. I came to understand that the essence of life is merely to pass the limited time we have. Whether one is an emperor, a wealthy capitalist, a celebrated star, an ordinary office worker, or anything else, the fundamental nature of existence boils down to the act of time wasting. Ultimately, everything leads to nothingness. The greatest significance of life is the absence of meaning. If one must inquire about the value of life, it lies in exercising one's own consciousness to govern one's existence. To hell with authority. To hell with superficial glory. From this day forward, I shall be myself. No one shall have control over my life again. When I close my eyes and depart from this world, as long as I believe my life has been worthwhile, it matters not if the remaining 8 billion people claim I have squandered my existence. My life will have been meaningful. Conversely, if, at the moment of closing my eyes, I believe I have lived a futile life, then even if 8 billion people hail me as a hero, my life will have amounted to nothing. I seek to freely direct the course of my own life. This is who I am. Wang Warren. Chapter 68. Dreaming Crows. The following day, as I reported to work, I directly submitted my resignation letter to my superior, declaring that I would no longer serve from this moment onwards. Farewell. The reactions from my parents were immediate. They urged me to reconsider, as did my brother and sister-in-law, cautioning me about the current challenges of job hunting and the difficulty of securing a stable position in the public sector. "How can you simply resign?" they implored at TO, which I replied, "I do so willingly." Throughout my academic years, I was often reminded of the significance of grades, and now in my professional life, I frequently hear the emphasis on salary. Yet, upon glancing at my phone, wellness experts incessantly preach that health holds paramount importance. However, in my perspective, none of these hold any real significance. The most trivial of matters in this world seem inconsequential. The conclusion of life is already predetermined. Wealth, familial bonds, romantic love, and friendship. All of these will ultimately dissolve into nothingness. That, of course, the prevailing experts of our society vehemently reject such notions, branding them as nihilistic and detrimental to mental and physical well-being. I countered, asserting that the finest way to nurture one's health is to avoid the drudgery of work altogether. Were it not for financial constraints, who would willingly endure the scorn of others for a mere handful of coins? A staggering 99.9% of workplace experiences yield little joy. Devoid of joy, what can one say of health? Moreover, is nihilism inherently erroneous? Perhaps the majority simply refuse to acknowledge that a lifetime of hard work may culminate in futility. For some successful individuals, this realization may be unbearably painful. I stand firm as a materialist in this regard. I harbor no belief in an afterlife. Death is final, if there were to be another life. A repetition of this arduous existence would indeed be the true hell. From the moment I grasped this truth, my fear of death began to wane. Life and death are merely natural stages of evolution. I refer to it as going with the flow. Concurrently, my perspective on life underwent a significant transformation. I had previously considered myself quite warm-hearted. Yet since that moment, I have neither committed acts of kindness nor wrongdoing. I allow every occurrence around me to unfold naturally, leading to random conclusions, observing quietly from the sidelines. Naturally, having resigned, I still needed to devise a means of sustenance. After much contemplation, I opted to write novels. Though the earnings are modest, they suffice to ensure a comfortable living. Yet, before I could complete my manuscript, calamity struck. In this apocalyptic scenario, I encountered several kindred spirits, embarking on this journey of escape together. I perceived this apocalypse as a grand game of survival. Each day lived was a day gained. While life is undeniably important, should I ever face death, I might experience trepidation, yet I believe I could confront it with composure. As for this utterly void dreamscape, it reflects the most genuine thoughts within my soul. Simultaneously, I discovered a means of escaping the dream. The chubby boy opened his eyes, the gentle sunlight gracing his face. Indeed, it had worked. He realized they had not entered the village, but had instead fallen asleep beneath the great locust tree at the village's edge. It appeared that the moment we reached the threshold of the village, we had collectively succumbed to slumber. The chubby boy stretched lazily. In truth, the method of escaping the dream was remarkably simple. One merely needed to relinquish their inner obsessions. The chubby boy harbored no such attachments. Effortlessly freeing himself, Dr. Zhao's obsession lay with his wife and children, while Chen Ge's fixation was on his mother and younger brother. They may have become aware that they were deeply ensnared in a dream, yet could not bear to part from their loved ones. They willingly succumbed to a slumber. The chubby boy glanced up and, indeed, perched upon the fork of the ancient pagoda tree was a most peculiar crow. This crow astonishingly boasted 6 wings, each adorned with a pattern resembling an eye. Moreover, the chubby boy observed that this crow possessed no beak. Instead, it emitted a cacophony of cawing by incessantly vibrating its wings. Perhaps this 6-winged crow, too, was taken aback by the presence of someone capable of breaking free from the dream, fixating its gaze intently upon the chubby boy, who, in turn, stared back with equal intensity. Stealthily, the chubby boy slid his hand into Dr. Zhao's embrace, recalling that a slingshot lay within. As fortune would have it, he indeed found it. He picked up a stone from the ground. Despite his modest combat prowess, he had a fondness for slingshots in his youth. It was uncertain whether his skill had dulled over the years. With a resounding crack, a stone, roughly the size of a thumb joint, shot forth with remarkable speed, striking the 6-winged crow squarely on the head. The incessant cacophony of cawing ceased abruptly. Stunned by the impact, the 6-winged crow flapped its 6 wings in a chaotic frenzy. The chubby boy seized the spider sword from the ground and lunged forward, delivering a decisive thrust that pierced through its core. After a few erratic flaps, the crow lay still, presumably having drawn its last breath. go ensure that the creature was truly deceased and would not feign death. The chubby boy grabbed a nearby fire axe and smashed the crow's head to smithereens, subsequently tearing off all 6 wings. The crow remained motionless throughout the ordeal, allowing the chubby boy to conclude that it was indeed lifeless. Ah, the practitioners of illusion certainly possess a lackluster aptitude for close combat. The chubby boy clapped his hands in triumph. However, with the 6-winged crow vanquished, he pondered how to rouse the 2 individuals from their slumber. Could it be that the crow harbored an antidote, akin to the forgetting spider? He rummaged through the crow's remains with the spider sword, yet his lack of medical knowledge rendered his search fruitless. He could not locate anything resembling an antidote. What could possibly be the matter? Was it necessary to stimulate them through external means? Approaching Dr. Zhao, the chubby boy observed him sleeping soundly, a blissful smile gracing his face, making him hesitate to disturb him. Old Zhao, my brother, this is for your own good. Please do not hold it against me later. With a mighty swing of his arm, he delivered a resounding slap across Dr. Zhao's face. Perhaps the force was excessive, for Dr. Zhao emitted a groan. Simultaneously, within Dr. Zhao's dreamscape, a colossal hand dispersed the mists, ruthlessly shattering all of his dreams. His wife, his son. Though the dream was enchanting, Dr. Zhao understood in his heart that dreams are ultimately ephemeral, incapable of materializing into reality. Lacking the resolve to shatter the dream himself, he could only rely on external intervention. Drowsily, Dr. Zhao opened his eyes, feeling as though he had slept for an eternity, only to be greeted by a searing pain on his face. Ouch! Ah, you glutton! How much force did you employ? Both hands pressed against his face, he curled up in agony. Old Zhao, you nearly scared me to death. You have finally awakened, the chubby boy exclaimed, relief washing over him at the sight of Dr. Zhao's revival. Dr. Zhao covered his face in despair, lamenting, Is it not possible for you to strike my philtrum instead? You, insufferable fatso. All right, enough of the complaints. Let us hasten to see Brother Chen. Do you think a slap might rouse him? The chubby one inquired. Chapter 69. The yellow cattle Chen Ge gazed silently at the shattered sky, resembling shards of broken glass. In truth, the moment he laid eyes upon his mother, he realized this was but a dream. The dead cannot return to life. Yet, he lacked the courage to extricate himself from this beautiful reverie. It must have been the fatso or Dr. Zhao who vanquished the creature that drew us into this dream. Chen Ge mused to himself. This implied that the illusion before him would not endure for much longer, and no matter how enchanting a dream may be, one must ultimately confront reality. Observing his mother, who sat on the Kong sewing clothes for him, Chen Ge was at a loss for words. Without raising her head, his mother asked, Chun, are you about to leave? Chen Ge's heart ached intensely, and he forced a stiff smile, replying, Mother, I got no need to speak. Mother already knows. His mother lifted her gaze, smiling brightly at her son. There are others waiting for you outside, aren't there? Go on. As long as you can live happily, Mother will be content. Chen Ge's eyes brimmed with tears. Enough now, do not cry. You are a grown man, not a child. His mother gently wiped away Chen Ge's tears with her rough hands. Go on. Chen Ge knelt down, bowing deeply 3 times, feeling that throughout his life, he had never wronged heaven or earth, nor owed anything to anyone. Except for his dear mother in his youth, he had caused her worry with his mischief, and as he grew older, he found himself without the means to provide her with a better life. Brother, take good care of Mother. I am leaving. Chen Shu nodded vigorously, while Chen Ge strode briskly towards the exit, fearful of looking back, lest he find himself trapped forever. With eyes closed, he ran wildly, and after an indeterminate time, he suddenly felt weightless. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself leaning against the great locust tree at the village entrance, with the chubby one riding him and delivering a slap. Chen Ge swiftly seized the chubby one's wrist, exclaiming, Fatty, what are you doing? Are you taking advantage of me? The chubby one, astonished, stared at his own hand. Could it be that have I mastered the legendary technique of striking through mountains? Nonsense. Chen Ge laughed, scolding him. Gazing at the sun above, Chen Ge was overwhelmed with emotion. Though merely a dream, its awakening left him profoundly moved. By the way, how did you both manage to escape? He asked, curiosity etched on his face. I, the great fatty, am immune to all forms of mental torment, the chubby one declared proudly. Dr. Zhao offered a bitter smile. remarking that had it not been for the chubby one waking him with that slap, he might never have emerged from the dream. However, what had transpired was now in the past. Since it could not be altered, one ought to forget it. Old Zhao, here, this is for you. The chubby one handed over a slingshot, and Dr. Zhao regarded it with a forlorn expression. This was one of the few remnants of his son, carefully kept close. Let it be, bury it, consider it a farewell to the past. Dr. Zhao dug a small hole beneath the locust tree and buried the slingshot. At last, the gazes of the three men lingered upon the dismembered six-winged crow. Who would have thought? Such unforeseen circumstances. The three of us narrowly escaped death at the hands of that beast. Dr. Zhao, still shaken, remarked. The six-winged crow was exceedingly peculiar. It lacked a beak and produced sounds through the vibration of its wings, which were capable of lulling a person into a dreamlike state. The stout fellow picked up a wing of the six-winged crow and waved it about, pondering whether it could be forged into the legendary artifact. Yet, despite his vigorous efforts, the wing remained silent. It seems incinerating this creature is the more prudent course of action, Dr. Zhao suggested. They gathered a few leaves and roasted the six-winged crow. The stout lad contemplated sampling the flavor, but both Dr. Zhao and Chen Ge kept their distance. There's no need to be so fearful of not eating, the stout lad exclaimed. By the way, should we even venture into this village? The trio had barely reached the village's edge when the six-winged crow forcibly dragged them into a dreamscape, leaving them unaware of what lay within the village. Pongzi, how far can your pair of black orbs venture from you? Perhaps you could use them to take a look, Chen Ge proposed. A splendid idea. The stout lad summoned his two black orbs, tossing them forth as they bounded into the village. He settled beneath a large locust tree, scrutinizing the entirety of the village. There's nothing particularly special, merely an ordinary village, he murmured. Let us see if there's anything that can serve as a means of transportation, Chen Ge inquired. Their reason for visiting this village was due to their vehicle breaking down, and with so many supplies aboard, they were reluctant to abandon them. Well, I truly don't see anything that could replace a wooling, the stout lad replied quietly. Since the promotion of urbanization, the depopulation of such small rural areas has been quite severe. Young people have migrated to work in cities, unwilling to return to the land. With no one around, it was hardly surprising that there were no means of transport. Anything would do. Even a bicycle would suffice, Chen Ge insisted. Ha, a bicycle? You seem more like a bicycle yourself, the stout lad jested. And though they were conversing, moments later, they had already scoured most of the village, discovering little of use. The most common items were agricultural tools, hoes, shovels, and the like. But their weapons were already sufficient, rendering such tools unnecessary. Just as the stout lad was about to retract the black orbs, he suddenly exclaimed, Wait! There's a living creature in the village. It's this revelation. Both Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao tensed in these times. Any living thing could pose a threat to one's life. What is it? Chen Ge whispered. The stout lad replied, uncertainly, It seems to be a yellow cow grazing. A cow. Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao exchanged glances. Dr. Zhao, somewhat exhilarated, remarked, I've never seen a living cow in my entire life. However, how can you be certain that this yellow cow is a normal one and not a mutated variant? Chen Ge poured cold water on the enthusiasm. There have been far too many bizarre encounters along the way. It's a world filled with tension, where even the slightest rustle is cause for alarm. Yet, without a means of transport, traversing hundreds of miles while carrying substantial gear is a daunting thought. Pongzi, pay close attention. Is there something amiss with that cow? Chen Ge queried. The stout lad hesitated. I'm not entirely sure. Wait a moment while I take a closer look. The portly figure urged the two dark orbs to draw closer together. In no time, the yellow bull noticed the pair of obsidian eyes fixated upon itself. Yet, this bovine remained stoically engrossed in grazing, seemingly oblivious to the gaze that lingered upon it, as if nothing in the world could rival the importance of consuming grass. It appeared to exhibit no signs of aggression whatsoever. The little chubby one remarked, Shall we observe it up close? Chapter 70. The corpse tree. Chen Ge, the rotund fellow, and Dr. Zhao ultimately resolved to venture into the village. Chen Ge took the lead, with the chubby one and Dr. Zhao flanking him, forming a triangular formation. Should any one of them encounter danger, the other two would be swift to notice. The village was not extensive. Traversing it from one end to the other took no more than 15 minutes. Before long, the trio spotted the yellow bull, peacefully grazing, in stark contrast to the terrifying apocalypse surrounding them. The bull appeared utterly unperturbed, leisurely munching on the tender grass nearby, as if the end of the world bore no consequence for it. Who could discern any issues? Chen Ge inquired. Chubby, what do you think? Surely there's nothing amiss. I believe we should send someone to test it, the chubby one replied with a serious expression. Who will go? Chen Ge turned to his two good brothers. I am a doctor. Why do you all look at me? I'm only of use when you are injured, Dr. Zhao stated earnestly. Don't look at me either. I'm a writer. Surely you understand the simple truth that a bookworm is of little practical use? The chubby one asserted with sincerity. Chen Ge sighed. Given your responses, what else can I say? He rolled his eyes. All right. Let me probe the truth of the matter. With the spider sword in hand, Chen Ge cautiously approached. Although the yellow bull noticed him, it showed no concern, merely casting a glance before returning to its grazing. Chen Ge gently tapped the bull's horn with the spider sword. The bull shook its head but remained unperturbed, merely changing its position to continue eating. Surprisingly, it was quite the glutton. Chen Ge scratched his head and said, Brother, could you refrain from eating and come with us? We promise to provide you with grass every day. What Chen Ge had initially uttered as a mere jest took an unexpected turn when the yellow bull suddenly turned to face him, as if it had comprehended his words. Chen Ge was taken aback, retreating 2 steps while watching the bull warily. The bull's large eyes were filled with innocence as it resumed grazing. Thus, Chen Ge and the yellow bull remained locked in this tense standoff for quite some time. The bull unchanged, as if nothing were amiss. Chen Ge, feeling anxious, reached out to stroke the bull's head and discovered, to his surprise, that a nose ring was dangling from its snout. It appeared to be domesticated. Whose bull is this? I shall count to 3, and if no one claims it, it shall belong to me. Chen Ge called out loudly to the village. I am about to count. Ready, point 3. All right, the bull is mine, Chen Ge declared as he reached for the nose ring. The yellow bull, remarkably docile, followed him obediently. This was a true treasure, far more reliable than a wooling in such an environment. Old Zhao, perhaps you should learn a bit about veterinary medicine. What if old Huang falls ill in the future? Chen Ge said half-jokingly. However, Dr. Zhao nodded seriously. Point 1 can never have too many skills. Nonetheless, having the yellow bull pull a wooling seemed impractical. It remained uncertain whether they could find a bullock cart or a horse cart. Chen Ge had only seen a horse-drawn carriage during his childhood. When he was in elementary school, the school was situated quite far from home, making it exhausting to walk there at that time. Parents would spend money to hire a horse-drawn carriage. The driver was an elderly gentleman in his 60s, always wearing a cheerful smile. Each day, a child would pay 1 yuan for the round trip. After school, the old man would come to pick them up, counting them off one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All accounted for. The chubby boy had already surveyed the area with his keen eyes, discovering no apparent danger. There was a warehouse with a locked door. What could be inside? The chubby boy gently pushed the door, but it wouldn't budge. The warehouse was locked from the inside. Chen Ge waved his hand, signaling the chubby boy to return while he went to investigate. Upon approaching, Chen Ge rolled his eyes and mused, is it possible that this door pulls rather than pushes? With a gentle tug, the warehouse doors swung open. However, at that very moment, a corpse came tumbling out, colliding directly with Chen Ge's face, their faces nearly touching. The expression on the corpse was one of sheer agony, as if it had endured unimaginable suffering in life. Chen Ge felt a chill run down his spine and quickly pushed the body away. Fortunately, it was merely a corpse, lifeless and devoid of any potential to transform into some grotesque creature. Chen Ge's expression turned grave. What on earth was a dead body doing here? Could there be some unknown peril lurking in this small village? The good news was that there was indeed a wooden carriage inside the warehouse, complete with reins and a whip. Yet, Chen Ge dared not enter but instead withdrew cautiously, weapon in hand. The chubby boy tossed in 2 of his eyes to take a look around. After a thorough inspection, nothing seemed amiss, but why was there a corpse here? Dr. Zhao donned a pair of gloves from his medical kit and examined the body. There were no obvious external injuries, making it difficult to ascertain the cause of death. Dr. Zhao spoke in a low tone, acknowledging that he was not a forensic expert and could only provide a rough analysis based on external observations. However, I cannot shake the feeling that this corpse resembles one I previously encountered in the hospital. Both displayed no evident signs of trauma. Yet, the deaths were horrendous, Dr. Zhao declared solemnly. Chen Ge recalled their encounter with the black corpse in the hospital. Yet Dr. Zhao had asserted that the hospital's victims were not slain by the black corpse, but rather by a monster that specifically targeted the living, annihilating everyone in the hospital overnight, vanishing without a trace. Could it be that the monster had followed them here? Having battled numerous creatures, Chen Ge and his companions had gathered a wealth of experience. The visible monsters were not particularly formidable, aside from the indestructible flesh worm, each creature having its own vulnerabilities. The truly terrifying entities were those that remained unseen. For Chen Ge, the greatest peril was neither the flesh worm nor the man-eating shark, but the forgetfulness spider. If not for the chubby boy and Dr. Zhao discovering the antidote to the forgetfulness spider's venom, Chen Ge would have met an untimely demise, unwittingly becoming the spider's next meal in his sleep. This place is no longer safe. Let us take the carriage and leave immediately, Chen Ge whispered. The three of them hurriedly harnessed the reins onto the yellow ox, and with a gentle crack of the whip, the ox obediently began to move forward. Moments later, they exited the village, having narrowly escaped danger. Chen Ge maintained a vigilant watch over his surroundings, yet all that met his gaze was a serene landscape, devoid of any apparent danger. Suddenly, the chubby boy shouted, "Look up in the tree!" Without hesitation, Chen Ge lifted his eyes, and in that instant, a chill coursed through his veins. There, hanging from the once familiar locust tree at the village entrance, was a gruesome sight, bodies densely strewn across its branches. It seemed that the entire village had met its grim fate here. He recalled that upon entering, he had seen no such macabre display. Chen Ge's expression turned grave. It was not that he had overlooked them. The corpses had simply not been there moments ago. The chubby boy exclaimed, "This is truly a ghostly sight in broad daylight." Chapter 71. Rain-soaked the side of the tree laden with corpses swaying in the breeze resembled a ghastly wind chime, disturbingly whimsical. Who would dare approach to investigate further? The chubby boy turned to Chen Ge, who twisted his neck to peer ahead. "Not a chance. I say we should make haste and flee. Why on earth would we venture closer? Are you feeling adventurous?" Chen Ge glared at the chubby boy. "If you wish to approach, you go first while we cheer you on from a safe distance. Then let us hasten our departure." The chubby boy replied with a reluctant smile. The trio led their oxen, carefully circumventing the ominous locust tree. Dr. Zhao's demeanor grew serious. From a geomantic perspective, the locust tree is often referred to as a ghost tree. It is said, "Do not plant locusts in front, nor willows behind, for it carries an inherent malevolence." The chubby boy whispered, "Dr. Zhao, with your esteemed education, do you truly subscribe to such superstitions?" Dr. Zhao scoffed. "What nobleman does not possess a high degree? Who among them is not more astute than you or I? Do you suppose they dismiss such beliefs? I once witnessed a wealthy magnate, driving a Rolls-Royce, humbly scrubbing floors and washing dishes in a temple. Such sincerity! I would argue it is more prudent to investigate his past. He is either a rogue or a thief. If one is at peace with their conscience, what need have they for divine protection? Impressive." The chubby boy cautiously skirted the locust tree, but as they neared the road, he could not resist glancing back. Suddenly, the corpses turned their heads in unison, their hollow eye sockets fixated upon him. Startled, the chubby boy trembled, muttering, "They can't see me. They can't see me." Yet, those lifeless forms made no move to attack, simply staring blankly at the trio's retreating figures. Upon returning to the Wuling, the three of them swiftly transferred their supplies onto the ox cart. The ox appeared utterly oblivious to the lurking danger, continuing to graze leisurely, seemingly indifferent to the apocalypse, content to munch on grass. The trio worked efficiently in silence, hastily loading their goods and promptly setting off to distance themselves from this unsettling locale. In a world fraught with peril, finding even a semblance of safety felt akin to paradise. The pace of the ox cart was unhurried. None could outpace it on foot. The ox ambled along, occasionally stopping to nibble at the grass, embodying a spirit of freedom. The three did not rush, allowing the ox to wander at its own leisure, as long as it maintained the correct course. Before long, the small village vanished from sight, and with no dangers encountered, their anxious hearts finally found solace. The stout fellow retrieved the map he had once taken from the bookstore, scrutinizing it with care. This should be the last village. Beyond it lies at least 100 miles devoid of human presence. Is it truly a disadvantage to have no one around? Just look at the calamities we have encountered. All of them arose from densely populated areas. At this moment, I would rather share my slumber with a corpse, Chen Ge lamented. The dark void in the sky still lingered, and one could only wonder when it might be repaired. The trio conversed while admiring the scenery, occasionally stepping down from the cart to stretch their legs. Were it not for the apocalypse, this would be nothing short of a spontaneous adventure. However, their fleeting enjoyment soon dissipated, for rain began to descend. It was not heavy, merely a gentle drizzle, yet the rainwater was inexplicably blue, resembling that which had fallen on the day of the cataclysm. "Do you think this rainwater could be toxic?" the stout fellow inquired with evident concern. Dr. Zhao extended his hand to catch a drop of rainwater, bringing it close to his nose for a delicate sniff. There was no discernible odor, akin to pure water. Without professional instruments, analysis proved challenging. "However, I can collect some samples. They may prove useful in the future," Dr. Zhao remarked, retrieving a test tube from his medical kit to preserve a small amount of the blue rainwater. The stout fellow noted that Dr. Zhao seemed to possess a penchant for collecting items. Previously, he had amassed quite a bit of the forgetful spider's venom and its antidote, and now he was gathering rainwater. Perhaps, for Dr. Zhao, this was akin to collecting figurines from water margin. "We ought to find shelter from the rain," he advised. "While we cannot ascertain whether this rainwater is harmful, we cannot dismiss the possibility either. Furthermore, exposure to the rain could lead to a loss of body heat. Falling ill would present considerable complications." Dr. Zhao offered his astute counsel. Chen Ge and the stout fellow had little to retort, yet as they surveyed the desolate expanse, they found no refuge from the rain. Not even a solitary tree. The ox cart was open-topped, comprised of a thick wooden plank atop two wheels. Ultimately, the trio had no choice but to huddle beneath the cart, seeking meager protection from the blue rain. The yellow ox, however, seemed indifferent to the downpour, contentedly munching on the wildflowers by the roadside. This fellow was either eating or on the path to a meal, by the time the rain ceased. Dusk had nearly fallen. The sky darkened, and the yellow ox lay nestled in a pile of grass, unresponsive to any calls. It feasted and then slept, and upon waking, it resumed its eating, living entirely at its own whim. The trio realized they were no more perceptive than the bovine. "Old Huang, your sleeping posture is all wrong. Rise and try again." The stout fellow, filled with envy, contemplated rousing the ox, but it paid him no heed. For when work hours conclude, this ox does not indulge in overtime. The three shared a meager meal. "Preparing to rest, I believe we should designate one person to keep watch," the stout fellow suggested. "I think one person is insufficient. At least two should stand guard. Remember the incident with the forgetful spider?" The stout fellow was on watch alone, and calamity ensued, Chen Ge replied. "Indeed, the margin for error when one person is on watch is perilously low. Should anything go awry, it would spell disaster. Thus, this time, we shall have two on watch while one rests." The three agreed to alternate their slumber. While the rest might be scant, it is preferable to risking their lives. Moreover, now that we possess the ox cart, we can afford to catch up on sleep during the day if necessary. "Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures," Dr. Zhao asserted. Soon, the trio established the order of their rest. It was now 7 o'clock. From 7 to 11, Chen Ge slumbers while the chubby Dr. Zhao keeps watch. From 11 to 3, the chubby one takes his rest, leaving Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao on guard. After 3, Dr. Zhao sleeps, while the chubby one and Chen Ge remain vigilant. On average, each individual manages to sleep for 4 hours. Indeed, it is rather scant, but at this juncture, there is little that can be done. "I want to be polite. Just wake me when the time comes," Chen Ge remarked. Not long after, the sounds of Chen Ge's snoring drifted from the ox cart. Dr. Zhao, with a mechanical watch adorning his wrist, had previously relied on this timepiece to keep track of the hours. At such a moment, mechanical devices proved to be far more reliable than their electronic counterparts. The chubby one and Dr. Zhao refrained from speaking, fearing they might disturb Chen Ge's rest. Sitting in silence was quite taxing. As the clock approached 10, the chubby one found his eyelids growing heavy, struggling to keep awake. He truly longed for the days when he could sleep soundly until he naturally awoke. Stretching stiffly, the chubby one suddenly noticed a glimmer of light in the distance, resembling a lantern being lit. Instantly, he became alert. "There is something amiss. Chen Ge, old Zhao, you too." The chubby one turned around, his scalp prickling with fear. The two individuals who were supposed to be in the ox cart had vanished. Chapter 72. The coffin. Chen Ge had been sleeping fitfully, his mind burdened with thoughts. After finally drifting off, he began to experience a myriad of dreams, though none remained in his memory upon waking. What time is it? Why Haven Tea the chubby one and old Zhao called me. Chen Ge stirred awake to find himself enveloped in darkness, with not a glimmer of light in sight. Gazing at the sky, he realized that not even the moon or a single star was visible. Why is it so dark? Chen Ge attempted to rise to switch places with the chubby one and Dr. Zhao, but as he lifted his head, it barely cleared 20 centimeters before he heard a loud thud. His head had collided with something. What on earth? Startled, Chen Ge instinctively reached out to strike, only to quickly discover that his hand encountered a hard surface. Taking a moment to compose himself, he discerned that a wooden board was obstructing his path. Could it be that I inadvertently dozed off beneath the cart? Curiosity piqued, Chen Ge prepared to roll out from under the cart. However, as he turned halfway, his head struck another wooden board with a resounding thud. Realizing that something was amiss, he understood he was not beneath the cart at all. It seemed he had somehow been confined within a box. He reached out to feel around, discovering thick wooden boards above, to the sides, and directly overhead. When he attempted to kick beneath him, he again struck a wooden surface. What the hell is going on? Despite his usual courage, Chen Ge felt a chill of fear wash over him. The confined space, with its squared-off dimensions, evoked an unsettling resemblance to a coffin. Could it be that the chubby one and Dr. Zhao are playing a prank? He shouted. Chubby, old Zhao, are you two there? Stop fooling around. Let me out. But there was no response, only an oppressive silence. Chen Ge attempted to lift the coffin lid, yet despite exerting all his strength, it remained steadfastly closed. Anxiety began to creep in. It was evident he had fallen into yet another predicament. Stay calm. Worrying won't help. I must find a way to alert the chubby one and Dr. Zhao to pull me out of this coffin. He kicked the lid a couple more times, but it did not budge. Grateful for not suffering from claustrophobia, he realized that even the mere existence of this environment could be life-threatening. In an utterly dark space, sealed on all sides, devoid of any escape routes, one finds oneself in a predicament where there is neither access to heaven nor to earth. Oxygen is rapidly depleting, and should one remain idle, suffocation would claim their life within the hour. The majority of individuals confronting such a dire situation would be on the brink of psychological collapse. However, Chen Ge remained remarkably composed. Despite his ignorance of the events transpiring outside, he surmised that he and Dr. Zhao were likely in peril. The first step was to ascertain the nature of his confinement. Was this a coffin buried in the earth, or merely discarded in an open space? If the latter were true, his chances of escape would significantly increase. Conversely, if it were indeed buried, his fate would likely be sealed. He recalled a film he had once watched, wherein the heroine was entombed in a coffin and managed to escape by punching through the coffin lid. Unfortunately, that was merely a cinematic fabrication. There had been skeptics who initiated a challenge. A person buried underground might theoretically punch through a coffin lid, but the deluge of earth cascading down would swiftly entomb them alive. It was inconceivable for one to excavate a meter of soil by hand. For Chen Ge, the act of punching through the coffin lid was not insurmountable. The challenge lay in the fact that he had no knowledge of. Moreover, the power of was far from the terrifying capabilities portrayed in videos. A single strike might shatter 3 or 4 bricks, but that was purely the result of post-production editing. To put it succinctly, a sniper rifle could only break 3 bricks in one shot. Chen Ge harbored doubts that a man's punch could surpass the force of a sniper's bullet. He needed to remain calm. Punching through the wooden lid was unrealistic. He began to search his person for any items that might aid him. To his relief, he discovered a lighter. Yet, he refrained from igniting it, for the scant air within the coffin would be depleted even more rapidly by the flame, despite the brief illumination it would provide. Continuing his search, he found a pack of cigarettes, which proved to be of little utility. He bitterly mused that he must remember to carry a knife the next time he slumbered. As he continued to feel around, he stumbled upon a long object beside him, one end of which was remarkably sharp. In an instant, he realized it was the spider sword. A surge of joy filled him. With this weapon, his chances of escape had considerably improved. However, he first needed to confirm whether he was indeed buried underground. Gripping the spider sword tightly, he aimed it towards the top of his head. The sword was too lengthy to be positioned upright, and he feared that if he truly were buried, piercing the lid above him would result in being swiftly engulfed by the descending earth. He decided to create only a small hole in the lid, so that even if he were buried, not much soil would infiltrate. The tip of the spider sword was exceedingly sharp, capable of piercing metal with ease, let alone wood. Much like a sword slicing through tofu, the spider's sword effortlessly punctured the lid above him, and as Chen Ge reached up, his fingers encountered damp earth. A chill of despair washed over him as he realized he truly was buried beneath the soil. Following the small opening made by the spider's sword, he groped outward and suddenly encountered an unusual object. It was neither stone, nor earth, nor root, but rather a human finger. A jolt of terror coursed through Chen Ge, prompting him to retract his hand. What in the world was that? He cursed vehemently. The oppressive fear of his surroundings had already been overwhelming, and now, the presence of something lurking just beyond the coffin intensified his terror beyond measure. Calm down. Perhaps it is not a monster, but merely a corpse. Perhaps a multitude of thoughts flooded Chen Ge's mind. Yet when he attempted to articulate them, his brain succumbed to an overwhelming blankness. He had exhausted all avenues of retreat, and it would not be long before he suffocated in this confined space. It might be more merciful to let the creature devour him. With great effort, Chen Ge turned over, enabling him to see the wooden board he had pierced and to better observe the situation outside. Remain calm, remain composed. Since ancient times, who has escaped death? Whether early or late, death is death. What is there to fear? Chen Ge incessantly bolstered his spirits. Presently, he lay prone within the coffin, one hand clutching the spider's sword, the other grasping a lighter. Igniting the lighter would undoubtedly expedite the depletion of oxygen within the coffin. Yet, if he refrained from igniting it, he remained utterly oblivious to the circumstances surrounding him. He resolved to take the plunge. Chen Ge inhaled deeply, retrieved the lighter from his pocket, and with a snap, a small flame flickered to life in his hand. At last, he discerned his surroundings. Indeed, he was ensconced within a coffin. He directed the flame towards the hole he had created, seeking to ascertain what lay beyond. However, the moment the flame illuminated the aperture, Chen Ge beheld a pupil less eye pressed against it, staring intently at him. Chapter 73. Escape what the hell? In the dead of night, trapped within a coffin, with no way up to the heavens and no exit to the earth. After much effort, he had managed to create a small hole, and behind it, an eye was fixated upon him. A chill surged from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. What on earth is happening? Chen Ge swiftly extinguished the lighter, plunging the space back into absolute darkness in former times. Encountering such a scene might have elicited a terrified scream from him. Yet now, having endured similar situations repeatedly, it would be inaccurate to say his courage had increased. Rather, he had grown numb to fear. Chen Ge held his breath, gripped the spider's sword tightly, and forcefully thrust it once more towards the small hole in the coffin lid. Regardless of what lurked outside, if it possessed flesh and blood, he would pierce it. His perilous journey had taught him that many monsters were not as terrifying as they were often believed to be. Humans frequently terrified themselves with their own imaginations. Just as one might conjure images of what might be concealed in utter darkness, Chen Ge began to discern a pattern. Should he encounter another creature, he would strike first and only recall fear afterward if he found himself unable to prevail. The spider's sword, exceptionally sharp, pierced through the coffin lid, 2/3 of its length embedding itself in the earth beyond. However, Chen Ge soon sensed a disconcerting difference. The sensation of a blade piercing flesh was entirely distinct from that of it penetrating soil. He could ascertain with certainty that his previous thrust had not encountered human flesh. Slowly, Chen Ge withdrew the spider's sword, gingerly feeling the dirt that clung to it, then bringing it to his nose to sniff. A wave of putrid stench assaulted him. He could not help but wrinkle his nose. Typically, soil bears no foul odor, but the dirt retrieved by the spider's sword exuded a rancid smell. A heaviness settled in Chen Ge's heart. During his childhood in the countryside, he could never forget the stench of a dead rat in the Kong pit. Now, the fetid odor from the soil resonated with memories of his youth. Chen Ge had long since shed the initial panic that had gripped him. If he could not escape, then regardless of the monsters lurking outside, death was inevitable. It was better to face it boldly. Yet, the confines of his current space were exceedingly cramped. How he wished he could break free. With determination, Chen Ge began to explore this limited area with his hands and feet, searching for anything that might aid him. Suddenly, his left foot kicked against something soft beside the coffin, resembling fabric. Gritting his teeth, Chen Ge ignited his lighter and craned his neck as much as possible, astonished to discover that the object he had just touched was, in fact, a backpack. Inside, he found some food and fresh water, but most importantly, the shark cloak was nestled within. If he could obtain the shark cloak, he would undoubtedly find a way to escape this hellish place. With a newfound sense of hope, Chen Ge felt his mindset shift entirely. However, the cramped confines of the coffin made it impossible to bend or rise. His arms could barely reach the backpack. After a moment of contemplation, he kicked off his shoes, exposing his bare feet, and used his big toe to unzip the backpack, extending his foot inside. The shark cloak seemed to possess a will of its own. Chen Ge could not fathom why a mere piece of skin would have thoughts, but the synergy between him and the cloak grew, developing a silent understanding. Soon as his foot made contact with the shark cloak, it wrapped around him instantaneously. In that moment, Chen Ge distinctly felt the remaining wooden planks transform into liquid, and he plunged beneath the surface, finally escaping the wretched coffin. The first thing he did upon breaking free was surface for air. He needed to ascertain what had transpired above ground and how his companions, the rotund man and Dr. Zhao, were faring. But as he glanced upward, he was met with the horrifying sight of a decaying corpse just a few steps away. To his dismay, the more he looked, the more bodies he saw scattered every few meters, some fresh, others long since rotted, with a few having already turned to skeletons. Where on earth was he? Not willing to linger, Chen Ge swiftly swam to the surface. After enduring countless hardships, he finally reached the ground. Gazing at the faint twinkling stars above, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration. He had truly escaped death. Had it not been for the shark cloak, he would have been entombed alive. How had the rotund man and old Zhao managed to keep watch? Could the two of them not secure the area while he was alone? And where exactly was this place? Carefully, Chen Ge stowed the shark cloak back into the backpack, ensuring it was preserved for future use, as it could very well save his life in critical moments. He needed to ascertain his location as quickly as possible, yet all he could see was an expanse of darkness, save for the faint glimmer of stars above. Those who had grown up in the city might struggle to comprehend just how pitch-black rural or wild areas could be without the moon. The phrase "unable to see one's hand in front of one's face" was no exaggeration. Even if something were to press right against his face, Chen Ge would not be able to discern it. Thus, he reluctantly retrieved his lighter once more. This lighter, which had cost a mere $1 before the apocalypse, was both economical and practical, though its quality could not be guaranteed. Now, it contained less than half of its initial fuel, making each flicker of flame a cause for concern. As he ignited the lighter, Chen Ge finally received a glimmer of illumination, but his expression turned grave upon realizing that he was face to face with a gravestone, adorned with an elderly man's visage. No wonder the soil brought back by the spider's sword reeked of such a potent stench. It turns out this is a graveyard. How did we inexplicably end up in a cemetery? Chen Ge murmured softly, "Dear brothers and sisters, is there something amiss with my conduct? This is an extraordinary situation. If there are any shortcomings on my part, I beg you to overlook them and release my two companions and me." Chen Ge incessantly muttered, realizing that his sudden slumber in a coffin was likely connected to this graveyard. Yet, all around him lay an eerie silence. It was summer, and under normal circumstances, the wilderness would be alive with the sounds of insects. But now not even a whisper could be heard, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly strange. "Brothers and sisters, if you release us three, we promise to pay our respects and burn incense for you once we reach safety. However, if you choose not to let us go, I swear I shall ensure your demise once more. In that case, we shall all be ghosts, and I shall transform into an evil spirit, having taken so many lives. I advise you to think wisely," Chen Ge exclaimed, embodying a balance of firmness and gentleness. Still, there was no response. Concerned for the little fatty and Dr. Zhao, his anxiety grew. Where could those two have gone? With his brow furrowed in worry, just as Chen Ge felt utterly helpless, a distant lowing of a cow suddenly echoed through the stillness. Chen Ge's spirits lifted. In this desolate stretch of 10 kilometers, the sound of a cow could only belong to a yellow cow. He cautiously made his way toward the sound. He could only wonder how the little fatty and Dr. Zhao were faring. Chapter 74. Possession in the darkness, Chen Ge groped his way forward. In comparison to the seemingly boundless void, a small lighter provided scant illumination. Previously, he had fashioned a few torches, but they were left on the ox cart. Just as Chen Ge lost his sense of direction, another distant moo resounded, prompting him to follow the sound. After walking approximately 50 meters, he caught a glimpse of a yellow cow lying ahead, illuminated by the faint light of his lighter. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief, reaching out to stroke the cow's head. "Old Huang, you have done well today. From now on, I shall treat you to fresh grass daily." The yellow cow let out a low moo, which could be interpreted as an agreement. After soothing the yellow cow, he cautiously approached the ox cart. Since he had unknowingly fallen asleep on the cart and found himself in a coffin, it was likely that the little fatty and Dr. Zhao had encountered some misfortune. Chen Ge prepared himself for what lay ahead, but when he turned his gaze towards the cart, he froze in the dim glow. He saw the little fatty sitting with his back to him, completely still, resembling a statue. Chen Ge softly called out, "Fatty, are you asleep? Where's old Zhao?" The fatty remained silent, seemingly oblivious to Chen Ge's words. Sitting motionless, under the cover of darkness, having just emerged from a coffin, the scene before him felt inexplicably eerie. "Fatty, are you still alive?" Chen Ge cautiously took 2 steps forward, halting less than a meter from the little fatty. Receiving no response, he summoned his courage and gently pushed the fatty's back. Chen Ge's greatest fear at that moment was witnessing the small, plump figure collapse without any warning, a scenario typically depicted in films. However, to his astonishment, when he gently nudged the small boy's back, he merely leaned forward slightly before quickly returning to an upright position like a weeble. Although the small boy had yet to utter a sound, Chen Ge was assured that he was at least still alive, for the deceased do not exhibit such resilience. Gritting his teeth, Chen Ge approached the small boy and illuminated him with his lighter. The sudden flare of light startled the boy, who abruptly lifted his gaze to fixate on Chen Ge. Chen Ge observed with clarity that the boy's eyes had transformed into a solid black, devoid of any white. His pupils appeared on the verge of bursting forth from their sockets, and his expression was exceedingly grotesque. Yet, in stark contrast to his fearsome visage, there was a disconcerting emptiness in his gaze, hollow and frigid, entirely stripped of any semblance of human emotion. Chen Ge gripped his spider sword tightly, his heart racing. The small boy's demeanor bore an unsettling resemblance to the legends of possession. They had encountered a plethora of bizarre phenomena along their journey, so even the sight of a ghost might not incite overwhelming panic. He quickly racked his brain for the remedies depicted in films when confronted with malevolent entities. Black dog blood? Boy's urine? Yellow paper talismans? Alas, he had none of these at hand. Just as Chen Ge was consumed by urgency, the small boy abruptly rose to his feet, his black pupils leaking a strange, dark liquid. Simultaneously, the boy's lips were moving in a faint murmur, as if he were attempting to articulate something. With steely resolve, Chen Ge leaned in closer, pressing down on the boy's head to prevent any sudden bites. The small boy repeatedly mumbled, "Save them, save them, save them. Old Zhao, old Chen, the graveyard, the graveyard, the graveyard, the graveyard." Suddenly, the boy's murmurs ceased, replaced by a piercing shriek. "They all deserve to die. They all deserve to die. Ha ha ha. They all deserve to die." Initially, Chen Ge struggled to comprehend the significance of the boy's previous words, but soon the realization struck him. It was not only himself who had been buried alive. Dr. Zhao was entombed as well. Good heavens! Old Zhao? Yet the small boy. Chen Ge found himself in an agonizing dilemma. The boy remained utterly clueless about what to do, while Dr. Zhao was trapped beneath the earth. In terms of emotional ties, Chen Ge undoubtedly felt a stronger bond with the small boy, but Dr. Zhao had saved his life along the way. Regardless of the choice, it was a predicament fraught with difficulty. Suddenly, the small boy seized Chen Ge's hand, his expression contorted in agony. "Chen Ge, hurry, save. Old Zhao, I cannot hold on. You da. What is happening?" Chen Ge exclaimed, realizing the small boy had regained a modicum of awareness. "Quick, there's no time." The boy struggled to articulate. Chen Ge understood that he could not afford to waste a moment. Hesitation could cost them both their lives. Although he was uncertain of the small boy's current affliction, one fact was clear. Dr. Zhao was indeed buried alive. If he could locate and rescue Dr. Zhao in time, there was still hope. Gritting his teeth, Chen Ge resolved, "I'm sorry, my dear boy," when a decision must be made. Chen Ge promptly secured a torch from the ox cart. To avoid losing his way in the darkness, he planted one torch beside the cart while using another to illuminate his path. Much to Chen Ge's astonishment, He discovered a shovel atop the cart. It must have been carelessly taken by the plump boy during his previous passage through the village, unnoticed by Chen Ge. Hang in there, fatty. I will unearth Dr. Zhao and return to rescue you immediately. Fearing that the plump boy might escape, Chen Ge swiftly bound his feet to the horns of the yellow ox with a rope. He then brandished the torch and sprinted back to the graveyard he had just left. However, upon shining the torch around, he realized that the graveyard was quite expansive, containing at least 50 or 60 tombstones. If he were to dig each one, it would take until dawn to complete. Chen Ge set the shovel down and, donning his shark cloak, plunged underground. While excavating each grave individually was slow, he could inspect them in no more than 2 to 3 minutes each. Fortune smiled upon Chen Ge, as it did upon Dr. Zhao. On his third inspection, he found Dr. Zhao's coffin. That moment, Dr. Zhao was on the brink of psychological collapse, frantically clawing at the coffin. Chen Ge recognized that if he remained trapped inside, his fate would not be much better, and he feared for Dr. Zhao's mental well-being. Without delay, he swam over, effortlessly passing through the coffin to grasp Dr. Zhao's desperately thrashing hand. In the pitch darkness of the coffin, Dr. Zhao, unable to see, was seized by terror as he was suddenly gripped by a pair of hands. Chen Ge slapped Dr. Zhao's face. Old Zhao, stop screaming. It's me, Chen Ge. Dr. Zhao paused momentarily, then, in the next instant, burst into tears. Old Chen, don't be afraid. I'll dig you out right now. Relax, stay calm, it's all right. After soothing Dr. Zhao, Chen Ge immediately surfaced with the shovel to begin digging. Moments later, Dr. Zhao emerged into the light. The first thing he did was embrace Chen Ge, weeping uncontrollably. You scared the life out of me. In the dead of night, a grown man weeping fervently at a grave was indeed unsettling. Chen Ge raised his hand, about to slap Dr. Zhao to bring him back to his senses, but Dr. Zhao sprang up immediately. No need, I can handle it myself. Saying this, he slapped his own face twice to shake off the overwhelming emotion. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ge gathered his gear, ready to rush back. There's no time to waste. We must hurry to save Fatty. Dr. Zhao wiped the tears from his face with his filthy sleeve. What's wrong with Fatty? Was he buried as well? Fatty hasn't been buried. He has possessed. Something isn't right, Chen Ge exclaimed, his face etched with urgency. Old Zhao, do you have any methods to exorcise evil spirits? I'm a doctor. Not a priest. I can save lives, but I cannot drive away ghosts, Dr. Zhao replied. Chen Ge wasted no time engaging in further discussion. He grabbed the shovel and backpack and sprinted back. In reality, the graveyard was not far from their temporary encampment, with a straight-line distance of no more than 50 meters. However, due to the day-long rain, they had failed to notice a mound in the distance. They never anticipated that such a situation would arise. A grown man can sprint 50 meters in under 10 seconds, even on a muddy surface. Despite rolling and crawling, Chen Ge ultimately returned to the ox cart at the swiftest pace. Fatty, I'm back. Where are you? Chen Ge shouted. Yet the little chubby one had vanished without a trace. Behind him, Dr. Zhao ran, panting heavily. What on earth happened? Can you clarify it for me? Chen Ge's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. I ought to be asking you. Weren't you supposed to be on watch? How did you end up buried in a grave? Dr. Zhao gasped. I truly don't know. Fatty and I were on watch. But around 10 o'clock, I could hardly hold on and must have dozed off. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a coffin. I thought you two were playing a trick on me. But it turns out I was genuinely buried alive. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ge reflected on the past few days and discerned Dr. Zhao's character traits. He was an educated man with professional skills. Yet his resolve was not particularly strong in comparison to the incident with the six-winged crow. Both the little chubby one and Chen Ge possessed the ability to extricate themselves from dreams, while Dr. Zhao remained ensnared in the dream realm. Without the little chubby one, he would never have awakened. Remaining calm was futile. He needed to scrutinize the details. Taking 2 deep breaths, he forced himself to steady his nerves. Under normal circumstances, one's sleep is not so profound. For instance, during the dead of night, any noise or dream could provoke sudden wakefulness. Although Chen Ge had been asleep, his vigilance had been heightened, as he had been guarding his backpack and weapons. If something had dragged him 50 meters away to a grave, excavated a tomb, and interred him, sealing the coffin and covering it with earth, the only plausible explanations for his unawareness were twofold. Firstly, he could have been drugged. Numerous such substances circulate in the black market, rendering a person indistinguishable from the deceased, devoid of sensation, even if the sky were to fall. He recalled a news story about a foreign woman who, after taking sleeping pills, had half her face devoured by a dog while she slept. However, their dinner had consisted of sealed, packaged food, making it unlikely they had been drugged. Moreover, toxic gas could be largely ruled out. The three of them were in close proximity, and if one inhaled poison, the other two would surely be affected as well. Yet, the current predicament was that the little chubby one seemed possessed by some entity, akin to a haunting, while Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao lay buried underground, entirely oblivious. Were it not for Chen Ge fortuitously carrying his backpack, which contained a shark cloak, they would have faced total annihilation that night. Beyond this, only the second possibility remained. They could have genuinely died during the transport. The deceased possessed no awareness. However, for reasons unknown, they could have inexplicably returned to life after being interred. Chen Ge turned to Dr. Zhao beside him. "Old Zhao, what time is it?" Dr. Zhao, holding a torch in his left hand, glanced at the mechanical watch on his right wrist. "It's exactly midnight. Could it be that we have truly encountered some malevolent force?" Dr. Zhao's wife and children had previously passed away, leaving him with thoughts of ending his own life. Yet, such is the nature of existence. Who among us wishes to embrace death when life remains? It is akin to the end of the world, yet the arduousness of each day has allowed him to forget the sorrows of the past, gradually revealing his true character. I fall asleep just as the sun dips below the horizon. Around 7 o'clock. Now, it is midnight, which means that within these 4 hours, we have unknowingly traversed a harrowing ordeal of life and death. The plump boy seems to be under some form of control, while we find ourselves buried alive underground. What exactly transpired during these 4 hours? Cold sweat beads on Chen Ge's forehead. Suddenly, Dr. Zhao illuminates the ground with a torch. "Old Chen, look at the ground. Do you see those footprints?" he inquires. Chen Ge immediately crouches down to examine closely. Indeed, there are 2 rows of footprints. One set belongs to a person's shoes, while the other consists of hoof prints. It appears that the plump boy has dragged the cow somewhere unknown. The reach of the firelight is limited, and beyond it lies an abyss of darkness, concealing untold mysteries. Dr. Zhao is busy gathering weapons and equipment, and he retrieves 2 more torches, stating, "We cannot abandon the boy." "All right, let's go take a look," Chen Ge replies. Each armed with a torch and wielding a spider blade, they venture forth, prepared to confront any threat that may arise. Thus, they follow the footprints, inching deeper into the darkness. To claim that fear does not grip them would be a falsehood. The night is dark and the wind howls, the graveyard whispers of restless souls. As they continue onward, uncertain of what may await them, they walk for about 3 or 4 minutes when suddenly, a low moo emanates from the depths of the darkness. Chen Ge's heart jolts. They have found the plump boy. Earlier, he had feared that the boy might wander off, which prompted him to tie him to the cow's horn, never imagining that this rotund child had managed to lead the cow out. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ge calls out, "Plump boy, are you up ahead? I have rescued Dr. Zhao." In the darkness, a muffled, sorrowful moan rises, reminiscent of a person whose mouth is silenced yet desperately seeks help. Chen Ge, torch in hand, cautiously approaches. However, upon seeing the bound figure, his scalp prickles with dread. The person tied up is none other than Dr. Zhao. Had he not just unearthed him from the grave? Was he not, standing right behind him? Chapter 76, Truth and Deception. A chilling wind sweeps past, yet Chen Ge is drenched in a cold sweat. Why is Dr. Zhao bound here? Had he not been following closely behind? In a mere moment, how could he have ended up tied to the ground? Who, then, was the person he had exhumed from the grave? Was that the true Dr. Zhao? Chen Ge forces himself to suppress his spiraling thoughts. The bound Dr. Zhao, upon spotting Chen Ge, begins to wriggle desperately, his mouth producing muffled whimpers for help. Chen Ge immediately turns around, his back now soaked with cold sweat. There stands the previous Dr. Zhao, silently looming behind him, his face shrouded in shadow, obscuring his true visage. "Old Zhao, what is happening?" Chen Ge asks nervously. Faced with 2 identical figures, he is left to ponder. Whom should he trust? Suddenly, the expression on Dr. Zhao's face, illuminated by the torch he held behind him, was one of utter terror. His lips had turned an ashen hue as he took hesitant steps back, as if he had encountered something profoundly horrifying. "Old Zhao." Chen Ge was taken aback. Don't come any closer, Dr. Zhao suddenly shouted, brandishing his spider sword at the person bound to the ground. Why do they look exactly like you? Chen Ge was bewildered. Look exactly like me? Isn't that you? He immediately scrutinized the figure, and from his perspective, the person restrained on the ground indeed resembled Dr. Zhao. Yet the doctor behind him insisted that the bound individual was himself. Stop, old Zhao, it seems we have fallen into a delusion. Let us remain calm. Let me ask you something. Do you remember where we first met? Chen Ge inquired. Dr. Zhao, his mind taut with tension, had only just emerged from the coffin and now faced such a bizarre situation. Our first encounter was on the street outside the hospital, when you and the chubby guy were pushing Lu Wanru, who was on the verge of collapse. Dr. Zhao immediately recounted. I need to ask you a question. When you and the little fatty brought me a food package to the hospital, what was in that package? It was a piece of compressed biscuit, Chen Ge replied without hesitation. After they mutually verified their memories, both turned their gaze towards the bound individual on the ground. Chen Ge perceived him as Dr. Zhao, while Dr. Zhao saw him as Chen Ge. Could it be that neither Dr. Zhao nor Chen Ge is their true self? Chen Ge mused, using the spider sword to extract the object from the bound person's mouth. I'll say something and you respond. What are you? Old Chun. Have you lost your mind? Hurry, free me. What is that behind you? It's a ghost. Quickly. The restrained Dr. Zhao screamed frantically. You have been deceived. You are blinded by a ghost. All right, let me pose a question. Whoever answers correctly is the true Dr. Zhao. What is the full name of the painkiller? Chen Ge asked, uncertain whether this creature could access his memories. Thus he needed to inquire about something unknown to him. Ibuprofen sustained-release capsules, morphine hydrochloride sustained-release tablets, anti-anxiety analgesics such as diazepam tablets, and central analgesics. Chen Ge's expression suddenly shifted to one of profound horror, as the individual bound to the ground, who uttered these unfamiliar drug names, was indeed the Dr. Zhao. Meanwhile, the doctor holding the torch remained silent, his gaze icy and fixed on the bound Zhao. Chen Ge slowly stepped back. Dr. Zhao, can you tell me what dobutamine is used to treat? He queried, locking his eyes on the torch-bearing doctor. The doctor remained mute, his face growing increasingly sinister. Although you are a surgeon, surely you must know the common medications for heart disease. Chen Ge pressed, knowing this drug because his mother had suffered from heart disease, and he had always been the one to procure her medication. Thus, he could only remember this one. Dr. Zhao's expression remained impassive as he suddenly lunged with the spider sword. Chen Ge had anticipated this, swiftly dodging and landing a powerful kick to Dr. Zhao's thigh. To Chen Ge's astonishment, his kick unexpectedly sent Dr. Zhao's thigh flying. However, Dr. Zhao did not collapse. Instead, a grotesque smile spread across his face. You all must die. The tone of his voice mirrored that of the entity that had previously possessed the chubby boy. Simultaneously, the flesh on the counterfeit Dr. Zhao's face began to melt away, akin to a mask fashioned from blended meat. Moments later, the visage of the imitation Dr. Zhao had completely disintegrated, leaving behind only a pair of ghastly white eyeballs staring intently at him. A jolt ran through Chen Ge. He recognized those eyes. When he had been entombed within a coffin, he had pricked a tiny hole in the coffin lid, and it was those same pallid eyes that had fixated on him. Furthermore, upon reflection, the chubby boy's words at that time, he had already been possessed, and what he uttered may not have been true. Who are you? Where is the chubby boy? Chen Ge inquired coldly. The counterfeit Dr. Zhao's face twisted into a maniacal grin. I have hidden him away, if you wish for him to live, one life for another. One of you must willingly perish. As he spoke, flesh from his face sloughed off with a sickening sound. This was the first time Chen Ge encountered a monster capable of engaging in coherent dialogue, heightening his sense of caution. What do you want? Chen Ge asked at that moment. The imitation Dr. Zhao had transformed into a decaying corpse, extending a finger. One human life. Chen Ge plunged the spider's sword into the ground, seized the fire axe from his back, and swung it. I bought a watch last year. With a single blow, he shattered the corpse into a pulp. He then set the remains ablaze with a torch. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was far from over. The chubby boy had yet to be found, and he doubted that a single axe swing would suffice against a creature intent on his demise. Old Zhao, do you recall what transpired? Chen Ge asked. Dr. Zhao, still shaken, though terrified, did not succumb to the same mental breakdown as the imposter. The chubby boy has gone mad, Dr. Zhao replied. Mad? Chen Ge urged Dr. Zhao to elaborate. After gathering his thoughts, Dr. Zhao slowly recounted the events of the past 4 hours. At 7 o'clock, Chen Ge had begun to sleep. Until just before 9, nothing extraordinary had occurred. Sitting here is quite tedious. Around 9 o'clock, the chubby boy could no longer endure and dozed off. Dr. Zhao had not thought much of it at the time. He simply reached out to nudge the chubby boy awake. However, he never expected that when the chubby boy opened his eyes, his pupils were entirely black, devoid of any white. Dr. Zhao nearly succumbed to fright. But before he could scream, the chubby boy knocked him to the ground and sealed his mouth shut. He then watched helplessly as the chubby boy retrieved a syringe of anesthetic from his medical kit and injected it into Chen Ge's neck while he slumbered peacefully. Chapter 77. Playing with life. According to Dr. Zhao, the anesthetic he carried was intended for surgical use. Typically, a person would fall asleep within 5 counts after administration. Moreover, given that Chen Ge was in deep slumber, he remained oblivious to the injection, descending into a profound unconsciousness within mere seconds. Dr. Zhao could only watch in despair as the chubby boy dragged Chen Ge toward the distant graveyard. Before long, the boy returned empty-handed, and in that moment, Dr. Zhao feared that Chen Ge had already perished. However, it soon became apparent that the chubby boy began negotiating terms with him. It was then that Dr. Zhao realized that the boy might be possessed by some entity. It was clearly not his true self. Your friend is now entombed in a coffin. If no one intervenes, he will suffocate within 2 or 3 hours. Do you wish to see him live? Inquired the entity that had taken hold of the chubby boy. This was Dr. Zhao's first encounter with a creature of intellect, and he felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. I am a fair individual. If you perish, both of them may survive. Should you choose to live alone, then all 3 of you must die. Forgive my interruption, Chen Ge suddenly interjected. Are you suggesting that he is negotiating with you? Seeking to compel you into a voluntary suicide? Given our current predicament, we have completely lost our ability to resist. I'm buried alive, you are captured, and the chubby boy is possessed. The once indomitable alliance is crumbling. Why would he urge you to take your own life? Why not simply eliminate them? I, too, find it perplexing. Why go to such lengths when direct elimination would suffice? It makes no sense. Yet, under the circumstances, I nearly acquiesced, Dr. Zhao admitted, still shaken. The possessed chubby boy tossed a kitchen knife to Dr. Zhao, urging him to end his own life. Torn and conflicted, Dr. Zhao contemplated the blade's tip against his own neck. Suddenly, the chubby boy lunged forward, snatching the knife away and casting it far from them, while shouting, "Don't believe him. He dares not kill us." However, the chubby boy's clarity was fleeting, and soon he was once again under the entity's control. Wait, Chen Ge interjected. Are you implying that the boy is not entirely dominated? He still possesses the ability to struggle. A memory of the backpack and the spider sword in the coffin surfaced in Chen Ge's mind. Initially curious as to why his equipment remained with him while buried, he now speculated that the chubby boy had fought desperately to leave him a glimmer of hope. It was evident that the chubby boy was indeed under the influence of some force, yet not wholly subjugated. He could momentarily break free to act and speak as he wished. Thus, the spider sword and backpack had been deliberately thrown in by the chubby boy when he buried him, intended to provide a means of survival. Truly, you are remarkable, Chen Ge exclaimed, striking his palm with his fist. The chubby boy clearly understood something profound. When Dr. Zhao contemplated suicide, the boy had asserted that the entity dared not kill them. The term dare suggested the possibility of choice, rather than inability. Dr. Zhao suddenly remarked, I have a penchant for horror films, and I recall the Western demon lore, where sacrifices must be willingly given for a soul to be surrendered, thus enhancing the demon's power. Could it be that this entity has been coercing us into suicide, following the same logic as the Western demons? In other words, only through our demise could it reap some benefit. This entity, elusive, undoubtedly possesses the capability to eliminate us all. Yet, should we perish, it would gain nothing. Therefore, it is likely that it will threaten us with the chubby boy's life. Chen Ge concluded. Nevertheless, the paramount task at hand is to locate the corpulent individual. Just as they were devoid of any leads, a distant bellow of a cow resonated through the stillness. Moo! In the profound silence of the night, the sound of the cow was particularly jarring. Chen Ge seized the torch firmly and, armed with weaponry, advanced towards the source of the noise. After traversing approximately 100 meters, he beheld a yellow cow voraciously grazing on the blades of grass. Seemingly relishing its meal, beside it stood a figure with inky black eyes, none other than the plump boy at that moment. The boy's eyes were rife with malice and hatred, starkly contrasting his usual demeanor. All right, since everyone has laid their cards on the table, spare me your bravado. State your desires, and if we possess it, we shall grant it, Chen Ge asserted. The possessed plump boy wore a disturbingly wide grin, his lips nearly stretching to his ears, revealing a set of menacingly white teeth. I want you all dead. Spare me this charade, Chen Ge retorted with a cold smile. If you truly wished for our demise, we would have perished long ago. We wouldn't have endured to this point. Do not presume that everyone in this world is a fool. Our survival in this apocalyptic realm is testament enough to our intellect. Should we die, it would serve you no advantage, correct? Dr. Zhao, standing nearby, interjected with an analysis. If my conjecture holds true, you possess no physical form. Your ability lies in possession. You can inhabit both the living and the dead. Your pallor suggests we have struck a chord. Chen Ge scoffed coldly. The possessed plump boy drew a kitchen knife and pressed it against his throat. If one of the three of you commits suicide, I shall let the remaining two go. Otherwise, all three shall perish together. His gaze was filled with venomous hatred as he fixated on Chen Ge. Old Zhao, would you sacrifice yourself for another? Chen Ge suddenly inquired with a smirk. Of course not. Did you not wish to kill the plump boy? Act now. We shall merely watch, Dr. Zhao proclaimed boldly. Indeed, if you possess the capability, eliminate us all at once, and let it be done. Chen Ge casually tossed a fire axe. One must risk everything to dethrone an emperor. When a person casts aside the fear of life and death, particularly when unburdened and solitary, no one can wield power over them. The possessed plump boy's facial muscles twitched incessantly, yet ultimately, he could not bring himself to act. Both Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao were secretly sweating. They had been gambling on the outcome, and it appeared the wager had favored them. Only through the creature's self-inflicted demise could they gain some form of advantage. The monster's expression twisted in a grotesque blend of rage and helplessness. The blackness in its pupils suddenly faded. The plump boy once again vied for control of his body. Before any words could be uttered, he abruptly raised the knife and plunged it into his own leg, emitting a blood-curdling scream. Yet, the scream was a cacophony of two voices. Damn it! How dare you possess me, trying to intimidate me? If you have the guts, die with me. I fear not death. What about you? The plump boy's expression was one of fury. But soon after, his pupils reverted to black. You've lost your mind. Do you not wish to live? Humph! The cycle of life and death is but a trivial matter. If you cannot comprehend the nature of existence, what is the point of surviving this apocalypse? Old Chen, if you kill me, this entity will cease to exist. Act now. The plump boy bellowed. Chapter 78. Do it. Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao observed the chubby young man, who was muttering to himself and even inflicting self-harm, much like an audience watching a stand-up comedy. However, they had grasped the general situation. Indeed, a monster had possessed the chubby young man. Yet, if he were to sustain injuries, the monster would experience the same pain. Should he perish, the monster would also meet its demise. The chubby young man raised a knife, continuing to slash at his own thigh, but Dr. Zhao's left hand firmly grasped the young man's wrist, preventing him from harming himself. Are you scared now? Now you realize the fear? Too late. Today, you are doomed. Old Zhao, I know there is a lethal poison in your medical kit that can ensure a painless death. Administer it to me. A painless exit is, after all, a blessing. Do not hesitate. Do not act like a coward. The chubby young man was engaged in a fierce struggle for control over his own body. Though it appeared he was gradually losing ground, a flicker of sympathy crossed Dr. Zhao's face. Yet he still retrieved a syringe from the medical kit, filled with a transparent liquid. I'm sorry, fatty. We could not save you. Dr. Zhao signaled to Chen Ge. Help me hold him down. Chen Ge promptly restrained the chubby young man, whose strength was not particularly formidable. Chen Ge alone could easily subdue him. You are insane. You are all mad. Even turning on your own beasts. You are less than beasts. The monster bellowed in outrage, but Dr. Zhao had already plunged the syringe into the chubby young man's flesh. A pack of animals. I shall not play with you any longer. The monster roared, and the chubby young man trembled as if electrocuted, his gaze gradually returning to normal. It hurts. It hurts. Stop. It hurts. The chubby young man attempted to struggle. Yet Dr. Zhao, with a wicked grin, administered the entire contents of the syringe into his body. "I'm back. It's really me. He is gone," the chubby young man exclaimed. Seeing the chubby young man truly return, Chen Ge felt a wave of relief wash over him. Nearly collapsing from exhaustion, he turned to Dr. Zhao and inquired, "What exactly did you inject him with?" Dr. Zhao replied with a smile, "Just glucose. I hadn't anticipated that the monster would be so fearful of death. A mere scare was sufficient to drive it away." The chubby young man was on the verge of tears. "I have diabetes. You injected me with glucose. Wouldn't saline solution have sufficed? Chronic conditions do not lead to swift death. You ought to exercise more. By the way, fatty, what exactly transpired?" Dr. Zhao asked. The chubby young man began to recount his tale. Originally, at 7 o'clock, he had been keeping watch alongside Dr. Zhao, but by 9 o'clock, he could no longer hold on and began to doze off. It was then that the monster seized the opportunity to invade. The possession had its conditions. It could only occur when a person was unconscious, whether through fainting or sleep. Moreover, this entity was not a corporeal being but a true spirit. I refer to it as a death substitute spirit. The chubby young man continued, "This death substitute spirit appears quite fearsome, yet in truth, it is wretched. Although it is a spirit, it retains the sensations of a living human. It feels hunger, thirst, and pain. However, as a spirit, it cannot consume food. Even if it possesses another person, what is ingested does not enter its own stomach." Suddenly, Dr. Zhao shuddered. "So, it cannot eat, drink, or sleep, yet cannot die, eternally suffering here. This is truly a living hell. Starving yet unable to partake in sustenance, parched to the point of cracked lips yet unable to quench his thirst, and utterly fatigued to the core yet deprived of slumber. How wretched is this creature's existence. The sole means of liberation lies in one way. Someone must willingly assume the role of a substitute spirit, allowing him to escape this dire state. He may invade our memories, yet when he possesses my being, I, too, am granted a glimpse into his recollections. Humph, a mutual exchange, something I frequently employ during alliances," the chubby fellow coldly remarked. He did not act on a whim. "Do you recall the bodies we encountered hanging from the trees in the village? Those were the handiwork of the substitute spirit, who has been fixated on us since that moment." Chen Ge, piecing together the words of the chubby fellow and Dr. Zhao, reflected briefly. At 7 o'clock, he succumbed to sleep. The chubby fellow, possessed, easily dispatched his sleeping self and Dr. Zhao. However, around 10 o'clock, the chubby fellow abruptly awoke to find the ox cart empty. Not long after, Chen Ge burst forth from the grave, and the chubby fellow once again fell into a state of possession. The malevolent spirit at that time revealed to Chen Ge that Dr. Zhao had been buried alive, yet the corpse he unearthed was, in truth, under the control of the substitute spirit. "What shall we do now? Run?" Chen Ge inquired. "Humph, run? How absurd. Let us confront it." The chubby fellow gritted his teeth and declared, "It can only possess human bodies, whether living or deceased. If it's a corpse, it can control many at once, but if it's a living person, only one at a time. It must be hiding in that graveyard. Search. We shall dig 3 feet deep to unearth it, until its bones are crushed and ashes scattered. My heart's hatred shall not be quelled." "Hiss, old Zhao, could you assist me with my wound first?" Dr. Zhao skillfully tended to the chubby fellow's injury. Fortunately, the wound was not deep, though painful, it would not hinder movement. Suddenly, Dr. Zhao asked, "Chubby, do you enjoy drinking? Drinking? Does rice wine count?" The chubby fellow, confused by Dr. Zhao's inquiry, was taken aback when, without warning, Dr. Zhao sprayed alcohol onto his wound. "Damn, old Zhao, you ambushed me. Ah, it hurts. This unscrupulous doctor must be seeking revenge for the slap I gave him earlier today, returning the favor with interest tonight." Subsequently, Dr. Zhao wrapped the chubby fellow's leg in white gauze. "You should lie still in the ox cart," Chen Ge advised. "I say, do you all never watch horror films? Are you unaware of the alone equals death law? I would never venture out alone, not even under duress," the chubby fellow insisted. The 3 of them, armed with weapons and a shovel, made their way to the graveyard. Gazing at the dozens of graves before them, Dr. Zhao murmured, "How long will it take to excavate each one?" Chen Ge retrieved the shark cloak, conceiving a clever plan. Once donned, the shark cloak would allow him to swim through the earth, bringing various weapons and tools along. Yet, could a corpse be classified as a living entity or a dead one? Chen Ge had never attempted it. I shall descend and see if I can pull a body from beneath, he declared. With a determined plunge, Chen Ge dove down, while Dr. Zhao and the chubby fellow awaited in the biting wind. Moments later, Chen Ge emerged, dragging a severely decomposed corpse. Though he had encountered many bodies along the way, the stench was overwhelmingly pungent. Curse it! Were it not for this wretched fellow, I would be peacefully slumbering at this moment. The corpulent lad swung the fire axe, bringing it down upon the head of the corpse, shattering it into a mess akin to a burst watermelon. Dr. Zhao felt a twinge of nausea. You truly have the stomach for this. Humph, on to the next. Chapter 79. Capturing alive, one must never force a person into a corner with no escape. Typically, there are but two outcomes. Either they succumb to despair, or you find yourself as their meal. Many profound truths are realized in moments of utter hopelessness, such as, a person has but one life, and so do you, and I. Thus, the Reaper spirit finds itself in a dire predicament, having finally encountered 3 grim harbingers, each more ferocious than the last. The rotund lad wielded his axe, methodically smashing the heads of the corpses until the 4th body unexpectedly rose. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the axe again. The Reaper spirit, parasitizing the corpse, began to sprint for its life, while the lad, despite his injured leg, pursued with fervor. It proved that as long as one is unafraid of death, even the specters will tremble in fear. Despite the lad's injured thigh, the Reaper spirit was not particularly swift. A mere skeleton could never outrun the likes of Bolt. The lad struck the Reaper spirit squarely on the back. Stop, stop, we can reason together, it cried out, for it was not truly immortal. Should it be struck down while possessing a body, it would indeed perish. To hell with your reasoning, the lad retorted as he struck the skeleton again. Aren't you the mighty one? Didn't you threaten us all with death? Go ahead, try it again. The Reaper spirit shouted. Stop. You cannot kill me. I can possess any person or corpse at will. You may leave. I shall spare your lives. Let us coexist peacefully, shall we? To hell with your coexistence. The lad brought his axe down upon the Reaper spirit's shoulder. Had this wretched creature not revealed its flaws, it would not be so cowardly now. Were there but one person to act with loyalty and sacrifice for others, the remaining 2 would undoubtedly suffer a similar fate. Now it seeks mercy? Too late. One must eradicate the root of the problem. Otherwise, it will sprout anew with the spring breeze. Despite the Reaper spirit's current attempt at negotiation, its inherent power is formidable. Who can guarantee they will never sleep? As long as one sleeps, there exists an opportunity for exploitation. One cannot simply leave such a being unchecked for eternity. At this moment, Chen Ge had managed to pull out all the corpses. It was too slow to deal with them one by one, so he decided to set them ablaze. Now I finally understand why the state advocated cremation in the past. If they were all reduced to ashes, there would be far fewer complications, Chen Ge mumbled. The rotund lad limped back, his expression darkening upon seeing the multitude of corpses. Logically, upon witnessing their own incineration, the Reaper spirit would surely rise and flee. Why had none of these bodies stirred? Chen Ge, have all the corpses been retrieved? The lad inquired. Not a single one was left behind. They are all here, Chen Ge replied. Then that is strange. With not a single corpse remaining, the Reaper spirit cannot be inhabiting anyone, can it? None of us have been possessed, right? The lad asked. Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao nodded in agreement. That is indeed peculiar. Where could the Reaper spirit have gone? Could it traverse between any corpse in the world at will? If that is indeed the case, it is nearly impossible for the Reaper to be vanquished. Therefore, there was no need for him to plead for mercy or engage in reasoning just moments ago. How dare you? Wait a moment. Let us assume that the Reaper's range of possession is limited. How then did he manage to follow us? The village where we encountered the cattle dealer was no less than 10 miles away from here. Could he truly run such a distance? The chubby boy pondered, stroking his chin. No. If his range of ability extended that far, he could have easily returned to the village and laid in ambush, waiting until we were fast asleep before launching his harassment. According to the Guinness World Records, the human limit for staying awake is approximately 14 days, which could potentially inflict irreversible damage on the brain. This implies that when we departed the village, he had already stealthily commandeered a corpse to follow us. There is another corpse. Amidst this desolate expanse lies yet another body, the chubby boy exclaimed vehemently. This body was brought from the previous village. Rather than being one from a grave, however, In this pitch-black darkness, amidst the vast wasteland, where can one search for this corpse? Not to mention that it is currently impossible to see one's own hand in front of their face. Even during daylight, finding it would not be guaranteed. The chubby boy shared his thoughts with Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao, seeking their opinions. "I have a solution," Chen Ge interjected, raising his hand. "Let us set fire to this wasteland. No matter where he hides, it will be of no consequence." The corners of the chubby boy's and Dr. Zhao's mouths twitched. "You are indeed decisive." Chen Ge's judgment is astute, always capable of making the most accurate decisions in the shortest time possible. The three of them wore expressions reminiscent of malevolent spirits. Setting fire to the mountain could lead to a lifetime in prison, Dr. Zhao jested, to which Chen Ge responded nonchalantly. "In our country's legal system, when multiple offenses are present, the most severe punishment is imposed. In any case, I have no fear." The chubby boy lowered his voice. "It had just rained heavily during the day, and the grass blades are laden with droplets. Can we ignite it?" "Of course, it cannot be ignited, but he may not be aware of that," Chen Ge whispered. The chubby boy raised an eyebrow, a clever tactic, striking the grass to startle the snake. "Set fire to the mountain, chubby boy, ignite it," Chen Ge called out loudly. The three of them formed a triangle, facing three different directions. Chen Ge bent down, pretending to ignite a fire, when suddenly, Dr. Zhao exclaimed, "Found it?" To the left front, Chen Ge and the chubby boy turned simultaneously, spotting a figure limping away into the wasteland. Chase. With such poor psychological resilience, he dares to mimic a ghost? The distance between them was over 10 meters. As Chen Ge sprinted forth like a fierce tiger, the gap between them quickly closed by half. Seeing Chen Ge's rapid approach, the shadow ahead resorted to using both hands and feet to flee. Chen Ge raised his spider sword, using it as a spear, and hurled it toward the fleeing figure. The spider sword, exceptionally sharp, sliced through the air with Chen Ge's considerable strength, directly pinning the figure to the ground, which emitted a chillingly mournful cry. Upon hearing the sound, Chen Ge realized he had found the true target. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Please, don't kill me!" the Reaper cried out in sheer panic. Chen Ge, the chubby boy, and Dr. Zhao surrounded him in the center. The chubby boy suddenly said, "Brother Chen, I have a question for him. As I traversed this treacherous path, encountering numerous monstrosities along the way, I finally stumbled upon a creature capable of speech." The portly figure, brimming with curiosity, inquired about the origins of this apocalyptic world. "Speak honestly, from whence do you hail? Were you always of this earth? Or did you emerge from some other realm?" he asked. "I cannot say for certain. I merely recall being caught in a downpour, and then I awoke," replied the soul of the substitute. The three of them felt a chill run down their spines. Was the rain he spoke of possibly the fabled blue rain? Could it be that the true culprit behind this catastrophe was not the ominous black hole hanging in the sky, but rather that ethereal blue precipitation? Were you a denizen of Earth in your former life? Provide me with the truth, and I shall spare you," the portly figure demanded. "I cannot recall. All I know is that upon awakening, this is the reality I found," the substitute spirit exclaimed. The portly figure furrowed his brow in frustration, not remembering. To escape this desolate world, it was imperative to unravel the origins of these creatures. It was evident that they were not native to Earth. Many defied the principles of science. What is science? Science is the knowledge derived from extensive observation of nature, summarizing the principles that govern the universe. While it may not be absolute, the known world operates according to objective laws. Yet, behold the aberrations that emerged post-apocalypse. Bat monsters, flesh-eating entities, man-eating sharks, and black corpses, none of which bore resemblance to earthly life. After finally capturing a being capable of articulation, they found themselves unable to extract any valuable information. The portly figure felt a surge of irritation. Suddenly, Chen Ge addressed the substitute spirit. "I have a question for you. Answer me truthfully. If you claim to have no recollection, how is it that you know to seek a substitute?" The substitute spirit was equally perplexed. "It feels instinctual. I cannot be certain. I merely wish to try. Furthermore, my ability to inhabit other corpses seems to stem from some inherent instinct." The substitute spirit found himself unable to utter a single falsehood. Dr. Zhao quietly remarked, "Biological instinct? Indeed, most creatures possess their own inherent instincts, much like how human infants instinctively seek nourishment upon birth. But that you have become a specter, so where does your instinct derive from?" Do you believe this is a fantastical tale where divine beasts possess ancestral memories? I truly do not know, the substitute spirit replied, feeling profoundly wronged. The portly figure exchanged a glance with Chen Ge. Since no useful information had been gleaned, the creature was of little value. However, this apocalypse seemed far more outrageous than they had anticipated. With a single swing of his axe, Chen Ge shattered the substitute spirit's head, causing it to scream in agony before vanishing entirely. The trio, having vanquished the creature, found themselves nearly exhausted. That night had been a harrowing brush with death. Dr. Zhao retrieved the collected blue rain from his medical kit, his expression grave. Tell me, if I were to inject this substance into my veins, would I become a superhuman? He asked. I cannot say whether you would become superhuman, but should you transform into a monster, I will not hesitate to cleave your head from your shoulders, Chen Ge retorted, unable to suppress his sarcasm. You truly have a remarkable sense of adventure. It is now almost certain that the emergence of these monsters is linked to the blue rain, yet you wish to inject this substance into your bloodstream? Have you watched too many movies? Do you think a mere spider bite will grant you the powers of Spider-Man? The reality is that a spider bite will land you in the hospital. Dr. Zhao let out a dry chuckle. He was merely jesting. Yet, despite being drenched in rain prior, there had been no noticeable alterations to their physiques. At that moment, the early morning sun ascended the horizon, casting a warm glow. The chubby fellow gazed at the sunrise, filled with a myriad of reflections. Another day to live, however. Their expression swiftly morphed into one of profound peculiarity as they fixated intently ahead. Do you think we might be dreaming? The chubby one suddenly inquired. I sincerely wish this were a dream, Chen Ge replied with difficulty. Dr. Zhao, observing the blue rain specimen in his hand, felt a weight in his heart. Had I not witnessed this with my own eyes, I would never have believed it before them. In the span of a single night, an expansive forest had materialized. Just before sleep, the trio had clearly seen the barren land ahead. The road stretched forth, a winding asphalt pathway leading into the distance. Yet now, merely one night had transformed the wasteland into a forest, with trees so thick that 10 men could barely encircle the trunk, towering several dozen meters high. The foliage consisted solely of one type of tree, an unfamiliar sight to all. The trunks were a startling crimson, while the leaves bore a deep azure hue, invoking an unsettling discomfort. Dr. Zhao suddenly remarked. The blue rain from yesterday, I suspect it has the capacity to alter certain biological genes. Most of the creatures we have encountered may well exist on Earth, but their genes have been modified, thus rendering them the monsters we perceive. A chill ran down Chen Ge and the chubby fellow's spines. Having been thoroughly drenched the previous day, they pondered if they too might undergo some transformation due to their contact with the blue rain. Let us not panic. I surmise this is conditional, Dr. Zhao said, inhaling deeply. He approached a large tree with the spider sword in hand and gently prodded the blood-red trunk. The sensation was peculiar, not akin to piercing wood, but more like thrusting a blade into rubber. Do you remember? It rained across the entire area yesterday. If contact with the blue rain results in mutation, then this grassland beneath our feet should also have morphed into a forest. Yet, only the expanse ahead has transformed, which must hold some significance, Dr. Zhao continued. The chubby fellow muttered beside him. I believe those details pale in comparison to whether we can continue forward. As the ancient military adage states, avoid entering the woods. I have an unsettling feeling about this forest. And what do you sense? Even a fool can discern the oddity, Chen Ge retorted. These trees might very well be the monsters themselves. Let us see if we can circumvent this, Dr. Zhao replied. These woods appear distinctly amiss. We ought to avoid entering if at all possible. The three of them veered left, attempting to ascertain the extent of the forest, only to find that after half an hour of walking, it resembled an endless expanse of azure sea, with no end in sight. By chance, they encountered a grazing yellow cow along their path. Old Huang leisurely lowered his head to nibble on the grass, exuding a sense of tranquility that starkly contrasted with the trio's anxious demeanor. I truly envy that cow. If I were to be reborn, might I become a cow? The chubby fellow mused. If you are envious, I could facilitate your rebirth right now. However, whether King Yin would permit your transformation into a cow is another matter entirely, Chen Ge remarked, all the while surveying their surroundings for an escape route. I suggest, if it becomes unbearable, we should turn back, the chubby boy remarked. Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao remained silent. Turn back? Heaven knows what else we might encounter. It has been a relentless journey thus far. As they continued onward, an eerie forest materialized before them, its red trees and blue leaves eliciting a profound discomfort. "Wait," the chubby boy suddenly interjected. "Something feels amiss. It seems we are trapped. Have you not noticed how these trees grow in a circular pattern, ensnaring us in the very center? The only patch of land beneath our feet is devoid of such trees. Everywhere else is overrun by them." The group wandered in various directions for an hour, only to find the chubby boy's observations were spot on. This forest formed a circular grove, with only the ground beneath them remaining free from mutation. The surrounding landscape was engulfed by these bizarre red trees. They were indeed ensnared by this arboreal labyrinth. Chapter 81. Green fruit. What lay before them was utterly surreal. In the span of a single night, the barren expanse had metamorphosed into a dense forest. Furthermore, Chen Ge observed that these trees were growing at an alarming rate, visibly stretching skyward until they obscured the sun, allowing only scattered rays to filter through the leaves and dance upon the ground. The desolate land beneath their feet was also transforming into a forest at an astonishing pace. Dr. Zhao witnessed a seemingly ordinary blade of grass beside him turn a vivid crimson. In under a minute, it had blossomed into a small sapling, rapidly ascending in height. At this rate, within an hour, this humble blade of grass could become a towering tree reaching dozens of meters high. Typically, plant growth is a slow process, particularly for towering trees. As the ancients wisely stated, 10 years for timber, 100 years for a man. A tree requires at least a decade to mature. The chubby boy suddenly exclaimed, "This phenomenon is likely connected to the previous death substitute. Do you recall the pattern we deduced during our journey? Usually, a region hosts only one type or one creature. Previously, these trees refrained from growing in our vicinity, presumably due to the presence of the death substitute. Now that we've dealt with that rascal, the forest is no longer restrained, hence its rampant growth. Before long, the ground beneath us will also transform into a forest. The issue at hand is no longer whether we wish to enter, but rather if we can escape." This forest resembled a great maw, slowly closing in on them. "We might still have a chance," Dr. Zhao urged. "Let us not forget that when we slept last night, this forest had yet to sprout. If we act swiftly, perhaps we can find a way out." Immediately, the three of them began to gather their belongings, leading the ox back to the original road. However, the once orderly asphalt path had been thoroughly disrupted by the encroaching vegetation, leaving only a faint trace visible. They could only follow this path forward, confident that they would eventually find their way out. The forest loomed before them like the gaping maw of a beast, beckoning them to venture inside. The chubby boy attempted to ignite the trees with a torch, but the moisture within the red trunks was abundant. Their feeble flames were insufficient to consume them. Gritting their teeth, the trio pressed onward, step by painstaking step, as the road beneath their feet crumbled. The ox cart jolted violently, and the chubby boy, nursing an injured thigh, could no longer endure the rough ride and reclined half-heartedly in the cart. Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao led the ox forward. This transformation was witnessed firsthand by the three of them. The emergence of this redwood forest also hinted at the origins of the peculiar creatures they had encountered earlier. Indeed, some of these monsters might have plummeted from the black hole in the sky. Yet many others likely evolved from terrestrial organisms, their genes mutated for reasons unknown. Dr. Zhao discerned that the mutations extended beyond the trees, encompassing numerous unfamiliar plants as well. Before them stood a small flower, boasting a purple stem, blue petals, and bearing green fruit. This green fruit flower was remarkably common, standing merely a foot tall, with its ground densely carpeted in such flora. The chubby boy, wielding a spider sword, gently prodded one of the green fruit. These fruits were no larger than a fingernail, glistening and round. Suddenly, sensing an intrusion, the green fruit opened its tiny mouth and bit down on the spider sword. "What the hell? This thing is alive!" the boy exclaimed. Dr. Zhao was equally astonished. Was this a plant or an animal? In the natural world, carnivorous plants exist, the most renowned being the pitcher plant, which captures only small insects like mosquitoes and flies. However, the green fruit flowers surrounding them were far more aggressive than the pitcher plant. With a gentle tug, the chubby boy managed to uproot the green fruit from its flower, yet even then, the two rows of tiny teeth clung tightly to the spider sword, refusing to release their grip even in death. However, once severed from its source, the little green fruit swiftly lost its vitality. "This reminds me of the giant mouth flower from Plants vs. Zombies," the boy mused. scrutinizing the plucked green fruit. This diminutive entity lacked eyes or a nose, possessing only a large mouth, and the spot where the spider sword was bitten oozed a green liquid, its toxicity unknown. "Hey, chubby, hand that over to me. I want to take a look," Dr. Zhao said carefully, accepting the green fruit with trepidation. Wary of its potential to lash out, he gently prodded it with a scalpel, ensuring it had indeed lost its vitality before decisively slicing it open. Upon cutting it, Dr. Zhao discovered that the green fruit bore no organs, merely a large mouth, relying solely on touch to hunt. Everyone be cautious. While this creature may not possess great strength, a bite could be quite painful. Just look at how sharp these teeth are, Dr. Zhao warned, lifting a minuscule tooth with the blade's tip. The tooth measured merely a millimeter in length, slender and razor-sharp, capable of easily piercing human skin. Moreover, the toxicity of this creature remained uncertain, but one could be sure that a bite would not be a pleasant experience. The three of them secured their pant legs, wrapping the exposed skin in cloth. It was summer, and having just experienced rain, the air was stiflingly humid. Before long, they were all drenched in sweat. Yet, in order to avoid being bitten by these creatures, they gritted their teeth and pressed on. According to Earth's ecological environment, such a vast forest would undoubtedly host a myriad of animals. However, at that moment, they heard not a single bird call. The expansive forest was eerily silent, instilling a sense of dread. The most probable scenario is that all creatures entering this forest have been consumed by it. Moreover, there exists a more pressing concern. These towering red trees continue to ascend, reaching into the clouds, with the tallest among them estimated to exceed 100 meters. Their lush foliage is so abundant that it will not be long before these grand trees completely obscure the sun, plunging them into darkness once again. The only recourse now is to depart before twilight descends. At this moment, they can only advance slowly, relying on the remnants of the dilapidated roads beneath their feet. Whether they can escape before nightfall remains uncertain. Just as the three of them, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, were about to continue, the plump one suddenly exclaimed, "Stop! Don't move! Do you hear that sound?" Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao hastily held their breath, straining to listen. However, the forest was enveloped in an eerie silence. They heard nothing but the ringing in their ears. At that moment, the yellow cow appeared to grow somewhat impatient, opening its mouth to nibble on the green fruit flowers on the ground. "Old Huang, don't eat everything," Chen Ge exclaimed, startled. Yet, the yellow cow savored the morsel as if it were a rare delicacy. "No, I hear someone calling for help," the plump one suddenly interjected. Dr. Zhao's expression turned grave. "I heard it too. Someone is crying for help." Chapter 82. Rescue. In an instant, the three of them ceased breathing, focusing intently. Indeed, Chen Ge discerned a faint series of cries, though the pleas were exceedingly weak and intermingled with other sounds, initially leading him to misinterpret them. How could there be cries for help in this forest? The plump one's expression darkened. Apart from the three of them, there should be no one else here. Dr. Zhao remarked, "This forest is vast. Someone must have inadvertently trespassed. What should we do? Should we attempt a rescue? First, let me assert my stance. During our medical studies, we were all required to memorize the Hippocratic Oath, which dictates that a physician must never turn a blind eye to those in peril. So, what is your decision?" The plump one fixed his gaze on Dr. Zhao. "Occasionally violating such oaths seems not to pose a significant issue," Dr. Zhao retorted with a sharp comeback. It was not entirely his fault for hesitating. Under the current circumstances, who could say if the cries were luring them into the clutches of some monstrous creature? "I too believe we should not venture closer. We are in flight, not in the business of healing the wounded. And even if the one in distress is human, how can we be certain that they will not turn against us?" the plump one asserted. "Now that both of you have spoken, what can I say?" Chen Ge shrugged. The three of them unanimously agreed to pretend they had not heard the cries for help. After all, the environment was far too perilous. Who could predict what might transpire in the next moment? The tale of the farmer and the snake often unfolds even in times of peace, let alone in this apocalyptic era. Saving a life only to be bitten in return was not beyond the realm of possibility. Having all been battered by the harshness of society, they understood the treachery of human nature all too well indeed. It could be said without reservation that encountering a person in this environment was far more frightening than facing a monster. They all feigned deafness, continuing to lead the cow forward, while the yellow cow, somewhat disgruntled, took a few more hearty bites of the green fruit flowers, relishing every moment. The surroundings lay in disarray, ravaged by its feasting. Dr. Zhao, do you think these small fruits can be considered food? I see how deliciously Lao Huang is eating them, and I'm feeling a bit tempted, remarked the chubby fellow. If you wish to partake, you may certainly try, but I have emergency preparations at the ready. Should any poison take effect, I shall administer immediate aid, Dr. Zhao replied. The chubby fellow inquired with curiosity, do you have any antidotes in your medical kit? How do you plan to rescue me? Antidote? Dream on, my friend. I shall concoct a pure and unadulterated brew of golden elixir, and with a pinch of your nose, I shall force it down your throat. Rest assured, you will expel everything from your stomach. Heh, a portable gastric lavage. Have you learned that? Dr. Zhao said with a cold smirk. The chubby fellow chuckled with a hint of resignation. This doctor truly is ruthless. As they ventured further, the cries for help grew increasingly louder. Eventually, the three felt as though the pleas were echoing right beside them. Their laughter diminishing, Dr. Zhao whispered, "It seems to be just ahead. Should we not take a look?" Chen Ge, weapon in hand, cautiously avoided the various plants beneath his feet, leaning against a tree to stealthily peer forward. At last, he discerned a towering tree directly ahead on the main path. This tree's diameter exceeded 10 meters. Unlike the other red trees, this one was entirely obsidian, its branches glimmering with a metallic sheen. Moreover, the branches appeared to be pulsating, as if alive. To the base of this colossal tree, countless vines were tightly ensnaring a Land Rover, from which cries for help were emanating. Indeed, there were people calling for rescue. Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao exchanged glances, neither of them hastening to act, opting instead to observe. The vines binding the Land Rover were each as thick as an adult's thumb, exceedingly resilient. The vehicle had already been deformed, and it would not be long before it was crushed into a heap of scrap metal, sealing the fate of its occupants. What shall we do? Should we attempt a rescue? Dr. Zhao inquired. Chen Ge shook his head slightly. The risks are too great, and the unknowns too numerous. Tio, speak candidly. Do you truly know who is in that car? How can you be certain they won't turn against you? It's a direct route to peril. No chance of rescue. Let them await their fate. Farewell. Just as they were preparing to depart, however, the individuals trapped in the vehicle caught sight of the two. Help, don't go. Please save us. As they drew closer, Chen Ge realized that there were not just one, but three individuals inside the Land Rover, all youthful voices, none exceeding 20 years of age. Big brother, please help us. You are fleeing as well, aren't you? We know of a military base to the east, where many have already sought refuge. If you are willing to rescue us, we shall disclose the location of the military base. One of the youths in the vehicle shouted. Dr. Zhao suddenly furrowed his brow. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. He tilted his head slightly to peer into the vehicle, but the vines were too numerous to discern the faces of those inside. Yet the words of the occupants stirred something within Chen Ge. Wasn't he their ultimate goal to seek out the military base? Dr. Zhao inquired. From where did you hear this information? Is it reliable? Trapped within the confines of a Land Rover, the youth cried out once more, reliable, undoubtedly reliable. One of my uncles is in the military. Previously, they distributed flyers in the city urging all citizens to head east. My uncle is an officer in the army, and if you rescue me, I assure you he will reward you handsomely. Dr. Zhao furrowed his brow, sensing that this voice resonated somewhere in his memory. Yet he could not quite place it. First, disclose the location of the military base, and we shall assist in your rescue, Chen Ge insisted. No, you must extricate us first. Only then will we reveal the whereabouts of the military base. The boy asserted with unwavering conviction. Then perish here, Chen Ge retorted, dragging Dr. Zhao away. As Chen Ge began to depart, the three youths inside the vehicle panicked. Big brother, don't leave. We can still negotiate, they shouted in unison. A faint smile crept across Chen Ge's face. You wish to play mind games with me? Where exactly is the military base? He inquired. The three youths fell silent for a moment, and suddenly, the vines exerted their force again, compressing the Land Rover's frame in Dongling City. Right near Dongling City, one youth could no longer contain himself and yelled, I've divulged the location of the military base. Hurry and rescue us. Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao prepared to act, for they could not disregard the information provided, as it would betray their integrity. Additionally, Dr. Zhao had mentioned that on his first day of employment, he was required to memorize the Hippocratic Oath, which states one must not stand idly by in the face of death. Upon a brief examination, Chen Ge quickly discerned that these vines were vulnerable to fire. Eureka! As Chen Ge had previously stated, in his earlier years marked by hardship, he had conducted meticulous research on automobiles, one aspect of which was extracting gasoline from the fuel tank. At this moment, the Land Rover was ensnared tightly by the vines, and without hesitation, Chen Ge siphoned gasoline from the vehicle, dousing it with the flammable liquid before igniting it in a blaze. Though these plants had mutated, they still feared fire. Upon sensing the intense heat, all the vines recoiled, swaying left and right, reluctant to approach, indicating that the evolution of intelligence in flora was not a simple endeavor. The exterior of the Land Rover was engulfed in flames, leaving the three young men within utterly terrified and at a loss. With a single swing of his axe, Chen Ge shattered the windshield, enabling them to escape the vehicle. The chubby boy, driven by curiosity, limped over to witness the commotion, inadvertently casting a glance at Dr. Zhao's face, only to discover an expression of sheer horror. Mistaking Dr. Zhao's countenance for confusion and distress, the chubby boy hurriedly asked, "Old Zhao, what is the matter?" Suddenly, Dr. Zhao smiled, a grin that sent chills down one's spine. The chubby boy assumed Dr. Zhao had lost his senses, and just as he reached out to intervene, Dr. Zhao ominously chuckled. "The heavens have eyes! The heavens have eyes!" The chubby boy discreetly moved behind Chen Ge, gently tugging at his sleeve, whispering, "Old Zhao isn't quite right." Chen Ge turned slightly, observing Dr. Zhao gripping a scalpel, his gaze fixed intently upon the three youths. The three of them each possess their own stories, yet none have shared them with others. Chen Ge remains oblivious to the plight of Dr. Zhao, who, upon noticing the doctor's unusual demeanor, grips an axe, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. As the last of the young men emerges, his pant leg becomes doused in gasoline, igniting in flames. The other two hastily assist him in extinguishing the fire, entirely unaware of the expression on Dr. Zhao's face at that moment. After considerable effort, the flames are finally subdued, but the individual whose pant leg had caught fire appears to have sustained a burn on his ankle. Clutching it in agony, Dr. Zhao approaches with a gentle demeanor, kneeling to examine the young man's injury. "Let me see. I am a doctor." The injured youth, upon hearing the doctor's introduction, is instantly filled with elation. As Dr. Zhao inspects the burn, he reassures there is no need for alarm. "You are Li Chen, correct? I am a friend of your father. We met not long ago." The wounded youth beams with joy. "Really? How should I address you?" "My surname is Zhao. You may call me Uncle Zhao. I have heard from your father that you seem to have encountered some trouble and are now supposed to be in a juvenile detention center. What brings you to this desolate wilderness?" As he tends to Li Chen's injury, Dr. Zhao inquires. "Uncle Zhao, you are friends with my father? You do not know his background? I was only in the detention center for a morning. My father fetched me out in the afternoon," Li Chen boasts with pride. Dr. Zhao then glances at the other two young men. The taller one on the left is named Sun Guohai, reputed to hail from a notable family with relatives working in the military. The slender youth on the right, Zhao Chunfeng, has a simpler background, being a street thug and considered a lackey to the other two. "Where is your father? Is he not with you?" Dr. Zhao inquires again. "I'm not certain. The situation in the city is perilous, and few have managed to escape. Fortunately, we were outside the city when the apocalypse erupted, which spared us from calamity. Yet, I never imagined that upon awakening this morning, the grassy expanse would have transformed into a forest. We are fortunate to have encountered you. Otherwise, I truly would not have known what to do." Li Chen sweetly flatters, revealing the influence of his upbringing. Sun Guohai, frowning, lowers his voice. "Chunfeng, do you not feel that we have encountered this person before?" Zhao Chunfeng whispers back, "I do not recall that moment." The forest is enveloped in profound silence, and although the voices of these two youths are hushed, Dr. Zhao hears them distinctly. "Your memory is quite sharp. Indeed, we have met. Approximately a month ago, you killed a student in a school restroom. I am his father." A chilling smile graces Dr. Zhao's face. Sun Guohai quickly realizes the gravity of the situation and shouts, "Run!" Zhao Chunfeng reacts swiftly but, as he attempts to flee deeper into the forest, Chen Ge delivers a punch to his face, leaving him dazed. The stout boy rushes to hinder Sun Guohai, but the latter, youthful and vigorous, easily shoves him aside, nearly sending him tumbling into the thicket. Meanwhile, Li Chen discovers that his legs have become immobile, his face paling in terror. "Uncle, I acknowledge my errors. It was a moment of folly. Grant me another chance." and I shall surely amend my ways. Li Chen's lips trembled uncontrollably. A cruel twist of fate had placed his nemesis, Dr. Zhao, directly in his path. Dr. Zhao had long resigned himself to a life devoid of vengeance, yet the heavens had conspired to present these three wretches before him. Just moments ago, while treating Li Chen's wounds, he had administered anesthetics to his leg. Did he truly believe he could escape? Such folly! A manic expression danced across Dr. Zhao's face. Lele, watch from above as I avenge you. With that, he seized his spider sword and plunged it mercilessly into Li Chen's neck. Li Chen clutched his throat, choking back sobs, desperate to speak yet unable to utter a single word. Zhao Chunfeng, reeling from a punch delivered by Chen Ge, found himself disoriented, his eyes bloodshot and filled with agony. Fearing that Zhao Chunfeng might attempt to flee, Chen Ge swiftly severed his foot with an axe, prompting a heart-wrenching scream from Zhao Chunfeng. The pallid face of Sun Guihai, who had been leading the charge, reflected sheer terror. Dr. Zhao, armed with the spider sword, relentlessly stabbed Zhao Chunfeng in the chest 3 or 4 times. The latter spewing blood, his heart pierced beyond salvation. With Zhao Chunfeng dispatched, Dr. Zhao charged towards the final target, Sun Guihai. However, at that moment, Chen Ge spotted Sun Guihai drawing a handgun from his coat, aiming it directly at Dr. Zhao. Quick as lightning, Chen Ge lunged to tackle Dr. Zhao. Just as the gun fired, a bullet grazing the top of Dr. Zhao's head. At this point, Dr. Zhao had succumbed to madness. He would not rest until all 3 of these scoundrels lay dead. Not even a nuclear bomb would deter him. Rising from the ground, he charged forward with reckless abandon. Terrified, Sun Guihai fired 2 shots in rapid succession, both going wide. For someone who had never handled a gun, hitting a target from 5 meters away relied solely on luck, especially in such a chaotic environment. Dr. Zhao, drenched in blood, bore down upon him. Sun Guihai's heart raced with terror, compelling him to flee. Dr. Zhao pursued relentlessly, while Chen Ge shouted, "Old Zhao, come back. He won't get far." But at that moment, Dr. Zhao was deaf to reason, plunging into the depths of the forest after Sun Guihai. By the time Chen Ge caught up, the two had vanished without a trace. Chapter 84. The black vine. The forest was dense with vegetation, shrouded in dim light. Dr. Zhao had now descended into madness. He was resolute in his intent to eliminate Sun Guihai. Vowing not to relent until his mission was complete, Chen Ge continued his pursuit. The 2 figures had completely disappeared from sight. The stout boy, quick-witted, flung a black orb from his hand. Possessing superior vision, it swiftly detected the whereabouts of Dr. Zhao and Sun Guihai. They veered to the left. "Let us hurry," the stout boy urged anxiously. Chen Ge hesitated, his concern for the stout boy weighing on him. After all, he was already a liability, and in his injured state, he would likely be unable to fend for himself in the face of danger. "Don't worry about me. I'm safe with old Huang. You must chase after Dr. Zhao. That rascal has a gun," the stout boy insisted. Nodding in agreement, Chen Ge sprinted left at full speed. Yet, the situation proved more complex than anticipated. The forest had transformed into a veritable ocean of flora, an array of unfamiliar plants blanketing the ground. By observing the trampled flowers and grass, he could faintly discern the direction taken by Dr. Zhao and Sun Guihai. "Old Zhao, don't act rashly. Come back. That rascal can't escape. Let us devise a plan together," Chen Ge shouted loudly, but the jungle remained enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. A sense of foreboding washed over Chen Ge. Despite Dr. Zhao's frightening demeanor during his moments of madness, it did not alter the unfortunate truth that he was, in reality, quite ineffectual in combat. Moreover, with a gun in the adversary's possession, what if a counterattack ensued? As Chen Ge remained vigilant of the myriad plants around him, he sought to locate Dr. Zhao. He soon encountered a peculiar plant with black tendrils sprouting from the ground, adorned with red fruits that bore a resemblance to strawberries. He pondered whether these strange fruits were edible. Driven by curiosity, Chen Ge lightly prodded the black tendrils with his spider sword, only to be startled as they slithered up the weapon like a venomous snake. Alarmed, he quickly released his grip, causing the spider sword to tumble into the mass of black vines, which suddenly came to life, fervently entwining the sword. Chen Ge felt a pang of regret for his impulsiveness, having carelessly lost a piece of equipment. Fortunately, the giant spider he had previously encountered possessed 8 legs. With no other option, he decided to circumvent the troublesome vines. As he wandered aimlessly, a gunshot rang out ahead. Jolting Chen Ge into heightened alertness, he cautiously advanced, wary of the ominous black tendrils. Thankfully, these treacherous vines thrived only in a confined area. Otherwise, he would have been in grave trouble. A few steps forward revealed bloodstains on the ground, causing his heart to sink. Had Dr. Zhao met with misfortune? He pressed on, the blood trail growing more pronounced. Just as his apprehensions intensified, Dr. Zhao emerged from the shadows, holding a severed head, none other than that of Sun Guohai. "Old Zhao, are you all right?" Chen Ge was relieved to see Dr. Zhao alive, yet the latter's face bore a bitter smile. "Old Chen, I have finally avenged my son." Dr. Zhao's expression was etched with sorrow. The murderer of his son lay slain by his own hand, yet the son would never return. "Old Zhao, impressive. I underestimated you. I never thought you could take him down even with a gun in his possession," Chen Ge exclaimed. Astonished, Dr. Zhao tossed a handgun to Chen Ge, who was elated. It was indeed a prized possession. He quickly checked the weapon and found it contained 3 bullets. "You may have misunderstood. This isn't about my prowess. Rather, he was simply unfortunate." As he ran, he suddenly collapsed, and I seized the opportunity to sever his head to prevent him from feigning death. However, I soon realized why he had fallen silent. Dr. Zhao's gait was peculiar, unsteady, as though he had sustained a severe leg injury. Chen Ge's heart sank further. Dr. Zhao rolled up his pant leg, revealing his calf riddled with gaping holes the size of chopsticks, sending a shockwave through Chen Ge. "This explains it. I found identical wounds on Sun Guohai's legs. Damn it, to exact revenge for my son before dying. I suppose my life has held some value," Dr. Zhao said, collapsing onto the ground. Chen Ge fought to suppress his fear and gently pressed on Dr. Zhao's calf, feeling something writhing beneath the skin. "Old Zhao, stay calm, don't give up on treatment now. You're such a skilled surgeon. Surely you have a way to save yourself, right?" Chen Ge urged anxiously. At that moment, Chen Ge observed a half-inch-long tender shoot protruding from the wound on Dr. Zhao's leg, dark as coal, reminiscent of the black vines he had encountered earlier. It became evident that during their previous chase, neither of them had paid heed to the peril posed by the flora beneath their feet. They had stomped right over the black vine seeds, which had taken root in their calves, incessantly burrowing deeper into their flesh. By the time they realized the danger, it was far too late. Sun Guohai had also succumbed to this menace, falling victim to Dr. Zhao's merciless follow-up strike. Chen Ge's heart hardened. "Endure, and I shall sever those 2 legs. A man can still live without them." Dr. Zhao, terrified, grasped Chen Ge's hand tightly. "I implore you, be humane. In such unsanitary conditions, should my legs be amputated, the wound would undoubtedly become infected, and I would not survive for long, enduring that torment. Old Chen, as friends, grant me a swift end." Chen Ge felt a constriction in his chest. Did Dr. Zhao intend to leave him forever? "Listen to me. Return and see the fatty once more." Chen Ge's heart ached with compassion. Dr. Zhao attempted to struggle to his feet, only to find his legs numb, managing a bitter smile. Chen Ge hoisted Dr. Zhao onto his shoulder and strode back, noticing a black eyeball at his feet. The very one the fatty had cast out to guide them. It must be said, while these black eyeballs lacked any combat prowess, they excelled in every other facet, serving not only as scouts but also as navigators. Careful to avoid the treacherous black vines, Chen Ge returned to the spot where the ox cart was stationed. However, upon arrival, he was struck by a wave of numbness. The cart remained, yet the fatty was gone. "Are you two like the Calabash brothers, sending heads one after another?" The yellow ox was grazing nearby, seemingly addicted to the green fruit flowers. "Old Huang, where is everyone? The fatty? Have you seen him?" Chen Ge queried anxiously. Old Huang, of course, could not comprehend Chen Ge's words, merely lowering his head to continue munching on grass. At that moment, Dr. Zhao's face darkened considerably, the veins beneath his skin revealing a faint, ominous blackness, as though the black vines had taken root within his bloodstream. "Old Chen, something is amiss. It is not merely the fatty that is lost, but the tree. The tree is also gone," Dr. Zhao articulated with great difficulty. Before them, the towering tree that had entwined the Land Rover had inexplicably vanished. Furthermore, the 2 corpses that lay on the ground were nowhere to be found. Chapter 85. Quite impressive. All of this transpired with shocking abruptness. Dr. Zhao's life hung by a thread. The fatty was missing, and Chen Ge knew that the most prudent course of action was to relinquish one of them. He had to either find a way to save Dr. Zhao or seek out the fatty. He possessed no ability to duplicate himself, nor did he wield the mystical powers of the immortals from fantasy novels. He was merely an ordinary man faced with a daunting decision. Dr. Zhao discerned the turmoil within Chen Ge. Do not concern yourself with me. On the day my son perished, I, too, ceased to exist. Life holds no meaning for me now. Old Chen, grant me a swift release. The black vines grew at an alarming rate, and Chen Ge beheld the dark tendrils creeping through the veins of Dr. Zhao's arm and face. This entity ought to proliferate along the veins, enveloping the entirety of a person's body. In such an environment, where medical resources are severely lacking, it would be inconceivable to extract anything that has taken root within human blood vessels, even in the most esteemed hospitals worldwide, unless the black vine were to extricate itself. Yet, having finally discovered a suitable nurturing ground, how could it ever relinquish its hold? Accompanied by Lao Huang, I sought out Fatty. I have avenged my son, and in this life, I harbor no regrets. Dr. Zhao has lost all hope of survival, while Chen Ge fought back tears, having endured countless dangers along this treacherous journey, only to find himself ultimately ensnared by a black vine. Gritting his teeth, Chen Ge drew his gun, aiming it at Dr. Zhao's head, who, with eyes closed, faced death with composure. Just as Chen Ge was poised to pull the trigger, Lao Huang ambled over, shaking his head. Chen Ge gently caressed Lao Huang's head, asking, "Do you wish to bid farewell to Dr. Zhao as well? After all, we have shared a bond as brothers." A twinge of sorrow pierced Dr. Zhao's heart as he felt Lao Huang's tongue tenderly lapping at his wound. Who would choose death when life remains? Yet in his current state, he felt like a burden. Dr. Zhao reached out to stroke Lao Huang's head, when suddenly, Lao Huang spat a mouthful of saliva onto the wound. The stench of the cow's saliva was overwhelming, and Dr. Zhao covered his nose, thinking, "This old Huang, even in death, refuses to allow me a clean departure." Just as Dr. Zhao assumed Lao Huang was saying his goodbyes in this peculiar manner, an unexpected convulsion seized his entire body, a pain so excruciating it elicited a piercing scream from him. Chen Ge, bewildered, pressed down on Dr. Zhao, exclaiming, "What is happening? What is wrong?" Dr. Zhao felt as if his tendons were being painfully extracted, causing his body to twitch uncontrollably. Chen Ge noticed the dark aura on Dr. Zhao's face receding rapidly, not just from his face, but all the dark energy coalescing around the wound on his calf. Within mere seconds, the black vines rushed forth from the injury, appearing as a mass of dark yarn. The intense pain was fleeting, and soon Dr. Zhao regained his composure, still oblivious to the unfolding events, until he witnessed Lao Huang open his mouth wide, biting down on the black vine and voraciously chewing, relishing the taste. Both Dr. Zhao and Chen Ge stood in stunned silence, perplexed by the bizarre turn of events. "Lao Huang, are you not concerned about upsetting your stomach?" The black vine burst under the pressure of Lao Huang's jaws, who continued to devour it hungrily, looking utterly unsatisfied. Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao exchanged horrified glances, realizing that something was decidedly amiss with the cow. "Lao Zhao, how are you feeling now?" Chen Ge inquired, fixated on Dr. Zhao. To his astonishment, Dr. Zhao discovered that his previously immobile legs could now move, albeit with considerable pain from the injuries. Pain, however, was a positive sign. Previously, his legs had been under the control of the black vine, rendered completely motionless. Now, thanks to Lao Huang's mysterious intervention, the black vine seemed to have been expelled, and although the long-term effects remained uncertain, he should survive for the time being. "Lao Zhao, do you still wish for death?" Chen Ge asked. "I believe I can still save myself. Please fetch me the medical kit." Dr. Zhao replied with difficulty. In such an environment, untreated wounds are prone to inflammation. Dr. Zhao previously believed that his demise was inevitable, which led to a loss of his will to survive. However, now that he has only sustained a leg injury and need not face death, he feels that it is better to endure life than to perish. Grasping the medicine box, Dr. Zhao promptly extracted various medications to disinfect the wound. Chen Ge was still contemplating the creature known as Lao Huang, realizing that any organism that has managed to survive until now is far from ordinary. Nevertheless, not all monsters harbor hostility towards humans. After spending nearly 2 days with Lao Huang, they found him to be quite amiable. "Lao Huang, can you understand my words? If you can, please respond." Chen Ge spoke cautiously. "Mu. Lao Huang responded obediently. Chen Ge gingerly extended his hand to stroke Lao Huang's head, and to his delight, Lao Huang showed no signs of resistance, even nuzzling Chen Ge's hand affectionately. Chen Ge was overjoyed, for at least in this moment, Lao Huang was on their side. Suddenly, Lao Huang flicked his tail and ventured deeper into the forest. Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao were unsure of Lao Huang's intentions, so they followed him. Despite the blood-soaked holes in Dr. Zhao's leg, which felt like needles with every step, he managed to move forward. Soon, Chen Ge realized that Lao Huang was heading in the direction from which they had returned, toward the area overgrown with black vines. Indeed, within less than 2 minutes, they beheld the region engulfed in black vines, which appeared to be animated. Chen Ge estimated that in less than 10 minutes, these black vines had shifted a distance of at least 100 meters. Lao Huang strode confidently towards them, and Chen Ge, fearing for Lao Huang's safety, reached out to tug on his tail. However, the ensuing spectacle was utterly unexpected. Upon encountering Lao Huang, the black vines recoiled as if faced with a natural enemy, frantically retreating. When Lao Huang spat a mouthful of saliva towards them, Chen Ge observed that the vines hit by the saliva dissolved as though doused in acid, instantly turning into a puddle of black water. Lao Huang ambled over, lowering his head to munch on the still-living vines, utterly unfazed by their struggles. Within moments, he devoured every last one, as if consuming noodles. Chen Ge also discovered a spider sword ensnared in the black vines and pulled it back with relief. What a fortunate recovery! Dr. Zhao delicately dipped his fingers into Lao Huang's saliva, only to find that it was effective solely against the black vines. To humans, it was merely ordinary saliva, foul in odor. I have an idea, Dr. Zhao suddenly declared. Chen Ge, quickly apply Lao Huang's saliva to your skin. It may yield remarkable results. Chen Ge coaxed Lao Huang into producing more saliva, which he smeared on his clothes and hands. An idea struck him, and he reached out to touch the green fruit flowers on the ground, which immediately parted as if sensing something lethal upon his hand. This substance was even more formidable than the mythical blood of a Qilin. Lao Huang, why didn't you reveal your prowess sooner? Chen Ge exclaimed with delight, affectionately rubbing Lao Huang's head. Regardless of the circumstances, Dr. Zhao's condition had stabilized, a silver lining amidst the misfortune. Chen Ge instructed Dr. Zhao to lie on Lao Huang's back, with the next objective being to locate the chubby boy. Lao Huang, do you know where the chubby boy has gone? What exactly transpired at that moment? Chen Ge inquired with curiosity. Lao Huang merely responded with a moo, continuing to graze on the tender grass leaves. Indeed, old Huang, no matter how astute, remains merely a cow. To expect a cow to engage in coherent conversation with you is to acknowledge your own eccentricity. Chen Ge glanced down, noticing a black orb persistently trailing his feet. Right? Are you not merely a fragment separated from the plump fellow? Can you possibly lead me to him? Chen Ge pinched the black orb, which began to bounce excitedly at his feet, subsequently guiding him deeper into the distant thicket. Curiosity piqued, he followed closely behind, while Dr. Zhao, perched upon the cow's back, softly reassured old Huang. Fear not, old Huang. Once we reach a safe haven, I shall procure a few heifers for you. I appreciate your assistance during this time. Chen Ge rolled his eyes in exasperation, cautioning, be wary of painting empty promises. Old Huang may turn against you in the future. As they ventured further into the dense forest, Chen Ge's unease grew. The expanse of this woodland was vast, likely as extensive as the area once drenched by the torrential rain. A conservative estimate would place it at several tens of kilometers in radius. With only his legs for transport, he pondered how long it would take to escape. The deeper they delved, the less sunlight permeated through the towering trees. The black orb continued its relentless advance, prompting Chen Ge to murmur, how did the little plump fellow venture out this far? Dr. Zhao responded, I suspect he did not wander out. Rather, he was taken by something. What do you mean? Chen Ge inquired. Let us not forget, at the sight of the plump fellow's disappearance, there were not only him but also 2 corpses. Corpses I personally dispatched. I delivered the final blow. Unless those bodies have somehow risen to run on their own, they ought to remain in place. Dr. Zhao paused, reflecting on past occurrences within the hospital. Furthermore, we've traversed this expanse for quite some time without encountering any large fauna, nor have we seen any animal tracks, indicating that the bodies were not carried away by wildlife. Moreover, a significant tree also went missing. Dr. Zhao added, though you think that tree has become sentient? Chen Ge, on high alert, spoke cautiously. The forest was adorned with trees of a striking red hue, which, from a distance, appeared quite beautiful. Yet, Chen Ge was acutely aware that these trees were far from ordinary. They might very well be a guise for some unknown creature. Suddenly, Chen Ge felt an object strike his back, and turning curiously, he asked, "What was that?" Dr. Zhao, taken aback by the question, replied, "What do you mean, what was that? Did you not just call me? Did you not throw something at my back?" Chen Ge inquired with curiosity. "Absolutely not," Dr. Zhao vehemently denied. With a frown, Chen Ge anxiously scanned their surroundings, fearing the emergence of some terrifying creature. Both men held their breath, and after a considerable pause, they discerned no other living beings. Gradually lowering his gaze, Chen Ge discovered a peculiar circular object on the ground. Hesitant to touch it directly, he recognized the perilous nature of their environment, where even a blade of grass could be lethal. Using his spider sword, he gently prodded the object, only to find it was some kind of fruit, black and adorned with intricate patterns. A light stab revealed its tender flesh, with juice oozing forth. What plant could this possibly belong to? Could it have fallen from a tree? Chen Ge looked up to investigate. At this moment, the light in the forest was exceedingly dim, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Chen Ge gently kicked aside a fruit and continued to lead Lao Huang onward. Suddenly, another fruit was hurled towards him, striking the crown of his head. Remarkably, being struck by such a fruit was rather painful. "Lao Zhao, something feels amiss," Chen Ge murmured. Dr. Zhao, sensing the unusual circumstances, realized that something had been covertly observing them. "Lao Huang, let us hasten our steps," Chen Ge urged quietly. To his astonishment, Lao Huang lowered his head to consume the fruit lying on the ground. This Lao Huang must have been a starving ghost in a past life, eating anything and everything. Crunch, crunch. Lao Huang's strong teeth made a crisp sound as he chewed, leaving Chen Ge curious about the fruit's sweetness. Dr. Zhao suddenly remarked, "The things Lao Huang enjoys are hardly ordinary. Think carefully." Upon recalling the previous green fruit flowers and black vines, Chen Ge immediately dismissed the idea of tasting it himself. Smack! A third fruit was thrown, but Chen Ge, quick on his feet, evaded it with a nimble sidestep. Yet, an increasing barrage of fruits descended upon them. Glancing upwards, Chen Ge finally spotted the true culprits. A most grotesque monkey. Goodness! There are indeed living creatures in this forest. Could it be that the fat man was captured by these monkeys? Chen Ge exclaimed in astonishment. There were not just one or two of these monkeys. Each tree branch was occupied by one. The monkeys were black-bodied with red faces, their eyes gleaming with a blue light. Each stood about 2 feet tall, and something seemed to connect their hands and feet, allowing them to hurl fruits from their elevated perches. While these monkeys possessed little strength, the sheer number of fruits raining down upon them was overwhelming. The fruits fell like a torrential downpour from above. Lao Huang was thoroughly delighted. With his tough skin and hardy constitution, he felt no pain from the fruits, and to him, they were a rare delicacy, consumed with great relish. Should we not seek shelter from this fruit rain? Chen Ge could not help but quip, for them. These fruits were akin to a deluge. Yet, Dr. Zhao's expression was one of sheer terror as he pointed at the monkeys. "Lao Chen, look at how those fruits are produced." Chen Ge braved the hail of fruits to look upwards. To his astonishment, these fruits did not grow from the trees, but rather emerged from the monkeys themselves. He observed as the monkeys extended their hands, the tips of their claws swelling like balloons, eventually detaching to become the fruits they flung. This spectacle was unlike anything they had ever witnessed. The notion that fruits could grow from monkeys was utterly absurd. Educated and inquisitive, Dr. Zhao seized one of the fruits, employing a scalpel to dissect it, eager to discover whether its interior contained flesh or pulp. Upon slicing it open, he was astounded to find genuine fruit flesh within. Dr. Zhao was immensely curious about its flavor, yet ultimately lacked the courage to take a bite at that moment. Some of the monkeys perched above, perhaps feeling hunger pangs, split off fruits to satiate themselves, truly a case of self-sustaining production. Chen Ge found the entire scenario amusing, while Dr. Zhao, in a state of alarm, declared, "Impossible. This is in direct violation of the law of conservation of mass. What on earth are these monkeys?" Chapter 87. Vine's human scientific advancement has reached a point where several fundamental laws can be summarized: the conservation of mass, the conservation of energy, and the impossibility of creating a perpetual motion machine. However, the monkeys perched in the trees seemed to disregard these established physical laws, engaging in a frenzied display that could almost spark sparks from the ground. Dr. Zhao picked up a fruit, weighing it lightly in his hand. Approximately 100 grams. Theoretically, if just one fruit were thrown, the weight of these monkeys would diminish by that same amount. Yet, fruits were cascading down like raindrops, and the monkeys' eyes remained unchanged, as if conjured by magic. How astonishing! How marvelous! Dr. Zhao could not suppress his admiration. Dear Dr. Zhao, spare us your marvels and think of a solution. If this continues, we shall be buried alive beneath this deluge of fruit. Chen Ge exclaimed, taking refuge beneath the belly of the cow. The old yellow-skinned creature, with its tough hide, seemed unfazed by the falling fruits, even relishing an impromptu banquet. Do you not have a gun? If all else fails, shoot one down, Dr. Zhao suggested. Chen Ge hesitated, reluctant to expend a bullet from his limited supply of 3, with no means to replenish them. He wished to save it for a more critical moment. Yet, with no other options available, he reluctantly disengaged the safety on his handgun, darted out, and fired a shot. The gunshot reverberated through the forest, and one monkey tumbled to the ground, struck in the head. Your marksmanship is remarkable, Dr. Zhao marveled at Chen Ge. Chen Ge merely smiled, choosing silence. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Sensing the threat to their lives, the monkeys fled in disarray, lacking any semblance of unity. Dr. Zhao suddenly pointed at one monkey atop the tree, exclaiming, "Look at what that monkey is holding." Chen Ge squinted into the distance, noticing a monkey clutching a round object, not one of the fruits they had been discarding, but an eye. Was that not the eye of the chubby one? How had it come to be in the possession of this monkey? Old Huang, stop eating and chase after it, Chen Ge urged, giving the cow a light tap on its behind. Old Huang let out a disgruntled noise, clearly displeased with the sudden interruption of its feast. Old Huang, stop eating. Hurry and catch up, if you do. I promise to find you a lovely heifer, Chen Ge coaxed. Reluctantly, Old Huang began to lumber forward. The chubby one could expel 2 black eyes. The first was rolling at their feet, while the second was clutched tightly by the monkey. The creature swung from the treetops while Chen Ge and the others pursued below. Chen Ge, do you think you can shoot that monkey down? Dr. Zhao inquired. With only 2 bullets left in his gun, Chen Ge was loath to use another. Instead, he stowed the handgun away and picked up a spider sword, wielding it like a javelin, aiming at the monkey swinging above. With his innate strength, he swung the spider sword with all his might, transforming it into a swift black line that pierced the monkey, causing it to shriek and plummet from the tree. The black eye, now liberated, bounced joyfully before Chen Ge. Stop your antics, both of you. Can you lead us to the chubby one? If you fail, I shall stew you both in a pot, Chen Ge exclaimed. Immediately, 2 pairs of black eyes began to bounce deeper into the forest. Lao Huang, who evidently was a strict herbivore, showed no interest in the corpse of the monkey, which relieved Chen Ge somewhat. Had Lao Huang been a meat-eater, they would need to be cautious at night, lest they be mistaken for snacks in his slumber. As they ventured further into the woods, the calls of the monkeys receded, as if something terrifying lurked within the depths of the forest. After approximately 10 minutes, Chen Ge noticed a change in the surrounding environment. Initially, the trees were resplendent in vibrant red hues, but as they continued, he observed that the trees had transformed into a deep black. Chen Ge halted, his gaze penetrating. He recalled that the tree which had ensnared the Land Rover was also black. Lao Chen, why have you stopped? Dr. Zhao inquired. There may be danger ahead. Proceed with caution, Chen Ge replied. Sheathing his spider sword. Against Flora, such a weapon, primarily designed for piercing, was of little utility compared to a fire axe. Chen Ge casually retrieved a kitchen knife from his backpack and handed it to Dr. Zhao. Did I sense this instrument is of little use to me, Dr. Zhao remarked, unable to suppress his disdain for the knife, given his combat prowess. What are you thinking? This knife is meant for you to safeguard your own life in critical moments, lest you find yourself in a position where survival is unattainable, Chen Ge retorted. Dr. Zhao raised an eyebrow. I truly appreciate your generosity. Just as Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao exchanged banter and turned back, they were met with a bloodied visage. Chen Ge was startled into action, swinging his axe without hesitation, only to realize he had struck the unfortunate Li Chen, who had previously perished, now hung grotesquely from a tree. Chen Ge regarded Li Chen's body with caution. Zhao Chunsheng and the chubby one had all vanished simultaneously. With Li Chen found, how far could the chubby one be? Chubby, are you alive? If so, respond, Chen Ge shouted. Alive? I'm here, came a cry for help from afar. Chen Ge looked up to see the chubby one suspended by a vine, his feet dangling 6 or 7 meters above the ground. Seeing the chubby one still alive, Chen Ge couldn't help but jest. How are you enjoying your swing up there? Why didn't you invite us along? You two bastards think you can join? Come on up, the chubby one retorted, showing no sign of fear. After all, one must never concede in a verbal spar. By the way, watch your step. These trees are alive and have turned into monsters, the chubby one shouted. Alive? Turned into monsters? Could it be the legendary Hydra Cypress? Dr. Zhao's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Forget your Hydra Cypress. Stop indulging in those tomb-raiding novels. Chen Ge scoffed. This is far more perilous. Quickly, observe your surroundings, the chubby one urged. Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao glanced around and were instantly stricken with dread. Unbeknownst to them, numerous vines had emerged, writhing like living serpents, seeking their next target. Most crucially, at the very heart of the forest, there stood hundreds of black trees, all remarkably alive. Chubby, our journey is long and arduous. Until we meet again, we shall take our leave now, and during the Qingming and Chongyang festivals, we will surely offer incense in your honor. Farewell. You are too formidable for us to handle. Chapter 88. The Ghostly Trees. Damn! You two treacherous scoundrels, come back. Despite the intimidating display of these trees with their gnarled branches, they fear fire. As long as you wield a flame, they dare not approach, the stout lad shouted. Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao watched with great amusement as their friend dangled helplessly in midair. Although they were all good brothers, witnessing one of their own suffer was simply too entertaining to resist. Life in this apocalyptic world was already fraught with hardship, so finding ways to find joy amidst the suffering was essential. Chen Ge surveyed the tree from which their friend hung. Although these black trees were mobile, their height was nowhere near that of the red trees. The red trees could reach heights of up to 100 meters, piercing the clouds from afar. Aside from the massive black tree that had ensnared the vehicle at the intersection, the other black trees barely reached 10 meters, roughly the thickness of a large bowl, which was quite reasonable. Old Zhao, have you ever handled a gun? Chen Ge inquired. Dr. Zhao shook his head vigorously. He was a law-abiding citizen. How could he possibly have used a firearm? Allow me to instruct you. This is the safety, aim with this, and pull the trigger to release the bullet. There are 2 rounds left in the gun. I shall entrust it to you while I rescue Chubby. If anything approaches me during this time, you must shoot it. If you lack confidence, firing a blank would suffice to scare it away, Chen Ge explained. Dr. Zhao cautiously accepted the gun with both hands. Chen Ge produced the last bottle of medical alcohol and fashioned a makeshift torch, igniting it, indeed. The surrounding vines recoiled as if encountering their nemesis. Climbing the tree and scaling the walls was a breeze for Chen Ge. However, wielding a torch added considerable difficulty to the task. I've got it. I'll ascend a few steps first, old Zhao, then throw the torch up to me, Chen Ge declared. He took a few steps back, then charged at the large tree, springing off the trunk and leaping to grasp a protruding branch. Dr. Zhao, watching from below, broke into a cold sweat. Despite Chen Ge's robust appearance, he moved with the agility of a monkey once in the tree. With a determined effort, Dr. Zhao hurled the torch into the air, and Chen Ge reached out to catch it. Chubby, suspended upside down from the tree, was now quite close to Chen Ge. Chen Ge ignited the torch and called out to Chubby. I will toss the torch to you. You must catch it and then bend down to burn the vines on your legs. Chubby's face turned pale. Brother, are you jesting? That's at least 7 or 8 meters high. And I'm upside down. If I fall, my head will surely shatter. Fear not, I will catch you without fail. Trust me, Chen Ge replied, though uncertainty gnawed at him. He had to instill confidence in Chubby. Chubby hurriedly sniffled. All right, worst case scenario, I'll be a hero in 18 years. Dr. Zhao interjected from below. I am a staunch materialist. I do not believe in an afterlife. At such a moment, could you perhaps say something more uplifting? The little chubby one's hard-earned confidence was shattered by Dr. Zhao's cruel blow. At that moment, Chen Ge had already cast the torch he held into the air, and the chubby boy, quick on his feet, seized it deftly. Phew, I, the plump master, am still in my prime. The chubby boy swallowed hard. Catching the torch was merely the first hurdle. The real challenge lay ahead. He bent down with great effort, using the torch to sear the creeping vines. The black tree's greatest fear was fire. Once scorched, the vines that ensnared the chubby boy's legs immediately recoiled, causing him to plummet from a height of 7 meters. Chen Ge fixed his gaze intently on the chubby boy, and as he flew past, Chen Ge reached out and grasped his arm, only to hear a sickening crack as the chubby boy let out a heart-wrenching wail. Unsurprisingly, his shoulder dislocated. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, the chubby boy's mind went blank, and the torch slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. As soon as the torch fell, the surrounding vines began to writhe ominously. With one hand gripping the chubby boy and the other clutching the tree trunk, Chen Ge found it impossible to focus on the approaching vines, regardless of his prowess. Pain, pain, pain. Oh, Lao Chun, perhaps you should just let go, the chubby boy cried out. Chen Ge quickly assessed the situation. He was approximately 3 meters off the ground, while the chubby boy stood at 1.70 meters, leaving him with 1.5 feet to fall. It should be fine. Without hesitation, Chen Ge released his grip, allowing the chubby boy to fall freely. However, he never anticipated that the very moment he relinquished his hold, the vines coiled around him like venomous serpents, with 4 or 5 ensnaring the plummeting chubby boy and 7 or 8 entangling himself. These vines moved with astonishing speed and were exceedingly tough, impervious even to a blade's edge. Chen Ge yearned to reach into his pocket for his lighter, but soon his arm was ensnared by the vines, rendering it impossible to retrieve it, no matter how hard he tried. Damn it. Who would have thought that I, Chen Ge, would escape death by gunfire only to perish at the hands of a tree? One vine tightened its grip around Chen Ge's neck, constricting more with each passing moment. Within a minute, he would succumb to asphyxiation. Dr. Zhao immediately tumbled off Lao Huang's back, striving to retrieve the fallen torch. Yet, he had not considered that after yesterday's rain, the ground was damp, and as the torch hit the earth, its flame flickered and extinguished. Dr. Zhao stood in utter bewilderment, pondering what to do next. Chen Ge's face turned a deep purple. He had intended to urge Dr. Zhao to flee and leave them behind, but with his neck being choked, he couldn't utter a word. The chubby boy's plight was even more dire. With a wounded thigh and a dislocated left arm, his already meager combat capability had diminished further. Fire! Fire! Where is their fire? Dr. Zhao's heart raced in desperation. He had never smoked and had no lighter on him. If only he had a time machine. He would certainly tell his 10 years younger self to learn to smoke, for in the future, smoking could save his life. Suddenly, he felt a tightening around his ankle as a vine ensnared him. Chen Ge's heart sank. This was the end. None of the 3 of them would escape. He would likely be dead in another minute or 2. A swift end to his suffering, while Dr. Zhao and the chubby boy would be left to dangle in the air, slowly desiccating, trapped in a torturous limbo of survival without hope of relief. Is it truly the will of fate that guides us? Are the remaining 2 bullets destined to be used in this manner? Chen Ge, suffering from oxygen deprivation, felt his consciousness beginning to blur. Beneath the tree, Lao Huang gazed at the 3 men suspended in the air and exhaled a puff of warm breath. It was indeed a source of great concern. Stepping back 6 or 7 paces, Lao Huang stomped his hind hooves a few times, lowered his head to gather strength, and then charged forward like a cannonball, colliding directly with the trunk of the tree. Crack! The trunk, as thick as a sea bowl, was severed in 2 by Lao Huang's head, causing the tree to tilt and the vines entangling the 3 men to thrash about wildly, instinctively releasing their hold on them. Chapter 89. Brother Huang. As the black tree toppled, Chen Ge and his companions plummeted to the ground. Dr. Zhao, being closest to the earth, was barely lifted less than a meter before being unceremoniously dropped. Fortunately, the ground was littered with leaves, providing a cushion that spared him from injury. However, a sharp pain shot through his calf wound, leaving him unable to rise. Chen Ge, with his neck constricted, struggled to breathe. As soon as the vines loosened, he gasped for fresh air, feeling a rush more exhilarating than the finest delicacies. Almost instantly, he regained his composure, leaped gracefully to the ground, and executed a roll to dissipate the force of the fall. The chubby fellow, suspended the highest, suffered a knife wound to his thigh and a dislocated left arm. Had he fallen to the ground, he would have likely faced grave consequences. Quick-witted, Chen Ge reached out just in time to catch the plummeting figure. Thud! Ultimately, he was a moment too late. and the chubby man landed squarely on Dr. Zhao. Cough, cough, cough. Dr. Zhao nearly met his ancestors. "You fat fool, did I owe you something in my past life?" he exclaimed, pushing the chubby man away, only for his hand to inadvertently brush against the injury, eliciting a pained yelp from the unfortunate soul, who sprang up in response. "Old Zhao, you lack great virtue." Though the three were in disarray, they had narrowly escaped death, beads of cold sweat forming on each of their brows. Chen Ge surveyed the broken black tree and then turned to observe Lao Huang, who was calmly grazing. It was evident that Lao Huang was a concealed master. Had it not been for him, the three would have perished here today. Didn't he expect Lao Huang to be so formidable? The chubby man remarked, unable to contain his admiration. Chen Ge playfully smacked the back of his head. "How should you address him? He is not merely Lao Huang. You should call him Brother Huang." Dr. Zhao tossed a torch into the air, and Chen Ge ignited it once more with his lighter. With the flame rekindled, the trio regained their confidence. "Brother Huang, stop eating. We must retreat. This place is not safe," Chen Ge urged, tugging on Lao Huang's nose ring. With a reluctant grunt, Lao Huang followed Chen Ge away. Upon seeing the fire, the black trees parted to create a path, but with injuries weighing down the chubby man and Dr. Zhao, their pace was slow. Eventually, Chen Ge had no choice but to place both of them on Lao Huang's back. "Brother Huang, given the circumstances, please do not take offense." Chen Ge gently patted Lao Huang's head. Lao Huang bore little concern for having others ride on his back. After all, the force of that earlier collision was far greater than a few hundred pounds, and carrying two individuals was akin to child's play for him. Upon returning to the spot where the ox cart had halted, Chen Ge placed Dr. Zhao and the chubby man onto the cart, while Lao Huang leisurely pulled it forward. The depth of this forest remained an enigma. Dr. Zhao finally breathed a sigh of relief as he reattached the dislocated arm of the chubby man and disinfected the wound on his thigh. "A dislocated arm is nothing serious. It will be fine by tomorrow," Dr. Zhao reassured. That moment, the significance of having a doctor in the group became abundantly clear. Thus, they traversed from daylight into dusk, with the crimson trees receding on either side. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appeared before them as the trio finally emerged from the treacherous forest. Gazing at the fiery sunset, they felt a profound sense of gratitude. Having survived another day was no small feat. By the way, the three individuals mentioned that there is a military base on the outskirts of Dongling City. "How far is Dongling City from here?" Chen Ge inquired. The plump fellow immediately pulled out a map and scrutinized it with fervor, exclaiming, "Not far. Not far at all. It's merely 20 miles from here. We should reach it by tomorrow at the latest. Thank goodness this miserable existence is finally coming to an end." Every moment, they were teetering on the brink of life and death. A moment's relaxation could spell doom. If they could locate the main forces, it would be a tremendous relief. At least they wouldn't have to worry about being devoured by monsters in their sleep. "How shall we spend tonight?" Dr. Zhao had developed a psychological aversion to the darkness. "Damn it. Whether we stand guard or not, something goes wrong either way. I suggest we just get a good night's sleep. Whatever happens, happens. If we die, it's just bad luck. I haven't had a proper night's sleep in 2 days, and if this continues, we won't even make it to safety." Chen Ge could not contain his frustration. Agreed. Both the plump fellow and Dr. Zhao raised their hands in agreement. They were exhausted. It seemed there had been incidents almost every night lately. Let it be. We are worn out. Let it all come crashing down. The three of them took out compressed biscuits and bread to satiate their hunger. The plump fellow noticed that their food supply was dwindling. They could last at most 2 more days. After their meal, while there was still a glimmer of sunlight, Chen Ge used a kitchen knife to gather a large bundle of tender grass leaves for Lao Huang. "Lao Huang, you are our savior. Come, eat up. I've brought you the freshest bits," Chen Ge expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Lao Huang let out an appreciative sound, which resonated deeply with Chen Ge. This fellow was astute. It was now certain that Lao Huang had also undergone some mutation, though the specifics remained unclear. So far, he posed no threat to them and had even saved their lives. As the sun set, Lao Huang, well-fed and content, drifted off to sleep. Chen Ge and the others, resigned to their fate, thought, "Whatever happens, happens. If you can, then devour me." Nothing would prevent him from sleeping. Remarkably, that night passed without incident. Chen Ge slumbered soundly until dawn. Upon waking, his first task was to count their numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Everyone was accounted for. Stretching lazily, he felt elated. Perhaps today they might finally escape this precarious existence. The plump fellow had risen even earlier than him. Upon seeing Chen Ge awake, he opened the last can of meat. Chen Ge, there is something I'm uncertain about asking. You mentioned being a murderer. What if, once we find the army, they arrest you or even execute you? He whispered anxiously. This concern was not without merit. Chen Ge paused, lost in thought for a long while before responding. We'll take it one step at a time. Who knows when humanity will stabilize? Even if it does, my past deeds may not warrant attention. If it comes to worst, I'll find a place to hide and live incognito. After all, if tens of thousands disappear overnight, the authorities cannot possibly investigate each case individually. Moreover, the military does not interfere in local governance, nor does the local government possess the authority to mobilize the troops. Generally, both parties refrain from meddling in each other's affairs. It is highly probable that they are aware of their own culpability as murderers and would choose not to inquire further. There is no need to dwell on such matters. It is a rare opportunity to enjoy a period of tranquility. Chen Ge wore a bitter smile. Since Chen Ge had expressed such sentiments, the plump boy felt it inappropriate to pursue the topic any further. That moment, Dr. Zhao remarked. One must always prepare for the worst. What if there are no military bases in that area? Additionally, there is unfortunate news. Our medical supplies are running low. It would be prudent to locate a pharmacy upon our arrival in Dongling City to replenish our stock. The three of them gazed at the rising sun in the sky and exchanged smiles. All right, let us set off now. May our journey be safe. Chapter 90. Dongling indeed, the journey was remarkably peaceful, to the point of feeling almost surreal. Chen Ge and his companions traversed from the woods to the outskirts of Dongling City without encountering any dangers. Apart from the occasional nibbling of tender grass by old Huang, there were no disturbances whatsoever. They had now arrived at the periphery of Dongling City, and beyond lay the urban district. What should we do? Should we directly seek out the military base or scour the city for supplies? Dr. Zhao was indecisive, glancing at the plump boy. After a night of rest, the plump boy's dislocated hand had regained some mobility, though his leg injury would take more than 10 days to heal properly. After a brief contemplation, the plump boy decisively stated, "Let us head into the city." The so-called military base was merely hearsay. Its existence remained uncertain. Moreover, the current situation was unpredictable. Obtaining food and medicine in the city was of utmost importance. Even if the military's presence proved illusory, we could sustain ourselves for a time with the supplies gathered. They had never doubted the plump boy's judgment, and the three of them promptly ventured into the city. Dongling City was enveloped in eerie silence, devoid of any sound, reminiscent of Kaimin City. Chen Ge held his weapon cautiously, while the plump boy and Dr. Zhao sat atop the ox cart, with old Huang appearing the least pleased. In the wilderness, food was plentiful, yet within the city, the asphalt and concrete roads yielded not a blade of tender grass. Moo! Old Huang expressed his dissatisfaction, and Chen Ge seemed to understand the beast's sentiments, promptly retrieving a bundle of freshly cut grass from the cart to offer to old Huang. After walking a few steps, Chen Ge discerned a stark difference between Dongling City and Kaimin City. In Kaimin City, due to unforeseen circumstances, all engines had been rendered inoperable, culminating in the crash of military helicopters overhead. However, in Dongling City, vehicles were evidently operational. Chen Ge observed that all cars were heading in a singular direction, out of the city. Typically, urban streets feature parallel roads, either east-west or north-south, separated by barriers. Yet, now, all vehicles, irrespective of their intended direction, were oriented towards the exit of the city. Be cautious, fatty, old Zhao. This city may not be as tranquil as it appears, Chen Ge whispered. The most unwelcome possibility had materialized. The apocalypse was not confined to Kaimin City alone, but constituted a widespread calamity. With conservative estimates of affected individuals reaching into the millions, I feel that we should not proceed further. Merely wandering around the periphery would suffice. If we delve too deeply, retreating may prove to be a daunting task, remarked the chubby boy. Chen Ge shared this sentiment, though he pondered whether there might be a hospital or supermarket at the city's edge. Suddenly, Dr. Zhao called out, "Look to the left." In the distance, they spotted a towering building adorned with bold characters, Dongling City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Chen Ge recalled the traumatic events that transpired at the hospital, which had inflicted significant psychological scars upon him. We need not enter the hospital itself. Surely, there exists a pharmacy nearby, stocked with a comprehensive array of medications. We simply need to acquire some commonly used drugs, preferably antibiotics, Dr. Zhao suggested. Just then, he surveyed the surroundings for any restaurants or supermarkets. It would be ideal to procure some food. I can hardly endure subsisting on processed snacks for much longer, the chubby boy lamented. Bread and instant noodles are tolerable for a day or two, but enduring such fare for an extended period is beginning to turn my stomach. Through their arduous days of survival, the chubby boy discerned that encountering monsters hinged entirely on two words. Luck. If fortune smiles upon you, you might wander for half a month without encountering a single creature. Conversely, should luck be against you, every step could present a challenge. Initially, he feared that igniting a fire might attract unwanted attention, yet upon reflection, he mused that this period of trepidation had not been devoid of trouble. It would be better to embrace joy. Eat well, rest adequately, and fortify our spirits. When soldiers arrive, we shall meet them head-on, and should the worst come to pass, we shall simply report to the Western Paradise. What could you possibly do to me? Suddenly, Chen Ge whispered, there is something ahead. Why is there a person lying there? Upon hearing this, Dr. Zhao promptly dismounted from the cart to assess the situation. Indeed, a woman lay 6 or 7 meters ahead, appearing quite young, in her early 20s, dressed in light clothing, her eyes tightly shut, the cause of her plight unknown. With a compassionate heart, Dr. Zhao wished to approach, but the chubby boy seized his arm. Don't go near her. Human nature is inscrutable. This situation felt distinctly peculiar. The city of Dongling was desolate, yet here lay an individual sprawled on the street. Something was undoubtedly amiss. Dr. Zhao chose to heed the chubby boy's instincts. Despite his lack of combat prowess, his perspective was astute and had never led them astray. Chen Ge, here, the chubby boy offered a brick. Smash it against her head. If she is alive, the pain will surely awaken her. And if she is dead, it won't matter. Put some effort into it. Chen Ge gazed at the chubby boy with an expression of incredulity. You truly are a genius. Dr. Zhao quietly inquired. Isn't this a bit cruel? The chubby boy retorted. What do you propose we do? Dr. Zhao handed him a kitchen knife. Throw this instead. Chen Ge was at a loss for words. What about your compassion as a healer? What of your Hippocratic oath? Just as the trio debated whether to throw the brick or the knife, the woman surprisingly sat up, a cold smile gracing her lips as she regarded the three of them. I must say, you three are quite vigilant. Why have you taken so long to approach? It was indeed an act. The chubby boy raised an eyebrow. If my suspicions are correct, there are certainly others lying in wait nearby, he asserted. The young woman stood, clapping her hands, and from the adjacent building emerged 5 additional individuals. 4 men and 1 woman. All quite young, appeared to be delinquents. The ringleader, a man in his mid-20s, was gaunt and clad in a black tank top. Sporting a crew cut, a finely crafted watch adorned his slender wrist, and he wielded a steel rod, embodying the quintessential brash youth. Leave everything and scram, he barked, along with the woman who had previously lain on the street. They formed a circle of 6, closing in from all directions. The chubby man whispered, Chen Ge, can we handle this? Yes, Chen Ge replied, swiftly drawing a handgun and firing directly at the head of the brash youth. Bang! The gunshot reverberated through the street, and the youth's brain matter was splattered. The remaining 5 were momentarily stunned, letting out cries of panic as they fled. Only the woman who had been lying on the street was so frightened that her legs buckled, and she urinated herself. Chen Ge, gun in hand, aimed it at her head. Please, please, I didn't mean it, I had no idea. Please don't kill me, she pleaded, collapsing to her knees. Tell me, what on earth happened in Dongling City? Speak clearly, and you will not be harmed, the chubby man demanded sternly. Chen Ge was all too familiar with such petty thugs. Genuine loyalty among them was exceedingly rare. The vast majority were cowards who feared power but not virtue. If you reasoned with them, they responded with fists. If you brandished a gun, they would kneel and beg for reason. What transpired in Dongling City? How did you survive? Chen Ge inquired. He could not fathom how these pitiful creatures had managed to endure in such dire circumstances. The young woman trembled as she spoke. I don't know. Several days ago, we were drinking in an underground bar, and everyone got drunk. When we awoke the next morning, chaos reigned outside. We hid in the bar for several days. Stop! The chubby man immediately detected a flaw in her narrative. You said it was chaotic outside. What caused the chaos? The young woman's face paled with terror. I saw a gigantic eyeball in the sky, occupying half the heavens. Everyone was fleeing towards the outskirts of the city. We had no vehicle, so we could only hide in the bar. Chen Ge, the chubby man, and Dr. Zhao exchanged bewildered glances. A gigantic eyeball? Half the sky. What on earth was that? Continue, the chubby man urged. Then, suddenly, everything outside fell silent. Not a sound to be heard. We took a furtive glance and realized that the entire city was deserted. It was terrifying. The young woman wept as she recounted her tale. Chen Ge recalled the sight of cars racing in a singular direction upon entering the city. They must have been fleeing from something. And the woman's demeanor did not suggest deceit. If she spoke the truth, it meant that a creature resembling an eyeball lurked nearby, capable of annihilating an entire city in an instant. Goodness gracious. Throughout their journey, they had encountered many bizarre entities, most of which could be dealt with through individual prowess. Yet now, a monster of nuclear weapon caliber had emerged, capable of erasing an entire population in a heartbeat. Wait, erase? Could it be that the open market had also fallen prey to such a creature? The apocalypse had only just begun when Chen Ge, Officer Yang, and others sought refuge in a barbershop, firmly shutting the door behind them, utterly oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. Meanwhile, Dr. Zhao lay in the morgue, his heart heavy as ashes, equally unaware of the events transpiring beyond the confines of his grim surroundings. What transpired next? Chen Ge inquired. We hid in an underground bar for several days, but when our supplies ran perilously low, we ventured out in search of food, and that's when we happened upon you. Big brother, the young woman whispered softly. The stout fellow approached the corpse of a sprightly young man, rummaging through his belongings in hopes of finding something of value. After a thorough search, he managed to procure only a single wristwatch, which he promptly slipped onto his own arm. Previously, only Dr. Zhao possessed a mechanical timepiece, and the stout man had long coveted it. Now, he too could relish in its possession. The young woman implored, Big brother, please allow me to join your ranks. I am skilled in many tasks and can certainly serve you well. Chen Ge glanced at the stout man, who had already dispatched 2 black eyeballs earlier when Chen Ge took action. Should any of the ruffians attempt to regroup or lay in ambush, the stout man would eliminate the woman without hesitation. Yet, it appeared that these miscreants had indeed fled, the fastest among them having sprinted 2 miles away. Indifferent to the fate of others, a true embodiment of the so-called rabble, in these trying times. Simply surviving was a considerable feat. The stout man produced a piece of compressed biscuit from his pocket and offered it to the woman. Keep your distance from us. Don't bring trouble upon yourself. Leave. The woman snatched the biscuit and hurried away. As the saying goes, when one is well fed, desires may arise. Yet when even basic sustenance is in jeopardy, thoughts of women should be dismissed. They had finally gleaned the crucial information they sought. This place was perilous. If there truly existed a creature capable of decimating a city in an instant, even the army's arrival would not guarantee safety. Throughout their journey, they had encountered numerous phenomena that modern science could not adequately explain, making the existence of 1 or 2 unexplainable monsters somewhat comprehensible. Let us gather supplies and depart at once, Chen Ge murmured. The trio dared not squander another minute and promptly advanced towards the hospital. Fortunately, they encountered no further dangers along the way and arrived safely at the hospital's entrance. All 3 harbored a psychological aversion to the hospital and had no intention of entering. However, they were fortunate to find numerous pharmacies outside. Dr. Zhao led Chen Ge and the stout man into the largest pharmacy, where they collected an abundance of essential medications. Thankfully, not far away was a breakfast shop, but upon inspection, the buns and fried dough sticks that had once adorned the display had succumbed to decay. Nonetheless, the stout man discovered half a bag of rice and an iron pot in the kitchen. With these provisions, they could stave off hunger for at least 2 weeks. To ensure a clean water source, the stout man also secured 2 large barrels of purified water. The wilderness waters had been tainted by the blue rain, leaving their drinkability in question. After gathering their supplies, the trio prepared to leave in search of the military. However, as they turned around, they were startled to find the young woman they had previously sent away timidly watching them from a distance. Chen Ge instinctively tightened his grip on the axe, fixating on the young woman as she cautiously approached. Big brother, I believe it's safer to stick with you. Those rascals have vanished without a trace. Alone, I feel a profound sense of fear. Rest assured, I am capable of cooking, doing laundry, and managing any task. All I require is a morsel to eat. Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao gazed at the chubby fellow, who, in utter bewilderment, questioned, Why are you all staring at me? What about your own thoughts? Can't you think for yourselves? If you wish to accompany us, feel free, but I must warn you that following us is far from safe. Initially, when we fled, there were dozens of us, and now only the 3 of us remain. The chubby fellow remarked, who cannot boast. It's a common skill. At that moment, a young woman approached with a cheerful demeanor, introducing herself, 3 brothers, I am Lu Yu. How should I address you? Lu Yu, is it? What line of work are you in? Dr. Zhao inquired. Lu Yu chuckled awkwardly, well, it's a special profession. The 3 men merely exchanged faint smiles, devoid of any disdain, as they understood the struggles of life. Call me Dr. Zhao. I am a surgeon and have taken 3 lives, he introduced himself. Lu Yu's smile froze instantly. I am Chen Ge, and counting the previous one, I have killed a total of 9, Chen Ge stated. Lu Yu was on the verge of tears, realizing she had stumbled into a den of wolves, and she turned her gaze towards the chubby fellow. Do not look at me like that. I have never killed anyone. I am innocent. Chen Ge, Dr. Zhao, you must vouch for me, the chubby fellow exclaimed. Indeed, we will testify. You are the one who has killed the most. Dr. Zhao replied. Yes, yes. I can also attest that every nefarious scheme originated from you, Chen Ge added. The chubby fellow, caught between laughter and despair, turned to Lu Yu. Do you believe me when I say I am innocent? Lu Yu hastily shook her head. I do not believe you. Chapter 92. Shadow Angel. The trio transformed into a quartet. Chen Ge, unwilling to linger, urged them to continue their journey out of the city. If the colossal eyeball Lu Yu mentioned were to manifest, their only recourse would be to strike a dignified pose and await their fate. The group retraced their steps, and within a mere 10 minutes, they could depart. Initially, Lu Yu felt apprehensive, but after some time spent together, she discovered that these 3 individuals were quite amiable, gradually lightening her spirits. Were you truly attempting to frighten me with talk of murder? Chubby brother, I can tell from your face that you are a good person, and Dr. Zhao, as a physician, you possess a healer's compassion. How could you possibly commit indiscriminate killings, right? Despite her youth, Lu Yu had honed her social skills, adeptly conversing with both people and ghosts alike. The chubby fellow simply smiled, remaining silent. Suddenly, the ox cart came to a halt. Chen Ge froze, his brow furrowed, intently staring ahead. The chubby fellow, noticing the cart had stopped, promptly seized his weapon, scanning the surroundings. Chen Ge, has something gone awry? He whispered. With a grim countenance, Chen Ge pointed forward, revealing a gruesome sight. A bloody, severed head resting in the center of the street. Lu Yu gasped, her face drained of color. They had just traversed this path and could confirm that there had been no head in the street moments ago. Could it be that those ruffians from earlier decapitated that unfortunate soul and placed the head here to instill fear in us? The chubby fellow speculated quietly. Suddenly, Lu Yu cried out, that is Zhang Laosan. Who is Zhang Laosan? The chubby fellow inquired. One of those scoundrels who fled earlier was Zhang Laosan. Didn't he run far away? How could a severed head be lying here? Lu Yu's face was filled with terror. It dawned on the chubby boy that among the 6 bandits they had encountered earlier, Lu Yu had been sprawled in the middle of the street, while a spirited young man had been shot dead by Chen Ge, leaving 4 others fleeing in panic. This Zhang Laosan was one of those 4 ruffians who had escaped. Something was amiss. This place felt wrong. We must leave quickly, the chubby boy commanded sternly. Chen Ge, leading the ox, navigated around the head and hurried forward. The ox cart had barely moved 10 steps when a man's anguished scream erupted from a nearby alley. Moments later, 2 thugs scrambled out of the alley, their faces pale with fear. Chen Ge clutched his gun in one hand and the spider sword in the other, while Dr. Zhao and the chubby boy brandished their weapons as well. Lu Yu trembled all over. Upon seeing her, one of the thugs exclaimed as if he had found a savior. Sister Yu, help me. There's a monster. Lu Yu recognized these 2 ruffians. They had often played together before the apocalypse. One was named Li Yishir, and the other Wu Cheng. Chen Ge paid them no heed, focusing all his attention on the alley. What manner of creature was this? It was precisely 9 in the morning, and the sun shone brightly, allowing Chen Ge to see the monster clearly. It was a humanoid being, towering at approximately 2.5 meters, entirely cloaked in a pitch-black hue with no reflective surfaces. Its form was slender and elongated, with only a pair of ice-blue eyes that emitted a faint glow. Moreover, not all of the dark material seemed to be flesh. A portion appeared to be clothing, swaying gently in the breeze. Most strikingly, this creature possessed 6 black wings protruding from its back, gently unfurling. Holy hell! Holy hell! Chubby, I think I've seen an angel. Chen Ge gasped in astonishment. The being appeared like a shadow of something, dark and ethereal, unnatural in its essence. At that moment, the shadow angel gripped the last thug by the neck, and in its other hand, it wielded a pitch-black sword, which it swung effortlessly, causing the thug's head to tumble to the ground. Chen Ge stiffened, retreating step by step, unable to comprehend what this entity was. The shadow angel noticed Chen Ge as well. It straightened its posture, fingers interlocked over its abdomen, gliding towards him at a measured pace, exuding an air of aristocratic elegance, placing the recently severed head in the center of the street. Chen Ge felt an icy chill in his palms. This shadow angel was unlike any creature he had encountered before. The monsters he had faced previously, whether mutated or suddenly appeared, could not escape their primal instincts. However, in this shadow angel, he perceived a divinity that transcended humanity. It was an entirely different entity. Chen Ge even suspected that the shadow angel possessed intelligence surpassing that of humans. Its ice-blue eyes held no disdain, pride, anger, or laziness, only tranquility. All Chen Ge could see was serenity. The chubby boy and Dr. Zhao also beheld the shadow angel, their faces etched with shock. No one dared utter a sound. All eyes fixated on the shadow angel. Elegantly standing in the center of the street, the shadow angel reached out and gently grasped, conjuring a black hourglass that appeared in its hand. Releasing it lightly, the hourglass defied gravity, hovering in midair. Chen Ge was perplexed about the intentions of the shadow angel and quietly inquired, "Shouldn't we be running now?" The chubby boy was drenched in cold sweat, urging, "Let us move slowly, and do not provoke it." Chen Ge estimated that it would take about a minute for the sand in the hourglass to completely drain. Although he was unaware of the shadow angel's true motives, it had just claimed a life. Without hesitation, Chen Ge urged everyone to flee, casting a glance over his shoulder. The shadow angel remained motionless, arms crossed, with a slender finger gently tapping against the back of its hand, observing them silently. Even if a person ran desperately for a minute, they could not cover much ground. Sprinting like an athlete would quickly deplete their stamina. A typical person could run around 300 to 400 meters in a minute, while a professional athlete might exceed 400 meters. But could a distance of 400 meters truly outpace the shadow angel? Chen Ge occasionally glanced back, and finally, the sand in the hourglass had entirely run out. Almost simultaneously, the shadow angel vanished. Chen Ge abruptly halted, exclaiming, "Where did it go?" Just then, a scream echoed from behind him. He turned to see that Li Yishir, the ruffian at the front, had his shadow ripple like water, and in an instant, the shadow angel appeared gracefully before him. Li Yishir screamed loudly, terrified beyond measure, as the shadow angel extended its slender fingers and gently pressed them to its lips. Shoo! The gesture was tender and elegant, as if addressing a beloved eye. In the next moment, the shadow angel's sword swung gently, and Li Yishir's head fell away in an instant. It was utterly charming. Chen Ge felt a chill run through his veins, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. Any known rationale or logic fell apart in the presence of the shadow angel. It was unlike any creature he had encountered before. The shadow angel opened its palm, and the black hourglass reappeared. The countdown to death began anew. Chapter 93. The hunt. As the black hourglass emerged, the shadow angel once again froze all movements, standing there immobile, as if the impending apocalypse bore no relevance to it. "Damn it!" Chen Ge shouted, charging forward with the fire axe, delivering a fierce blow to the shadow angel's head. However, the axe seemed to cleave through mere shadow, passing through without inflicting any harm. Chen Ge spun around, swinging the axe in a wide arc to strike the black hourglass, yet it too remained unscathed, as though they were non-existent in this realm. What in the world is this? Despite his courage, Chen Ge felt an overwhelming fear in the face of such an incomprehensible entity. Lao Huang turned and fled, while Dr. Zhao on the ox cart and the chubby boy nearly lost their stomachs. "Lao Chen, forget it, run!" the chubby boy shouted. At this moment, the sand in the black hourglass had already descended halfway, indicating that there were at most 30 seconds before a new wave of slaughter would commence. Cold sweat dripped from Chen Ge's forehead. He did not heed the chubby boy's warning, but instead extended a trembling hand towards the shadow angel. To his astonishment, his hand easily passed through its form, devoid of any mass or tactile sensation. Until now, The most troublesome creature they had encountered was the flesh Taisei within the school. They remain utterly oblivious to the means of vanquishing the fleshly Taishui. This creature not only possesses an immortal essence, but also has the uncanny ability to transmute other substances into extensions of its own being, rendering it impervious to thermal assaults and physical strikes. Despite their desperate attempts, including the deployment of explosives, Chen Ge and his companions could only narrowly escape the jaws of the fleshly Taishui. However, the shadow angel before them was an entirely different entity. While the fleshly Taishui, though indomitable, could at least be disrupted through alternative methods, the oppressive aura emanating from the shadow angel was far more terrifying. It resembled an elegant hunter, with the remaining individuals merely serving as its prey. As the last grain of sand trickled down the hourglass, the shadow angel moved once more. Chen Ge gripped his fire axe tightly, challenging, "Come at me if you dare." Yet, in the blink of an eye, the shadow angel had vanished. Chen Ge hastily turned to observe his own shadow, realizing that the shadow angel had not emerged from it. "Be careful," he shouted to Dr. Zhao and the others in the distance. In that fleeting moment, he looked up to see the shadow angel materializing behind Wu Cheng. Startled, Wu Cheng frantically drew a fruit knife from his pocket and lunged at the shadow angel in a frenzy. The sword in the shadow angel's hand flicked effortlessly, cleaving both man and blade in two. A bisected human does not succumb immediately to death. Wu Cheng, bloodied and in agony, crawled forward inch by inch, only to have his head elegantly severed by the shadow angel. Lu Yu was rendered completely paralyzed by fear, trembling uncontrollably, her timid nature ill-equipped for such horrors. Chen Ge's rage threatened to erupt. Regardless of their shortcomings, these miscreants were still human. Witnessing his kin slaughtered like cattle ignited a wildfire of indignation within him. "Damn you! If you have the guts, come for me," he bellowed. The shadow angel lifted its gaze slightly towards Chen Ge, revealing an expression concealed by its inky darkness. Yet, Chen Ge felt an unsettling sense of mirth emanating from the creature. Once more, the shadow angel produced a black hourglass, and the countdown commenced. Chen Ge's heart plummeted. It was toying with them. The sensation was akin to a protagonist in a video game mercilessly dispatching NPCs. Composed, unflustered, graceful, and tinged with a hint of glee, Dr. Zhao, seizing a kitchen knife from his backpack, hurled it at the shadow angel's head, only for the blade to pass through its form without inflicting any harm. This creature seemed to defy all established scientific principles. The pallor of the chubby boy's face deepened. The shadow angel reveled in the panic of its quarry, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. A cat, having not yet exhausted its amusement, would not simply kill the mouse in one swift bite. Likewise, a gamer would not cease play until satisfaction was achieved. "Old Chen, forget about it, run," the chubby boy cried out. But what good would running do? The shadow angel could emerge at will from anyone's shadow. "Wait, shadows? What if there were no shadows?" The chubby boy grasped Lu Yu's arm. "Did you not mention escaping from an underground bar? Lead us there quickly. If we find a place devoid of light, can we evade the shadow angel's pursuit?" He was unsure, but at this point, it was a gamble worth taking. Lu Yu wept as she spoke. "The underground bar I mentioned is along the road out of the city. We are growing ever more distant from it." Meanwhile, on that very road, the shadow angel was blocking the thoroughfare, rendering passage impossible. This meant that the devised strategy was unfeasible. Moreover, the notion that the shadow angel could only kill from the shadows was merely the conjecture of the chubby boy. He himself was uncertain of its validity. The fine grains of sand within the hourglass trickled slowly. The shadow angel fixed its gaze upon the hourglass, as if this black vessel contained the most exquisite beauty of the universe. Chen Ge retreated cautiously, though he was aware that vigilance bore little fruit. In the next moment, the final grain of sand slipped away. The shadow angel vanished once more. Suddenly, Dr. Zhao, seated on the cart, shouted, "My shadow! That thing is within my shadow." With that, he swiftly grasped the spider sword, preparing to fight with fervor. Like a magician performing a trick, in the blink of an eye, the shadow angel appeared before Dr. Zhao, brandishing its sword. Cursing under his breath, the chubby boy swung his cleaver, striking the shadow angel's head. Yet, as before, it merely passed through the entity's form, inflicting no injury whatsoever. Dr. Zhao felt as though death itself beckoned him. "Damn it! Come on!" Sweat poured from his forehead. He knew that anyone marked by the shadow angel had never survived, and he realized his reckless endeavor was at an end. In an instant, the Shadow Angel swung its sword, driving Dr. Zhao to the brink of madness. Bang, clang. In the distance, gunfire erupted. The last bullet fired by Chen Ge struck the Shadow Angel's sword. The bullet's impact caused the sword to veer a few inches, grazing Dr. Zhao's scalp. He could scarcely believe he was still alive, trembling as he touched his head. Still intact. The chubby boy, quick of eye, shouted, "This creature is not without flaws. It reveals its form the moment it attacks us. Let us seize this chance to strike. Perhaps we can succeed." Chapter 94. Last words. Though terror gripped Dr. Zhao's heart, the harrowing journey had fortified his mental resilience. After a fleeting moment of panic, he regained his composure and thrust the spider's sword into the abdomen of the Shadow Angel. Yet, he felt only that familiar sensation of emptiness. The Shadow Angel seemed to revert to mere shadow, standing silently, albeit now tilting its head slightly to fixate on Chen Ge. Understanding that his earlier shot had exposed a vulnerability, Chen Ge realized the beast had now set its sights on him. Stowing his empty gun at his waist, he grasped a fire axe with both hands. Even an unloaded gun could serve to intimidate. Discarding it would be a pity. The Shadow Angel, having missed its strike, did not pursue further but instead retrieved the hourglass, patiently awaiting the passage of time. Was this some sort of turn-based game? Cold sweat dripped from the chubby boy's brow. Had the Shadow Angel's target been him just moments ago, he might have already become a lifeless corpse. The absurdity of this creature far exceeded any monsters they had encountered before. While those earlier foes were fearsome, at least there had been means to confront them. However, the Shadow Angel is unlike anything else. It is direct and unyielding, killing when it wishes and commanding others to stand still without hesitation. The sense of oppression it exudes far surpasses that of all previous monsters. In their eyes, this entity is invincible, and thus far, no means have been discovered to confront the Shadow Angel. Chen Ge gripped his axe firmly. "You all go. I will hold it off. It seems I am its next target." With that, he boldly stepped before the Shadow Angel. The Shadow Angel stood tall and slender, its gaze fixed intently upon Chen Ge, its body eerily still save for its eyes, inducing a chilling sensation. Chen Ge rested the axe on his shoulder, unwavering in the face of the Shadow Angel. Regardless of its formidable nature, he resolved to confront it. As the saying goes, when one dies, the bird soars to the heavens. And at worst, he thought, he would emerge a hero once again in 18 years. In this apocalypse, those who fear death the most tend to perish early, whereas individuals like Chen Ge, who disregard life and death, have managed to survive until now. Chen Ge calculated that the Shadow Angel would inevitably target him next. Even if he were to fall, he could buy a minute for the others for what would happen after that. "I'm afraid I would be utterly powerless." The hourglass hovered in the air, time slipping away second by second. "Can you understand our words? Where do you originate from?" Chen Ge was indifferent to life and death. If the Shadow Angel were to unexpectedly respond, he might even feel a tinge of joy. Just then, the last grain of sand fell from the hourglass. The Shadow Angel vanished in an instant. Chen Ge tightened his grip on the axe, bracing himself for the impending strike. However, the Shadow Angel did not emerge from his shadow. "Oh no. This creature is playing tricks on me." Chen Ge's mind went blank. Meanwhile, on the cart, Lu Yu stared pallidly at her own shadow, for she saw it ripple like water. The Shadow Angel lay concealed within her shadow. Lu Yu's complexion turned ashen. She had merely been a bar dancer, lacking any experience in combat, let alone a life-or-death struggle. In that fleeting moment, the Shadow Angel appeared before Lu Yu. The chubby boy and Dr. Zhao brandished their spider swords in unison. They shared a silent understanding of how to coordinate their efforts. At the moment the Shadow Angel swung its sword, they would immediately use their spider swords to block. Whether they could withstand the blow remained uncertain. "Do not fear. We are here." Though both the chubby boy and Dr. Zhao bore injuries to their legs, they persevered and stood tall. The Shadow Angel elegantly raised its sword, aiming a fierce strike at Lu Yu. Dr. Zhao instantly brought his spider sword up to parry, while the chubby boy lunged to stab the Shadow Angel in the head. Based on the Shadow Angel's previous actions, it would reveal its physical form the moment it attacked, presenting the most vulnerable opportunity. Clang! Dr. Zhao's spider sword indeed clashed with the sword in the Shadow Angel's grasp. This meant that, at this moment, the Shadow Angel was corporeal. The chubby boy's spider sword pierced through the head of the Shadow Angel. "Take that, you arrogant creature. However, he soon realized something was amiss. There was no sensation at all. The shadow angel remained incorporeal, and only the sword it wielded possessed true substance. Whoosh! Dr. Zhao's spider sword was effortlessly severed as if it were mere noodles. However, the shadow angel did not slay Dr. Zhao but instead plunged the sword into Lu Yu's abdomen. The blade pierced through her back, eliciting a horrific scream from Lu Yu, her mouth filled with blood. With a successful strike, the shadow angel retrieved a black hourglass and commenced the countdown. Suddenly, Chen Ge rushed forward, slapping a piece of shark skin onto the shadow angel. Regrettably, the shadow angel, now in a state of stasis, appeared to be entirely detached from this world, impervious to any material influence. Gently shaking the black hourglass in its hand, the shadow angel seemed to remind Chen Ge and the others that time was running short. Lu Yu, bloodied and gasping, clutched the chubby boy's hand tightly, struggling to utter, "Brother Pang, I have one request." The chubby boy glanced at Dr. Zhao, who had already assessed Lu Yu's wounds. The penetrating injury coupled with internal organ rupture left no room for hope. Even for the legendary Hua Tuo, Dr. Zhao shook his head gently, indicating that Lu Yu's time was limited. The chubby boy gritted his teeth and urged, "Speak, Brother Pang, if you manage to escape, please send a message to my father. Just tell him I am doing well, and that he need not worry about me, not to worried I live in exile." Lu Yu's final words faltered, and her breath ceased. The chubby boy reached out gently to close Lu Yu's eyes. "Rest assured, if I survive, I shall convey your message." But could they truly escape alive? Lao Huang continued to sprint, seizing the opportunity of the shadow angel's stillness to leap onto the ox cart. The shadow angel made no move to pursue, merely observing them in silence. Time trickled by, each grain of sand falling from the hourglass resonating like a hammer striking their hearts. No one knew if they could escape this cursed place. Lao Zhao and I had attempted to confront it earlier. This being was invincible, at least for now. We possessed no means to inflict even the slightest harm upon it. The chubby boy spoke in despair. Moreover, the sword in its hand is exceedingly sharp. It effortlessly severed the spider sword, a weapon of formidable hardness. I truly see no way out. We can only await our demise here. The efficacy of any strategy hinges upon both parties possessing roughly equivalent strength. An ant, no matter how cunning, cannot sway the decisions of humanity. At that moment, the last grain of sand from the black hourglass fell, and Chen Ge realized that his shadow began to ripple.